Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Betty. Now, thanks for calling, but I'll have to skip this one, Angel. Yeah, I'm involved with a little character who has an idea he's a lady killer. And I have to see to it that he doesn't take it too literally.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the neighbor's nightmare. It's late Sunday night, and at one of New York's most expensive hotels, short, baldish Gordon Daly is asleep in his room when there's a loud knocking on his door. Daly sits up, fumbles for the bedside light, then staggers sleepily to the door while putting on his bathrobe. At the door, he stops and puts his head close to it.
Who is it?
I have the room across the hall. I must talk to you.
Well, it's late.
Yes, I know, but please open the door. I'm afraid.
Afraid? Why?
Open the door, I'll explain.
Just a minute. Now, what is it?
Let me in, please.
But it's late, and I suppose, somebody this time of night...
Just for a minute till I collect myself.
Well, all right.
Thank you. I know this seems strange, and when I explain, you're going to think I'm silly.
Am I?
I'm afraid so. You see, I had a nightmare.
Oh?
I was afraid to be alone. Isn't that childish?
Well, I guess so.
I get so frightened I just can't stand it. Look, do you have a cigarette?
Oh, yes, just a minute. Here you are.
Thank you. Look how my hand's still shaking.
Here, I'll light it for you. There.
I saw you on the elevator and coming in here a few times. You look, well, understanding. And when I get these awful dreams...
I know how you feel. I've had nightmares.
It's really my own fault. I should have put the money in the bank instead of splurging.
What?
You see, I've never had much all my life. And then all of a sudden to have $25,000, it's like coming into a fortune.
Did somebody leave you money?
No, I made a lucky investment. You see, I'd saved up a few $1,000s over a period of years, and then I heard of this opportunity, a new process for refining oil, so I put in all my savings.
And you took out $25,000?
Yes, in just a few months. I probably should have left it in. I might have been really rich. But $25,000 seemed like rich to me. I bought furs and jewelry, and I'm living here.
Your $25,000 won't last long at that rate.
Well, I may reinvest some of it, but I want to have my fun first.
Yes, I see how you feel.
The only trouble is I never had anything before. I was always so careful. That's how I saved up the few thousand I had. So now with my room full of expensive things, I keep getting these nightmares that somebody's trying to break in and rob me.
Yeah, but now about this investment...
I get so frightened when I have those dreams. I suppose it's because Oh, listen to me rattling on about myself. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bore you.
Oh, you didn't bore me.
You're kind. I knew you would be.
This investment, a new process, you said, for refining oil?
Well, let's not talk about that now. Maybe tomorrow, if you'd care to see me.
Oh, may I take you to lunch?
Oh, I'd be delighted. You know, maybe this was a lucky accident. I don't know many people in New York.
Well, now you know me. I think maybe we'll turn out to be good friends.
I know we shall.
Yeah?
How do you do, sir? Am I in the right place?
Well, look, pal, I'm a detective, not a mind reader.
Oh, then I am in the right place. This is the address I was given, but I expected an office building, not an apartment. Mm-hmm. You are Michael Waring, the gentleman they call the Falcon?
Well, you're two-thirds right.
Oh, what?
I'm Michael Waring. I'm called the Falcon. But about the gentleman, well, there are various opinions about that.
Oh? Well, may I come in? I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Well, Mr.
Daly. Gordon Daly.
Daly. Gordon Daly. What can I do for you?
I want you to investigate someone for me. Mr. Barnes. Harold Barnes.
Mm-hmm. And what's this Barnes, Harold Barnes done?
Well, I invested $15,000 with him a month ago, and something's come up. I need my money. I've asked him for it, but he keeps putting me off.
And you think he's pulling a fast?
I'm not sure what he's pulling. That's what I want you to find out.
Well, how come you invested with him in the first place?
Well, you see, Muriel, a friend of mine, put her money in Barnes' company, and she made a fabulous profit.
Fabulous is a nice word for it. Just how good a friend is this Muriel?
Oh, very good.
Uh-huh. For how long?
Oh, about a month.
Mm-hmm. She crooks the finger, you rush in and get stung.
Oh, now, don't get the wrong idea about Muriel. She's a nice girl.
Oh, no doubt.
She wouldn't lie to me.
No, of course not. She claimed dealing with Barnes is profitable for her. Well, I'm sure it is. A nice fat profit for every sucker she lands.
Now, you're wrong.
In that case, do you still want to hire me?
Yes, but you'll find out how wrong you are.
All right.
You're thinking of this as a swindle, but it's not. Barnes meant to pay off, I'm sure of that. He did pay off to Muriel, but now something's happened and he's stalling. Apparently, he's hard-pressed for cash.
Mm-hmm. Well, if Mr. Barnes is so hard-pressed for cash, I think I'll offer him some and see what happens.
Oh, you're interested in investing with us, hmm?
That's right, Mr. Barnes.
And you say Mr. Daly recommended us?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, strange. To be perfectly frank, Mr. Daly hasn't been too happy with us lately.
Oh, he's not afraid of getting his money. It's just a matter of time. He happens to need it now. But me, I'm in no hurry, so if you care to outline the proposition...
I'd be glad to, Mr. Warren, did you say it is?
That's right.
Oh. Are you sure you didn't mean Waring?
What gives you that idea?
Don't be so modest, Mr. Waring. The Falcon is a famous man.
And the cops and robbers set. Which are you?
Well, I can't pretend to be a cop. As for the other, that's what you're trying to find out, isn't it?
Yeah, and this conversation seems to give me my answer.
But not your proof.
Well, I imagine any fair to middling accountant could take care of that.
Why not get one and see?
That's a good idea. Well, so long, Barnes. Sorry I bothered you.
Oh, that's all right, Waring. Oh, but before you go...
Yeah?
Take this! Oh. Oh, come on in, Muriel. I've almost finished packing. Say, where are your bags?
I haven't packed yet. Why'd you want me to drop by here?
Because I wanted to know what happened. I thought you were going to keep Daly in line.
I said I'd keep him happy. He's happy.
Yeah, so happy he hires a detective.
Well, he's the cautious type.
Well, this is the end of the line. With Waring on us, we've got to move.
We were stretching it pretty thin anyway. One of the suckers was bound to get restless. We're just lucky we have time to pull up stakes.
But we'd better hurry. That gunbutt's not going to keep Waring asleep all day.
You shouldn't have slugged him. You'd bluff.
What's to bluff? He could smell the setup.
You didn't have to tip that you knew him. You could have played along. That would have given us more time.
We have enough time if we don't waste it gabbing.
All right. Where's the cash?
In this suitcase.
How much does it come to?
Oh, somewhere around 80 grand. That's 40 apiece. Not bad.
I was counting on more.
Well, if Daly hadn't got itchy...
I'm not interested in ifs. I want cash.
You'll settle for what's here.
Not 40. I have plans. They call for big money.
Now, don't get the idea I'm cutting you in for more than half.
Oh, I'd never make that mistake, Barnes, knowing you. So I'll have to do my own cutting. I'll settle for 80.
What?
I said I'm taking the full 80. You're out, chum. And if you don't believe me, maybe this gun will convince you.
Hey, now, kid, wait a minute.
I don't have a minute. So get out of my way. I'm taking the bag.
That's what you think?
No, don't.
Oh.
You fool! Why did you make me do that? Hello, Gordon.
Oh, Muriel, there you are. I've been waiting since 6.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm so late. Something awful happened.
Yes, I can see you. You look like you've had another nightmare.
This one's real. I've got to talk to you, but I don't want anybody to hear.
Well, there's a table in the corner.
All right.
I see Mademoiselle has arrived. You wish to be seated now, Mr. Daly?
Yes, please. That table over there, if we may.
Oh, certainly.
You said you got here at 6, Gordon?
Yes, that's when our reservation was for.
And you gave your name when you arrived, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
This table, monsieur?
That's right, thank you. And before we order dinner, I think we'd better have a double brandy for the young lady and a glass of sherry for me.
Yes, monsieur, right.
Thanks, Gordon.
Well, now, what's wrong?
It's terrible. You've got to help me.
I'll try.
I knew you would, darling. You're wonderful.
Well, now,
Gordon, Mr. Barnes phoned me. He said he wanted to talk to me at his apartment.
His apartment?
Yes, he said it was very important, so I went. But when I got to the door, I heard arguing inside, and then a shot.
You mean a shot?
Yes. And then the door opened, so I hid on the stairs, and I saw Peter Somerset come out and go to the elevator.
Who's Peter Somerset?
Oh, he's someone who invested with Mr. Barnes, too.
Oh, I see. Well, then did you go in?
Yes. It was awful. Mr. Barnes, he was dead.
Oh, dear, that means my money...
You never know. Maybe Somerset took it.
Excuse me. Brandy for mademoiselle, sherry for monsieur.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Not at all.
Well, Gordon?
Well, we'll have to tell the police about Somerset.
That's just it. I can't. I don't dare. They might think I killed Mr. Barnes.
Why should they?
Well, they jump to conclusions. I was there at the time of the murder. That's what's so awful. I was thinking, Gordon... I know it's a lot to ask, but I was thinking...
Yes?
Well, the shooting took place at 6:15. You were here in this restaurant. You got here at 6. The waiter saw you. You have a perfect alibi.
Well, yes, but what's that?
Well, suppose you say that you were at Mr. Barnes tonight at around 5:30. And as you were leaving, you saw Mr. Somerset go in.
Oh, I couldn't do...
Well, Mr. Somerset was there. I saw him. And you're in the clear as far as the murder goes because you were here when it happened.
I know, but a thing like that...
For me...
I don't know what to say. Look, Mr. Waring, he's a detective. If I tell him what you saw...
Oh, no. You mustn't tell anyone that I was there, especially a detective. No, if you won't help me...
Oh, you know I'll help you. But if there's only some other way...
There isn't any other way. The only way you can help me is to say you were there yourself.
All right, Muriel. I was there at 5:30.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Gordon Daly agreed to save Muriel's neck by placing himself at Barnes' apartment at 5:30. Now he's phoning the Falcon. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Waring. This is Gordon Daly.
Oh, yes, Daly. I'm glad you called. I've been trying to reach you. Well, I saw Barnes for you. Looks bad for your money. He plays dirty pool. And I've got the head to prove it.
What?
He slugged me and skipped. I called in his description to the police. They're looking for him.
What, they found him. I just heard on the radio he's been murdered.
What?
Yes, that's why I'm calling. I think I know who did it.
Yeah, who?
Mr. Somerset, Peter Somerset.
How do you know that?
I saw him. You see, I went up to Mr. Barnes' apartment this afternoon.
You went up there? Why?
Well, he phoned and asked me to.
What did he say when you got there?
Nothing much.
He asked you to go over so he could tell you nothing much, huh?
Look, why are you asking me all these questions? Aren't you working for me?
Well, I thought so, but you seem to be taking matters in your own hands.
Well, but Barnes asked me.
Uh-huh.
That's the truth. And as long as you're so skeptical, before you get the idea I had anything to do with the murder, I want you to know I was in a public restaurant in front of witnesses at 6:15 when the murder was committed.
I see. Now, how come you know when the murder was committed?
What? Oh, that was on the radio, too.
Well, if you weren't at Barnes at 6:15, how come you're so sure Somerset is the murderer?
Well, I'm not sure, only he was there.
At the time of the murder?
I don't know. He just went in as I was coming out.
When was that?
5:30.
45 minutes before the murder.
Well, it's just a lead, but I thought you ought to know. The important thing now is my money. If Mr. Somerset is the murderer, maybe he...
Yeah, maybe he. Where can I find him?
He's in the phone book.
All right, I'll check on him. So long, Daly. Taxi!
Wait a minute, Waring.
Huh? Oh, Sergeant Corbett.
I'll save you a fare. You want to go someplace? I've got a squad car.
Well, you're too good to me, Corbett.
Don't mention it. I want to talk to you anyway.
All right, fine. What do we discuss? Existentialism or dialectics?
Let's discuss Harold Barnes.
Isn't he a pretty dead subject?
Very dead. How did you know?
It's on the radio.
Huh? How did it get on the radio?
What's the matter? Haven't you given out a story on it?
No.
There's a leak someplace. Whole thing's on the air. Time of death and all.
Time of death?
Yep. 6:15.
Waring, you better have that radio of yours checked. Could stand a new tube or something.
Why?
I've got news for you. Barnes wasn't killed at 6:15.
No?
No, he was killed at 5:30.
What's that?
That's right, Waring. 5:30. Waring, you gonna talk?
I've been talking. Ever since we got to headquarters.
But you haven't said anything. What do you know about the murder?
Nothing.
You admit you had a fight with Barnes?
Some fight. He slugged me when I wasn't looking.
This is not going to make you love him.
All right, so I killed him.
You want to sign a confession?
You don't have enough rubber hose for that, Corbett.
I don't say you pulled the trigger, Waring, but you know something. You're covering for somebody.
Now, that's a brilliant piece of deduction.
Who is it?
No comment.
What's with the phony radio yarn you handed me?
That's what I want to know. If you'd stop wasting my time, maybe I could find out.
And if you'd cooperate...
You'd die of shock. I couldn't do it to you, Corbett. I simply couldn't.
I ought to book you, Waring.
On suspicion?
On general principles. But we've just cleaned the jail, so get out of here.
You say the sweetest things.
If this case isn't cracked in 24 hours, I may change my mind. Now beat it.
Oh, Mr. Waring, come in.
Yeah, Daly. Daly, where'd you get the idea Barnes was killed at 6:15?
Oh, I told you the radio.
Wasn't on the radio.
But I heard it.
No, it's no use, Daly. That's too easily checked.
Well, I have nothing else to say.
Well, you know, chum, when somebody has the facts of a murder before the story is out, it usually means he had something to do with it.
I have an alibi.
So this isn't the usual situation, especially since those facts of yours happen to be incorrect.
What do you mean?
I mean that the murder didn't take place at 6:15.
It didn't?
No, it didn't. It happened at 5:30.
What?
Yes, just the time you admitted being at Barnes.
Oh, no, there's some mistake.
And you made it.
I didn't kill him.
Well, I don't think you did. You wouldn't have stuck your neck out so far if you had.
I'm glad you realized that.
Yeah, so that leaves just one explanation.
Does it?
You mentioned a friend when I first talked to you, Muriel.
Yes?
Nice girl, you said. She wouldn't lie to you. Not much. She'd just trim you out of your savings and then frame you for murder. Well,
I don't know.
It was Muriel, wasn't it? Now, come on, Daly, wasn't it?
Stay right where you are, Waring. Don't you move.
Oh, dear. How chivalrous can you get? A gun because I accuse your girl?
I trusted her, Waring. I believed her. I loved her.
As long as you're putting that all in the past tense, why the gun?
You don't think I'm going to let her get away with this, do you?
You don't need the gun to get even. All we need is your testimony. If we can pin the killing on her...
Well, I'm not going to wait. And I'm not interested in just giving testimony. For once in my life, I'm going to do something.
Now, wait a minute,
No,
Daly.
you stay right there. This is between me and her. We're going to have it out, and don't you try to follow me. If you do, I'll kill you. I'm not joking, Waring. I'll kill you.
20 minutes have passed since Gordon Daly took matters and a gun in his own hands. Now he confronts Muriel in her apartment.
You cheat, you lying little cheat.
Gordon, listen to me.
I did listen to you. I let you make a fool of me.
You don't understand.
I don't understand at last. You were just using me, that's all. Just using me.
No, Gordon, if you'd only
Just using me. I thought, I hoped... No, don't you move.
Please, Gordon.
Now you're going to pay.
Don't kill me. Somebody will hear the shot. You won't get away. You'll be caught.
Yes, I'll be caught. Well, I don't care. I'll give myself up.
Wait, there's money. Allow me.
I'm not interested in money anymore.
Please, Gordon, put down the gun, please.
Yes. Yes, Muriel, I will put down the gun. There.
Thank you.
I won't need it for what I'm going to do.
What do you... No, stay away. Oh!
Don't need a gun.
Don't. Wait.
All right, Daly, that's enough. Waring, where did you come from?
The window. Now let her go.
Thanks, stranger, for giving me a chance to get the gun. Now put up your hands.
What? Well, that's gratitude for you. I saved your life.
So thanks. All right, Gordon, get up.
Yes. Waring, how did you get here? I made sure you didn't follow.
Now, you're not too good at the rough stuff, Daly. You shouldn't try it. You left me in your room. Muriel's address is on your phone pad.
Oh, of course.
When I got here, I knew you wouldn't let me in. That's why I tried the window instead of the door.
Well, if you're all through congratulating yourself, maybe you'll tell me what this is all about.
Yeah, sure. It's all about your pretty neck, as if you didn't know. Daly wanted to ring it. I wanted to save it. So that you can face the murder rap you're trying to pin on him.
Murder rap?
Now, don't tell me it's news to you. Your frame isn't going to work, Angel. Daly was supposed to put his neck in the noose by admitting he was at Barnes's at 5:30.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, we won't argue that. Anyway, so far he's only said it to me. He didn't tell the police, and if I deny he told me, where's your proof against him?
Maybe there isn't any. But aren't you overlooking one thing?
What's that?
Where's your evidence against me? Since you seem to be accusing me.
You tried to frame Daly.
Can you prove that?
I can try.
You'll get your chance. We'll see whose story holds up. And don't move, either.
What are you doing?
Calling the police. Any objections? Admitted being at the murder scene at 5:30, Sergeant. That's why he tried to kill me.
No, that's not it.
Daly, you and Waring both admit you tried to kill the girl.
Well, I lost my head.
Sure, just like you lost it when you killed Barnes.
But, Corbett, can't you see...
Yeah, Waring, I see you're trying to build up Daly as a nice, innocent little sucker. So what's a nice, innocent little sucker doing with a gun?
I told you, Sergeant. Muriel, she gave it to me. She told me Peter Somerset might try to harm me because I accused him, and I needed to protect myself.
Sergeant, you don't believe...
You bet I don't believe. Waring gives me a lot of double talk. Now he admits he was covering for Daly. He admits Daly pulled a gun on him, and the gun turns out to be the murder weapon.
Murder weapon?
That's what ballistics says. So, with the gun, with the second murder attempt, with Waring's double talk, no. There's only one answer this time.
Can't you see it's a frame?
Did you ever see a murderer who wasn't being framed, Waring?
But the girl told him what to do.
She didn't tell him to pull a gun on you. She didn't tell him to try to strangle her. She didn't tell you to hold back on me. Her story makes sense. Yours and Daly's still doesn't.
All right, Corbett, you win.
But do you know how much I win, Waring?
What?
I could hold you, too, for obstructing justice, and don't think I wouldn't love it.
Oh, come now, Corbett. I know that behind that stony facade there beats a heart of granite.
Keep up the bright dialogue, chum. But you've just got one out. Otherwise, I throw the book at you.
And what's my out?
You sign a statement saying Daly admitted to you he was at Barnes at 5:30.
All right, Corbett.
No, Waring, don't.
The truth, Daly.
But it'll clinch the case. I don't mind about myself, but this means Muriel will go free. She'll get away with everything.
What can I do? Go ahead, Corbett. Have the statement typed out. I'll sign it.
Oh, you.
Well, that's a friendly greeting, Muriel. Still haven't forgiven me for saving your life.
I still haven't forgiven you for trying to pin a murder on me.
Oh, well, we all make mistakes. I signed the statement tying it to Daly, didn't I?
When you couldn't help yourself. What do you want?
In?
Sorry, I'm busy.
Doing what?
What's it to you?
I thought I might help.
No, thanks. Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Not so fast. I happen to be interested in you, Muriel.
Thanks again, but it's still goodbye.
In fact, I'm so interested, I've been following you ever since they threw Daly in the can.
What's that?
You see, I knew this was more than a murder. Barnes was working a neat swindle. Must have collected quite a bundle. But the police had searched his place and Daly's. No dough.
So what am I supposed to do?
Well, I haven't given up on you, Angel. That's why I've been hanging around. A little while ago, you received a parcel post package. What was in it?
You tell me.
Okay, I'll make a stab at it. You mailed the swindle money to yourself. Let Uncle Sam hold it for you while the heat was on.
Nice guessing. Where does it get you?
I'd like to see the package.
You'd like to take a walk.
All right. I'll be back with Sergeant Corbett.
No, you don't.
No guns, Angel.
Let go.
Not yet. Let me have that. You're trying to pull this just about clinches things, Muriel.
You can't prove anything.
I proved enough to get Sergeant Corbett up here with a search warrant. That ought to wrap things up. Let's go phone him, shall we?
For a while, Waring, I thought you'd let me down.
Well, for a while I had to, Daly.
You worked with Sergeant Corbett before. Wasn't there any way you could convince him?
Sure, by getting proof. That's what I did.
And in the meantime, I had to sit in jail.
I wasn't worth it to save you 15 grand? Not to mention your neck?
It was worth it to get even with Muriel.
You sure are one for revenge, huh?
I think of how much I loved that woman. I still do, I guess. That's why I hate her so much.
Well, that makes sense.
It does. Well, at least I've learned my lesson. From now on, I'm through with women. They're nothing but trouble. That's all they are, Waring. Trouble.
Uh-huh. Well, gotta be going.
Oh, yes? Where?
Oh, just out looking for trouble. Good night, Daly. Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Louise. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. Some boy I know thinks committing murder is a sure way to make a fortune. And unless I can convince him otherwise, he's going to make a stab at it.
This is Jack Costello, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the mighty muscle. And now, the case of the mighty muscle. It's early Sunday morning, and the streets of Manhattan are deserted, save for a broad-shouldered young man named Al Compton, who strolls down East 86th Street and heads for home. But unknown to Mr. Compton, he has company. 20 feet behind him is a tall, lean gent who matches him step for step. And only after Compton has gone 2 blocks is he aware of his shadow.
All right, friend, what's the idea?
Speaking to me?
Yes, why are you tailing me?
Tailing? Why should I want to do a thing like that?
That's what I want to know.
You're imagining things, Mr. Compton.
Yeah? And how come you know my name?
Oh, well, you're a celebrity. Everybody knows Ken Brady and the fella he's grooming to follow in his footsteps. Why, it's one of the big success stories of our time.
Who do you think you're kidding?
Okay, Compton, I'll put it to you straight. You going right home?
Why?
A friend of mine wants to talk to you.
Who?
Nick Daniels.
What does Daniels want with me?
Oh, then you've heard of the boss.
Maybe.
Then you know that Daniels ain't no two-bit up.
I know his territory is Indianapolis. What's he doing in New York?
That's what he wants to talk to you about. I got a car around the corner.
I'm sorry. I never take rides with strangers.
Look, Compton, as far as I'm concerned, you can keep on walking and heaven bless you. But Daniels said, Eddie, you bring Compton to my place. So you see the position that puts me.
That's your tough luck.
Oh, no, friend. It's yours. Oh.
You must really enjoy your work, Eddie. What'd you hit him with?
Hey, Nick.
I heard it.
Think it could be the cops?
No, Brady wouldn't have missed him this fast.
You want me?
No. I'll take care of it. You look after our friend here. Just a second. I'm coming.
Hello, Nick.
What are you doing here, Claire? I thought I left you in Indianapolis.
Well, you're such an irresistible creature, I had to follow you. I want to talk to you.
You'll have to pick another time. I'm all jammed up.
With what?
Oh.
Well. What goes on under our little roof?
That's none of your business. Now, will you leave?
Isn't that handsome hunk of man on the bed Al Compton?
Didn't I tell you to beat it?
All right, darling, if you don't want me to stay.
Hold it, Claire. I changed my mind.
I thought that was a woman's prerogative.
You wouldn't be thinking of going up to see his boss, Ken Brady, would you?
Would you mind?
Very much. You don't want to jump to conclusions, Claire. Mr. Compton just dropped in to chat. He had a couple too many, and he passed out.
That hard stuff is awful, isn't it? Especially when you get it from the end of a blackjack.
Now, listen, Claire.
Sure. What's it worth to you?
What's what worth to me?
Keeping my mouth shut.
$1,000.
Oh, now, Nick.
I'll make up your mind, baby. If you don't want it, that's all right with me, too.
Now, don't be cheap, darling. After all, in your bracket, how much can you keep?
I
anyway?
said I'll give you $1,000. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. Though I'd like to try for 2.
Look, Nick, you're going to talk all night with that dame we got work.
Just a second, Eddie. Listen, Claire, I want you to take a little walk for a while. Come back in a couple of hours.
4:30 be all right?
5 will be even better.
And you'll have that money ready.
I said I would. Okay, Eddie, get him up.
Come on, Compton. Wake up.
Let me alone.
Come on, you can go back to sleep after the boss talks to you.
Huh?
Hello, Compton.
Oh, you're Nick Daniels, aren't you?
That's right. I'm awfully sorry about this fella, but I had to talk to you.
No good.
Now, I've got a proposition for you, Compton.
I'm not interested.
Why don't you hear me out? I've been doing a little checking up on you. They told me you're Brady's fair-haired boy. Treat you like his own son.
So
I'm going to show you how to commercialize on it. Now, I'd like to open up a couple of gambling clubs around town.
Now, you're crazy. You think Brady would stand for it while he's in the business?
That's just it. He's not going to be in business much longer.
What do you mean?
We're going to knock off his club regularly.
What?
Yes. And when his customers see the rough stuff that goes on, I don't think they'll be flocking there anymore.
You're out of your mind, Daniels.
You don't think it'll work?
No, we got spotters all over the place. It's armed like a fortress. How are you going to get your boys past the guards?
That's where you come in.
You think I'd sell out Brady after all he's done?
I think you'd sell out your own mother if the price were right.
Look, you can take your money.
Who's talking about money? There are other things in life besides that.
You're not making sense.
Ever hear of a man named Sam Richards?
No.
Funny. I found a guy in Mobile who's willing to identify you as the lad who killed Richards in a fight over some girl.
That's a lie.
Seems this friend of mine was living across the street and saw the whole thing from his window.
You're bluffing.
You think so? Well, take a look at these pictures.
Where did you get them?
Oh, I forgot to mention that this friend of mine is a camera enthusiast, and he thought a picture of you bending over the body might come in handy.
Well, you're not frightening me, Daniels. Brady knows all about that mess.
Yeah, but the cops don't. What do you say, Compton? Do you cooperate?
When will I get the pictures?
Don't give them a thought. I'll deliver right after you do.
Sorry, Judy, so you see the spot I'm in. Either way, I'm a dead duck.
What does this Nick Daniels have on you?
Oh, that's unimportant.
It can't be if you told him you'd cooperate.
Listen, Judy, I swear all this happened long before I ever met you.
Then why can't you tell me what it is?
I just can't, that's all. Just take my word for it that Daniels wasn't sounding off. If I double-cross him, it can mean my life.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, what can I do? When I came to New York, I was a bum. Brady took a liking to me. He gave me a job.
You mean you're going to tell him about Nick Daniels?
Yes.
Oh, no, you can't do that, Al.
You got a better idea?
Yes. Why don't we leave town?
How far do you think we'd get? Daniels probably has a boy now watching the hotel.
Then why don't you do what Daniels wants? Brady would never suspect
Will you forget it?
If you really loved me,
I do.
Then don't say anything to Brady.
Just get out of my way, Judy.
No. I won't let you go, Al.
You can't stop me.
I can try. Al! Al!
No way. Nobody here. No. Yeah?
Let me talk to Mike Waring, please.
He ain't here.
What's the matter, kid? Did I wake you?
Oh, that's a pretty ridiculous question, Corbett. What do you want?
That's no way to talk to a guy who's going to do you a favor.
Look, Sergeant, I don't like guys doing me favors at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, Mike, if you don't want to meet her.
What are you babbling about?
I just picked up a little number who's out of her mind to meet the Falcon. You interested?
Nope.
She's blonde, 5'2".
I said I wasn't
a figure that would put Venus to shame.
Oh. What's her name?
Judy Wainwright.
Never heard of her.
You will. She just killed Al Compton.
Ken Brady's boy?
That's right. She wants to hire you.
Is that why you called me?
Yeah.
Well, tell Miss Wainwright I'm not interested.
Ah, you're being smart, Mike.
What do you mean?
Well, strictly between you and me and the guy who's hiding under your racing form, this little girl hasn't got a prayer.
Not a chance, huh?
No, she's up the well-known creek without a paddle. I bet the jury won't take 20 minutes to strap her into the chair. You want to hear the story she tried to give us?
No, never mind, Sergeant. You always foul up a story. Tell Miss Wainwright I'll be over to hear it myself.
And now back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Sergeant Corbett, acting at the behest of Judy Wainwright, got in touch with Mike Waring. And now at a local jail, while the Falcon listens, Miss Wainwright talks for herself.
You've got to believe me, Mr. Waring. I didn't kill Al.
Then how come you didn't see the murderer?
Because my back was to the door.
And you didn't hear it open?
No.
Well, how do you explain the gun being found in the room?
The killer must have thrown it in.
Mm-hmm. And how did your fingerprints get on it?
Oh, I don't remember. I was so dazed I probably picked it up without thinking.
And you weren't so dazed that you couldn't pack a bag and head for the nearest bus line where the cops grabbed you.
I tell you, I didn't know what I was doing.
Mm-hmm. You had a fight with Compton, didn't you?
No. I was crazy about it.
Then how come the people next door heard you arguing? Corbett tells me they heard Compton say he was walking out on you and you wouldn't let him go.
That's a lie.
Did you or didn't you say you were going to stop him?
What is this, a third degree? Just what side are you on, Mr. Waring?
I haven't decided yet.
Well, if that's the way you feel, I'll get someone else. Falcon's not the only private detective in town.
Okay, Angel. No hard feelings. Hey, Sergeant.
No. Wait, Mr. Waring.
Yeah?
I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Okay. Suppose we start with the last question I asked.
Well, Al and I were arguing, but it wasn't over what you think. Al worked for Ken Brady.
You're not telling me anything new.
Well, late last night, a man came to Al with a proposition. Either Al helped him ruin Brady's club, or else.
Or else what?
I don't know. It was blackmail of some sort.
What was Compton's decision?
He was going to tell Brady the whole story, even though it meant his life. That's why I wouldn't let him go.
Mm-hmm. And would you know the name of the party who tried to blackjack him into line?
Yes. It was Nick Daniels.
Oh, the gentleman from Indianapolis?
I think so. Do you know him?
No, but I've always wanted to. And this may be my chance. Hey, Sergeant, I want out.
Want me to get that, Nick?
Don't trouble yourself, Claire.
No trouble at all. Hello? Yes, just a minute. It's your Indianapolis call, Nick. The operator says she's ready with Wilson.
Just tell him I won't need those strong-arm men I asked him for.
Anything else?
No, just say I'll be back in a couple of days.
All right.
Go right on, Claire. I'll take care of it.
Hello, Wilson. Nick asked me to relay some dope to you. Yeah, about those men. Look. You want to...
Hello, Nick.
Do I know you?
Well, not like you're going to. My name is Mike Waring.
Oh, the Falcon.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want with me?
Well, I'm working for a girl named Judy Wainwright.
I don't believe I know her.
She was engaged to Al Compton.
Oh. Too bad it was broken.
And you know he was murdered, huh?
Sure, I heard it on the radio. Sad, wasn't it?
Yes, very. But doesn't it strike you strange that he should be knocked off right after you worked on him to double-cross Brady?
Who told you that?
Little birdie.
What's this little birdie's name?
What difference does that make?
It's got a long tongue. Maybe somebody ought to pull it out. Eddie.
Yeah.
First game?
Right.
Get your hands off me.
Shut up.
Nick, what are you doing?
I said, get your hands off me.
I heard you the first time.
Why, you...
Look, I had...
Come on, break it up.
Let go.
I said break it up. Quit playing around, Eddie. Use the sack.
No, you don't.
I can't. He's got my arm.
Well, in that case, I guess I'll have to take a hand. You all right, Eddie?
My arm feels like he tore it out of its socket. It's dirty.
Make him stop, Nick.
I'll fix him.
Cut it out, Eddie. Waring.
He's out cold.
Give me that vase.
You're not going to hit him with it.
Will you shut up? Lift his head up, Eddie.
Right.
That's fine.
No, don't.
It's only water, Waring. It can't hurt you. Want a drink?
No.
Suit yourself. Who told you about my deal with Al Compton?
That's none of your...
Oh, for heaven's sake, Nick, stop it.
I told you to keep out of this, Claire. Well, Mr. Waring?
You don't think I'd tell you?
Sure I do.
Well, you're going to be disappointed.
Okay, Eddie. Take off his shoes.
Hey, what's the idea?
I'm going to show you how we make it hot for guys like you back in Indianapolis.
Nick, you wouldn't.
No? Well, watch and see. You got a match, Eddie?
Sure.
No. Nick!
Well?
He still ain't talking, Nick.
What'd you come out for? Go back in there with Claire and work on him till he does.
That's no use. He's out cold. From the looks of it, he will be for another 3 or 4 hours.
Oh, that's fine. Now, how am I going to find out who told him I got to Compton?
Maybe he just guessed it.
No. You don't guess things like that, Eddie. Somebody's been talking out of turn.
Maybe it was Claire.
Maybe. Then again, maybe it was you.
Well, what kind of a crack is that?
Claire stood to make a grand if things had broken right, so take it any way you like.
All right, Nick, as long as you mentioned it. Where do I stand in this deal?
I told you that before.
Before, things were different. I was supposed to get 5% of everything you made in New York.
So?
So right now, the best you can hope for is to keep your health. If Brady ever hears of this stunt, you won't live long enough to regret it. Where does that leave me?
The same place it leaves me.
Well, not quite. You got dough. I haven't.
That's tough.
But only on you.
What's the idea of the gun, Eddie?
I want 10 grand for my trouble.
What?
You heard me.
I haven't got it here.
Don't hand me that.
I'll let you look at my wallet. I'm fresh out. It cost me plenty to start operating.
You've got plenty more in your safe.
Sure, but that's down in the office.
All right, let's go to the office.
Okay, Eddie. When a fella's got something coming to him, I'd be the last one to stop him from getting it. Let me get my coat.
Take it easy, Hanson. You're going to be all right.
Who are you?
You're not being very flattering, Mr. Waring. I was kind of hoping you noticed me when you first came in.
Oh, I did.
You had me worried for a minute. I thought I was slipping.
And what time is it?
9:15.
You mean I've been alone here for almost 3 hours?
Not alone, honey. I've been keeping you company.
Oh, well, lucky me. What's your name, Angel?
Claire.
What's the rest of it?
Ames. Miss Claire Ames.
Since when has it been Miss?
Hmm?
Wasn't so long ago you were wearing a wedding ring there.
Who told you that?
Oh, I'm clairvoyant. Besides, you still got a band of white on your left hand.
Oh.
Yeah, see how simple it is? Who was the lucky man?
What difference does it make?
Because I've got a feeling it was Nick Daniels.
How did you know that?
Oh, just a hunch. You still married to the guy?
Yes, but don't give up hope, Hanson. I don't think it'll last. I've been thinking of Reno for quite a while.
How would Nick like that?
He wouldn't.
How'd you get into this mess, anyway?
Nick promised me $1,000 if I'd help him, and I needed the money.
Mm-hmm. Did he and Eddie kill Al Compton?
Use your head. What was their percentage? Compton was their boy.
Well, where are they now?
They left about 2 hours ago for Nick's office.
What do they do with my shoes?
Don't be a fool, Waring. You can't hobble around in your condition. You just lie still. I'll get a doctor.
Don't you bother. I'll live through it. Too bad I can't say as much for your husband. Where's Nick's office, Claire?
Last one down the hall. Look, Mike, what's your interest in this case?
Well, isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Al Compton's murderer.
Why?
Because I've got a client named Judy Wainwright the police think did it.
I see.
Do you?
Yes. So that's where the leak was, huh? That's how you knew that Nick approached Compton.
Uh-huh.
And the police think that your client is guilty.
Yep.
What makes you so sure she isn't?
Oh, I don't know. Call it blind faith.
I wish I could find someone to believe in me that way.
Well, maybe we could work out a deal.
Maybe.
This the place?
Yes.
Who's the Star Trading Company?
That's the name Nick is using in New York.
Oh. Well, I guess there's nobody...
What's the matter?
I spoke too soon. The door's open. Where's the light switch?
I've got it.
Well, awfully careless of Mr. Nick Daniels to leave his office in this condition.
Hmm?
Doesn't it strike you as being sloppy?
No.
Well, obviously, we both can't be looking at the same thing. And the first thing I noticed was that open closet. And the next thing I saw...
Eddie!
Yes, that's who it is, Claire.
What's wrong with him?
Just to mention one thing, he's dead. Hand me the phone, Angel. I got to call the police.
Precinct, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Hello, Corbett. This is Mike Waring.
Well, where you been keeping yourself, friend? Your client's been asking for you.
I did tell Miss Wainwright she's got nothing to worry about. I'll be down in 5 minutes with the proof that she didn't kill Compton.
What do you call proof?
I just found Eddie Nichols' body.
Say that again.
I just found Eddie Nichols' body. Nick Daniels' boy. Someone let him have a butcher knife right in the back.
Where'd you find him?
In Nick's office.
How do you figure that clears Miss Wainwright?
I'll explain it all when I see you, Sergeant. But it stands to reason the same party who killed Al Compton killed Eddie.
I still don't see how that gives the girl an out.
Oh, come off it. What's wrong with you, Corbett? Eddie's been dead for less than an hour. And for the last 5, you've had my client under lock and key.
I guess again, Miss Wainwright raised $10,000 worth of bail at 7 o'clock tonight. That was 3 hours ago.
You're joking.
If you think so, wait till you hear the payoff. The guy who put up the dough is a gentleman named Nick Daniels. Ain't that enough to kill you?
And now back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Mike Waring received the news that Judy Wainwright's bail was furnished by Nick Daniels. And now, with the gorgeous Mrs. Daniels in tow, the Falcon tries to locate the good beater.
Listen, Claire, you're sure Daniels wouldn't go anyplace but this apartment?
Well, it's either here or his office.
But the doorman said he hasn't been back since he left.
Yes. Obviously, he knew whereof he spoke. Well, I guess the only thing to do is to sit and wait.
That seems like a smart idea.
Want a drink?
Don't mind if I do.
Say when.
When?
Here's to what we both want.
Wait a minute. Does Nick have a hotel suite anywhere?
Not that I know of.
Well, where could he have taken Judy?
Why are you so worried about her?
You don't know how important that little lady is in my scheme of things.
You think she killed Compton and Eddie?
Well,
do you, Mr. Waring?
Judy. Where's Nick?
Right behind her.
Huh?
So try anything funny and you know what'll happen.
Why don't you let him bail you out, Judy?
I thought you sent him.
You'll forgive me for using your name, friend.
How did you find out about her?
I'm a gambler, Waring. I play hunches. This one paid off right on the nose.
Oh. Now, speaking of hunches, Nick, I've got a honey of my own.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've got a feeling that one of the things you're not expecting is this. Get down, Judy. That's not nice, Nick. Drop that gun. Come on, drop it.
Cut it out. You're breaking my arm.
And I'm going to start on your neck.
What is...
Mike, stop it.
Let go of me, Claire.
You'll kill him.
That's the general idea. Come on, Nick, get up.
Let him be, Mike. He didn't kill Al Compton.
No.
No. How would he know Compton was going to double-cross him and tell Brady? I tell you, Nick had no motive.
Who said he did?
What?
I never claimed he had a motive, Claire. I just don't like this guy on general principles.
I don't get you.
No. I'll see if this is any better. You killed Al Compton.
You're crazy.
And what's more, you killed Eddie Nichols when he stumbled on the truth.
You let go of me.
Now, don't struggle, Angel. Because now that I've finished with Mr. Daniels, I'd just as soon start on this missus.
So it was Claire who was the villain of the piece.
Mm-hmm.
But why did she kill Al? She had nothing against him.
Well, that's what made this almost a perfect crime, Judy. She had no motive, but her husband did.
You mean it was a frame?
That's right, Angel. You see, if Claire played ball with her husband, all she stood to gain was $1,000. But if Nick went to the chair for the murder of Al and Eddie, then, as his widow...
She stood to come into a fortune.
Now, you got it. While I was out cold, she followed Eddie and her husband to the office, where she let Eddie have it.
And you mean to tell me Nick just stood by and did nothing?
What was your reaction when you saw Al die?
Oh.
I recall you were a little on the bewildered side.
Yes, that's true.
Well, the same thing happened to Nick.
But didn't Claire say she was with you while Eddie and Nick were gone?
What could you expect her to do, break down and confess? After that going over I got, I was in no condition to tell whether or not she was lying.
Well, I still find it hard to believe she was in that hotel room while I was arguing with Al.
Well, why? You were both so worked up you didn't notice the door open.
Oh, now admit it. You're guessing.
No. She had to be in that room, Judy. You see, she knew something she never could have known otherwise. That Al was planning to double-cross Nick by telling his boss the whole story. Now, Nick didn't know that. The only reason he was giving up the scheme of breaking Brady was that with Al dead, it didn't stand a chance of working. Now, is it clear?
I see.
Good.
I only wish there was some way I could pay you for all you've done.
Oh, there is.
How?
Well, I don't think this is the proper time to go into that.
Why not?
Well, a private detective likes to keep his fees strictly between him and his client, and I've got a feeling we're being overheard. Wait till we're alone, huh?
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Ginny. I'm glad you called, but we'll have to try another time, Angel. Tonight I'm involved with a case in which a gun has one bullet too many in it, and a man has the same trouble.
This is Jack Costello, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the superfluous murder. It's Sunday night in New York when pudgy Wesley Endicott opens the door to his apartment and reaches for the light switch, but stops when he hears a noise in the darkened living room. For a second, Endicott pauses, then clicks the switch to see Dennis Fulton jumping back from the sofa on which Endicott's startled wife, Gail, is sitting.
Wesley, I didn't expect you so early.
Yes, that's pretty obvious.
I know how it looks, Endicott, but don't get the wrong idea.
No, Dennis? What idea do you expect me to get?
We were just talking.
In the dark?
What can I say?
You don't have to say anything. I should have known the way Gail's been acting lately. Gail, how could you do this to me?
You really want to know?
Yes.
Then look in the mirror. Take a good look.
You're not going to get away with this, either of
No.
you.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to kill that cheap double-crossing...
No, Wesley, don't.
Get out of my way. And now, Dennis, here's yours.
If you're going to fight for the honor of your home, Endicott, you'd better start taking boxing lessons.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I want to see Endicott.
Who shall I say is calling?
You don't need to say anybody's calling. I'll announce myself.
But you can't...
I said I can. Out of the way,
Just
Junior.
a moment now. Mr. Endicott won't like that.
Hello, Endicott.
Oh, Mr.
I
Nail.
tried to stop him, Mr. Endicott, and he wouldn't tell me what he
Well,
wanted. He just
it's
pushed
all
his way.
right, Shepard. It's all right. I know him.
Oh, well, you said you didn't want to be disturbed, and I didn't know. He wouldn't give his name.
All right, Shepard. Get back to your desk.
Yes, sir.
And shut the door.
Yes, sir.
And now, Mr. Mayo, what's the idea of upsetting Shepard like that? You could have let him announce you.
You mean I could have let him tell me you weren't in? I didn't feel like a runaround.
I don't understand.
You don't understand. I see somebody close one of your eyes for you. Would you like me to make it unanimous?
As a matter of fact, I don't much care. I learned last night that my wife... There's another man. Nothing much matters anymore.
Well, your personal life is one thing. This is business, and it matters. Especially this check of yours.
What? What about it?
You tell me, Endicott.
Well, is something wrong with it?
Wrong with it? Of course not. It's perfect. Absolutely finest quality, genuine A1 rubber.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
When you argue with the First National Bank...
Well, there must be some mistake.
The mistake is you thinking I'm going to sit still for this. It's a stall, Endicott. You didn't have cash to cover, and you knew it. You figure to put me off till you can swing a deal.
No, Mr. Mayo, you're wrong. Believe me.
Believe you. That's rich. Oh, no, Endicott. You're scaring up the cash, and you're scaring it up fast. You've got until tomorrow noon.
But if you'd only...
Tomorrow noon. If you don't come across with payment by then, I turn this check over to the DA for collection.
Well, I'll do what I can, but it's all a mistake.
Well, you better correct it before it turns out to be a fatal one. I'll be seeing you, Endicott.
I know. Tomorrow noon.
Hello?
Hello. Michael Waring?
Yeah?
Aren't you the detective known as the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Well, this is Wesley Endicott. I'm sorry to call you at home, Mr. Waring, but I couldn't find your office listed.
Well, maybe that's because I don't have one.
Oh, you work out of your home?
Mm-hmm.
Well, isn't that rather inconvenient?
Is it causing you any trouble?
Well, no.
Well, then?
Well, I didn't call to talk about you, Mr. Waring.
All right, change the subject.
Can you come over here right away?
Where's here?
My apartment, Sheldon Hall.
What's it about?
I'll tell you when I see you.
Well, there'll be a charge for the visit.
It doesn't matter. How soon can you get here?
Yes?
Mrs. Endicott?
Yes.
I'm Michael Waring.
Is that supposed to mean something to me?
If you listen to the radio.
I must hear the wrong programs. What do you want?
Well, didn't your husband tell you?
Oh, he and I aren't speaking.
Oh, well, he and I are. That's what he asked me over for. Where is he?
He's in the study. Last door on the right end of the hall.
Thank you, Angel.
You might tell him for me to quit sulking. I'm leaving as soon as I finish packing.
I'll give him your message.
Just walk in. He won't answer. He thinks it's me.
Thanks. Hello, Endicott. Hey. Mrs. Endicott.
What is it?
You don't need to leave him. Looks like he's left you. Permanently.
What are you talking about?
Well, he's not sulking. He's dead.
Dead?
Mm-hmm. And if this is his handwriting, it looks like he did it himself.
Hello, Waring.
Oh, Sergeant Corbett. Well, this is indeed a coincidence. Sit down and join me in a knockwurst.
Coincidence. I've been looking for you, Waring, as if you didn't know.
As if I didn't.
You reported the Endicott body.
So I did.
Why didn't you hang around till I got there?
Well, Corbett, I didn't know you cared.
I've got questions.
Well, it's all in the note. He says he was betrayed, so he killed himself.
But who betrayed him?
No, I wouldn't know.
The note says he hired you to get proof for him.
It also says he changed his mind after calling me. He had all the proof he needed for his own satisfaction. That's why he decided to kill himself.
I still want to know who betrayed him.
Now, don't tell me you're the inquisitive type, Corbett.
It's my job.
Homicide's your job. This is suicide.
Is it?
Unless that note wasn't in Endicott's handwriting.
I showed it to 3 experts.
What did they say?
All agreed it's definitely Endicott's pen pushing.
Well, then what more do you want? He's found with a gun in his hand.
That's right, Waring.
And a suicide note in his own handwriting.
That's right, Waring.
So, Corbett, how come you're still asking questions?
Because I don't happen to have the answer to this one. Who killed him?
Well, Corbett, you just...
I said he wrote the note. I said he had a gun in his hand. But Waring, the gun in his hand was never fired.
It's a few minutes since Mike Waring learned that Endicott's suicide was not a suicide. Or was it? That's what the Falcon and Sergeant Corbett are wondering as they drive in a police car back to Endicott's.
So his wife was planning to leave him, Waring.
So she said.
Why didn't you tell me about it before I mentioned the gun?
Well, I didn't think it mattered before, Corbett.
Sometimes you don't think too much for your own good.
So I'll begin thinking. Tell me, does Mrs. E know her husband didn't kill himself?
Not unless she did it. I left her thinking it was suicide.
Good boy. That puts us a step up on her.
Yeah, and we may need it. The note says he was betrayed. Her leaving him could be the betrayal. Except if he didn't kill himself, does the note mean what it says?
What else would it mean?
I don't know, but it says he was going to kill himself. And if he didn't...
No, he should be ashamed of himself. After all, it's a sin to tell a lie.
Oh, Sergeant Corbett and Mr. Waring. What is it now?
There are a few more questions I want to ask you.
I thought that was all finished.
I've just been talking to Waring. He opened a new can of peas. Do we come in?
Oh, Oh, all right, I guess so.
Thanks.
Now, what is it?
It's just that Waring tells me you were going to leave your husband.
Oh, no, that's not so.
Oh, wait a minute. You told me...
Well, I was just talking. We had a little spat. It didn't mean anything.
You said you were packing.
I often threatened to leave. I didn't mean it. Wesley knew it. This had happened often before. It had nothing to do with his death.
You don't think constant fights with you
But we always made up. Believe me, it didn't mean anything.
What was the little spat about?
Money. I wanted a new coat. Wesley said he couldn't afford it. He said business had been bad. I didn't see how it could have been that bad, or he'd have said something about it before.
Oh, he said his business was bad. Mrs. Endicott, when I was here before, I asked you if you knew any reason why your husband would want to kill himself. You said you couldn't think of any.
I couldn't.
Don't you call bad business a possible reason?
But I just told you I didn't believe he was telling the truth.
Oh, Corbett, there's one way to find out if he was. Well, let's look into Endicott's business, shall we? Maybe we'll find it's dead, too.
There it is, Corbett, 705.
Yeah.
Nobody in here. Mrs. Endicott said Endicott's assistant would be here.
Maybe he's in the back office.
Yeah, maybe. Hello? Hello?
What's that?
Sounds like somebody moaning. Come on. Oh, there he is on the floor. Hey, what happened to you?
It was Mr. Mayo.
Mayo?
Yeah. He came back and he started going through the files, and I tried to stop him, but... he knocked me out. Looted the office.
I'll say he did. Look at the inner office, Waring. Looks like a whirlwind in the paperwork.
Yeah.
Are you Mr. Waring?
Yes. You know what Endicott wanted to see me about?
Well, didn't he tell you?
Yeah, he didn't get around to it.
Well, I suppose it has something to do with Mr. Mayo.
Who's Mayo?
Reginald Mayo. He's in building supplies. He was here earlier today, had a fight with Mr. Endicott, and then Mr. Endicott went home, and then a little later, Mr. Mayo came back.
Mm-hmm. What was the trouble between Endicott and Mayo?
Oh, I don't know. Why not ask Mr. Endicott?
Well, I'm afraid that wouldn't do much good. So we'll have to try Mayo instead.
Mr. Mayo, I'm sorry, gentlemen. Mr. Mayo isn't in. He left word he can be reached tomorrow morning at the Hillard Hotel in Boston.
Boston? What's he doing in Boston?
I'm sure I don't know.
When did he leave?
About 20 minutes ago. I understand he's taking the 6 o'clock from LaGuardia Airport. You may still have time.
Yeah, if we hurry, thanks. Waring, come on. Well, this does it, Waring. Mayo's trying to get away, clinches it.
It does?
Sure.
How about the Boston address? Why would he leave that if this is a runout?
Well...
And the plane he's taking, would he point arrows for us?
Well, maybe it's a bluff. Maybe that's not his plane.
Well, then what are we hurrying for?
Because we can't take chances. And stop smirking.
Who's smirking?
All right, Waring, you don't like the way I do things. You got any bright ideas?
No, Corbett, I haven't.
He admits it yet.
Not a single idea. Not even any wrong ones.
Sergeant, I've got important business
They're
in
holding
Boston.
the plane, Mayo. Talk fast and make sense. Maybe I'll let you go.
Maybe. I'm
What's
telling
this
you...
important business anyway?
Conference. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock.
What's with you and Endicott?
Why?
I'll ask the questions.
Well, at least
you want to miss the plane?
All right. All right. I did business with Endicott. Got him some materials that are hard to get hold of. Had plenty of bids for it, but took his. Then his check bounces. You wonder why I'm sore?
Oh, the check bounced.
That's right.
So you push him around.
I didn't push him around. I just warned him he'd better make good on that check by tomorrow noon or there'd be trouble.
Except tomorrow noon you plan to be in Boston.
I didn't know that this morning. This Boston business came up sudden.
Yeah, didn't it, though? The murder wouldn't have anything to do with it, I suppose.
Murder? What murder?
Endicott's.
What?
He actually looks surprised, Waring.
Maybe he is.
Well, I don't know anything about the murder.
Why did you go back?
I'm not answering anything more without a lawyer.
You went back to Endicott's. Why?
I didn't.
His assistant
I'm
says...
not answering anything without a lawyer.
What were you looking for?
I'm not
You're
answering...
not going to do so good in that Boston conference from a cell in New York.
You can't hold me. Just because I had an argument with Endicott...
I can hold you for beating up Endicott's assistant.
Well, you're crazy. I didn't...
He says you did.
Look, Sergeant, I've got to get to Boston. I don't know anything about the murder. If you want answers, ask Mrs. Endicott. She can tell you more than I can.
What gives you that idea?
She was seeing another man.
Yeah? Who says so?
Endicott.
All right, we'll check on that. But now, Mayo,
I have nothing more to say.
And you can sit in the cell until you think of something.
Look, I gave you a lead.
So thanks. Now get moving.
Dennis, who can that be?
Well, don't ask me.
I shouldn't have had you come up here, but I was so upset.
Well, pull yourself together.
But if anyone sees you
Just
here...
don't lose your head. I can handle this.
Oh, dear. Oh, now, what are we going to do?
Answer the door. Leave the rest to me.
But you and I...
Stop making so much of it. Couldn't I have come to see Wesley?
I guess so.
All right, then. I didn't come up here because of you. I'm a friend of Wesley's. Just remember that. Now answer the door.
Yes, dear.
And don't call me dear.
Oh, it's you two again. How often are you coming back?
Until you tell us all you know.
I did.
That's not the way we heard it. Come in, Waring.
Yeah, Corbett.
But...
Well, she has company.
So I see.
Sergeant Corbett, Mr. Waring, this is Dennis Fulton. He's a friend of my husband's.
I see. Hello, Fulton.
How do you do, Sergeant? I dropped in to see Endicott. Gail, Mrs. Endicott, just told me the awful news. I can't imagine why he did it.
Do you think it could have been because his wife was seeing another man?
What?
Sergeant, how dare
We
you?
have it on good authority. And you admitted threatening to leave him?
I explained all that.
You say you dropped in to see Endicott, Fulton?
That's right, Mr. Waring.
And Mrs. Endicott had nothing to do with your visit?
What do you mean? Are you trying to suggest that she and I...
Now, that's ridiculous. I hardly know Dennis.
You call him Dennis.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
How about your lipstick on his face?
What?
Does that mean anything?
Well,
Looks like you jumped the gun by locking up Mayo, Corbett. His lead is paying off.
Yeah. Well, you two, you gonna come clean?
I don't know what this is all about. Even if there is something between us, Sergeant, I don't see that it's any of your business. I didn't know you keep prying like this when a man kills himself.
We don't, when we're sure he did kill himself.
What do you mean? Is there any doubt?
Yeah, plenty. We don't think your husband killed himself. We think he was murdered.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, Dennis. Which makes your concealing your friendship with Mrs. Endicott very interesting, to say the least.
Look, you don't understand.
I'm willing to.
It's just that... Well, the scandal... We didn't want people saying we'd driven him to suicide.
Well, you don't have to worry about that. But they may say you killed him.
But the note... He said he was going to shoot himself.
Yes, only somebody beat him to it.
Well, it wasn't us.
You were here in the apartment.
Well, I only got in a few minutes before you arrived. He must have been killed while I was out.
You mean you hadn't seen him from the time you arrived until I found him?
That's right.
Still, you told me he was in the study. How did you know it if you hadn't seen him? The door was closed.
No, I mean, I hadn't seen him to speak to. I opened the door and called him, but he didn't answer. I didn't know he was dead. I thought he was just sulking. Don't you believe me?
I think you'd better come with me to headquarters, both of you.
Oh, no, please. Dennis, call a lawyer. Do something.
Sergeant, this is a terrible shock to me. I didn't know, honestly. If Gail killed him, it was without my knowledge.
Dennis, what are you saying?
She told me it was suicide. That's the first I'd heard of it.
Snake, I dare your filthy eyes out.
Go get her.
All right, that's enough. Cut it out. I said cut it out.
Let me go. Let me get at him.
You calm down. I'll stop you here.
All right. All right, but he's not crawling out of this. We killed Wesley together.
No, Gail.
Oh, yes, together. And it was Dennis's idea. He made me help. He called Wesley at the office and asked him to come home early. He waited in the study.
She's out of her mind.
You want a confession, Sergeant? I'll give you one.
No. Robert, get him. He's going for the window.
Hey, you wait.
A few hours have passed since Dennis Fulton beat a hasty retreat from Gail Endicott's accusations. Gail has signed her confession and is being held. Mayo has been released. There's an alarm out for Fulton. There's nothing much more for Mike to do on the case, or so he thinks, so he's returned home. He's settling down with the pipe and slippers when he goes to the door, opens it, and finds himself looking at Dennis Fulton and a gun.
Get back inside, Waring.
I am inside.
Away from the door, and no quick moves.
Oh, all right.
That's better. Just keep your hands where I can see them, and we'll get along fine.
I don't know that I want to get along. You're not exactly my type.
I didn't come for chit-chat, Waring. I have a proposition.
Yeah?
I didn't kill Endicott. I didn't know anything about it. Gail's lying.
So you said.
I want you to prove it.
All right, give yourself up, and I'll work on it.
I'm not giving myself up until it's proved. That's why the gun. I want to hire you to prove that Gail did it alone.
Why should I work for you?
Well, they say money talks. Here's a mouthful.
500.
I'll double it if you clear me. Well, Waring?
Well, I don't like you, Dennis, but I can't say the same for your money, so let's hear your story.
You heard it all. There's nothing else. I didn't know anything about the murder until the sergeant told me.
You didn't call Endicott and ask him to go home early?
No, that's just another of Gail's lies.
All right, we'll start with that one. It can probably be checked.
How?
Endicott's assistant, Shepard, probably takes all calls and announces them to Endicott. Now, I'll check with Shepard and see if he got a call from you.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Well, I can't get him now. The office will be closed. But I'll look him up in the morning.
All right, Waring.
In the meantime, if you want to stay here...
Oh, no, thanks, Waring. I don't trust you, and you don't trust me, so I'd have to keep my finger on the trigger. Under the circumstances, I don't think it would be comfortable for either of us.
I see what you mean.
So I'll call you tomorrow. So long, Waring.
Oh, Mr. Waring.
Hello, Shepard.
What are you doing here?
Maybe saving your life?
What?
Well, let me in. I'll explain.
All right, come in. I don't understand.
Shepard, since I saw you this afternoon, you've probably seen in the paper that Endicott was murdered today.
Yes, it's awful.
Mm-hmm. Well, you may be able to clear one of the suspects or clinch the case against him.
I?
Yes, I told him you probably have the information. Now, if he's innocent, he won't do anything. If he's guilty, he may come gunning for you.
Good heavens.
Now, take it easy. He won't be coming yet. I told him I'd check with you in the morning so he doesn't think he needs to hurry. And I came right over.
Yes, but if he does come...
Now, before you get in this stew, let's see if you really have anything to worry about. Now, tell me.
Yeah?
Didn't all calls to Endicott go through your desk?
Yes.
So you'd know about any call he received, huh?
That's right. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, did he receive a call today, a short time before he went home, from a man?
Oh, he didn't receive a call from anybody.
Oh, you're sure?
Positive. After his fight with Mr. Mayo, he called you, and then he said he was leaving the office.
I see. Well, then Fulton is telling the truth.
Fulton?
Mm-hmm, Dennis Fulton. So you don't have anything to worry about from him after all.
I'm glad to hear that.
But you may have to worry about Sergeant Corbett.
What? Why?
Well, he'll probably want to lock you up when I tell him you killed Endicott.
What are you talking about?
About you, Shepard, because you're the murderer. Well, we've wrapped up another one, Corbett.
Have we?
Shepard admitted the shooting, didn't he?
So what? Endicott wrote a suicide note, but he didn't kill himself. Mrs. Endicott said she killed him, but she didn't kill him. Shepard said Mayo attacked him. Now he says Mayo didn't attack him. He was lying to throw suspicion on Mayo. What's one more confession worth?
Well, I think Shepard's will stand up. Mrs. Endicott only confessed because Fulton started crawling and left her holding the bag, so she wanted to get him no matter what it cost her.
The woman scorned, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And as for Endicott, he really intended to kill himself. But Shepard saved him the trouble.
If we can believe Shepard.
No, it all ties up. He'd drawn out the company's money for his private use, so when Endicott's check bounced, Shepard knew Endicott would get him for embezzlement.
Mm-hmm. So Shepard follows him home and shoots him, not knowing he's just about to shoot himself.
That's it, Corbett. He overheard Endicott phoning me to get information, so as soon as Endicott hung up, Shepard stepped into the room and shot him as Endicott turned, and then beat it without noticing the gun in Endicott's hand.
If we can believe Shepard.
Still not convinced, Corbett?
On this case, no.
All right, how about the clue that tipped me to Shepard?
What clue, Waring?
Shepard overheard Endicott's phone call to me. Now, he said Endicott made it from the office. But when Endicott talked to me, he said, "Can you come over here?" and gave me his home address. That meant he was calling from home, not from the office.
Uh-huh.
Well, does that convince you, Corbett?
If we can believe you.
Oh, please, how cynical can you get? You know I cannot tell a lie.
Yeah, Waring, I know it. But who's going to believe me?
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Marcia. I'm glad you called. You'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm going to be entertained by some comic. And when this boy makes with the gags, he really slays them.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Practical Choker. Before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you about 9 of the handiest little menu helpers you ever had in your kitchen. They're the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. And they really are handy for making snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings, and appetizers. All of the Kraft cheese spreads, the mild-tasting ones and the sharp-tasting ones, too, are delicious. And they're all the very finest quality because they're made by Kraft. So, tomorrow, get several of the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. And now, the case of the practical choker. It is Sunday afternoon in New York, and in a parked car outside the Club 91, a bad actor named Chuck Morgan and a blonde named Linda Stewart are rehearsing a new comedy routine. And although Mr. Morgan's ideas of humor may be overdeveloped, still he obviously believes this act should kill his customer.
Now, you understand what you're supposed to do, Linda.
I'm not too sure, Mr. Morgan.
What's the matter with you anyway? Your agent told me you were a hep dame.
Look, Mr. Morgan, I don't need a job that badly.
All right, I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean that. You see, I want to play a joke on this guy, and I want to make sure that it goes off as scheduled.
Well, the more I hear this joke, the less I like it.
I told you there's nothing to worry about. This fellow's a good friend of mine.
And why do something as silly as this?
Just to settle a bet. Now, he thinks he's a great little guy with the ladies, and I bet him $50 he was wrong.
But you promised me $100 for this job. How can you come out ahead?
You don't understand, Linda. It's not the money, it's the principle of this thing. I just want to make a sucker out of Davis.
Davis?
Yeah, his name is Red Davis. Now, he's a thin little guy with red hair and pop eyes. You won't have any trouble spotting him. He owns the joint. He'll be in the corner booth.
But suppose your friend doesn't show any interest in me.
You haven't taken a good look at yourself in the mirror lately, have you? No, I'm not at all worried. Now, when Red sees you, he'll start baying at the moon.
But at the beginning, you want me to act insulted.
That's right. That's so he won't become suspicious. Then, thaw out and let him buy you a couple of drinks.
And after that?
Well, he'll probably want to take you out for the evening, so you tell him that first you have to make a stop at your apartment.
I don't think I like that, Mr. Morgan.
What's there not to like? This is on the up and up. When you get to your place, I'll be waiting for you.
And that's where you're going to tell Mr. Davis it's just a joke.
That's right. I can hardly wait to see Red when he learns it's a gag. I'll bet he'll practically die laughing.
Hey, where do you live anyway, Linda?
It's just the next floor, Mr. Davis.
Oh, cut it out. You promised you were going to call me Red.
I'm sorry. Red, do you know a man named...
Man named who?
Forget it.
You know, I don't get you, Linda. When I first saw you in the club, I immediately said to myself, now there's a dame with class. I was surprised when you gave me a tumble.
Well, I don't often do things like that.
It was an impulse, huh?
Yeah.
I understand. I get them all the time. Where do we go now?
It's this apartment here.
Oh, here. Let me help you.
It's all right. I can manage. Come in.
Thanks. Hey, nice layout you got here, Linda. I think I'm going to like this.
I wouldn't bet on that, Red.
Morgan.
Oh, then you do know each other.
Are you dirty little double-crosser?
But he told me it was a joke.
The joke's over now, honey. You can beat it.
Now, see here, Mr. Morgan.
I said beat it.
Oh, I don't
If you're a smart girl, you'll keep your trap closed. Now, go on.
Listen, Morgan.
Shut up. I don't want any conversation from you, Red. I just want my dough.
What dough?
Don't play dumb. The $60,000 you owe me on the Robinson fight.
Oh, that.
What'd you think I was talking about?
Well, you see, I'm kind of low, Chuck. I've been running in tough luck lately.
From now on, it's going to get worse. You know, all the boys are laughing at me for letting you hang me up. A man in my position can't afford that. It might give other people ideas.
Look, Morgan, suppose I pay you a little at a time, huh?
What do you call a little?
Well, I can give you $10,000 now and the balance
Keep
next...
your hands up.
I was just reaching for my wallet.
You got that dough on you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have it.
Oh, sure. I was going to give it to you all the time.
What?
All right, Morgan. Put him up.
Put away that gun, Davis.
Act your age. Well, Mr. Morgan, who's the joke on now?
I guess it's me.
And you're not kidding.
That's okay, Red. I'll see you again. And I'll lay you odds next time you won't be this lucky.
Lyons, because you'll enjoy it. After Chuck Morgan goes to all that trouble, Red pulls the gun and leaves Chuck with his tongue hanging out.
Well, that's very amusing, Hudson. What happened after that?
Oh, Morgan started looking for him again.
And what do you think will happen if he finds him this time?
The same thing.
You don't believe Morgan will kill him?
Nah, Morgan's all talk.
You think so?
I know so. I wouldn't last as long as a private dick if I wasn't a good judge of character, huh? Now, take it from me, nothing's going to happen to Red.
Well, that's too bad, Hudson. It would be worth a lot of money to me if something did.
Huh? How much is a lot of money?
Well, what's the difference? You're not interested.
Try me.
$2,500.
You're right. At that price, I'm not interested.
It isn't worth more. Everybody knows that Morgan has threatened Davis. So you run absolutely no risk.
What have you got against Red anyway?
Well, that's none of your business. Either you want the job or you don't.
Well, as long as you put it in that basis, Mr. Lyons, let me think it over.
Good evening. Hello, Victor. This is Red.
Oh, yes, Mr. Davis.
I'm in a booth at the corner of Madison and 46th. Anybody been around the joint asking for me?
Several gentlemen.
What'd you tell them?
That I had not heard from you all day.
Good. Norma there?
Who?
My wife, stupid.
No. Mrs. Davis has not been in all evening.
Well, when she gets that... cut that out.
What's the trouble?
Some character's in a hurry to use the phone. Hold it a second, Victor, till I take care of this pest. Now, listen, you. How would you like a good... Oh, punch.
That you, Waring?
What the...
Shut the door.
Listen, Morgan.
Got it. Just keep your hands right where they are.
What are you doing here, Chuck?
Red Davis was knocked off a couple of hours ago.
That still doesn't answer my question.
I don't see why not. One, the cops think I did it. Two, you can prove I didn't. Now, does it add up?
Not to my liking. You better get somebody else.
Listen, Waring, maybe I haven't handled this right, but I didn't kill Red.
Then why don't you tell that to the police?
You don't think for a minute they believe me?
Suppose I told you I don't either.
Now, look, Mike, I know you don't like me, but give me credit for a little intelligence. If I was going to knock off Davis, would I shoot my mouth off all over town?
So?
So I tell you I didn't kill him.
Then who did?
I got no idea.
Okay, Morgan. I'll see what I can do for you. But first, I want you to surrender to the cops.
Oh, no.
All right, then it's no deal.
Now, wait a minute, Mike. I'll make you a proposition.
No, not interested.
For Pete's sake, give me a chance, will you? I'm convinced that with any luck, you can clean this up in a couple of hours. If you haven't by then, I'll give myself up.
What'll you do in the meantime?
I'll stay right here.
What's to prevent me from walking out and calling the police?
Nothing.
Oh, you just trust me, huh?
I don't have any other choice. What do you say, Mike?
Well, this is against my better judgment, Morgan. But you got yourself a boy.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
20 minutes have passed since Mike Waring agreed to go to work for Chuck Morgan. And now, as we find Mike, he's about to earn his fee.
Yes,
Mrs. Norma Davis?
that's right.
My name is Mike Waring. I'm sorry to bother you at a time like this, but I'd like to ask you some questions about your husband.
But I've told the police everything I know.
Well, I'm working on a different angle.
Come in.
Thank you.
What do you want to know?
Mrs. Davis, have you any ideas who might have killed Red?
Yes, Chuck Morgan.
I mean, besides Morgan.
No. Red didn't have an enemy in the world.
Now, you know that's not true, Mrs. Davis. Your husband wasn't exactly the most popular citizen in New York.
How dare you say that to me?
Well, I only...
I won't have you talk that way about him. I'm tired of these insinuations. How do you know what kind of man Paul was?
Well, I'm sorry.
You're sorry. Go on, get out.
Mrs. Davis, look,
I don't want to hear any more about it.
Now leave me alone.
Permit me to congratulate you, Mrs. Davis. That was a marvelous performance.
Why, thank you, Mr. Lyons. You think I convinced him I was a broken-hearted widow?
How could you help it when you practically convinced me? Come here, darling, and let me console you.
Just a second.
Yeah, I'm looking for a guy named Larry Hudson.
Well, look no further, Mr. Morgan.
You, Hudson?
That's right.
One of my friends told me you wanted to see me.
He told you right. Care for a drink?
Yeah, I could stand one.
Help yourself. Bar's in the corner. Pour me one while you're at it. You're in a bad spot, Chuck.
You bring me up here to tell me that?
Yeah. Yeah, you see, I know who killed Red Davis.
What?
You heard me. Oh, that one mine?
Yeah.
Thanks. Say, how you fix the cash?
What do you mean?
Well, I got a lot of information to sell. It's going to the highest bidder.
You mean you can clear me?
I'm not doing any more talking until I see the color of your dough.
How do I know you got merchandise?
I'll give you a sample. Did you know that Davis's wife was two-timing him?
With whom?
Oh, no, that's all you get free. But you can use that kind of stuff, can't you?
Listen, Hudson, I want you to talk to Waring.
Oh?
Mike Waring, the Falcon. He's working for me.
Are you kidding?
No. Will you talk to him?
Sure. Providing I can make a buck.
I'll take care of you. I'm going back to Waring's apartment. I want you to call him there in about 15 minutes.
Well, I'll be sitting right here at the phone.
Tell him what you told me about Mrs. Davis.
Oh, no good. Get the dough up first.
Now, look, Hudson, I only got $1,000 on me. I'll give you another $4 the next time I see you.
Ah. Okay, Morgan. You got yourself a deal.
Morgan? Chuck? Hello, desk. This is Mr. Waring. There was a man waiting in my apartment. By any chance did you... Never mind. Come in.
Hello, Mike.
I'm just asking for you, Morgan. Where the devil have you been?
Out.
That tells me a lot. I thought you agreed to stay right here.
I know, but I had to see somebody.
Who?
Suppose you tell me what you found out first.
Well, not very much. Every lead I explored came back to you.
Did you see Mrs. Davis?
Just for a few minutes.
What'd you think of her?
She seemed all broken up over her husband's murder.
She was kidding you.
What makes you think so?
Because I've been doing a little checking on my own. She's been holding hands with some guy who wasn't her husband.
Where'd you get that from?
Private dick named Larry Hudson.
Oh, that lying thief.
I don't care what he is, Mike. He's got the evidence to clear me.
Who did he say killed Davis?
He wouldn't tell me, but I made him promise to talk to you. He should be calling you any minute.
Listen, Morgan, I wouldn't trust that guy on a stack of Bibles. What'd you give him?
Give him?
Yes, a guy like Hudson doesn't talk for free. How much you promise him?
$5,000.
Then you better save your money.
But I tell you, he can clear me. There, that's probably him now.
Hello.
That's you, Waring?
That's right, Hudson.
I take it then you've talked to Morgan.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think?
What I think is unimportant. Morgan tells me you can clear him.
Sure. For a price.
For my part, I'm not interested.
You gotta talk to him, Mike.
I don't like it, Morgan.
Neither do I, but if this guy can save my
Well,
neck...
make up your minds, boys. I ain't got all week.
Okay, Hudson. We'll be over in an hour. 4A, 4B.
It's over here, Mike.
Now, look, I want you to let me handle Hudson and keep your mouth shut.
You're the doctor. What's keeping him?
I don't know.
Maybe he went out.
I doubt it.
How can you tell?
Take a peek at that keyhole.
I can't see a thing.
Sure, because the key is still in the lock. That means Hudson's got to be in there. Hey, Hudson, open up! Hudson! All right, Morgan, give me a hand.
What are you going to do?
Break it down. Shouldn't take too much effort. Come on, let's go. All right, one more. Should do it. Hudson? Hudson! Where the devil is the light switch?
It ought to be somewhere around the door.
And watch yourself, Morgan. Wait till I strike a match. I got it. There we are.
Mike.
Yeah. Don't touch him.
Was he dead?
Either that or asleep. With that knife in him, what do you think?
Hand me the phone. I gotta call the cops.
A nice piece of work, Mike. A very nice piece of work. All right, Morgan, let's go.
Now, hold it, Corbett. He's not the reason I called you.
I know, but I'm not complaining.
I told you not to call him, Mike.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think you're right, Morgan. For the same dime, I could have phoned someone with brains.
What kind of a crack is that?
Well, in case you hadn't noticed, Sergeant, that's a body in that chair.
It'll keep. But as long as you raise the point, why did you kill him, Morgan?
You crazy? I just got here with Waring.
Don't hand me that.
It's the truth, Corbett.
So you're going to be his alibi.
Yep. And you better listen to me unless you want to look like a jerk when we get to headquarters. Now, how long would you say Hudson was dead?
Yeah, not too long. Body's still warm. Could be anywhere from 15 minutes to 3/4 of an hour.
That lets Morgan out.
I don't see how.
Because he was with me every minute from the time I got Hudson's call to the time we broke down the door. And the whole business took at least an hour.
Your word's not good enough, Mike.
Okay, Sergeant. If you don't believe me, you can check with the switchboard at my place and the doorman downstairs. And if that's not enough, I'll dig up the hacky who drove us over.
That still doesn't mean Morgan couldn't have killed Red Davis.
Oh, now, come on. Use your head, Sergeant. You know both these murders were committed by the same party. Hudson knew who it was, and that's why he was killed.
I still say it was Morgan.
You're crazy. Hudson was going to clear me.
Keep quiet, Morgan. All right, Sergeant. I'll advise him to confess if you can show me one thing.
What?
How did he get in here? You can see the only door was locked from the inside.
So what? He could have used the window.
Yeah? We'll take a look.
There are bars on him.
That's right. And no one but a midget could fit through the opening.
And there must be another door.
Yeah, forget it. There wasn't.
And it was a physical impossibility for anyone to have killed Hudson.
Yet it was done.
How?
Well, I can't tell you. But maybe I can take you to the little lady who can. Shall we go?
Listen, Mike, if the DA ever finds out I let Morgan go, he'll have... Wait a minute.
Huh?
Isn't this where Red Davis lived?
That's right, Sergeant.
Well, you can't bother his wife now.
Why not?
Because her husband was just murdered.
Oh, well, she may surprise you with what she knows about it. Morgan told me that she was being romanced by some character.
Oh.
I don't know. And apparently neither did Red. If you ask me, Sergeant,
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Davis. Remember me?
Not too pleasantly.
May we come in?
I'm sorry, Mr. Waring. I'm busy.
Oh, well, this gentleman would like to ask you a couple of questions.
This gentleman means nothing in my young life.
Well, now you never can tell. He's a sergeant in the New York Police Department's Homicide Division.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's just that the house is in such a mess.
Well, we promise not to stare.
Who was it, Norma? Norma.
I think you're being paged, Angel.
It's nothing, Raymond.
Oh, for a moment, darling, I was... Oh.
Hello, Mr.
Lyons, Raymond Lyons.
Listen, Sergeant, I can explain everything.
Sure, but suppose we do it downtown.
Downtown?
As is customary, Mrs. Davis, when the police are questioning suspects.
But we did absolutely nothing.
Nothing but murder your husband and the man named Larry Hudson.
That's a lie.
You deny that you and Lyons are busy in the romance department behind your husband's back?
Yes.
And what's Lyons doing here now?
Well, he's just helping me.
Mm-hmm. Like he helped you murder Hudson?
No.
Now, just a moment, Waring. I thought this gentleman was the officer of the law.
You're right, Lyons, but if you think my questions are going to be less embarrassing, you're in for a bad shock. Larry Hudson was murdered at 10:45 tonight. Where were you at that time?
I was with Norma.
That's right.
Well, now, that's what I call a wonderful alibi, Sergeant. Too bad there wasn't anyone else around to substantiate it.
Oh, but there was, Mr. Waring. A justice of the peace, named Smith, over in Jersey. I think he might recall us.
Why should he?
Because I gave him $100 to perform the marriage ceremony that made Norma here Mrs. Lyons. I guess he should remember that, don't you?
This is Ed Hurley again, friends, and I'd like to help you find out about the 9 most delicious cheese spreads you'd ever want to taste. They're the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. They're delightfully mild-tasting ones, such as Kraft Pineapple Cheese Spread, Kraft Olive Pimento, and Kraft Relish. And there are sharp-tasting ones, too, like Roca, Smokell, and Kraft Limburger Cheese Spread. All of them are mighty good to eat. And they're good for you to eat, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest ingredients. For quick, easy snacks and sandwiches, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Norma Davis and Raymond Lyons punctured Mike's theory by coming up with an unbreakable alibi. And now as Mike drives home with Sergeant Corbett, he still refuses to accept the obvious.
Doesn't make sense, Corbett. I tell you, it doesn't make sense.
Hey, will you watch where you're driving?
Something screwy about that marriage.
You saw the license?
Well, doesn't it strike you as strange that within 12 hours after her husband is murdered, Mrs. Davis marries another man?
Of course it does. There's no law against it.
No, but an alibi like that must have a hole in it.
Well, you show me where. And after you do that, show me how either Mrs. Davis or Lyons could have murdered Hudson. If it was a physical impossibility for Morgan to kill him, it applies to them, too.
Uh-oh, hold everything.
What's the matter?
Oh, what a chump I've been.
Well, they say confession is good for the soul.
I tell you, I've got the answer to the whole thing, Sergeant.
That on the level?
Yes. I know now who killed Hudson. And with the help of Chuck Morgan, I'm going to prove it.
Driving at, Mike. I don't know anything about Mrs. Davis except what I told you before.
Well, how did you discover she was seeing Raymond Lyons?
I didn't know it was Lyons. All Hudson told me was that it was some man.
Mm-hmm. How well did you know Hudson?
I met him for the first time today. He got in touch with one of my friends and said he wanted to see me.
Well, that puts us right back where we started.
Look, Mike, why don't we drop the whole business?
Ah, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
Well, sure. The cops know now that I couldn't have killed Hudson.
That's where you're wrong.
You mean they still think...
No, they don't. But I do.
What are you babbling about?
Morgan, I know how you managed it.
Do you?
Yes, it was pretty clever. I can't blame myself for not seeing it sooner. No wonder you insisted I go up and see Hudson.
I'm still waiting to hear you explain how I killed him.
Well, I'm saving that for the cops.
Ah, don't kid yourself, Mike. You've done all the talking you're going to.
All right, put away the gun, Morgan. You don't think I'd be sucker enough to come here alone?
Funny, I don't see anyone around.
You're not looking in the right places.
What?
Get down, Mike. I'm warning you, Morgan. You better throw your gun in the middle of the room.
You want it, Sergeant? Come here.
Watch it, Mike. He may be acting.
Now, with that hole in his forehead, Corbett, it doesn't call for much ability. Think you better phone the coroner. You can drop me over at the corner, Sergeant. Well, it's been grand.
Hold it, Mike. Aren't you forgetting something? I've got a report to make.
Who's stopping you?
You are.
Oh. Well, you know that Morgan killed Red Davis.
Sure. I was the first one to say so.
You should have stuck to your guns.
Well, when you tossed in that razzle-dazzle about Hudson's murder, you threw me.
Yeah, well, don't feel too badly about it. I was right with you. Of course, I'm reconstructing now, but this is what must have happened. Lyons tried to hire Hudson to bump Red. Hudson said he'd think it over. When Red was killed, Hudson knew immediately that if he hadn't done it, Morgan must have.
I don't see how that follows. It could have been Lyons.
If Lyons were willing to do the job, why did he approach Hudson in the first place? No, it had to be Morgan. And when Hudson realized that, he tried to shake down Morgan. He even told Morgan that if the price were right, he might be induced to frame Red's wife. So Morgan played along with him and asked him to get in touch with me.
Now we're coming to the part I want to hear.
Well, when Chuck went to meet Hudson, he knew it would be the first of many such meetings, unless he took steps. So he slipped a slow-acting drug into Hudson's drink.
Why didn't he kill him then and there and be done with it?
Because he needed an alibi, and I was it.
I don't get it.
He needed someone with him while he murdered Hudson.
What?
Sure. Remember you said it was a physical impossibility for anyone to get into that room and kill Hudson before Morgan and I broke down the door?
Yeah?
Well, there you hit the nail right on the head. It was a physical impossibility. So it means that Hudson was killed while I was in the room.
Let me get this straight. You mean while you were hunting for the light switch?
Morgan was hunting for a place to plant his knife.
Wasn't he taking quite a chance there?
Oh. Hudson was drugged, so he couldn't make an outcry. And the knife makes no noise at all.
Well, that'll learn you. The next time I say something, you'll listen. I told you Morgan was the killer all along.
Yeah, well, you'll have to forgive me. I've been hearing so many radio shows. I forgot it wasn't unconstitutional for a cop to be right. Let's hope this establishes some sort of a precedent, huh? Good night, Sergeant.
It's wonderful as a spread, delicious as a seasoning, superb as a flavor shortening. It's Parquet Margarine, that marvelous all-purpose margarine made by Kraft. Yes, millions prefer Parquet to any other spread, seasoning or shortening, for one big reason. It tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its new aluminum foil Flavor Saver wrap. Elsewhere, get the regular package or Color Quick bag. Get Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. It tastes so good. The Case of the Gangster's Girl. The Case of the Gangster's Girl. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that somebody who starts out to be a stool pigeon is likely to end up being a dead pigeon. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Gene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Also heard on today's broadcast was Miss Ann Williams of New Orleans, Louisiana, who was chosen by this program from among the dramatic students of Sarah Lawrence College in Bronxville, New York. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Monty Woolley, Jack Haley, and Judy Holliday join the big show on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Thelma. Well, I'm glad you called, but tonight is out, Angel. A girl is trying to break off with her boyfriend, but he loves her too much to let her go. And it's up to me to see he doesn't love her to death.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Gangster's Girl. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's golden cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good, hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy, hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy quarter-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The cheese food of top quality. Velveeta is made only by Kraft. And now, the case of the gangster's girl. It's late Sunday night in New York, and Mort Potter, a local gambler, is returning home after hitting a few of the night spots when a large sedan pulls alongside on a deserted street. Potter pulls over to let the second car by, but instead of passing, it starts crowding him, forcing him toward the curb.
Hey! Hey, what's the idea? Why don't you look where you... Oh, Murray.
Hello, Potter. Come on, will you? Yeah. I'm disappointed in you, Potter. Hilliard tells me you turned down our proposition.
Yeah, well, it's just... Well, I thought...
You didn't think so good. Come on, get out.
Hey, what's the idea?
Get out, or do I have to help you out? All right, Hilliard, hold him.
Yeah, Murray. Look, fellas, if you'll just let me... Oh, hey, oh, yeah, oh...
Murray, don't you believe in knocking?
If you want privacy, keep your door locked.
I thought it was.
Well, you should be more careful, Sue. Well, where do you think you're going?
Little trip?
Looks more like a big trip. You've cleaned the closet.
If I want to go away...
From me? You wouldn't do that, baby doll.
I saw the paper. That man has 3 broken ribs.
What man?
You know what man. Everybody knows you did it.
Baby doll, don't take everything so serious.
3 broken ribs are serious.
Are they your ribs?
You said easy money. Well, I didn't like it from the start. But you insisted, what's the harm? Well, when you start beating up people, that's harm. Next, it'll be killing. Or maybe that's happened already, too.
Now, look, I don't want to talk about it. You're staying here, understand?
No, Murray.
I said you're staying here. Now start unpacking.
No.
Start unpacking. Now, hurry up. Wanting to go away. You don't know how lucky you are, baby doll. I'm going to be big in this town. Real big.
I liked you when you weren't going to be big.
Now, don't talk dumb. And quit your bawling. We're doing a town tonight. I don't want your eyes all red.
Why can't you leave me alone?
Sometimes I ask myself that. I just can't, that's all. You know, you ought to be flattered. As soon as Hilliard told me you'd been over to the airline ticket office, I'd come right over.
Oh, Hilliard. How did he know?
Well, he keeps his eyes open.
Have you got him spying on me?
No, he just likes to look after my interests, that's all.
He just likes to make trouble, that's all.
Oh, he's okay.
Like a rattlesnake, he's okay. And one of these days, he'll make trouble for you, too.
Don't make me laugh.
You'll see. Things aren't bad enough. You have to have worms around.
All right. You don't like him? I'll can him. Anything for you, baby.
Yeah, except getting out of the whole dirty business.
Except that.
Or letting me out.
Oh, you don't want out, baby doll. Not if it means leaving me. Now, come on, honey. Get those bags unpacked.
Hello?
Is that Michael Waring, the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
I want to hire you.
Well, considering the price of groceries, I want to be hired. Who are you?
Oh, Sue Saunders.
Mm-hmm. And why do you want a detective? Or don't you want to say over the phone?
It has to be over the phone. I don't dare come to see you. I might be followed. I'm calling from a phone booth, and I'll mail you the money for your fee.
All right, what do I do to earn it?
I want to get rid of my boyfriend.
Rid of him?
Yeah. I'm hoping you can have him put in jail.
Oh, for a minute you had me worried.
Well, you may still have something to worry about. He plays rough.
What's his name?
Murray Ross.
Oh, I see what you mean. I've just been reading about him.
Yeah, it's in the papers. The police questioned him, but they couldn't prove anything. But I know he beat up that man because he wouldn't join Murray's outfit. They want to corner all the numbers men in town.
Who's they?
Murray and Al Burkett.
Uh-oh. Is Burkett in this deal?
He is the deal. Murray just runs the West End for him.
Uh-huh. And just where do you fit?
I don't fit anymore. That's just the trouble. I've been going with Murray, but I want out.
And he has other plans for you, huh?
That's right. My only hope is for him to be picked up. But so far, nobody's been able to prove anything that would stick.
What makes you think I will?
Well, I have to do something, and I've heard a lot about you, and I got to get away. I simply got to.
Even if it means sending your boyfriend to jail?
He hasn't left me any choice.
Well, I'll do what I can for you, but how do I get in touch with you?
I'll have to get in touch with you. I'll call you from time to time.
Right. Can you tell me anything that might help?
Well, nothing more than I already have, and the police already know all of that. The problem's getting proof. If I learn anything, I'll let you know. Now, I got to go. He's expecting me for dinner.
Well, have fun.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm dead serious.
It's just the way I'll be if Murray finds out about this call. Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Come on, baby doll. Let's have a smile.
I'm trying, Murray.
Oh, you shouldn't have to try. What's the matter?
You know what's the matter.
Ah, look, baby doll, I know it's a little rough getting organized, but everybody's just about lined up now. No more knuckle deals. Now it's a business, just like any business. I'll have an office, 9 to 5. You'll see.
Yeah, first it's getting people in line, and then it's keeping them in line.
They'll stay in line.
Not because they want to. You enjoy throwing your weight around, Murray. You know you do. You like people to be afraid of you. Makes you feel important. You have to pretend to be a big shot because you know you're just Burkett's errand boy.
Well, yeah.
Look out, you'll knock over the champagne.
Just Burkett's errand boy, huh? Listen, baby doll, I'm going to tell you something. I run the West End, see? All the collections are turned over to me.
And you pass them on to Burkett with a little cut for yourself.
Little cut? Listen, Burkett don't know all the angles. I got 2 sets of books. If Burkett knew what to take in this part of town really comes to it with curl his hair, I'm taking him but plenty.
And when he finds out?
Who's going to tell him?
Maybe he won't have to be told. He's good at arithmetic.
Yeah, but he can't figure what he can't see, baby doll. Ah, come on, stop worrying, will you? Everything's going to be all right.
Yeah, I guess it is. Just depends upon what you call all right.
Yes, what is it?
Murray Ross is here to see you, Mr. Burkett.
Oh, good. I've been waiting. Send him in.
Yeah. Okay, go on in.
Right. Hello, Burkett. I understand you wanted to see me.
Yes, I like to check up from time to time. You know how it is. Sit down. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
How's Sue?
Oh, she's all right.
That's good.
Anything special you wanted to see me about?
As a matter of fact, yes. There is.
Shoot.
Don't give me ideas.
Huh?
Do you take me for a fool, Murray?
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. But just so there won't be any question, I'll lay it on the line. Cards on the table. To put it bluntly, Murray, you've been holding out on me, shortchanging me.
What? Who told you?
Never mind. I have sources of information.
Well, your sources are talking through their hat.
Perhaps. Won't take long to check.
Want to see the books?
Which set?
You got the wrong idea.
I think not, but as I said, I'll check. But not books. There are other methods, more reliable.
Okay, you'll find out.
I'm sure I will, my boy. And while I'm working on it, you'll stay here where I can keep an eye on you.
Here?
Yes, house guest. The boys will see you're comfortable. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
You're too warm? I see you're perspiring. Shall I open a window?
I'm getting out of here. What?
Going somewhere, mister?
Well, I,
Close the door.
Yeah.
All right, now come back here and sit down, boy. We've got to finish our conversation.
What are you going to do?
Ah, yes. What am I going to do? Let's discuss that, shall we?
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. And while Mr. Burkett is talking about what he's going to do, I have a little suggestion for you ladies who wonder what you're going to do for some interesting Lenten menu ideas. And my suggestion is this. Just get a 2-pound loaf of Kraft smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta. You can melt Velveeta for smooth, delicious cheese sauce that'll add extra goodness to vegetables or seafood or rice or just plain toast for a fine main dish. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Notice how smooth it melts without any lumps at all. Then slowly stir in 1/4 cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have it. A delicious cheese sauce with a wonderful, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. A flavor that everyone, the youngsters and Grandma included, will enjoy often. And it's a wholesome dish because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. So whether you melt Velveeta for a swell cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches, you'll find Velveeta is a mighty handy helper, Mother, especially now during Lent. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow, won't you? It's America's favorite cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's a couple of hours since Al Burkett revealed he knew about Murray's double dealing. And now there's a knock at the door of Sue Sanders' apartment. Sue goes to the door, opens it, and finds herself facing Murray.
Hello, baby doll. Surprised to see me?
No. Should I be?
Look out, I'm coming in.
All right. Why are you locking the door?
I've just come from Burkett.
Oh?
He knows about the finagling.
How'd he find out?
How'd he find out? That's Rich.
Well, he let you go.
Yeah, he let me go. Says I can still be useful, but now he's going to keep his eye on me. Won't that be real cozy? Somebody's going to pay for this, baby doll.
Well, you don't think that I...
Somebody tipped Burkett. He didn't have proof, but he knew about the deal.
Well, if he didn't have the
He
proof...
could always get proof once he was wise, so I had to come across. Come here, baby doll.
What do you want?
I just want you to come here.
Murray.
Why did you tip
I
Burkett?
didn't.
Not much you didn't. I tell you, and right away, Burkett knows all
You
about
can't believe me.
Yeah?
Ouch, Murray, don't.
You little
I didn't
double-crosser.
tell him, I swear it.
Then who did?
How about Hilliard?
Hilliard, huh? Why should he?
I told you he was dangerous. He spied on me for you. Well, he'll spy on you for Burkett. Getting good with the big boys. That's his motto.
Maybe.
That must be it. Hilliard would sell out his own brother if it would help him get ahead.
Well, we'll see, baby doll. We'll see.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Waring. This is Sue Sanders. Have you found out anything for me?
I'm working on it. I've got a phony deal cooked up. If I can get Murray to go for it, I may be able to hook him.
Well, I hope you can work fast. He thinks I've double-crossed him.
Does he know about me?
No, it's something else.
All right, I'll put on the heat. But I think I'd better try the act out on Hilliard first.
Hilliard?
Yeah, I have an idea he's more gullible than Murray. If I can sell him, Murray's a cinch.
Well, anything you think best, only hurry.
Yourself, Hilliard. You can at least double your take if you work with my crowd.
How do you know what my take is?
Well, it's all down there in black and white.
I'm not admitting those figures are right. In fact, I'm not admitting I have anything to do with the numbers.
All right, look, I don't blame you for being cagey, but think it over, Hilliard. If you want to do business, you know where to reach me.
Okay, Waring.
But I'd like an answer by tomorrow. We want to get moving.
Yeah.
And if I were you, I wouldn't mention this to anyone.
You think I'm crazy?
It's always a possibility. Well, now I've got... Look out, Hilliard, the window! Driver, did you see anybody come out of that alley just now?
Uh-huh. He just got in a red sedan, drove off.
Did you see where he went?
Turned right at the corner.
All right, let's see if we can catch him.
Okay. Hey, what's it all about?
Did you hear those shots?
Shots? I thought it was backfire.
Backfire never killed anybody.
Oh, somebody's dead?
Yeah, very.
Hey, I don't think I like this.
Well, I'm not exactly turning cartwheels myself. You said red sedan. Is that it up ahead?
Yeah, could be.
All right, step on it.
Yeah. Sees us coming. He's starting to speed.
Well, catch him.
Well, I'll try, but I'm just as happy if I don't.
He just turned left.
Yeah, I see. Hang on. Here we go.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah. Just got through the light. It's changing.
Well, lean on your horn and go through on the red.
Now, look, if I get a ticket...
I'll stand the fine.
Okay. Do you stand the hospital bills, too?
Yes, and the funeral expenses. Just keep going.
Yeah, you say the nicest things.
He's taking another turn.
Yeah. Hey, he'll never make it at that speed. I told you he's going to crash. Well, end of the line, mister.
Yeah, certainly looks like it for him. Hello, Murray.
Do I know you?
Name's Mike Waring.
Oh, the Falcon.
Ah, you see, you do know me.
Of you. What do you want?
Well, I got a proposition you might be interested in.
No, thanks.
How do you know till you hear it?
I said I've heard of you. I didn't like what I heard.
Well, neither did Hilliard, but he was willing to look over my wares.
Oh? You talked to Hilliard?
Uh-huh.
What'd he say?
Said he'd consider it.
I'm not surprised. Now I know I'm not interested.
You don't care for Hilliard?
I don't care for rats.
How much don't you care for them?
Huh?
Well, just wondering if you'd try to exterminate them.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, somebody exterminated Hilliard. And since you called him a rat...
You mean he's dead?
That's right.
So that's her angle.
Whose angle?
Nothing. Anyhow, it's not going to work. I can prove where I've been all afternoon.
Yes, but this job was done by a professional trigger. You could have hired him.
Oh, they picked up who done it?
Picked up the pieces.
Well, he wasn't working for me. But I got an idea. I'll be seeing you, Ware.
Just a minute, Murray.
I got things to do out of my way.
Yeah, well, first
I said out of my way.
Okay, if that's the way you want it, maybe this will keep you around a while.
Mr. Waring, you shouldn't have come here. I said I'd call you.
Well, I didn't want to wait.
But if Murray comes...
He won't.
How do you know?
The police are keeping him busy.
Oh, you've had him arrested?
Yes, temporarily. They're holding him for questioning.
Well, they questioned him before. They can't prove anything. That's why I hired you.
Well, they never questioned him about this before.
About what?
Hilliard's murder.
What? Has Hilliard been murdered?
Uh-huh. And when I told Murray about it, I got the idea he was coming for you. That's the reason I tried to put him on ice for a while.
Well, do you think they'll be able to hold him long?
Well, I'm afraid not. Unless you can give us a little something to go on.
Like what?
Like a motive, for example. Now, do you know any reason why Murray would want to kill Hilliard?
Now, look. It's going to be bad enough for me if Murray gets out of this. I'll only make it worse by saying anything, make him that much angrier.
Well, maybe he won't get out of it if you tell enough.
But this is murder. Yeah, I want him locked up, but the electric chair, that's something else.
Well, it's your hire to his, Angel. And if he's a murderer...
I don't know what to say.
Say whatever you know.
Well, I don't know much.
Look, did Murray have a motive for killing Hilliard?
Well, yeah, I guess he did.
All right, what was it?
I told you Murray thought I double-crossed him.
Yes, but you didn't say what about.
Well, he'd been holding back some of Burkett's money. Burkett found out about it. Murray thought I told him. I said it must have been Hilliard.
Mm-hmm. Well, that could do it. Anything else you know?
I don't think so.
Well, I'll call that much into the police. Then I'll go see Burkett. Now that the heat's on, I've got to find out what's cooking and make sure it's not your goose.
Mr. Burkett.
Yes?
Mike Waring is here. He wants to see you.
Waring, huh? Good. Tell him to come in.
Yeah. All right, Waring.
Well, thanks, sweetheart. Hello, Burkett. I've been wanting to meet you.
So I understand. You've been snooping around. What's it about?
Snooping?
Asking questions.
Oh.
If you hadn't dropped in today, I was just about to look you up.
Well, I saved you the trouble.
All right, now let's have it. I like to know where I stand. Why the interest in me?
Well, I'll tell you. I'm interested in the numbers game. It can be very profitable.
Yes, that's what I hear.
That's what you know. You're in it up to your ears.
All right, if you like. I won't deny it, but it'll take some proving. The DA's been working on it for months.
I don't have to prove it except to my own satisfaction. I'm not trying to convince a court.
Who are you trying to convince?
I told you, myself. Just wanted to make sure you were the boy to hit with my proposition.
Proposition?
Yeah, there's a new outfit coming into this game. They sent me on ahead to line things up. We're big, lots of backing. Now, we could run you out, but we prefer to do business with you. To your advantage and ours.
Whose outfit is it?
Well, we'll get around to that when you join. But now you deal with me.
Look, friend, if I was up to my ears in a racket, as you say, why would I want to deal with a character like the Falcon who's so chummy with the law?
Well, sure, I've been chummy with the law. That's why the organization wanted me. A thing like that can come in handy. Now, look, I don't blame you for being cautious, but I've got the whole thing worked out on paper. Dollars and cents. Can't hurt to look at it.
Oh, it can't hurt. Be glad to look it over. Let's have it.
Well, I don't have it with me. I left it at Hilliard's.
Hilliard's? What were you doing there?
Well, I didn't think it was any use hitting you until I found out how your boys took to this idea. So I talked to Hilliard and Murray Ross.
Oh. What did they say?
Why not ask them?
Don't think I won't. They're supposed to come here tonight. If they've been holding hands with you...
So you admit they work for you?
That's no secret, Waring. I have an investment business.
Still don't trust me, do you, Burkett?
Why should I?
You shouldn't.
But I'm always willing to look over any proposition.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send one of the boys over to Hilliard's to pick up your papers.
Yes, do that. I'm sure you'll find them interesting.
What I want to know is just how interesting did Hilliard and Murray find them?
Well, I'm afraid you'll never find out from Hilliard.
Why?
Haven't you heard?
Heard what?
Hilliard's been murdered.
What?
Yes, I thought you knew.
Oh, Hilliard talks to you, and right away he gets himself murdered. What's the matter? Did he turn you down?
He said he'd think it over.
Who are you working for, Waring?
I told you, that's not for publication yet.
I'm asking.
Sorry.
You know, sometimes silence can be very unhealthy.
Why? You're just a businessman. Investments. You wouldn't try any rough stuff.
That's right, Waring. I wouldn't. But you can always have an accident, can't you?
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, Mike won't tell Mr. Burkett what he wants to know, but I do want to tell you something I'm sure you mothers especially will want to know. It's how to get the finest cheese food you can buy for your family. It's simple, really. Just be sure you buy Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Velveeta tastes good, and it's so good for you, too. For Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect any time for snacks, sandwiches, and grand hot dishes. Try it, won't you, Mother? Make Velveeta your handy helper. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta, the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's 20 minutes since Mike Waring left Al Burkett. Now he's back at Sue's with a plan to wrap up the case.
Now, look, Angel, I want you to call Burkett. Ask him to come over here.
Why?
I want to get him away from his gorillas. He was expecting Murray and Hilliard tonight. Now, he knows Hilliard can't make it, but he's still waiting for Murray. He knows you're Murray's girl, so maybe he'll come if he thinks you have an important message from Murray.
He'd probably want me to go to his place.
Well, you can be expecting a phone call from Murray and don't want to leave till you get it.
All right, I'll try. But what happens when he gets here?
Well, the only way to clinch anything against these boys is to get one of them on record against the other. I think I know how to do it now, and it ought to work.
Well, it better. After all, Mr. Waring, I hired you to get me out of danger, not into it. Come in, Mr. Burkett.
Righto, Sue. Where's... Oh, Waring.
Hello, Burkett.
Oh, she didn't tell me you'd be here.
I thought Murray might be here.
What did you want with him? You said you'd already talked over your proposition with him.
No, it wasn't about that. I want to talk to him about the murder.
So? What did he think he could tell you?
Well, as a matter of fact,
Murray.
Well, what do you know? Right on cue. Come on in, Murray.
What is this? What are you doing here?
Waiting for you. I didn't think the police would hold you, but maybe they will next time round.
Police? So that's your game, Waring. The proposition was just a bluff. I thought as much.
Yes, Burkett, I've been trying to find some way of proving what everybody knows about you fellas. It's not easy, but maybe it won't be necessary if I can pin the murder on you instead.
On who?
Who do you think, Murray?
You tell me.
Well, Burkett found out you had double-crossed him. Haven't you wondered why he didn't do something about it? The only reason you're not on the slab with Hilliard is that you make such a nice patsy.
How's that?
Hilliard blabbed on you. Gives you a good motive. So it's safe for Burkett to have Hilliard rubbed out with you around to take the rap.
What rubbish.
I don't know, Burkett. I've been wondering how come you turned me loose.
Well, I told you I needed you.
Maybe. And maybe Waring's making sense. Now, you're going to tell me.
I told you.
No. Come on, Burkett, talk.
Stop it, you idiot. Can't you see what Waring's trying to do?
You're going to talk.
Sure he will, Murray, at headquarters. That's where you're going as soon as you fellas get through dancing. And just in case you have any doubts about it, this gun ought to remove them. So let me know when you're ready, will you? Well, Angel, before they got through, they certainly spilled plenty on each other. They won't have much to worry about from Murray anymore. He has a long stretch ahead for racketeering. And Burkett is going up for murder.
But why did Burkett have Hilliard killed? Hilliard was helping him. He told him about Murray's cheating.
Yes, that's just it. You see, Hilliard was a stool pigeon. He squealed on you to Murray, squealed on Murray to Burkett. So Burkett reasoned he might just as likely squeal on him to the law.
Oh, I see.
Now, Burkett's motto was never trust a stoolie. Makes sense.
But how did you know that he was behind the murder?
Well, he pretended he didn't know Hilliard had been killed. But when I told him I'd left some papers he might be interested in at Hilliard's, he said he'd send one of the boys over to pick them up. But since he was supposed to be expecting Hilliard, why didn't he simply call him to bring the papers along?
Of course. He must have known Hilliard wouldn't be coming.
That's right, because he knew he was dead.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad it's over. And I'm certainly glad you got me free of Murray. And believe me, I'm going to be careful who I start going out with from now on.
That's a very good idea.
Of course. A private detective ought to be safe enough.
Uh-oh. Don't look at me.
What's the matter?
You had your last boyfriend sent to jail. I'm going to be careful, too. Good night, Angel.
Friends, America's defense program has placed on the Red Cross one of the greatest responsibilities it has ever had to assume. Now, in addition to day-to-day aid to the sick and injured, The Red Cross must extend its services to the men of our growing armed forces in camps and hospitals, at home and overseas. Now, too, the Red Cross must recruit, train, and equip millions of home defense volunteers in first aid and home nursing. And the Red Cross system of blood banks must be expanded to meet greater civilian and military needs. That's why Red Cross needs your help. By giving as generously as you can to the Red Cross, you are helping to mobilize for the defense of your family, your community, your country. The Case of the Unsilent Butler. The Case of the Unsilent Butler. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that the way some people get a bang out of life is by using a gun. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Jan Miner as Sue. Be sure to hear the Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley. He's speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Vivian. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to pass me by tonight, Angel. I'm all tied up with some practical joker. This boy thinks the only way to get a bang out of life is by using a gun.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Unsilent Butler. Now, The Case of the Unsilent Butler. It's early afternoon in New York, and in the swank offices of the Conrad Oil Company, the president of the outfit thumbs through a stack of correspondence. It's quite obvious that Mr. Conrad is a big operator, and if you're wondering how he got there, just watch him in action. What is it, Miss Rogers?
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Conrad, but there's a Daniel Lyons here to see you.
Daniel Lyons?
He used to be with the Cooper Detective Agency. He says he has a 3:30 appointment.
Oh, yes. Send him in.
Mr. Conrad will see you now, Mr. Lyons.
Miss Rogers?
Yes, sir.
See that we're not disturbed.
Mr. Conrad?
That's right.
I'm Danny Lyons.
This is indeed a pleasure, sir. Won't you sit down?
Thanks.
You're probably wondering why I sent for you.
Now that you mention it, I am. Your company has its own staff of troubleshooters.
Well, the assignment I had in mind calls for peculiar talents. And I don't think our boys are equipped to handle it.
What makes you think I am?
Weren't you the detective whose license was revoked for your part in the Norden affair?
Yeah, but I was framed.
I'm terribly sorry to hear that.
What do you mean?
The man with an imagination capable of figuring out the method of swindling Mr. Norden should go far.
Could you use someone like that?
I could.
Then I'm your boy. What's the pitch?
Mr. Lyons, I don't know how much you know about the oil business.
Very little.
Have you any idea how we locate a well?
I always assumed you just kept digging and hoped for the best.
Oh, it's a little more scientific than that. However, there's still a great deal of guesswork involved. So much so that last year alone, my company lost $6 million sinking new wells.
Oh, that's tough, but that's one of the gambles of your racket, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. However, 3 months ago, an engineer named Robert Butler invented a device that takes practically 80% of the guesswork out of locating oil wells. He called it the Butler Petroleum Detector.
A gimmick like that ought to be worth a fortune.
It is.
Then it seems to me I'd get hold of this Butler character.
You should give me credit for that much intelligence, sir. But you see, Robert Butler died in an accident 2 weeks ago.
What happened to the invention?
He left it to his brother, Arthur, who unfortunately contracted to sell it to an independent prospector named Just Stevens before he heard from us.
What if he did sell it to Stevens? Couldn't you arrange with Arthur Butler to give you a set of plans?
There are no plans. They were all destroyed in the accident that killed the inventor. The only thing that exists is a 12-inch working model. Need I add, Mr. Lyons, as such, it's extremely valuable.
What do you call valuable?
If we got it instead of Stevens, it would be worth $100,000.
And no questions asked, Mr. Conrad?
And no questions asked, Mr. Lyons.
Taxi! Taxi! All right, driver. Let's go to the... Oh, excuse me a moment. Say, mister.
Me?
Yeah.
What's the trouble?
No trouble. My name's Arthur Butler. I like to make things easy for people.
Huh?
I got a date with a fella named Jess Stevens.
What?
I'm supposed to meet him at Mike Waring's apartment at the Belmore.
What's that supposed to mean to me?
Well, it should mean something. You've been trailing me ever since Friday, and seeing as how I'm only going to be in town another few hours, I wouldn't want to lose you now. So long. All right, driver, let's go.
Is at the right time, Mike?
More or less, Stevens.
What's keeping our friend, Mr. Butler?
Now, relax, Jess. He's only 5 minutes late. He'll probably be here. What did I tell you?
Come in. Oh, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Oh, hi, Butler. We were just talking about you.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's okay. I just didn't want to miss my plane to San Francisco. I've got to leave in half an hour. Can we get going?
No, I don't see why not.
All right, Mike, suppose you take over.
Well, I don't think there's much for us to do. Did you bring the model of the petroleum detector with you, Butler?
Yes, sir. I got it right in this grip, chained to my wrist.
All right, get your key ready. According to the contract, you were to get $25,000. Stevens gave you $1,000 when the contract was signed, and right here I have his check for the balance.
Mm-hmm. Is it certified?
No, but I can assure you it's good.
Well, how do I know that? Well, this is on a San Francisco check. I'm sorry, gentlemen, it won't do.
Now, look here, Butler. We made a deal.
Take it easy, Jess. I'll handle this. Listen, Butler. That contract is legal and binding. You try to renege on it.
Oh, I have no intention of reneging, Mr. Waring. But until I see that $24,000 balance in cash, I'm not turning over this model.
And where can we cash a check this size on Saturday afternoon?
Oh, that's your problem.
Mm-hmm. All I can say, Butler, is that you picked an awfully queer time to turn suspicious.
Well, maybe I did, but you can't blame me. I don't know you people too well. And, well, meaning no offense, sir, but what guarantee have I that Mr. Stevens isn't trying to flim-flam me?
Why, you...
Now, Jess, easy. What do you mean, Butler?
Just what I said. If everything's on the up and up about this deal, well, why is Mr. Stevens in such a hurry to leave New York? And why has he had me followed?
Followed?
Have you had a tail on him, Jess?
Well, help me, Mike. The guy's crazy.
You must be imagining things, Butler.
Don't tell me that. I've seen the same gentleman too often. Yesterday, he posed as a bill collector. This morning, he was a telephone repairman.
What does he look like?
Well, he's a heavy-set lad. Must weigh about 210 pounds. Brown curly hair. Oh, and across the bridge of his nose was a small scar.
Sounds like Danny Lyons.
Lyons? Who's he?
The private detective who recently lost his license for being mixed up in some swindle.
Mm-hmm. Now tell me I'm imagining things.
And now look, Butler, Stevens didn't hire Lyons.
Well, then who did?
I don't know.
Maybe I can guess.
Who?
Carl Conrad.
Carl Conrad? Who's he?
Oh, one of my competitors. Listen, Mike, is this man Lyons dangerous?
Enough.
Then I want you to leave that model here, Butler.
Well, you're crazy. I'm not letting this out of my sight till I collect that $24,000 I got coming.
You'll have it Monday morning, just as soon as my bank opens in San Francisco.
Fair enough. You'll get the detector then.
Well, the least you can do in the meantime is to hire a bodyguard.
Don't you worry about me, Mr. Waring. I'd look after myself.
Oh, sure. Last man I heard say that was guest of honor at an autopsy last week. All right, Butler, we'll supply the bodyguard.
Yes?
Is John Webster in?
Do you have an appointment?
Well, I think he'll see me. Where is he, in there?
Just a second.
It's all right. I'm an old friend of the family.
Come back here. You can't walk in like that.
Hey, what goes on here?
Hello, Johnny.
Mike Waring.
I tried to stop him, Mr. Webster, but
That's
he wouldn't...
okay, Pat. This is the Falcon. We used to play hooky together.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
How could you?
Sit down, Mike.
Thanks.
I haven't seen you in months.
How's it going, Johnny?
Oh, it couldn't be better. Right, Pat?
Oh, yes. Everybody seems to want to hire Mr. Webster.
Well, what about the...
Oh, the furniture?
Well, I was referring to the lack of it.
Oh, we took it out. We ordered a new batch. You know, that modern chrome stuff. Pat thinks it's kind of flashy for a private dick's office, but I didn't. What do you say, Mike?
Well, I say I'm awfully glad to hear you're doing so well.
Yeah. I'm working on a case now that's a humdinger. $5,000 fee.
Well, I guess I'll have to find myself another boy.
Oh, what do you mean?
Oh, I had a little routine bodyguarding job, but I could see you wouldn't be interested.
Whoa. Sit down.
No, I really got to go, Johnny.
Not until I get that job.
Well, but this would only last 48 hours and pay $20 a day.
That's 40 more than Pat and I saw all week.
Oh.
I was bluffing, Mike. I haven't had a case in months. Do I get yours?
Sure, Johnny.
Thanks. What's the story?
Well, there's a man named Arthur Butler staying at the Belvedere. He'll give you all the dope.
He the boy you want me to keep an eye on?
You're not to let him out of your sight for a minute. He's got an oil detector gadget on him that's worth a fortune.
You expecting me?
Yeah, but I better call him, tell him you're on your way over.
Oh, Mike.
Huh?
That don't work. The phone company and me are feuding.
You mean they're sore because you don't pay your bills?
Ain't that ridiculous?
Oh. Okay, Johnny, I'll phone him from outside.
There's a booth in the lobby.
Yeah, I'll see you. So long, Pat. Been nice knowing you.
Thank you.
Well, baby, what do you think?
I don't like it, Johnny.
Why?
Don't ask me. I just don't like it.
Don't be silly, Pat. I got a hunch this is where our luck starts to change.
On a $40 case?
Guys have made fortunes in this racket, starting with less. I wonder how much that gadget this Butler character owns is worth.
Oh, go away. Look, will you please go away? There's nobody home.
That you, Warren?
So sorry, Mr. Waring, not to go to Saskatchewan.
Now, don't be funny.
Huh? Who is this?
Arthur Butler.
Oh, do you realize what time it is, Butler?
I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to congratulate you and your buddy, Mr. Stevens, for that cute stunt you pulled.
Stunt?
Yeah, sending around that Johnny Webster.
What's the matter with Johnny?
Well, that all depends on your point of view. From yours, he couldn't have done much better.
Oh, look, Butler, you're not making sense. Let me talk to Webster. Put him on.
Oh, that's a nice act, fella, but it won't sustain.
What are you talking about?
Your friend Johnny skipped.
Johnny skipped? What about the model?
Oh, don't feel badly. He didn't overlook it. He's got it all right, but I want it back, Warren. And if I don't hear from you within 1 hour, you'll be hearing plenty from me.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Arthur Butler informed Mike that Johnny Webster removed not only himself, but the Butler petroleum detector as well. Now, in his hotel room, Mr. Butler seems strangely annoyed.
Well, what do you got to say for yourself, Warren? You told me this Johnny Webster was trustworthy. You said with him on the job, I had nothing to worry about.
How did you learn that he skipped, Butler?
I woke up at 3 in the morning and discovered this.
That's the chain you had on the grip, isn't it?
Yeah.
You always sleep with a chain to your wrist?
Only since I got to New York. But as you can see, somebody took a pair of wire clippers to it.
Where did you leave Johnny before you went to bed?
On the sofa. He said he was going to read for a while, or so he claimed.
Well, now listen, Butler. You've got to believe me. I recommended Johnny Webster in good faith. I'll get back that model for you.
When?
As soon as I can find him.
Yeah, well, that may be years, and I can't afford to wait. I'm going to the police, Warren.
Now, you don't want to do that.
Don't I? Well, you just watch.
Look, you're wrong, Butler. Publicity is the last thing you want in this case.
No use talking. I made up my mind. Did you ask your cab to wait?
Nope.
No, there's usually one down at the corner.
Well, seems like you're out of luck.
Taxi? Hey, taxi!
Wait a minute, Butler.
I said you're not going to talk me out of this.
No. Look over there.
Look over where?
That Chevy parked across the street.
Well, what about it?
That's Johnny Webster's heap.
What?
I'm sure of it. If I remember correctly, the rear right fender was off.
If this is some kind of a gag, Warren...
Well, what would be the point? Hey, what did I tell you? This is Johnny's car, all right. Now, why do you suppose he left it here?
Maybe he ran out of gas.
No. What Johnny ran out of was luck. Look behind the front seat.
What do you mean? Oh.
That's right. He's dead. And judging by that knife on his back, it wasn't due to an overdose of sleeping pills.
Yes?
I'm looking for a party named Danny Lyons.
Lyons?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Waring, Mike Waring.
You have the wrong apartment. There's no such person here.
Are you Carl Conrad?
That's right. Come in.
Thank you. I was given to understand that Lyons is working for you.
Where did you hear that?
From the usual reliable source.
Well, you know how trustworthy they generally are.
Yes, well, this came from a friend of mine, a man named Jess Stevens. Ever hear of him?
Stevens? I don't believe I have.
Now, he's in the oil business, too, though not on the scale you people are.
Oh, of course. He prospects for oil on his own, what we call a wildcatter.
Uh-huh.
And Mr. Stevens led you to believe that this Lyons chap was in my employ?
That's right.
Doing what?
Trying to get hold of the Butler petroleum detective.
Believe me, Mr. Waring, I've been in this business 35 years, and I never heard of that. Just what is that contraption supposed to do?
Take a lot of the guesswork out of locating new oil fields.
It must be extremely valuable.
Yes, must be. Someone knifed a private detective named Johnny Webster to get it last night.
Surely, Mr. Waring, you don't think...
Yes, I do.
I don't know whether you're aware of it, sir, but you're being very insulting.
If I am, it's entirely intentional.
Then you can understand, under the circumstances, I must ask you to leave.
Oh, sure. But I'll be back.
You needn't bother, Mr. Waring. First of all, I don't believe any such object as the Butler petroleum detector exists.
Well, that's your privilege.
Oh, just a moment, sir.
Yeah?
I wouldn't want you to go off feeling I'm one of those diehards who doesn't believe there's anything new under the sun.
No, of course not.
As I said, I don't believe any such invention exists. However, I'd be willing to pay $100,000 to the man who can furnish the necessary proof that I'm wrong. I hope I'll be seeing you, Mr. Waring.
Now, where do we go from here, Mr. Waring, or don't you know?
Well, I'm convinced that Conrad was lying to me, Pat. But I'm sure he doesn't have the Butler detector yet. He practically offered me $100,000 to turn it over. On the other hand, I'd swear it came as no surprise to him that your boss was murdered.
Well, it came as no surprise to me either. I told Johnny I didn't want him to get mixed up in this.
Well, why?
Isn't that obvious?
Well, no. Who could foresee that Johnny would be hurt? This was a routine job. As a secretary, you ought to know that.
I only know he's dead.
Kind of went for the guy, didn't you?
What do you think?
I think if I never accomplish another thing, I'm going to find his killer. Now, who knew that Johnny got the job to nurse Butler along?
No one.
You sure there wasn't a leak?
I'm positive. Johnny left this office a couple of minutes after you did.
Did you tell anyone?
Did I tell anyone?
Inadvertently or otherwise.
You've got your nerve.
Well, I'm sorry, Pat, but I can't afford to overlook any possibilities. How long had you worked for him?
That's none of your business.
Well, he couldn't have been paying you very much. If my memory serves me right, he said this was the first case he'd had in months.
You think you can browbeat me because I'm a woman. I notice you haven't tried it with Danny Lyons.
I haven't been able to locate Mr. Lyons yet.
Well, what about your friend Jess Stevens?
What about him?
Well, it seems to me if you're going to ask personal questions, he ought to take his turn in answering them. How well do you know him?
Well enough. I was in the Army with him.
So what does that prove? Just because a man wears a uniform, does that make him a solid citizen? Suppose Butler was right.
About what?
That check Stevens tried to give him for $24,000. Suppose it was rubber, and since Butler wouldn't accept it, Stevens knew that the only way he could get the model was to steal it. And Johnny caught him in the act.
Got it all figured out, haven't you?
Well, it makes as much sense as any theory I've heard you advance.
Yes, it does. Even I'll have to admit it's worth looking into. I'll let you know how I make out.
Hey, bartender. Let me have a bourbon and water.
There you are, Jess.
No.
They told me at the desk I'd find you in the bar.
Anything new, Mike?
Well, yes, no. What do you say we squat, huh?
Yeah.
I've been doing a lot of legwork this morning.
Okay. You want a drink?
No, I'll sit this one out.
Say, bartender, serve that drink over here, will you? Well, what's the story, Mike? How long do you think it'll be before we can locate that model?
You seem more concerned about finding that than nabbing Webster's murderer.
Okay, if you want an honest answer, yes. I want to get my hands on that detector. To me, that's all that counts.
Well, let me tell you something, Jess. I don't care if I never see that miracle machine again. I'm only interested in one thing.
I'll bet you are. You've been in touch with Conrad, haven't you?
What's that supposed to mean?
Just what it sounded like. What'd they offer you?
Are you accusing me of selling you out?
All I know is you seem to have forgotten suddenly that you're supposed to be a friend of mine.
Yeah, well, friendship works two ways, Jess. We have a mutual agreement. I can drop you just as you can cancel me out.
Thanks for reminding me, Mike. I may have to do just that.
Just a second.
Hello, Lyons.
Mr. Conrad, what are you doing here?
Well, if that mountain wouldn't come to Muhammad, Muhammad must necessarily go to the mountain.
Well, I was keeping out of sight.
You might have at least phoned me, Lyons.
I had nothing to tell you.
Mike Waring had. He told me that a chap named Johnny Webster lost his life last night trying to prevent a theft from Butler's hotel room.
So?
So, I'm merely putting two and two together.
Sometimes you wind up with 22 that way. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Conrad. Suppose I told you I haven't got Butler's whatchamacallit.
I wouldn't believe you.
I thought you'd say that. How high will you go for it?
We made a bargain last week, Lyons.
Yeah, but the whole thing was strictly spec then. If I guaranteed to bring it over to your place in an hour, what would it be worth to you?
I still think the stipulated price of $100,000 was more than ample.
Will you go 50 more?
25, and that's my limit.
Okay. What time have you got now?
9 o'clock.
Go to your office, start counting it out. I'll see you at 10.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Danny Lyons promised to deliver the Butler petroleum detector to Mr. Conrad. Now, at Mike Waring's apartment, the Falcon is just returning home.
Come on in, Waring. The water's fine.
What are you doing in my apartment, Lyons?
Don't ask so many questions. Just shut the door like a good boy.
You mind pointing that gun elsewhere?
Now, don't tell me it makes you nervous.
Yes, very. You have no idea how easily those things go off.
What makes you think I don't?
Well, I assumed you preferred knives.
What kind of a crack is that?
I was thinking of Johnny Webster.
Now, listen, Waring. Don't get me any more annoyed than I am now. I made an appointment for 10 o'clock, and it's 5 after already.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I phoned my party a couple of minutes ago, and he's getting real impatient.
Well, don't let me keep you, fella.
You won't. Where's the thingamajig?
You mean the Butler petroleum detector?
Yeah.
I don't know, and what's more, I don't care.
Well, I care plenty. So open up, Waring.
Oh, careful, friend. I just had the suit pressed.
Now, listen, I never liked you, and I wouldn't need much excuse to part your hair with this cannon, so let's not have any smart answers, you understand?
Well, I just can't help it. I used to be a quiz kid.
Let go.
Come on, Lyons, drop it.
I'll drop it, Waring, right where it does the most good.
Wear it? Wear it. Oh, cut it out, Butler.
You all right?
How can I tell with you slapping me silly?
I'm sorry. Can I get you anything?
Yeah, you wouldn't happen to have a spare head on you.
I'm afraid not. What happened?
Well, it'll take too long to tell you. How'd you find me?
I came up to see if you had any more information.
What about the police?
There's nothing new there.
You know if they've spoken to Pat Dryden yet?
Pat Dryden? Who's he?
It's a she. She was Johnny Webster's secretary.
Well, what's she got to do with this?
Well, she's a gal with plenty of ideas.
Hey, is she hooked up with Stevens? Because I'm convinced he's the boy I'm after. I'll bet you anything you want. He killed Webster and stole my model.
Now, look, Butler.
Don't misunderstand me, Waring. I don't think you had anything to do with it.
Oh, thanks. What time have you got?
10:30. Why?
Because I've got a hunch. And with a little luck, I may be able to wrap this whole thing up in a couple of minutes.
Who are you calling?
Carl Conrad.
You're barking up the wrong tree.
I've been riding a merry-go-round for the past 24 hours. It's time I got lucky and caught the gold ring.
Hello?
Hello, that you, Conrad?
Yes?
Mike Waring.
I have nothing to say
Now,
to you.
don't hang up, Conrad. You'll be sorry. Remember that proposition you made me this afternoon?
No.
All right, I'll refresh your memory. You offered me $100,000 for the working model of the Butler petroleum detector.
I'm no longer interested, Mr. Waring.
What?
I don't care to buy.
I'll sell it for $75.
I guess there's only one way to convince you I'm not interested.
Hello, Conrad. Conrad! Well, he hung up.
Forget the number back.
No, there's no need to do that. I proved my point.
Oh? What was it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Butler. I thought you knew. I was just proving that you killed Johnny Webster.
The one thing I can't decide, Mike, is just who owes whom an apology.
I suppose we call the honors even, Jess. We both made mistakes.
You sure you didn't make one in turning Arthur Butler over to the police?
Oh, no, there's no question about that. Butler killed Johnny, all right.
Why?
Well, to convince us that the detector had been stolen from him when it never had been.
But why should a man steal from himself?
No reason, except he could make a very handsome profit thereby.
I don't get it.
You know that contract you had with Butler?
Yes.
Well, after Butler signed it, Conrad offered him more for the model. But by then it was too late. Butler knew he couldn't break the contract with you because you'd have sued and collected every penny he had. You follow me?
I think so. Is that why Butler refused to accept my check?
Sure, he knew it was good. He just wanted to stall. And that's when he decided on this brilliant scheme of robbing himself.
That was the only way he could weasel out of the contract.
Now you got it. The Butler Petroleum detector was unique. If it was stolen, there was nothing you could do about it. You couldn't ask him to turn over the plans because none existed.
I still don't see why he killed Johnny.
Well, he had to. With Webster on the scene every minute of the time, Butler's story of the theft would never stand up. But this way, with Johnny dead, it looked even better.
Yeah. But how did you learn the truth?
At 10 o'clock tonight, Conrad was ready to buy the model from Lyons. Now, Lyons didn't have it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to my place. And he couldn't have gotten it from me because I never had it to begin with.
So
when I phoned Conrad just half an hour later, he was no longer interested in the model. Not at any price. Well, that convinced me that Conrad already had it. The man doesn't cool off like that. So the only one he could have bought it from was Butler. Once I hit on that, the rest was easy.
I see.
Yes, it's simple enough now. But we all should have realized it right at the beginning.
Why?
Well, you don't know your detective stories. In practically all of them, it's always the Butler who did it. Good night, Jet.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Myrna. I'm glad you called. You'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I've got a date with the magician. This boy's going to show me how to make $4 million in gold out of 30 cents worth of lead.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Witty Widow. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's Golden Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk, and it's digestible. Velveeta is as digestible as milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good, hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy half-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, Velveeta is made only by Kraft. Now, the case of the Witty Widow. It's early afternoon in New York, and in room 619 of the Remsen building, a pudgy little man named Edward Paris washes his hands for the 10th time in as many minutes, which may go to show that Mr. Paris doesn't approve of the type of people he deals with. And if you watch, you may see why.
Who is it?
Me, Mr. Paris.
Oh, just a second, Mickey. Come in.
Thanks. What you locking it for?
My doctor warned me to stay out of drafts.
Oh, what good is locking?
It's a new school of thought. Sit down. Mickey, have you been behaving yourself?
You know me.
Yes, that's why I asked.
I haven't touched a drop in months. You know what I mean?
Stick out your hands.
See? Steady as a rock.
When was the last time they ran you in?
In November. That's when I took the cure. You don't have to worry, Mr. Paris. I realize I can't handle this stuff, so I just don't take that first drink. You know what I mean?
I hope so, Mickey. How would you like to make yourself $500?
Would I?
Take a look at this picture. Well, I'm glad to see you're a lover of beauty. You recognize her?
Well, her face is kind of familiar.
That's Mrs. Laura Davis.
Laura Davis?
Her first husband was John Nichols.
Oh, sure. He owned half the real estate in New York, and then when he croaked, he left her a bundle.
That's right. Now, she's married now to a man named Austin Davis. They live at the Marlboro. Have you got that?
I got it.
You're to go up and see her tonight and give her this envelope.
What's in here?
Well, that's none of your business. Just see that Mrs. Davis gets it and nobody else. She'd give you $25,000.
What?
Don't get any ideas, Mickey. Just bring the money here.
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Davis.
Who are you?
Mickey Slater.
I don't think I know anyone by that name.
Think what you've been missing. I got something for you. Know what I mean?
Oh, yes. Come in.
Thanks. Hey, this is quite a layout.
I'd ask you to sit down, but I don't think you'll be staying long.
Oh, I'm in no hurry, Mrs. Davis.
Unfortunately, I am. May I have the envelope?
Sure.
Well?
Ain't you forgetting something?
What do you mean?
I was supposed to pick up something from you, sort of tit for tat, you know what I mean? Get away from that desk.
I just wanted to get the briefcase.
The money in there?
Would you like to count it?
No, I'll take your word for it. Laura?
The name is Mrs. Davis.
I'm a pretty familiar type guy, you know what I mean?
I wouldn't advise you to get too familiar. May I have your envelope now?
You bet your life. Fair exchange is no robbery, I always say.
Well, as long as you've got it set, I don't see any reason to detain you.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Laura.
We can't help the way we feel, can we?
Guess not.
It's been delightful talking to you, Mickey, but I wouldn't care to play the scene over again. Next time, someone might blow up in their lines. Know what I mean?
Hello, Mickey.
Wow, so ain't Mr. Parrott.
Yes, it is.
Clever job, pal.
Oh, thank you. You know, Mickey, I'm very disappointed in you. That cure apparently wasn't as permanent as you thought.
You won't believe it, Mr. Parrott. I was on my way to your office.
You had it right the first time.
Huh?
I won't believe it. Where's the money?
Money? Oh, yeah, I got it right here in the briefcase.
Excuse me.
Not at all. You didn't think I let you down.
Well, I didn't know what to think.
Sirree, Mickey Slater don't ever let a pal down.
Oh, thank you, Mickey.
Sure. How about old Snort?
No thanks.
I guess I gotta drink alone. Very dangerous habit you get into, Mr. Parrott. I mean?
Imagine you were surprised when you opened that envelope.
Certainly was. Who'd have thought?
Go on, Mickey. What were you going to say?
I opened what envelope?
The one I gave you for Laura Davis?
You got rocks in your head.
That's the liquor talking.
Look, I said I didn't open no envelope. You don't believe me? You know what you can do.
No, I don't, Mickey, but I'll give it some thought. I'm sure you'll excuse me if I go home now and meditate.
Will you get that, Austin?
Of course, dear. Hello?
Let me talk to Laura Davis.
She's busy at the moment.
Well, she can't be that busy. Tell her that it's Mickey Slater.
Just a moment. It's for you, Laura. A Mickey Slater.
Slater? Oh, yes, that's the new tailor I was telling you about.
Sounds drunk.
Well, it doesn't seem to affect his work. I'll talk to him. Hello?
Hiya, Mrs. Davis. But you kind of surprised to hear from me so soon.
I can't honestly say I am.
Well, I hate to put the bite on you, sweetie, but you see, I picked up that briefcase for somebody else. All I got was 5 bills for my end.
Well, that's too bad.
Yeah, I knew you'd feel that way. And since tomorrow's my birthday, I was wondering whether you'd like to make me a little present.
What did you have in mind?
A briefcase. Just like the one I got from you tonight. I say just like the one. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but I wouldn't count on it.
You wouldn't disappoint me on my birthday, would you? I got a room at the Pembroke, and I'll be receiving all day tomorrow.
If that's all you've got to say,
That's
Slater...
all I gotta say. seeing you, honey.
What's the trouble, darling?
What?
Something bothering you?
Nothing I can't handle, Austin. Would you get my coat, darling? I have to run out for a little while.
Me for you, and you for me, too. Who's that? I said, who's there? I think it's smart, huh? Sure, you gotta get up pretty early in the morning to put one over on Mickey Slater. All right, what did you... I did...
Taxi! Taxi!
You having trouble, lady?
Taxi!
Maybe I can give you a lift. My car's right here.
Look, if you don't get out of here...
You call the cops.
Yes.
Well, just goes to prove what a small world this is.
What are you talking about?
I'm Sergeant Corbett, New York Homicide.
So?
So I wonder if I could impose upon you to take a little ride with me down to headquarters. Start her up, Kelly.
Are you mad?
Ever hear of a man named Mickey Slater?
No.
Well, he was foully done in some 3 hours and 4 bullets ago.
No.
Yes.
Listen, Sergeant.
I'd love to, but I hate loitering on street corners. Let's wait till we get downtown, huh? James.
Hello.
Is your radio on, sir?
What?
What program are you listening to?
Who is this?
You know, Mike. You're just trying to pad your part.
Oh, listen, Sergeant. Do you realize it's 4 o'clock in the morning?
You're slow. It's 5 after.
What do you want?
Me? Not a thing, but we're holding a little lady who's in dire need of your services. Her name is Laura Davis.
Never heard of her.
She's John Nichols' widow.
The real estate king?
Yeah, she'll pay plenty.
What's she alleged to have done?
That's what I love about you, Mike. You're so proper. What she alleged to have done, there's nothing alleged about it. She killed a boy named Mickey Slater.
I don't believe it.
You don't know the woman, you don't know the victim, but you don't believe it. What does it take to convince you, anyhow?
A lot more than you can offer, Sergeant. Tell Mrs. Davis I'm on my way.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, it looks like Mike won't be convinced by Sergeant Corbett. No, he wants to find out for himself. And that's a good idea. For example, if you'd like to find out for yourself how delicious and wonderfully helpful a good cheese sauce can be, you just try this. Melt Velveeta, Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food, for the smoothest golden sauce you ever saw. One that's perfect over vegetables or to combine with leftovers for a hearty main dish. It's a wonderfully easy sauce to make. You just melt a half pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. You don't have to cut it into little pieces because Velveeta melts so easily, so smoothly. Then stir in a quarter cup of milk. Season to suit your taste, and you'll have the best tasting cheese sauce you ever put a fork into. Velveeta has such a fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And it's mighty nourishing, too, because Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk. So even the smallest youngsters can enjoy it often. Find out for yourself what a wonderfully handy helper Velveeta can be, whether you melt it for this grand cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches. Get a 2-pound loaf of Velveeta tomorrow. It's America's favorite pasteurized processed cheese food, the one and only Velveeta. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Sergeant Corbett phoned Mike to give him the business. And now, down at police headquarters, we find Sergeant Corbett making like Emily Post.
Mrs. Davis, may I present Mike Waring, otherwise known as the Falcon, the nemesis of the underworld.
You mean that he...
Ain't it disgusting?
Just ignore him, Mrs. Davis. His mother was frightened by Joe Miller.
Yes, I can believe it. How soon can you get me out of here?
Well, there are certain minor technicalities we have to observe. You see, the police believe you killed Mickey Slater.
That's ridiculous.
Yes, well, we both know that, but go fight City Hall. How well did you know him, anyway?
I didn't know him at all.
Then what were you doing at his hotel?
He said I was there.
The desk clerk, for one.
All right, I lied.
Nice of you to admit it.
I can hardly do anything else, Sergeant. I was at the Pembroke.
But?
When I got there, Mickey was dead.
What did you want with him, anyway?
I'd rather not go into that.
Well, you don't have any choice, Laura.
Well, couldn't we...
Oh, yes, we certainly could. Sergeant, do you think you could arrange for us to have a little privacy?
How little?
Oh, will you stop being such a character?
Okay, you don't have to push. If you want anything, folks, just ring. We pride ourselves on our service.
All right, Mrs. Davis, now let's have it.
Where do you want me to start?
Right from the top of the... Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Paula. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some girl just learned that things have been kind of slow for me lately, and she's planning to give me the business.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the talented Texan. Before the Falcon solves today's case, I have a question for you. Have you tried Velveeta lately? Isn't that the finest cheese food you ever put in your mouth? That rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor is good. Really good eating. You see, Velveeta is made by Kraft, and that's something pretty important to remember, because you and I know what the Kraft name means on cheese and cheese foods. It means the very finest you can buy. So remember this. There's no other cheese food like Kraft's pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, because Kraft, and only Kraft, makes Velveeta. Now, the case of the talented Texan. It's late afternoon in New York, and in a small furnished apartment on Manhattan's east side, a gentleman named Reed Stevens prepares for business while his wife watches interestedly as he opens up shop.
There's a box of shells in the bottom drawer, Kay.
So?
So would you mind getting it for me?
You going to work?
What's it look like?
Ask a silly question to get a silly answer.
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing.
Haven't you found it yet?
Yes. You must like working for Conway. Here.
What makes you say that?
Been at it for 7 months. That's the longest I ever remember you working for anyone.
I didn't have any better offers.
What about Myers? Didn't he offer you $50 a week more?
That's right, he did.
Why didn't you take it?
Maybe I didn't like the hours.
Or maybe it's because Mr. Myers is a bachelor.
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't you think I know the big attraction at Conway's?
Suppose you tell me.
Mrs. Conway.
How's that again?
Don't try to kid me, Reed. I recognize the signs. I've seen them often enough. You're in love with her.
You're out of your mind.
Then why does your face light up every time she calls you?
Does it?
Yes. And she feels the same way about you. You think I'm blind?
No. If anyone's blind, it's been me.
Well, it better stop. You're my guy, and nobody's going to take you away.
Mm-hmm. Well, this has all been very charming, but if you'll excuse me...
Where do you think you're going?
To work, do you mind?
Now, Reed, listen to me. You know, if I didn't love you...
You're going to get out of my way?
No, I am not. We're going to have this out right here and now.
I told you something, Kay. Oh. I have Conway calls. Tell him I'm picking up his missus first, then I'll pick him up at the club. Have you got that?
Yeah, I got it, Reed. I got it the first time.
I don't want to heckle, Reed, but you know where you're going?
That's a very good question, Mrs. Conway.
Oh, do you? You passed the club 20 minutes ago. If you intend to pick up Fred there, you're doing it the hard way. What are we stopping here for?
I'd like to talk to you, Lois.
Lois?
You know, my wife, said something very strange today.
About us?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she, thought there was something playing.
What made her think that?
feminine intuition.
Don't ever sell it short.
And she was right?
Well, no, as it happened, she was wrong, but that's your fault. I went for you the first day I saw you at the club.
7 months ago?
7 months ago. We wasted a lot of time, Reed.
You're right, baby. We got a lot of time to make up for.
Just a second. Yes?
You're Kay Stevens, aren't you?
That's right.
My name is Fred Conway.
I know.
I'm flattered. May I come in?
Well, Reed isn't home.
That's why I picked this time to call.
Oh. Won't you sit down?
I believe I will.
Would you like a...
Not a thing, thank you. I have everything I want. Or perhaps I should amend that statement. I had everything I wanted.
I don't follow you, Mr. Conway.
Please call me Fred. Your husband does.
Well, Reed doesn't like me to take liberties.
Obviously, what's sauce for the goose isn't sauce for the gander.
I don't understand you.
Of course you do, Kay. You're a smart woman. I'm sure it won't come as any shock to you that Reed has been seeing my wife for 5 weeks now.
Well?
Well, what do you propose to do about it?
Nothing.
Nothing?
This may be a new experience for you, Mr. Conway.
Fred.
But it is an old story in this department.
Oh, have there been others?
Dozens. And Reed always comes back to me.
Did it ever occur to you that one day he may not...
What do you mean?
Someday he might meet the one woman who can keep him interested. Who knows? It could be Lois. Jackie.
Oh, hi, Mr. Conway. I didn't see you come in.
How we doing?
Not much action tonight.
Any calls?
Only Claiborne and Pepper. They want to lay off $8,000 on Mama's boy at Bowie.
Take it. Anything else?
Oh, yeah. Your missus is in the office.
She alone?
Uh-huh.
Fine. Incidentally, tell Reed Stevens he can have the night off. I won't need him anymore.
Right.
Hello, darling.
I've been waiting for you, Fred.
I know. Jackie just told me. What is it this time? A new coat?
No, this time you're wrong.
Well, you just name it, Lois. You know there's nothing I'd refuse you.
Suppose I told you I wanted...
A divorce?
How did you know?
It was fairly obvious. But I think you're making a mistake. Reed doesn't want to marry you.
Doesn't he?
No. I'll bet you've never even discussed it with him.
Have you?
Well, I figured his wife was a much better choice, and she was. She tells me Reed goes through these things periodically.
You're lying.
I wish I were, darling. I know what a blow this must be to your vanity. But I imagine if you called Mrs. Stevens, she'd be happy to give you names and addresses.
Now listen, Fred.
I'm sorry, dear, but I've got a million things to do, and so have you. You'll have to pack your clothes and then... Oh, there's no real hurry. Take all the time in the world. If you're out of the house by 11 tonight, that'll be fine.
Hello, I guess you must have been expecting someone else.
What do you want?
You Reed Stevens?
That's right.
I want you.
Now, look, mister.
Just call me Tex.
What's the idea of the cannon?
What's generally the idea?
You nuts?
If somebody don't like you, Reed, you must have gone out of your way to... Just keep your hands right where they are. Hey, it's a nifty-looking shoulder holster you got there. Mind if I see it? Boy, that's what I call a beauty. But it sets you back.
Now, listen, Tex.
Sure wish I could afford one like it. Yeah, don't think much of your shooting iron. Too clumsy. Look at all the effort you got to use to pull the trigger. I guess I was wrong. It don't seem to take any effort at all.
Just a second. Yes?
I'm looking for Michael Waring.
Come in.
Well, I'm afraid there must be some mistake. Are you Mr. Waring?
That's right.
I mean, are you a private detective?
I got a license that says so.
Well, where's your office?
I don't have one. I work right out of here. Disappointed?
Well,
And I don't have a beautiful blonde secretary or a desk full of empty liquor bottles either. Now, if you'd like to get someone else...
I'm sorry. It's just...
No, it's my fault, Miss...
Stevens. Kay Stevens. Only it's Mrs.
Well, come on in.
Thank you.
Now, sit down, won't you?
I'd rather not, if you don't mind.
All right, suit yourself. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Okay, let's get down to cases.
I want a divorce.
What do you expect me to do about it?
Well, I'll need evidence.
So you want me to do a little keyhole peeking? Huh?
Yes, his name is Reed Stevens.
You mean his name was Reed Stevens?
What?
That's a funny thing, Sergeant, but I don't remember you knocking.
Come to think of it, I don't remember that either.
What do you mean my husband's name was Reed Stevens?
Well, don't you always use the past tense in connection with a deceased?
What are you trying to say?
He's been murdered, Mrs. Stevens.
No.
Yes, nobody knows that better than you.
Where is he? Where is he? I've got to see him.
You will. You care to join us, Mike?
Is it a pinch?
It is indeed. I'm so glad your apartment is only 8 minutes from headquarters. Whenever we have a homicide, I can always stop here first. And very rarely have I been disappointed. All right, folks, let's go.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, while Sergeant Corbett and Mike go to headquarters with Mrs. Stevens, I'd like to tell you about an idea that will save you money next time you go to your food store. Just get a loaf of Velveeta, Kraft's smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food. You can melt Velveeta for a golden smooth cheese sauce that'll do wonders for leftover bits of meat or seafood or vegetables. And it's so easy to make. Just melt a half-pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. You needn't cut that half-pound piece of Velveeta up at all, because it melts so easily and smoothly without any lumps. Then simply stir in a quarter cup of milk, season, and there you have a fine-tasting cheese sauce with a grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And this delicious sauce adds fine nourishment to those leftovers, too, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. It's digestible as milk itself, so even the smallest youngsters can enjoy it. Whether you melt golden Velveeta for a wonderful cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty hot or cold sandwiches or snacks, make Velveeta your handy helper-mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow and enjoy America's favorite pasteurized processed cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Only 15 minutes have passed since Kay Stevens was arrested for the murder of her husband. And now at headquarters, while Mrs. Stevens is being booked, Sergeant Corbett makes our hero a sporting proposition.
Look, Mike, I've got an idea. Why don't you just walk out of here and I'll make believe like I never even saw you with Mrs. Stevens?
Oh, no, that's big of you.
Okay, I was just trying to help. She killed her husband just as sure as you're standing there.
I did not.
Then why were you consulting Waring?
I had my reasons. If you weren't so stupid, you'd see that I couldn't have killed Reed.
Why not?
Because I was in love with him.
Why did you want a divorce?
Because I was fed up with him.
That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, sure it does. You can be crazy about somebody, and yet they can do things to you that drive you out of your mind.
Don't make me laugh.
Oh, it happens every day in the week. It's the old story of not being able to live with someone or live without him.
She managed it nicely.
I tell you, I didn't kill him, Sergeant.
You knew he was chasing around.
He did it before?
But this time he wasn't coming back.
He always came back.
If you were so sure of that, why did you go to Waring to get your evidence for a divorce?
Oh, I don't know. I'm all mixed up.
You weren't so mixed up that you couldn't hire a professional gunman?
That is not true.
All right. Lay off a Corbett. What's this about a professional gunman?
We got a description of the lad who actually pulled the trigger.
Who is he?
We're not sure yet, but according to the building superintendent, he was a tall, red-headed boy who spoke with a Western accent.
You think Mrs. Stevens hired him?
Yes.
You're crazy. I would never do anything to hurt Reed.
All right, that's enough, Kay. Who was the other woman this time?
I have no idea.
Well, if she's bashful, I'll tell you. It was Lois Conway.
Lois Conway?
Freddie's wife. You know her?
Not personally. Oh, really? Maybe I'm missing something. Take it easy, Kay. I'll keep in touch. Call for Mrs. Lois Conway. Call for Mrs. Lois Conway.
Right here, boy.
Hello, Mrs. Conway.
Hello, Bellhop.
Well, how could you tell? I thought I did a real professional job.
Who are you?
Mike Waring.
One they call the Falcon?
No, I'm sure it pays to advertise.
What do you want with me?
Well, it's a long, dull story. Why don't we step into the bar and I'll tell you about it?
No, thank you.
I think you'll change your mind. Reed Stevens is dead.
What?
Mm-hmm. Murdered early tonight.
Maybe I could stand a drink after all.
Bar's right over there.
How did it happen?
A professional gunman paid him a visit in a little hideaway Reed rented on East 58th Street.
Did they catch the man?
No.
And they don't know who hired him,
Well, the police are inclined to believe it was my client.
Your client?
Mrs. Stevens.
They're crazy. Reed was happily married.
He told you that himself?
Several times.
Right through this door.
Would Monsieur like a table?
No, monsieur, we'll sit right at the bar, but we would like a couple of whiskey sours.
Very good, sir.
You seem to know my preferences.
Oh, you would be surprised what I know about you, Lois.
Lois?
Well, I figured it's permissible. After all, I do know you real well. I even knew where to find you.
How'd you manage that?
Well, I went to your room first and told the maid I had a COD parcel for you. Imagine my surprise when she said you were staying at the Creighton. Indirectly, that told me a lot more.
I don't see how.
Well, that's because you're no detective. You see, when she refused the COD, it could only mean one thing.
What?
That your husband must have known about you and Reed and tossed you out on your lovely ear.
How dare you?
It's a nice right cross you've got.
I never want to see you again.
Now, don't count on it, Lois. I was brought up right. I'll be back if only to turn the other cheek. Take care of yourself, Angel. Hello, Conway.
Waring.
I dropped by earlier tonight.
So the maid told me. Come in.
Thanks.
Take off your coat.
No, I don't think I'll be staying long. You hear about Reed Stevens?
Yes, too bad, wasn't it?
Yes, especially for his wife. I'm working for him.
Don't tell me they think she killed him.
They certainly do.
Well, that's absurd. From what I know, they're a very devoted couple.
Mm-hmm. Oh, would you have any idea who done it?
According to the papers, it was a gunman for hire.
Yes, but the question is, who picked up his tab?
I can't believe it was Mrs. Stevens.
No, neither can I. Did he have any enemies? Present company accepted.
Just what is that supposed to mean?
Well, after all, he wasn't one of your favorite people.
Oh, maybe not a real favorite, but I liked him.
Even after he walked off with your wife?
You're mistaken, Mike. Nobody ever took anything away from me.
Mm-hmm. Well, when Reed did, he certainly didn't get to keep it for long.
Jackie.
Yes?
This is Mr. Waring.
Well, glad to know you.
Don't be too glad. I find him highly objectionable.
I see.
All right, never mind, Jackie. I can take a hint. Lucky thing I didn't remove my coat, Conway? I knew I wasn't going to get to stay long.
You want me to...
Never mind, Jackie. I'll take it. Hello.
That you, Freddie?
Yes, Lois.
I called several times before.
So Jackie told me.
Will it be all right if I come home and talk to you?
No, it won't.
Just for 5 minutes?
It's out of the question, darling.
Look, Freddie, I don't blame you for feeling the way you do. I realize how you must hate me.
Nonsense. I'm extremely fond of you, Lois.
Well, then couldn't we...
No, I'm afraid we couldn't.
It won't ever happen again.
Certainly not with Reed Stevens, anyway.
You've got to give me another chance. I'll make it up to you. I swear I will.
You just don't seem to understand, Lois. I'm not interested.
Who do you think you're talking to, anyway?
I'd like to tell you, but I think the telephone company might be shocked.
Listen, Mr. High and Mighty, I know plenty about you. How would you like it if I went to Mike Waring?
I wouldn't bother him. He's a very busy man.
I think he'll clear time to hear what I've got to say.
Don't do it, Lois. You've made one mistake already. I hate to see you make another.
Are you threatening me?
Would I do that to my own wife? But then you won't be my wife much longer, will you? Goodbye, dear. It's been grand hearing from you.
Come in.
I'm looking for Mike Waring.
You know what the good book says. Seek and you shall find.
Yeah, I'm sure glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Waring. I heard a lot about the Falcon.
Well, you can't believe everything you hear.
I'll say that's a good one.
What's on your mind, Mr.
Just call me Tex. Everybody does.
All right, Tex it is. Sit down.
Thanks.
Make yourself comfortable. I'll be back.
Oh. Where do you think you're going?
Down the hall.
Come back here.
I just remembered.
I said come back here.
Is that thing loaded?
You can have 6 guesses.
No, thanks. I'm awfully bad at games. Well, I would have thought you'd be 1,000 miles from New York by this time.
Why?
Is it your practice to hang around after you do a job?
You're obviously confusing me with someone else.
I doubt it. You're the boy who gunned Reed Stevens.
How in the world did you ever figure that out?
I'm psychic. Who are you working for, Tex?
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mr. Waring, because that's why I'm here. Now, you can see what a trusting soul I am.
Oh, yes, with half an eye.
Well, what would you say if I told you that someone took advantage of my good nature?
No.
They did for a fact. You see, I undertook this assignment on a sort of a contingent basis.
So?
If I deliver, I get paid. And you know what happened?
No, tell me.
Well, after I took care of Mr. Stevens, my party disappeared.
Your party?
The person who hired me. Now, I consider that downright dishonest.
Well, I see your point.
Now, if you was in my position, what would you do?
Get even.
That's just what I thought. Of course, that ain't going to put any money in my pocket, so I was wondering if you might be willing to recompense me.
Well, I don't know. What have you got to sell?
A little piece of evidence that'll give you the name of the person who hired me.
Where is it?
In this handkerchief.
May I?
Oh, no, I'm afraid you'll just have to take my word for it.
Well, don't you trust me?
Oh, of course I do. Would I be here if I didn't?
Well, you can't expect me to buy a blind item. Now, suppose I...
No, you don't get back. And that wasn't nice, Mr. Waring. I trusted you.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Tex. Guess I lost my head.
Yeah, you did indeed. No.
Good morning, Mr. Waring.
What?
You must have made quite a night of it.
No, where's my head? Must be around somewhere. Oh,
don't try to get up.
No, I don't think I can make it.
What happened?
Well, I had a visitor.
Our friend from Texas?
How did you know?
The elevator boy gave us a description. It tallied with the other.
That was Tex, all right.
What did he want with you?
He said he had some evidence to sell. Seems he never got paid for gunning Reed.
That's modern civilization for you. You can't trust a soul these days.
Well, that was his feeling, too.
What was this evidence he had?
I don't know. He had it wrapped in a handkerchief.
In this handkerchief?
Where'd you find that?
In the hall. Look what was wadded up inside.
Empty cartridge shell.
Yeah, from one of the babies that killed Stevens.
What?
You heard me.
Well, that won't do any good.
Boy, can you call him? There was a thumbprint on this shell.
Whose?
Whose do you think? Mr. Stevens, that's whose.
I don't believe it.
Well, maybe you don't, but I'll bet a jury does, and strangely enough, Mike, that's all I care about.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, Mike seems a bit skeptical, doesn't he? He wants proof. And if you want to prove to yourself how delicious Velveeta is, you try this. Fix toasted sandwiches of Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food, and serve them with relishes and your favorite beverage. You can be sure those sandwiches will taste good, because Velveeta has such a fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And they'll be nourishing, too, because Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk. So make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother, for company snacks and sandwiches, and for the many ways you'll fix it for the family. Get Velveeta in the handy half-pound package or the economical 2-pound loaf. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Sergeant Corbett informed Mike Waring that Kay Stevens' fingerprints were found on the shell that killed her husband. Now, as we find the good sergeant, the Falcon, are on their way to headquarters. Mike still refuses to accept the evidence.
Listen, Sergeant, there must be some mistake about that shell.
What kind of a mistake?
You're certain that's Kay Stevens' fingerprint on it?
Absolutely.
Well, there must be a logical explanation. Wait a minute.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I know what's coming. You see it all now. You know who was responsible for Reed's murder.
Well, I do. Can you pick up Fred and Lois Conway?
What for?
All right, just humor me, will you?
Okay, Mike, if you're going to act like a jerk, there's no reason why you shouldn't have an audience. They'll be there. You shouldn't take that attitude, Mr. Conway. As a public-spirited citizen, you should be happy to cooperate with the police. Mr. D.A.
Are you responsible for this, lawyer?
You think I'd be here if I weren't?
Who's in charge here, anyway?
Hey.
You know what's going to happen to you, Sergeant?
No, don't take it out of him, Conway. This is
All my doing.
Oh, it was.
What's the idea, Glenn?
Idea is that we're trying to determine who was behind Reed Stevens' murder.
Well, why isn't Mrs. Stevens here?
Looks like she should be.
He is. You come in, Mrs. Stevens.
Is Mike here?
He's here.
Okay. Think you know Mr. and Mrs. Conway?
We've met.
Good, then we can begin. Okay, they found your fingerprints on one of the shells that killed your husband.
That's impossible.
Nevertheless, it's true. How do you explain it?
I can't.
Did Reed pack a gun?
Yes?
How did he wear it?
In a shoulder holster.
Was he ever without it?
Never.
Funny, we didn't find one on his body.
Oh, that's not so funny. Why couldn't that torpedo have removed it?
That still doesn't explain how her fingerprints got on the shell.
Suppose Reed was killed with his own gun.
So what?
So, at one time or another, Kay might have handled it, along with the bullets.
I did. I remember one night in particular, about 5 weeks ago.
And how would you remember that?
Because that was the night that I accused Reed of being in love with your wife.
Are you nasty little...
Temper. Now, there you have it, Sergeant.
There I have what?
Your case. Isn't it clear now who's the guilty critter?
No.
All right, just ask yourself, who was the first to know about the romance between Reed and Mrs. Conway?
Listen, Waring.
Conway?
No, of course not, Sergeant. Logically, it would be Mrs. Conway.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, Lois, but I had to help them out. Otherwise, we would have been up all night. And after the evening I spent with your friend Tex, I just couldn't take it. Well, that's all there was to it, Kay. Once I realized Tex was working for Lois, it all added up.
Incidentally, did the police pick him up yet?
20 minutes ago. His real name is Leo Haynes.
Where'd they find him?
On the west side, naturally.
I still don't see Lois's motive.
Oh, that's simple. She learned her husband told her the truth. She was just another girl to Reed. And look what she gave up for him.
What?
Well, Conway threw her out, didn't he?
Now, that's the part I don't understand. You think that Conway would have gone after Reed?
Wasn't worth it to him. Fred's the kind of man who doesn't like trouble. He had his revenge when he packed Lois in. And as far as he was concerned, that took care of everything.
So poor Lois winds up in the middle with nobody wanting her.
Except the police.
How did you peg her, anyway?
The police gave me the answer. You remember where they found Reed's body?
Yes, in a little hideaway he had on East 58th Street.
And what made it a hideaway?
The fact that nobody knew about it.
Exactly. Nobody knew it. Except Reed and Lois. So who could have given Tex the address?
Of course it had to be her. Why didn't I think of that?
Because you're not a detective.
Well, you deserve a lot of credit, Mike.
Was that all I'm going to get?
Oh, no. There's something else. Something you really deserve.
What's that, Angel?
The check. Good night, Mr. Waring.
Ever find yourself at a loss when you need a hot main dish in a hurry? Well, don't let that happen to you. Always keep a package or two of Kraft Dinner on your pantry shelf. Because with Kraft Dinner, you can make delicious macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. Tender, fluffy macaroni with perfect cheese flavor all through it. You see, every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated to sprinkle in for wonderful cheese flavor. And Kraft Dinner can be your answer to today's high prices, because every package makes 4 servings at a cost of just a few pennies each. Tomorrow, get a package or 2 of handy, delicious Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Worried Wife. The Case of the Worried Wife. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon. When Mike Waring learns that if a playboy gets married and tries to settle down, he may find things awfully dead. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Be sure to hear Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer on The Big Show on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Denny. Now, thanks for calling, but it can't be tonight, Angel. I'm on the case of a guy who jilted a girl. You'd think it would break her heart, but instead of being sad about it, looks like she's trigger happy.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Worried Wife. Before the Falcon solves today's case, I have a question for you. Have you tried Velveeta lately? Isn't that the finest cheese food you ever put in your mouth? That rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor is good. Really good eating. You see, Velveeta is made by Kraft, and that's something pretty important to remember. Because you and I know the Kraft name on cheese and cheese foods means the very finest you can buy. So remember this. There's no other cheese food like Kraft's pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, because Kraft and only Kraft makes Velveeta. And now, the case of the worried wife. It's Sunday night in New York when pretty dark-haired Penny Layton pushes the button of an apartment overlooking the East River. While she's waiting for someone to answer, Penny opens her handbag and takes out a small pistol. She closes the bag and thrusts her right hand in with the pistol into the pocket of her fur coat and gnaws nervously on her lip as she hears someone approach the door.
Yes? Are you Mrs. Sheffield?
Yes.
I want to see your husband.
Well, what's it about?
Just tell him Penny wants to see him. He'll know what it's about.
All right. Wait here. I'll see what he says.
I'll wait inside.
But I don't know.
I said I'll wait inside. All right, now you can close the door. I'll wait right here. Well, what are you waiting for?
Who are you, anyway?
I told you. Penny.
Penny who?
Ask Arnold. He'll tell you. And you can tell him I'm not leaving until I see him. Alone.
All right. I'll tell him. Maybe he can explain what this is all about. Arnold.
Oh, yes, Liza. Who was it?
Penny.
Penny.
Well, that's what she said. Who is she?
Oh, a girl I knew in Florida. I don't want to see her.
Well, she says she won't go until you do see her. She's in the living room.
Yeah, all right. Might as well get it over with. You wait here. I'll get rid of her. Penny, what are you doing here?
Why, Arnold, is that any way to greet me? After I followed you all the way from Miami?
I wrote you. It's all over.
I figured as much when I saw in the paper you got married. That's why I came up.
What do you hope to gain?
For one thing, I wanted to see her. She's pretty.
Oh, thank you.
I'd never have forgiven you if you turned me down for a horse face.
Yes, she's pretty, and I'm in love with her. There's nothing more for you and me, so why don't you be a good girl and just run along? Be sensible.
You call it sensible to give up the man I love to somebody else?
You don't love me.
That's right, Arnold, I don't. But I did, so I'm not giving you up so easy.
There's nothing you can do.
Isn't there?
You little fool, be careful.
She's not going to have you, Arnold. I'm going to kill you, and then I'm going to kill myself.
Don't be ridiculous. Now give me that gun.
Stay back, Arnold. Don't try to get it.
I said give it back to me.
Let go.
When you drop the gun,
Arnold! Arnold! What happened?
I'm just trying to teach Penny not to play with guns.
The bullet went into that chair. No great damage, hon. Now, Penny, you'd better get out of here.
You'll be sorry about this.
I am sorry. I thought you had better sense. Now, good night. More coffee, darling?
No, thanks. Arnold. I couldn't get that girl out of my mind all night.
No, stop worrying about it.
But suppose she comes back.
She won't come back.
Well, you can't be sure. Maybe we better call the police.
Why, I don't want to make trouble for her.
Oh? You don't still... I mean, it's all over. You're sure there's nothing...
Oh, for heaven's sake, darling, don't be ridiculous.
She must have cared an awful lot to follow you all the way here.
Yes, I suppose she did.
You must have done something to make her care.
Will you stop worrying about it? It's all over.
I hope you're right.
Now, look, if there was any question about it, last night certainly settled it. You don't think I could be interested in her after that, do you?
I hope not. You sure she won't come back?
Yes, I'm sure. She worked herself up to a pitch. When nothing came of it, she was bound to cool off.
Maybe. But I'd feel happier if you'd tell the police.
Darling, will you answer one question?
What?
Are you afraid that if she comes back, she'll try to kill me again? Or are you afraid that this time she won't? Hello, Mara. Drinking alone?
Oh, hello, Sheffield.
I'll join you.
Okay. Hey, you're looking good. Guess marriage agrees with you.
Yes, great institution. I'm all for it. But it has got its little problems. That's why I'm looking for you.
Oh, looking for me? I thought this was a coincidence.
No, I need my money.
You need money? Millionaire playboy needs money?
Well, you see, most of my cash is tied up, and I really went overboard on the wedding and the honeymoon.
Huh? I always heard two could live as cheap as one.
Try it sometime.
Well, I have enough trouble.
Well, I hate to add to it, Mara, but I'm going to have to insist on my money.
Well, I don't know what I can do. Things haven't been going so hot.
I don't like to put the heat on you, but, well, your note's been overdue for a long time. I don't think it's too much to ask.
That's right. You gotta have your champagne, your private stateroom.
What kind of an attitude is that?
Well, it's my attitude,
You've been drinking too much.
That's right. I'm just a no-good drunk.
Now, look, I lent you that money in good faith. You had big ideas. It's not my fault they didn't pan out.
That's right, Papa. Give me a lecture.
Don't worry, pal. I will. When you're sober enough to know what I'm talking about.
It'll be a long wait.
It better not be. We're going to get this settled.
Of course, Sheffield. We'll get it settled. For keeps.
Hello?
Are you Michael Waring, the detective called the Falcon?
That's right.
Well, thank heavens. I had the awfulest time finding you. Don't you have an office?
No.
Why not?
Well, if I had an office, I'd have to have a beautiful blonde secretary. If I had a beautiful blonde secretary, I'd have trouble keeping my mind on my work. And if I didn't keep my mind on my work, I'd lose business. Then I wouldn't be able to pay the rent, so I'd lose the office. So I just saved myself the trouble. Come in.
Thank you.
Your name?
Liza Sheffield.
What can I do for you?
My husband Arnold spent December in Florida.
You didn't go with him?
Well, we weren't married then. In fact, we didn't even know we were going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, while he was there, he started going with a girl, and I guess it was pretty serious. Last night she showed up in New York, and she tried to kill Arnold.
Tried to?
Well, Arnold got the gun away from her, and then he threw her out of the apartment.
Well?
I'm afraid she may come back. I asked my husband to notify the police, but he refused. He says he doesn't want to make any trouble for the girl. That's why I came to you.
What do you want me to do?
Well, I thought if you could find the girl and talk to her.
What do you want me to say to her?
I don't know. Find out what she's planning to do.
Where's she staying?
I don't know.
Well, what's her name?
Penny. Something. I don't know her last name.
You don't know her name. You don't know where she's staying. You don't know exactly what you want me to say to her. This is the sort of case I love.
Well, if it was easy, I wouldn't need the Falcon.
Mm-hmm. I think I'd better have a talk with your husband.
No.
He can fill in some of the details for me.
But he may be angry about my hiring you. I don't want him to know.
Well, if you can't give me anything more to go on...
I thought you were supposed to be such a good detective.
Well, I won't argue that point. But even Sherlock Holmes wouldn't guarantee quick results with what you've given me.
Well, do the best you can.
What happens if Penny catches up with your husband while I'm still looking for him? She'd kill him, wouldn't she?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Well, then, Angel, do I go see your husband or don't I?
You win, Mr. Waring. Come on.
This is Ed Hurley, friends. Well, now, Mike won his way, all right. And you know, I'll bet you mothers would certainly like to win your way, too, when it comes to getting your family to eat those green vegetables that are so good for them. And you can. Just glamorize those vegetables a little by melting delicious Velveeta, Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food, for a smooth golden cheese sauce to pour over them. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a half pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. There's no need to cut it in little pieces because Velveeta melts easily and smoothly without any lumps at all. Then simply stir in a quarter cup of milk, season, and there you have a perfectly wonderful cheese sauce that'll add Velveeta's fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor to cauliflower or spinach or broccoli. Velveeta makes them taste better than ever. And you'll be giving your family extra nourishment this way, too, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. Even the smallest youngsters can enjoy their vegetables a la Velveeta, because Velveeta is digestible as milk itself. So, Mother, make it your handy helper. Get Velveeta in the economical 2-pound loaf so you'll have plenty for cold snacks and sandwiches, too. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta. It's the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made only by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Mike and Liza Sheffield started for the Sheffield apartment to see whether Liza's husband, Arnold, would object to his wife's efforts to keep him alive. Now, as they approach the apartment, they see a sharp-faced little man standing at the door.
Oh, dear. It's Mr. Ballard.
Unwelcome guest?
Very.
Hello, Liza. No wonder you didn't answer the door.
Have you been ringing?
Yeah.
Funny. I thought Arnold was home. Well, he ought to be here pretty soon. You can come in and wait, Mr. Waring.
Right.
As for you, Mr. Ballard, I can't see you now. I'm going to be busy.
Oh, I'll wait.
Call me tomorrow if you want to talk to me.
Now, is that any way to treat an old friend?
Please. I haven't time.
It'll only take a minute.
But I don't have anything for you now. Call me in the morning.
Now, look, I want to get things settled.
All right. Tomorrow.
Now.
You heard what the lady said. Tomorrow, scram.
Now, listen, mister.
I said scram.
Okay. You don't have to get tough. I'm going.
What's with him?
Oh, he's just somebody I used to know. Not important. Now, come on, let's go in.
He's not exactly the sort of character that I would...
Oh!
What's the matter? Uh-oh. Is this your husband? Well, Mr. Sheffield, I'm afraid we're too late. He's dead.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Hello, Bright Eyes.
Uh-oh, it sounds like Mike Waring.
What do you know? He's a detective.
What do you want, Waring?
Got a corpse for you.
I'm busy. Why did you have to dig one up today?
I didn't dig him up. He hasn't been buried yet.
The boy's sharp.
Anything to brighten your day, Corbett. How soon can you get here?
As soon as I finish my report. You're not the only one who finds bodies.
Oh, have you got another?
Yeah, and I bet she's cuter than yours.
Could be.
Of course, she may not be as dead, but she made a good try.
A suicide attempt?
Yeah, I jumped out of the 4-story window. All because some guy gave her the brush. Love, it's wonderful.
Did she leave a note?
No, I talked to her. She bounced off an awning. Doc says she'll live.
What's her name?
Penny Layton. Why?
Penny?
Yeah.
Hey, could be a package deal. Let's get together. Maybe we can wrap it up.
Right in here.
Okay.
Well, there she is, Mrs. Sheffield.
Yes. No question about it. That's the girl.
Hello, Mrs. Sheffield. What's this all about, Sergeant?
You threatened to kill her husband last night.
You don't have to worry. I won't try again. Just want to die.
We know you won't try again. What we want to know is, did you?
What?
Did you go back to Sheffield's today?
Of course not.
Why do you ask that?
Never mind. Come on, Mrs. Sheffield. Waring.
She killed him. I know she did.
Well, that meant she got another gun. Why didn't she shoot herself instead of jumping?
Maybe she counted on the awning saving her.
A 4-story jump? I don't think so.
But she must have killed him. Who else would have done it?
How about your slimy little pal?
Who?
Ballard.
Why, he had nothing to do with Arnold.
What did he want?
I tell you, it had nothing to do with this.
Who is this we're talking about, Waring?
Oh, a character who was very determined to see Mrs. Sheffield today.
Oh. Gonna tell us what he wanted, Mrs. Sheffield?
It has nothing to do with the murder.
Suppose you let us decide that.
Was it blackmail?
What makes you think that?
No, it certainly wasn't a friendly visit. And you said you didn't have anything for him. What would he be expecting from you?
Well, it doesn't matter. I wish you'd believe that.
Okay, if you won't tell me, I know somebody else who may.
Who?
Ballard.
Oh, it's Liza's friend.
Yeah, hello, Ballard.
What do you want with me?
What you wanted with Liza.
Didn't she tell you?
Think I came here because your company is so charming?
I don't know why you came here. Who are you, anyway?
Mike Waring.
Oh, the Falcon?
That's right.
Did Liza hire you?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
To find out a few things.
Not about me. She knows about me.
She doesn't know if you were coming or going when we met you at the door today.
What difference does it make?
Well, if you really don't know, it doesn't make any.
Now, look, Werner, you're going to tell me what you want or you're going to get out of here.
All right, Ballard. What did you want to see Sheffield about?
I didn't want to see Sheffield. I didn't see him.
Well, somebody did with a gun.
Oh, so that's it.
That's it.
Well, it wasn't me. You got to believe that.
Well, maybe I do. But you strike me as the sort of character who sticks his nose into things. So if you really want to clear yourself, here's the chance to put the knot on somebody else for the honor.
Yeah. Have you tried Mara?
Who's Mara?
Joe Mara. He borrowed a mittful from Sheffield to open a pool hall. It folded. I was thinking, what if Sheffield wanted his money and Mara couldn't pay?
It's a thought. Where do I find Mara?
Well, you might find him at Freddy's Bar on 43rd Street. Only please don't tell him I tipped you.
No, I won't breathe a word.
I hope not, because if you do, I could stop breathing for keeps.
There it is in the next block.
Yeah, I see it. We made pretty good time, huh?
Hadn't made any better time, you'd be doing time.
No, I'm fast, but I'm careful.
Uh-huh. Well, don't put down your flag. If my man isn't in there, I'll be right out.
Okay. But what if he is in there?
Wait anyway. It may not take too long.
Right.
Hey, mister, look out!
Mister, you all right?
Yeah. When you shot it, I dropped.
Yeah, those shots came from that alley.
Yeah, I know. You get back. There may be more. I'll go see.
You see anyone?
No, the alley's empty. Did you get a look at who fired those shots?
No, whoever it was standing close to the building in the alley. All I saw was the hand with the gun, and it come around the edge of the building, and I hollered.
Or could you tell if it was a man or a woman?
I wouldn't know. Like I say, all I saw
I know, a hand with a gun. Well, I hope whoever it was thinks he got me. I'm not anxious to have him try again. Hello, are you Joe Mara?
Huh? Oh, Waring.
Hey, you seem surprised to see me. What's the matter? Do you think I was lying in a gutter with a couple of slugs in me?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I have your description. Maybe you get mine.
I don't.
Well, I hope not, for your sake. How come you know my name?
Everybody knows the Falcon.
Well, I'm naturally a very modest guy, but even I can't help thinking there are a couple of people who don't know me.
Well, I'm not one of them.
All right. But how did you know I was looking for you?
I didn't.
I asked for you at Freddy's Bar. They told me you left there 10 minutes before I got there.
So I wanted to get cleaned up, so I wanted to have dinner. That's a crime?
Did someone tip you I was coming?
What makes you think you'd start me rolling?
I know about you in Sheffield.
No? What about me in Sheffield?
You're in hock to him.
You got your tenses wrong, Waring. I was in hock to him.
Oh, you paid him off?
That's right.
When?
Today.
Would it have been this afternoon around 3:30?
It would have been this morning, around 10.
And you can prove you paid him?
Yeah, here. Here's the receipted note. Now, just what are you trying to prove?
I don't know what I'm trying to prove, but it looks like I have proved that a certain character named Ballard is going to have to improve his singing. Looks like he's way off key.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, now, maybe Mike isn't quite sure what he's trying to prove. But I'm sure of what I'm trying to prove, and what's more, I can do it with your help. All you have to do is this. Make yourself a big, hearty sandwich of your favorite kind of bread, spread with a little Kraft mayonnaise, and filled with a good, thick slice of Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Now, take a bite and see for yourself if what I'm trying to prove isn't true. That Velveeta is especially good tasting, with a fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. Mm-hmm. And Velveeta is good for you, too, because it's so rich in important food values from milk. These good Velveeta sandwiches are perfect for everyone, even the youngest children, any time of day, because Velveeta is digestible as milk itself. So make Velveeta your handy helper. For delicious snacks and sandwiches and for fine hot dishes, too, get genuine Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's 20 minutes since Ballard's lead led Mike no place. Now the Falcon has dropped in on Sergeant Corbett to swap information, and Corbett seems to be enjoying Mike's report of his interview with Mara.
So you went off half-cocked, Waring, huh?
All right. Before you break a rib laughing, I still think it's Mara.
Where's his motive if he paid off Sheffield?
I don't know. But it must have been the murderer who shot at me, and that couldn't have been either of the girls.
Why not?
Well, you were questioning Mrs. Sheffield.
What time were you shot at, Waring?
About 6:15.
I left the Sheffield woman a little after 5.
Well, at least it couldn't have been Magnolia Blossom. She's in the hospital.
I have news for you, Waring.
Well, don't tell me Penny's been released.
At 5.
Isn't that just peachy?
And then there's Ballard himself.
Yeah, tell me something about Ballard. Did you learn any more about him from Mrs. Sheffield?
Yeah, when you said you were going to see him, she cracked. Admitted he's been blackmailing her.
I thought so. Glad I was right about something. What did he have on her?
Scandal in her past. She didn't want Sheffield to know about it.
So the little guy likes sweat money, huh? Hey.
What's the matter?
The tip-off could have been to protect his pickings.
What?
Now, we better go see Ballard. I have an idea he can give us the answers we're looking for.
Yeah?
Yeah. But we better hurry because we want Ballard to talk, and they say dead men don't.
Well, here we are.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Don't get out of the car.
Why not?
Look, Ballard's just coming out.
Oh, yeah.
If he doesn't notice us, maybe we can follow him.
He didn't see us. I'll let him get a little lead, and then I'll follow.
Right. You better start your motor. He's hailing a taxi.
Yeah.
Wonder where he's going.
Well, there's one way to find out. Don't want to follow too close, but... Hey! Of all the dumb drivers, did you see that guy cut out right in front of me?
To a police car yet. Well, never mind him. The taxi just turned the next corner. We better get going.
Yeah.
Hey, the guy who cut in front of you is turning at the corner, too.
Is he following Ballard, too? Could be.
Makes a nice parade, huh?
Look behind us, Waring.
Well, what for?
I just wonder if anybody's following us.
They're already in the elevator. Hope we haven't lost them.
Well, they came into this building. Where would they be going? Except up to see Mrs. Sheffield.
But that was Mara following Ballard. I recognized him when he got out of the car.
So what?
So look at the elevator indicator.
Basement.
Yeah. That's not Sheffield's unless she's moved since this afternoon.
Push the button.
Right.
Wonder what they're doing down there.
Well, it's not a maypole dance. You can bet on that.
All right, they're slugging it out. Why?
Mara wants to find out what Ballard knows. Here we are. Get in.
Okay. But I still don't see how you figure it, Waring. Ballard knows about Mrs. Sheffield's past, but what's that got to do with Mara?
Nothing.
Gets clearer all the time.
But we haven't time to discuss it now. Here we are.
There they are. Yeah, come on. All right, Mara, that's enough. Let him go.
Where did you...
Drop that gun, then we'll talk. Go on, drop it. Do you want to see if I'm only kidding with this one?
Okay.
Here you are. Pick it up, Waring. Now, what's going on here?
He was trying to kill me.
Guy's lying. I was trying to make him talk.
About what?
Well, the papers say Sheffield was murdered. Waring was asking me about it. Ballard must have figured me, and I wanted to know why.
He put a gun on my back. He made me come down here in the basement.
We know that, Ballard. And there are a couple of other things we know. That you were blackmailing Mrs. Sheffield, for instance.
You can't prove that.
And you forget that now that Sheffield's dead, she's willing to talk. And we can certainly prove you were at the apartment today around the time of the murder because I saw you.
I was there after the murder.
Maybe. Anyway, you better go along with Sergeant Corbett.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't kill Sheffield.
I didn't say you did. But you know who did, and when you talk... come on, Mara. Come back here.
I said come back here.
You're not going anywhere except with Corbett, too. Because, Mara, you're the murderer. I'm sorry to spoil a little joke, Corbett. It was Mara after all.
Doesn't your arm ever get tired, Waring?
From what?
Patting yourself on the back.
Well, I'd just like to give credit where credit is due.
You weren't so sure it was Mara yourself when you saw that receipt?
Well, I admit it threw me for a while, but I bounced back.
It's cute of Mara. Sheffield wants his money, so Mara scrapes it up and gives it to him. Gets a receipt for it, then plugs Sheffield and takes back the money.
Uh-huh. He figured it was safe enough because he'd read in the paper about the Leighton girl threatening Sheffield. And he counted on her taking the rap. He might have gotten away with it, too, if Ballard hadn't cleared the deal.
Yeah, in fact, I still don't think you solved this one, Waring. You were simply lucky that by following Ballard, we happened to stumble on Mara.
Well, that's what I was counting on.
Yeah?
Yeah, sweetheart. See, I knew that Ballard had tipped off the person who shot at me.
How did you know that?
Because the person was waiting for me at Freddy's bar. That meant he had to know where I'd be going. And Ballard was the only one who knew.
Couldn't it have been Ballard himself who was waiting?
No, because I went straight to Freddy's from Ballard's. And my driver drove fast. Ballard could never have beaten me there.
All right, it wasn't Ballard.
No, but it was somebody who had been tipped off by Ballard. At first, I thought it was somebody working with him, but when you confirmed my suspicions about him being a blackmailer, I changed my ideas.
You figured Ballard was following a pattern and blackmailing again.
Yeah, that's right. He was on the scene at the time of the murder. It was perfectly possible for him to have seen the murderer leave the apartment. So I figured it was blackmail, and he tipped the murderer that I knew too much so the murderer could get rid of me. He didn't want me nabbing the killer and spoiling his chance for blackmail.
But Ballard's the one who put you on to Mara in the first place.
I know. He could rattle when I was accusing him and try to get out from under. But after I left, he couldn't see that nice opportunity for blackmail going out the window.
I see.
Well, that's all there is to it. Once I realized Ballard was up to the old game of blackmail, I knew all we had to do was follow him. And sooner or later, we'd cross paths with the murderer.
Yeah, Waring, it all adds up. Except couldn't Mara have been telling the truth when he said all he was trying to do was find out why Ballard set you on him?
How did he know Ballard was the one who steered me to him? No, Corbett. A Mara named Ballard, he put his head in the noose.
You've got the wrong metaphor, Waring. In this state, it's not the noose, it's the electric chair.
Well, in that case, hang around for. Good night, Corbett. This is Mike Waring, friends. Our Falcon programs bring you stories of the detection and prevention of crime. And right now, I'd like to say another word or two about preventing crime. You can help, you know. You needn't give money. Just give your sincere support to the Boys Clubs of America. These clubs build good citizens with strong, healthy bodies and minds. Boys who are completely honest, who respect property and individual rights, and who realize that America is a land of opportunity if you're willing to learn and work and try hard. These non-sectarian, non-profit boys' clubs are operated by groups of public-spirited adults so that boys from 8 to 20 can enjoy the right kind of recreation and companionship in their own clubhouses. If you and your neighbors would like to establish a boys' club in your community, get in touch with the Boys Clubs of America for help. Think about it, won't you? Thanks a lot.
The Case of the Carved Ham. The Case of the Carved Ham. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns sometimes a gun can change a great comedian into a bad actor. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Tonight, Theater Guild presents the exciting Fallen Idol on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Alice. I'm glad you called. Well, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some friend of mine just signed a temperance pledge. But with the people he knows, even without alcohol, he still may wind up half shot.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the carved ham. Before the Falcon solves today's case, I have a question for you. Have you tried Velveeta lately? Isn't that the finest cheese food you ever put in your mouth? That rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor is good, really good eating. You see, Velveeta is made by Kraft, and that's something pretty important to remember. Because you and I know the Kraft name on cheese and cheese foods means the very finest you can buy. So remember this. There's no other cheese food like Kraft's pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta. Because Kraft and only Kraft makes Velveeta. And now, the case of the carved ham. It's early Sunday afternoon in New York, and a lovely redhead named Doris Webster gets off the Fifth Avenue bus at 76th Street. As she does, she notices a tall, thin man behind her. He's still behind her at 78th. At 81st, Doris gets a little frightened at the game and stops dead in her tracks, whereupon her shadow almost topples over her.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, lady. I should have looked where I was going.
That's the trouble. You did.
How's that?
You've been following me for the last hour.
Me?
Listen, mister. I don't know what your game is.
I'm sightseeing.
Well, do it elsewhere, or I'll call the police.
You don't really mean that, baby?
Officer?
Oh, I guess you do.
Oh, that's me, lady.
Yeah, please.
I guess that's my cue to beat it. Been nice knowing you, honey. We must do this more often.
41171.
Hello?
Is that you, Stuart?
Yeah?
It's Doris. I got to see you.
Why? What's the trouble?
Well, I just had a funny experience. I thought a man was following me.
Was he?
Well, he might have been only trying to pick me up. At least that's what he claimed.
Don't worry about it, Doris. You come on over.
All right, honey. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
You through with the phone, lady?
You.
Oh, hiya, beautiful. Imagine bumping into you here. Certainly is a small world.
Tell me it was a coincidence, Stuart, because it wasn't. I tell you, he was following me.
That's ridiculous, Doris. Why should he?
Well, maybe he's working for Santos.
Never in a million years. If your boyfriend, Mr. Santos, knew about me, we would have heard from him long before this.
Listen, Stuart. If anything should happen...
Oh, now you're talking like a child, Doris.
I know, but, well, if anything should. Look, there's a red leather vanity bench in my bedroom.
Vanity bench?
Yeah, you can't miss it. It's 24 inches high and about 18 inches wide.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you turn it upside down, you'll see the padding comes out. Inside, you'll find some newspaper clippings. I want you to send those clips to the police.
Forget it, darling. Nothing's going to happen.
Want to bet what?
Who the devil are you?
It's the man I've been telling you about.
The name is Brian King, honey.
What do you want?
You.
What?
Yeah. The fellow I work for would like to see you.
Who?
Joe Sanders.
Stuart!
You can tell Mr. Sanders I'm not interested.
Maybe you better tell him yourself. Let's go, chum.
Take your hands off him.
Come on, handsome. I told him you were practically on your way over. Now, you don't want to make a liar out of me, do you?
Look out, Stuart!
You were a little late, honey.
Stuart.
Now, don't give him a second thought, baby. You'll be all right. How about a drink, Brian? Don't mind if I do, Sanders. Now, that boy Stewart's no lightweight. Bet I lost 5 pounds lugging him over here. Thanks.
Still out cold. What do you do for a living?
He's an actor. Goes under the name of Stuart Van Dyne.
I wonder what Doris sees in him.
He's a pretty good-looking guy.
Yeah. He'll make much better appearance than Santos, huh?
Well, you can't have everything, Santos. After all, you've got the money and the muscles.
And don't forget the brain, Brian.
Well, you can't prove that by me.
What do you mean?
I came up here from Kansas City because I heard that you were going to be the biggest operator of gambling joints in New York. So, ever since I got here, all you seem to be interested in is that girl Doris Webster and the schmo she's been seeing on the side. By me, that ain't tending the business.
Just let me take care of Mr. Stuart Van Dyne first.
There's your chance. He's coming to now.
Hello, Palsy. How you feel?
Who are you?
You're Santos? Oh, you hear me, huh? You never should play around with my girl, Stuart.
What are you going to do to me?
Well, Brian here thinks Doris likes you because you're a good-looking fellow. Well, we fix it so you ain't so good-looking no more.
Huh?
Mess up that face, Brian, but good.
No.
Shut up. Oh. Go on, Brian.
You're crazy.
What's the matter? Don't they tell you in Kansas City that anybody who works for Santos follows orders?
Not that kind, I don't.
Vince!
What's the matter, boss?
I don't think Mr. King wants to play on our team.
Oh, is that so? Wait a minute, Santos.
Well?
Come here, Stuart.
Okay. Oh, no!
Just a second.
Yum.
I'm looking for Michael Waring, the Falcon.
Come in.
My name is Webster, Doris Webster.
Sit down, Miss Webster.
Thanks.
Now, what's the problem?
Well, a very dear friend of mine has been kidnapped.
What's this dear friend's name?
Stuart Van Dyne.
Did you report it to the police?
No,
Why not?
because I don't want them involved.
You don't want him involved. A man is kidnapped?
I didn't say he was kidnapped. I said he disappeared.
You said nothing of the sort.
I can see I made a big mistake in coming here.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I do. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Waring. Believe me, it won't happen again.
Hello, Doris.
What do you want?
Mr. Santos sent me around to find out whether beauty was only skin deep.
Where's Stuart? Where is he?
All right, Vince.
Here we are, right on cue. Come on, pretty boy.
Doris,
I can't look at him. Take him away! Take him
Who is it?
It's Emily Bryan. Open up.
Just a second, Emily. All right, get in here.
What's the matter, Brian?
Who says anything's the matter?
Oh, well, you're packing.
That's right. We're taking the 1035 back to Kansas City.
Why?
Because that guy Santos I came here to work for is nuts.
What happened?
Never mind, Emily. Just take my word for it. He's out of his mind. Now, who would that be?
Oh, it's the bellboy, honey. I asked him to bring up a package for me.
Oh.
I'll let him in.
No, you get started packing. I'll take care of it. Just a second. All right, son, let's...
Hiya, Sergeant. Well, it's about time, Mr. Waring. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you.
As a matter of fact, you have. What's on your mind, Corbett?
Sit down and have a cup of coffee. Did you read about a guy named Brian King being gunned yesterday in his hotel?
Yeah, I understand they're holding his wife.
Well, she didn't do it, Mike. You've got to look out for her interests.
Has she asked me?
No, she don't know a soul in New York.
Then whose idea is this?
Mine.
Yours? Now, I've heard everything. What's your interest in this? What's her name?
Emily King.
Well, how come you're so concerned about
I
it?
just feel sorry for the dame.
You sure that's all?
Look, can't a guy do a decent thing in his life without everyone being suspicious?
All depends on who the guy is. Who does Mrs. King say killed her husband?
She don't know. She was in the bedroom packing when Brian got it.
What were they doing in New York?
Her husband came here to work for Joe Santos. Maybe it didn't pan out because he was in an awful hurry to leave.
Did you speak to Santos?
Yeah, he denies the whole thing. Claims King was doing fine.
And I suppose he has an alibi for the time of the murder.
What do you think?
Well, I think if I'm going to prove my unknown client didn't kill her husband, I'd better get started finding the party who did. I'll be seeing you, Sergeant.
This is Ed Hurley, friends. So it seems that Sergeant Corbett has presented Mike with a job. And that's just what I'd like to talk about, a job. That big job you mothers have preparing a hearty hot lunch for your family. To make your work easier, make Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food, your handy helper. You can melt Velveeta for a smooth golden cheese sauce to pour over slices of toast for a fine luncheon main dish. And this Velveeta sauce is so easy to make. All you do is melt a half pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. There's no need to cut it in little pieces because Velveeta melts easily and smoothly without any lumps at all. Then just stir in a quarter cup of milk, season, and presto. You'll have as quick and easy a cheese sauce as you'd ever want to find. And so good eating, too, with a rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor the folks go for. What's more, this Velveeta sauce adds fine nourishment to your meal because Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk, as digestible as milk itself, so it's perfect for even the smallest youngsters. For grand hot dishes and for cold snacks and sandwiches, too, make Velveeta your helper. Get it in the economical 2-pound loaf, so you'll always be stocked with the cheese food of top quality, genuine Velveeta. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike Waring, acting at the behest of Sergeant Corbett, undertook to do some private detecting for Emily King. Now, as we find the Falcon, he's making like a private eye.
Oh, no, don't tell me.
Yes, it's me, Santos. Or should I say I?
Anything you say, Mikey's okay with me. Sit down.
Thanks.
You like something to drink, maybe?
Maybe.
Scotch? Fine. You, think you're going to be able to do something for that little girl?
What little girl?
Brian's wife.
How did you know I was working for her?
I got ways. Look, Mike, if she needs money, let me know.
Where's your white beard, Santos?
Don't get me wrong, Mike. I give nothing away. You ever stop to think that the party who killed Brian maybe was trying to kill me?
You kidding?
Didn't the cops tell you the hotel suite Brian was using was registered in my name?
No.
Well, it was. I turned it over to Mr. and Mrs. King because they have no place to live in New York.
What kind of work did Brian do for you?
Oh, little this, little that.
Yeah, that tells me...
What's the matter?
That picture on the piano.
What about it?
I think I recognize the lady. Isn't her name Doris Webster?
Yeah.
Certainly is a small world.
Where do you know Doris from?
Oh, she was up to see me yesterday.
About what?
Oh, no, Santos, don't tell me you're jealous.
I asked you a question, Mike.
I suppose you answer one of mine first. Was Doris running around with Brian King?
No.
Well, I've only got your word. Who's in the next room?
Nobody.
Don't give me that. I heard something in there.
You're crazy. I show you. See? Yes.
Look out, Santos! What's the trouble, Angel?
Well, if it isn't Mr. Waring.
Well, darned if it isn't. It's like I just mentioned to a friend. It certainly is a small world.
Yeah. Too small.
Say, that must be a dihedral.
Huh?
That's the molten joint that's attached to the Finnegan pen. Here, let me show you.
Why, wait a minute.
All right, if you don't want your car started.
You think you can?
Angel, I'm the greatest little Mr. Fix-It in the business. Move over. Now, if I'm not mistaken, there should be a loose wire under the dash. Mm-hmm. What did I tell you?
It's been cut.
Exactly. But if we wind the ends together like so, then...
Who cut those wires?
Me.
What was the idea?
Well, it was the only way I could think of to arrange this interview. How about a drive around Central Park?
Get out.
Oh, you're not going to make me do that, beautiful, after all the trouble I went to?
Do you want me to call a cop?
Well, that's entirely up to you, Doris. But I don't think Joe Santos would approve.
Well, if Santos ever finds you talking to me...
I don't think there's any danger of that, at least for a couple of hours. Oh, haven't you heard? He was shot at 2:30 this afternoon.
You're lying.
Well, there's no reason to be upset, Angel. The bullet just tore a chunk out of his side.
Listen, Waring, what do you want?
The murderer of Brian King.
I don't know anything about it.
I suppose you let me be the judge of that. Now, when was the last time you saw Brian King alive?
Yesterday when he brought Stewart...
Mm-hmm. Now we're getting to it. Stewart's the boy you told me was kidnapped.
I didn't say he was kidnapped.
Oh, please, let's not start that again. I gather Mr. Van Dyne has finally turned up, huh?
Yeah.
And Brian King was the one who located him.
That's one way to put it.
What's the connection between you and Stewart?
We used to be kind of friendly.
What stopped you?
Santos found out about us through Brian King.
Oh, so that's the connection. And what did the messengers King and Santos do to Stewart?
I have no idea.
Well, suppose you give me Stewart's address and let me find out for myself.
You sure this is the right place, Mike?
Well, Doris told me Stewart Van Dyne was living in apartment 4E, Sergeant.
Guess he's out.
Are you surprised?
I don't follow you.
Well, Mr. Santos is inclined to be a little on the possessive side. What do you think would happen to anyone who he caught playing around with Doris?
Well...
Now, where are your keys?
I don't like to do this.
And whose idea was it for me to get messed up in this business? Who asked me to try and help Emily King?
Okay. This one ought to do it. Yeah. Awful dark in here.
Light switch ought to be somewhere near.
Keep your hands off that switch.
What?
I've got enough light from the hallway.
Oh, no, that's not fair, chum. You can see us and we can't see you.
That's tough. But just to make things easier for you, I'll tell you I've got a gun in my hand.
You Stewart Van Dyne?
What's it to you?
Well, a thought just occurred to me, Stewart, that you'd be no better off than we are if I were to...
Shut the door, boy, you!
Hit the light, Sergeant.
I'm warning you.
Come on.
It's too late, friend.
No wonder he was sitting alone in the dark.
Yeah. Who did that to your face?
None of your business.
It was Brian King, wasn't it?
Whatever it was.
That might explain a lot of things, such as finding you alive and him dead. What did Doris say when she saw you?
I'll take care of her, too.
Well, you took care of Brian King?
Suppose you start answering some of my questions for a change. How did you guys get in here?
Simple. Sergeant has a set of skeleton keys.
Let's have them. Now, let me have them, Sergeant. Or would you sooner I took them off your body?
I think he means that, Corbett.
Okay.
Nope. Just drop them on that bureau. I'll pick them up from there. Now, let's see how fast you boys can get to the other side of the room. Come on, hurry up.
You're making a mistake, Stewart.
Let me worry about that.
Where are you going?
Out.
You're not going to lock us in here.
You know, Sergeant, you ought to make a great detective. That's as good a piece of deduction as I've heard in years.
Are you coming in that door, Sergeant?
Ain't made a dent in it yet.
Well, save your knuckles. The squad car will be here in a minute.
Were you able to get Doris Webster on the phone?
No, her line has been busy.
I'll try her again.
Okay.
You don't think Van Dyne could have gotten to her yet?
No, not a chance.
When I get my hands on that guy.
Hello?
Hello, that you, Doris?
Who's this?
Mike Waring. Say, Stewart's looking for you. Hope you got a good, strong lock on your door.
You're not frightening me.
I didn't intend to. That's Joe Santos' department.
And Mr. Santos doesn't worry me either. Little Doris can look after herself.
You know, it's a funny thing, Doris, but the last time I heard someone say that, the Undertaker was round in short order. I hope you have better luck.
Who's there?
It's me, Doris.
Santos?
Yeah.
Okay, honey. Just a second. Come on in, honey.
Thanks.
Oh, I thought you'd be in bed.
You mean that bullet? Oh, nothing.
Oh, I'll bet it hurt something awful. Here, come on, sit down, honey.
I tell you, it's nothing, Doris.
You're angry with me, aren't you?
Why, I got the reason.
Oh, I give you my word, honey. That Stewart character didn't mean a thing. You know there's only one man in the world for me.
Sure.
Oh, come on, honey. Say you forgive me.
And if I do?
I promise I'll never look at another man again.
Until the next time, huh?
What do you want me to do? Crawl on my knees?
It might be a good idea.
Listen, you creep. Who do you think you're talking to anyway?
What's the matter, Doris? You fed up?
You're darn right I am. Did you ever get a good look at yourself in a mirror?
Oh, I know Santos is not so good looking.
That's putting it mildly. Sure, I went with Stewart, and there were other guys, too. And there will be again.
I wouldn't bet on that.
Yeah? Well, I would.
You're not afraid of what this actor fellow Story is going to have to say?
No. The police will take care of him.
Why should they?
Because he killed Brian King.
Why should he?
Because of what King did to his face.
You're forgetting something, Doris. I tell King to do this thing.
Well, he took a shot at you, too, didn't he?
No. That was one of my boys.
What?
Yeah, Vince. You remember him? Nice, tall fellow.
I don't understand.
Sure you do, Doris. You're a very smart girl.
You killed Brian?
That's right.
You're crazy.
I can't be if the cops think Stewart did it. Of course, you could tell them now.
Listen, Sandy, I swear I wouldn't give you away.
Wouldn't you?
No. If I wanted to squeal, there are plenty of other things I know.
Come here, baby.
Oh, darling, you gotta believe me. Honey, I'll never open my mouth.
Yes, I believe.
Hey, wait a minute, Sergeant. I think that's the apartment.
Is there a nameplate?
Yeah. I found Doris Webster.
Well, what are you waiting for?
I hunch she ain't going to answer.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're right.
Well, shall we?
By all means. Take a look at what's hanging from the chandelier. Well, that's one way to get up in the world.
Good 3 feet, I'd say.
Might as well have been a mile.
All right, let's get it down.
Well, that's life for you. But I wonder why she did it.
Did what, Sergeant?
Commit suicide.
Who says it's suicide?
I do.
You see any sign of a note around?
What makes you think there has to be a note every time? The girl was scared.
Yeah, so she put a rope around her neck and hung herself.
Won't be the first time it happened.
No, it doesn't make sense, Sergeant. Take a look at that red leather vanity bench.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, can't you see it's been torn apart? Look at the condition of the living room.
What does that prove?
Well, if Doris committed suicide, who took the joint apart?
She might have herself.
Why?
How should I know?
Well, maybe I can guess. Doris seemed awfully sure that she could keep Joe Santos in line. Now, how could she do that?
I don't know.
Well, the obvious answer is that she must have been holding something over his head. I suppose it was hidden in that vanity bench.
Why would it have to be in there?
It didn't. The point is, wherever it was, Santos must have found it and destroyed it.
Well, assuming for the sake of argument he did, I don't see how that makes us any better off.
Well, frankly, I don't either, Sergeant. But I'm grasping at straws. Let's hope one of them is enough to break Santos's neck. This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, it looks like Sergeant Corbett and Mike are having a little trouble finding the solution to this case. But right now, I'd like to talk about a solution to another kind of problem. The problem of what to give your folks when they want something to eat between meals. And this solution is easy. Just give them Golden Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Let them spread or slice Velveeta on bread or crispy crackers. Watch them enjoy its fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. Velveeta is perfect for between-meal snacks because it's nourishing, too, and rich in important food values from milk and as digestible as milk itself. So make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother, for snacks and sandwiches and for fine hot dishes, too. Get an economical 2-pound loaf of genuine Velveeta tomorrow. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike and Sergeant Corbett discovered the body of Doris Webster hanging in her apartment. And now, as we find the aforementioned gentleman, they're breaking the news to Joe Santos, who, surprisingly enough, doesn't seem in the least bit disturbed.
Well, what are you going to do?
That's life. You seem to be taking it pretty much in your stride, Santos.
You expect me to cut my throat?
You may want to at that. Because I've got a theory you killed Doris.
You got a theory. You're out of your mind, Mike. I haven't been out of this bed since I was shot.
And how do you account for those scratches on your face? When I saw you earlier today, there wasn't a mark on you.
And don't tell us you cut yourself shaving.
Say, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Has the report come through on the substance under Doris's fingernails?
Huh?
You know, the stuff you had analyzed.
Oh, sure.
It was human flesh, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. The doc said probably came from a man.
You know, Santos, they can tell in 5 minutes who that man was.
Oh, you're kidding.
Okay, don't bleep me. Sergeant?
Wait a minute.
Well?
Suppose I was in Doris' apartment.
Well, were you or weren't you?
Yeah.
And you did fight with him?
Yeah, I tried to keep her from committing suicide.
Well, you couldn't have tried very hard.
Well, I do the best I can. Remember, she shot me this afternoon. I'm still weak.
Sure. Well, it may be news to you, Santos, but when people hang themselves, they customarily step off a height. And there was nothing resembling a chair in that bedroom.
You're sure of that?
Positive.
You don't see a red leather vanity bench?
You mean?
Yeah.
Looks like he's got you there, Mike. Remember, you were the one who commented on it?
Yes, so I did. What did you take out of that bench, Santos?
Don't you wish you knew?
Maybe I can guess. Probably some evidence linking you with a couple of unsolved murders.
Yes, it sounds no good, Mike. You got to be able to prove it.
Not if we can prove you killed Doris Webster. And take it from me, Santos, we can. All right, Sergeant, make like a cop.
I hope you're not bluffing this time, Mike.
No, I'm not, Sergeant. Santos killed both Doris and Brian King.
But that's what doesn't make sense. Why should he kill King? The guy was working for him.
Oh, yeah, but Santos didn't believe he was working out right. King didn't approve of what Santos forced him to do to Stuart Van Dyne, and he was all for taking a powder. Well, you know Santos. The only time you quit his outfit is the way King did.
Well, why did he kill Doris?
He was tired of her horsing around. And he couldn't have been exactly crazy about whatever it was she was holding over his head.
So he strung her up?
That's right. And you're probably curious about how I figured that one out.
No. We found Doris hanging 3 feet off the floor.
Well, listen.
And that vanity bench Santos claims she used was only 24 inches high. Now, you tell me how you can step off something 2 feet high and wind up 3 feet in the air.
All right, if you saw it, why didn't you say something before?
What, and spoil your fun? Don't forget, Mike, I'm a typical dumb cop who can't add 2 and 2 together without using his fingers. If I claimed I solved the crime, who'd ever believe me?
Well, certainly no one who ever listened to a show called The Adventures of the Falcon. Good night, Sergeant. Friends, I suppose that you, like most of us, have a sweet tooth. And the best way I can think of to satisfy that sweet tooth is with Kraft Dairy Fresh Caramels. You see, the folks at Kraft spent years developing Kraft caramels from a special process, making them not only good tasting, but good for you, too. Into the making of Kraft caramels go lots of fine, pure ingredients, along with plenty of nourishing milk. As a result, Kraft caramels are chewy, soft caramels with a very delicious flavor. But how can I prove to you that Kraft caramels are so good to eat? Well, try Kraft caramels. Taste them. Then you'll agree. Kraft caramels are the tastiest you've ever eaten. Get the big thrifty pound bag at your grocery store and get the 6-piece bar of Kraft caramels at your candy counter. The 6-piece bar still costs a nickel. Think of it, only a nickel. And think of the joyful delight in every delicious bite of Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels. The Case of the Shopkeeper's Gun. The Case of the Shopkeeper's Gun. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that a fellow who plays with guns can wind up a dead shot. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on a famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Also heard in today's broadcast was Miss Splendor Isby of Detroit, Michigan, who was chosen by this program from among the dramatic students of Vassar College in Poughkeepsie, New York. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. And friends, remember, when you give to the Red Cross, you're helping to protect your loved ones, your community, and your nation. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the shopkeeper's gun. It's Sunday night in New York, and in a midtown hotel room, an ugly smile that is almost a sneer twists the thin lips of stocky Ed Taylor as he looks with bored and sleepy eyes at the young man who is pacing the floor in front of him.
Sit down, Conrad. Give your feet a rest.
You haven't given me your answer yet. Do I get my money back or don't I?
I'll think about it.
What's to think? You gave me a rookie. Either you make good on it or...
Oh, what?
Do I get my money?
Come here, Conrad.
What do you want?
Tell you something?
What? Hey, let go. What's the idea? What are you trying to do?
Just taking precaution. Yeah. Here we are. So you brought a gun with you, huh?
I wasn't going to use it unless I had to.
Had to?
To protect myself.
Well, now that you don't have any protection, don't you think it's a little dangerous to hang around here?
I'll get a lawyer.
If a lawyer could do you any good, you wouldn't have come up here throwing your weight around. Now, I hate to keep you because I know you must have things to do. Shall I show you out or throw you out?
All right, Taylor. You win this round.
I win them all, pal, so you might as well throw in the towel. Unless you want to see what it feels like to get counted out.
We'll see about that. Goodbye, Taylor.
You're an old meanie, Taylor. That was no way to treat the fellow.
Dumb jerk. He had a gun like you said he would.
Yes.
I wonder if he'll try anything else.
I doubt it. But as long as he doesn't know we're working together, I can always find out. Well, let's see the gun.
Here.
Thanks.
Could you hear all he said in the other room?
Yeah. 45. Conrad believes in doing things in a big way.
He probably won't quit. You'd better have a talk with him tomorrow. See if he's planning anything.
Well, maybe it won't be necessary. I've thought of one way I can kill two birds with one stone. Or one bullet.
What? You're not going to kill him?
No, Taylor, I'm not going to kill him.
Well, then?
I'm going to kill you.
What kind of a gag is that? Wait a minute, Moody. Don't point that.
Of this shop?
What?
I said, are you the owner of this place?
Oh, yeah.
George Conrad?
That's right.
How's business?
What?
I said, how's... Look, turn off that record, will you, so we can talk?
Oh, yeah, sure. What were you saying?
I said the record business must be pretty good.
Why?
For you to be able to blow 10 grand, Conrad.
What? Who are you?
Sergeant Corbett, Police Department.
Police? Well, what's the matter?
We found your name in Ed Taylor's books.
Oh, you've got his books. Can you prove anything?
About what?
About his swindling.
Oh, you think he's a swindler?
Of course. Isn't that why you picked him up?
Not exactly.
Then what?
We found a gun, traced it. You bought it a couple of days ago.
That's right. What's that got to do?
It's the gun that killed Taylor.
Killed?
That's what I said.
Oh, so that's it. But surely you don't... Look, if I had anything to do with the shooting, I certainly wouldn't have left my own gun there.
Why did you leave your gun there?
Taylor took it away from me.
Why did you buy the gun?
I thought there might be trouble when I demanded my money.
So you admit demanding money, you admit you expected trouble, you admit you went up there with a gun.
But I didn't kill him. Like I said, I certainly wouldn't have left the gun there.
It wasn't left there. It was hidden in a trash barrel in an alley nearby. If the barrel hadn't been accidentally knocked over, the gun probably never would have been discovered.
Well, then, all I can say is get out of my way.
Hey, Conrad, stop!
Well, hello, Georgie.
Shut the door quick.
Well, all right.
I said shut it.
What's the matter?
Wait till I lock it.
What?
Marie, the police are after me.
The police? Why, what did you do?
Somebody killed Taylor.
Oh, no.
They think it was me. I admitted I had a row with him.
But you didn't kill him.
Of course not, but how am I going to prove it?
Well, if you didn't do
but
it...
I was there. The bullet was from my gun.
It was. But how could it?
Taylor got it away from me. I don't know what happened after that.
I begged you not to get a gun.
All right, you were right. Let's not go into that now. What am I going to do?
Well, First, you'd better give yourself up.
I can't. They got too much on me.
But running away will only make it look worse.
Well, I can't help it.
Oh, please, Georgie. You wouldn't listen to me before. Listen to me now. Don't be crazy. Give yourself up. We'll get a good lawyer and maybe a detective.
No.
What do you hope to get?
Who's that?
I don't know. Who is it?
Sergeant Corbett, Police Department, open up.
They're here.
Yes.
Don't let them in.
Well, I've got
We
to.
know you're in there, Conrad. You don't want any trouble, you'll give yourself up.
Marie, the building next door is the same height as this one, isn't it?
Yes, but what...
I can get up the fire escape to the roof.
Oh, no, they'll have the building surrounded. They'll shoot
It's
you.
my only chance.
Now, Georgie, please.
I gotta try it.
Then I've got to try.
Hello?
Hello. I'm looking for Michael Waring's apartment, the Falcon.
You found it?
Are you he?
That's right.
Well, I'm Marie Cameron. I phoned you a little while ago.
Oh, yes. Come in.
Thank you.
Now, since you called, I've been doing some research. The story's in the paper.
Part of it. I want to give you the rest.
All right, go ahead.
Well, do you prefer to be called Falcon or Mr. Waring?
I'll settle for Mike.
All right, but in that case, you'd better call me Marie.
All right, Marie. Now, what did you want to tell me?
I turned Georgie into the police because I know he's innocent.
Can't think of a better reason.
Oh, I mean it. I was afraid if he tried to escape, they'd shoot him, but now that I've gotten him into this jam, you've got to get him out of it.
You're pretty good at making up other people's minds.
But he's innocent, and you're such a good detective.
Am I?
So I hear.
You just keep listening to that kind of talk.
I will if you live up to it.
I'll try. Now, what makes you so sure Conrad is innocent?
I know him.
You also know he bought a gun. Don't tell me he was just going to use it as a paperweight.
He bought that for self-defense.
Oh, sure. Whoever heard of guns for anything else?
You think he killed Taylor?
His gun did.
Oh, but that's just it. Can't you see how convenient it was that the trash can was turned over so the gun could be found? It was a plant.
Maybe. According to the paper, Conrad claims Taylor got the gun away from him in a fight. But it didn't say what the fight was about. Do you know?
Yes, that's why I wanted to see you. Taylor was a swindler. He sold Georgie an interest in a fake silver mining project.
How did Georgie find out it was fake?
Mr. Moody told him.
Well, who's Moody?
Oh, the man who introduced Georgie to Taylor.
Oh.
And when he found out Taylor was a crook, he felt terrible about it and told Georgie right away, but Georgie had already invested.
Is Moody a friend of Georgie's?
No, they met on a train, I think.
Mm-hmm. Where can I find Moody?
Well, I don't know, but I guess Georgie would. Why, what do you want him for? Do you think Moody can help you?
Maybe, in a number of ways. So if I'm going to help you, I'd better get moving.
Where are you going?
To jail. Hello, Georgie.
Who are you?
Mike Waring.
Haven't I heard that name somewhere before?
I hope so.
What do you want?
Well, perhaps you could tell me how to find Frank Moody.
Why?
Well, he might know something about this murder.
What makes you think so?
Well, Marie tells me that
Marie? What have you got to do with her?
I'm working for her. In fact...
Get out of here.
Now, look, Georgie...
I said get out.
Now, take it easy,
She's
Georgie.
made enough trouble.
Yeah, well, so have you. All right, Georgie, get up. Sorry I had to slug you, but you asked for it.
I don't want any help from Marie.
All right. But there's no use trying to throw me out. I can't get out of here even if I want to until they make with the key.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think.
So I noticed. Very interesting.
What is?
The way you blow your top. Could explain what happened to Taylor.
That's right. Tell me I killed him. See the kind of help Marie gets me?
I don't say you killed Taylor, but the police do. And you seem determined to build up a case for them. Now, maybe I can help you out of this. But I'm going to need your help. Now, do I get it, or do you like bars in the window?
I don't want any help from Marie.
I'm not Marie.
You're working for her?
I'm working for whoever pays me. If you want to pick up the check, fight it out with her.
Do you think you can do anything for me, Waring?
Probably. If I can find Moody.
I don't know where he stayed. He always called me.
Oh, fine.
But I don't think he knows anything about it.
He was Taylor's come-on, wasn't he?
No. He introduced us.
Well, that's what I mean.
But I'm sure they weren't working together. Why, it was Moody who told me Taylor was a crook.
That's right. After you had invested.
Even so.
And it was Moody who suggested that you buy a gun, wasn't it?
To protect myself, yeah.
Yeah, sure. In fact, it was following Moody's advice that landed you right where you are.
Yeah. I hadn't thought of that.
Well, you better start thinking.
Are you suggesting Moody's the murderer?
I'm just suggesting it's worth looking into.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I had an idea it was somebody else who'd been swindled by Taylor. But the way you lined things up...
You mean the way Moody has lined you up?
If only I could tell you where to find him.
Well, didn't he ever say anything that might give a lead?
Not that I can think of.
Oh, come on, think hard. As though your life depended upon it. Because there's a good chance it does.
This is Ed Hurley, friends. Well, it sounds as though Mike and George Conrad are going to have to think pretty hard to find Moody. Yes, the way you have to think when you want to find a way to make good use of those leftover pieces of yesterday's roast. But making use of leftovers isn't hard at all if you make Velveeta your handy helper. You can melt Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food for a smooth, golden cheese sauce to pour over those leftovers for a brand new hot main dish. And this Velveeta sauce is so easy to make. All you do is melt a half pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. You don't have to cut Velveeta up because it melts so easily and so smoothly without any lumps. Then just stir in a quarter cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have the smoothest golden cheese sauce ever. Just the thing to pour over leftover bits of meat or seafood or vegetables for a main dish that really tastes good. Extra good because Velveeta has such a rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And this sauce is extra nourishing, too, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. Make it your handy helper, Mother, for easy hot main dishes and for hearty snacks and sandwiches, too. Tomorrow, get a 2-pound loaf of the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality. Genuine Velveeta. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
10 minutes have passed since Mike Waring had his talk with Georgie Conrad. Now the Falcon drops into the Homicide Bureau to have a talk with Sergeant Corbett.
Hello, Corbett. Well, you've done it again.
Oh, you, Waring. What have I done?
With your usual brilliant logic, you've locked up the wrong guy.
If you're talking about Georgie Conrad...
Who else? Now, don't tell me you pulled any other boners.
Boner? Yeah, you're right, Waring. Conrad is undoubtedly innocent. That's why he pulled a sprint when I questioned him.
Well, he's impulsive, that's all.
Sure, he runs for cover when he sees a badge. This kind of impulse I don't go for.
Doesn't prove anything.
Doesn't have to with all the rest we have on him.
You could be wrong.
I'm willing to be shown. What have you got?
The character who got Conrad into this, Frank Moody.
What about him?
Well, that's what I want to ask you. You have anything on him?
Just that he's a name Conrad gave me. He has no record. He has no address. If that's your hot lead...
I'd like to have a talk with him.
Go ahead. All you have to do is find him.
Well, I was counting on an assist from you.
If he drops in, I'll let you know.
Oh, you're too good to me.
Think nothing of it.
Believe me, Corbett, I don't.
Hello?
Hello, Marie. This is Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Mike. What is it?
Did you ever meet Frank Moody with Georgie?
Once.
Well, once is enough if you remember him.
Oh, I think I would if I saw him again.
Good. How soon can you get here?
Where?
The Hollis Hotel.
Is Moody there?
That's what I want you to tell me.
I'll be right over. Well, Mike?
Hello, Marie. Run over here. We can sit down. You can watch the people as they go through the lobby.
All right. But what makes you think I'll see Moody?
I checked with Taylor's apartment house. All outgoing calls go through the desk there, and the clerk writes down the numbers. Taylor made 5 calls to this hotel the last few days before he was killed.
And you think he was calling Moody?
He was calling somebody. Could have been Moody.
Did you ask for Moody at the desk?
Oh, naturally. They say there's nobody here by that name. But who says he used his right name?
Well, how long do you expect me to sit here?
Until you see Moody.
It may take all day.
Well, all right, if you want to help Georgie.
Oh, do you think Moody can help?
I wouldn't be surprised.
But suppose he's checked out, or suppose it isn't Moody who Taylor was calling.
Well, you can't always play a sure thing, Angel. You're the one who said I have to clear Georgie. Now, if you can't spare the time...
I'm willing. But I just hope it... Hey, wait a minute. There he is.
Where?
Waiting for the elevator.
Good, I'll join him.
And it didn't even take 5 minutes.
Are you kidding? This is the third lead I've tracked down, and it's the first one that was even hot enough to call you in on. I'll be seeing you, Marie. Hello, Moody.
I beg your pardon?
I said, hello, Moody.
My name is Morrison.
Let your friends call you Moody.
Who are you? What do you want?
Mike Waring. I'm a friend of Georgie Conrad.
Hurry up. Hey, excuse me.
Oh, that's all right, friend. I'm right with you.
What do you want with me, Waring?
Got a tie-up with Taylor, and
You have no tie-up with him?
you led Conrad to him.
I'm admitting nothing.
Well, it's easy to prove. Conrad won't be the only one you sucked in. Ought to be plenty of people to identify you.
I'll cross that bridge when I come to it.
Mm-hmm.
And now, are you finished, or do you care to come in?
Oh, I haven't even started. I'll come in.
Very well. You're what they call a private eye, aren't you?
Also Dick, Seamus, Flatfoot for Hire, a Snooper, a Hawkshaw. Shall I go on?
I get the idea. How did you find me?
Oh, with those credentials, what do you expect?
At any rate, you're a step ahead of the police. They haven't been here yet. That's good.
Is it?
As long as we can keep you a step ahead. I didn't want to be connected with this, and you're going to tell me how you found out so that I can wipe out the connection.
You'll have to wipe me out, too.
You begin to get the idea. Don't reach for a gun.
Oh, not as long as you beat me to it. I'd hate you to think I'm a copycat.
Now, if you'll just raise your hands. That's it. Rocky! Rocky!
You want me, Mr. Moody? Oh, who's our friend?
Michael Waring.
The Falcon?
Oh, is that what they call him? That must be wonderful to be educated like you are, Rocky. Well, let's clip the Falcon's talons, hmm?
What?
Frisk him for a rod.
Oh. He's clean.
It was rather careless of you, Waring, coming here without a gun.
Well, I can't see what good it would do me.
You have a point.
Now what, Mr. Moody?
Tie him up.
Okay. Shall I gag him?
Won't be necessary. One sound out of him, and he knows you'll shut him up. He'd better be tied up because you and I are going to have to make plans. And while we're doing it, we don't want the Falcon flying away. Well, Waring, how do you feel?
Fit to be untied. Oh, you and your boy had your confab?
Yes, Waring.
So?
I have things to do. Rocky will keep you company. So long. Take care of him, Rocky.
Yeah. You sure walked into something, mister.
Yeah. But maybe I'll get out of it. Moody doesn't seem very smart.
Who says so?
He should have kept up his bluff. This rough stuff just clinches things against him.
Yeah, but who knows about it except you? And you're not going to talk.
There's only one way to shut me up.
He knows that.
Let the police know I'm working on this case. Anything happens to me, they'll know it's tied to the Taylor murder.
So what?
So what becomes of the frame Moody had worked out for Conrad? Conrad's in the pokey now, so that clears him of anything that happens to me.
You don't give Moody credit. You think he didn't think of that?
Doesn't look like it.
So the frame against Conrad falls. Might anyway with him hollering frame. The question is who framed him, huh?
And what's Moody's answer?
What's the matter with Conrad's girl?
Marie?
Yeah, she turned him in. Who's to say she didn't do it to protect herself?
Oh, so that's it.
That's it. And then she hires you to make it look like she's innocent. But you stumble onto something, so she has to get rid of you, too.
I see.
She's not in stir, so anything that happens to you will fit right into the picture.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've got to apologize to Moody. I underestimated him. You're the one who's playing it dumb.
Me?
Yeah.
How do you figure that?
Well, Moody's obviously a character who likes to go it alone. He gets rid of anybody who knows too much about him. Or with whom he has to split. Little blood, more or less, doesn't mean a thing to him. How long do you think it's going to be before he gives you a dose of the same?
Why, he wouldn't.
Well, maybe not. But if I were you, I wouldn't sleep so good. As soon as he decides you aren't necessary to him anymore...
Shut up.
Okay, just think it over.
You're crazy.
And not as crazy as Taylor. He thought he and Moody were partners. Look what happened to him.
I said shut up.
No. All right, Rocky. You don't want to face it.
I suppose you expect me to let you go, huh?
It would be the smart thing to do.
Yeah? Well, even if Moody is like you say, what's to stop me from clearing out before he gets back and leaving you here?
Nothing. Except that when Moody gets through with me, don't you think he'll go gunning for you?
But, if I let you go so you can finish Moody, what's to stop you from coming after me?
Nothing. But my heart wouldn't be in it as much as Moody's.
Well, I'll have to think it over.
You do that. And think fast, because when Moody gets back, he'll be calling the shots. And I've got an idea he has one labeled for each of us.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, I should say Rocky will have to think fast if he's going to get Mike and himself out of this predicament. As fast as you have to think when unexpected company comes and you have to fix something to eat in a hurry. Of course, if you have a 2-pound loaf of Velveeta in your refrigerator, your problem is solved. Because in a matter of minutes, you can slice Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food and make golden brown grilled cheese sandwiches your guests will really go for. And no wonder. Velveeta has such a fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta sandwiches are as wholesome a snack as you could want, because Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk and as digestible as milk itself. Make Velveeta your handy helper, won't you? For delicious, wholesome snacks and fine hot dishes, too, get genuine Velveeta tomorrow. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's a few minutes since Mike tried to convince Rocky that he was on the wrong team. Rocky is thinking it over, and he's still thinking when the door opens and Moody returns.
Well, Rocky, I just talked to Conrad's girl on the telephone. She fell for it nicely.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. I asked her to meet you in half an hour at Roper's Grill. Now, when she gets there, here's what I want you to tell her.
Just a minute, Moody. What's that right over there?
Where, Waring?
In the corner on the desk. Looks like a telephone to me.
Stay out of this, Waring.
Well, I can't help wondering why you had to go out to phone with one right here in the room.
Yeah.
Was it because there was something you didn't want Rocky to hear?
Couldn't it be something I didn't want you to hear?
Well, considering your plans for me, it doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, how about that, Mr. Moody?
Don't be silly, Rocky.
And how come you're asking Rocky to meet Marie? Why not meet her yourself?
I told you to stay out of this, Waring.
That's the trouble with tagging a guy for the big sleep. It's a one-way ticket for me anyway, so why should I take orders?
Because you can go out fast or you can go out slow. If you insist upon being annoying, there's still time for Rocky to make you quite uncomfortable.
No, I don't think so. I have an idea Rocky is interested in what I have to say.
Rocky will do what I tell him.
For instance, why are you having him meet the girl in a public place?
That's enough, Waring.
Is it because you want them to be seen together?
Of course not.
Makes it very convenient.
Rocky, show Waring it's impolite to interrupt.
Or are you really having the girl meet him there? Why are you lying to Rocky?
Rocky, are you going to do...
You talk to the girl on the phone. I happen to know that's impossible.
Rocky, for the last time...
Why is it impossible, Waring?
Because she couldn't be reached by phone.
How do you know?
Because right now she's downstairs in the lobby of this hotel.
Don't listen to him, Rocky. Can't you see what he's trying to do?
Can you prove what you said, Waring?
Go see for yourself. It'll only take a minute.
Stay where you are, Rocky.
He asked a lot of questions, Moody. You didn't answer.
I don't have to answer to him.
Well, then answer me.
Well, that's your attitude. Here's your answer.
Hey.
Drop your gun.
Oh, Rocky. Sitting there with a gun in your hand, you let him beat you to the drawer.
I didn't think...
I said drop that gun.
Sure, Moody, like so.
Stupid fool. Making me do that. People will be coming.
That's right, Moody.
Well, you can stop gloating, Waring. That means I've got to take care of you right now.
Well, Moody, at least give me time to do this. Hey! How did you? Rocky was a fool, not a complete fool. Now I'll take the gun.
No, you don't.
All right, then I'll do this. Oh. Well, you see, Corbett, Moody didn't know my hands were untied, and that gave me a chance to jump him.
You mean you talked Rocky into switching to your side, Waring?
Well, not entirely, but I had him worried. So he untied me and sat behind me with a gun in his hand. He wanted to see which way the cards lay, and he was ready to play either side.
Uh-huh.
But when he found out that Moody was double-crossing him, he was too slow on the draw. Oh, by the way, now that you've got Moody, did you get him to talk?
Yeah, he signed a statement.
Good. I was guessing it as double-cross. Did he fill in the details?
Yeah, you were right about him not calling the girl. He just wanted Rocky to go out asking for her in order to establish a connection between her and Rocky.
So that if anything happened to either one, the other would be blamed.
Right.
Well, one thing you got to say for Moody, he's a guy who went all out. And you were overlooking him from my little dope like Conrad.
Who says I was overlooking him?
Oh, come now, Corbett. I tried to steer you to Moody, but you couldn't see it.
Sure, I got rocks in my head.
Well, now that you mention it...
Waring.
Corbett.
Who did all the legwork tracking down Moody? Who got lassoed by a thug and nearly wound up with a bullet in his insides?
What are you trying to prove?
Who's sitting across the table from me right now with a shiner the size of a grapefruit, which he got risking life and limb disarming a desperate killer, who he has to turn over to me when he gets him disarmed?
Well,
all the time, dopey me can't think of anything but rest my feet in my desk and wonder what to do.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Yeah, Waring, I got rocks in my head. You're the smart boy. You know something? That suits me just fine. Good night, genius.
This is Mike Waring, friends, and I have something very important to talk to you about. It's your safety in an air raid. What? Can't happen here? Well, heaven knows we hope it never will. But we can't be sure, so we've got to be prepared. Yes, you, me, and every man and woman and child must know what to do to protect himself. There are official civil defense air raid instructions everyone should learn by heart. If you can't get these instruction sheets from your local civil defense office, send 5 cents in coin or stamps to the Superintendent of Documents, Washington, D.C. You got that? Superintendent of Documents, Washington, D.C. And be sure to learn these air raid safety rules by heart. You never can tell. They may save your life.
The Case of the Missing Miss. The Case of the Missing Miss. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon. When Mike Waring learns that when you're playing games, the best place to play hide and seek is the morgue. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face-to-face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Tonight here, Light Up the Sky, presented by Theater Guild on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Linda. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. I've got to take a toy away from a baby. Mm-hmm. Someone just bought this baby a gun, and unless I stop her, she figures to get quite a bang out of it.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels, then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the missing miss. And now, the case of the missing miss. It is late Saturday afternoon, and a short, heavy-set boy in a dirty trench coat makes his way to the 12th floor suite of Senator Arthur Blake. And when he comes to the door, he feels at his left shoulder where the outline of a holster can be seen. Then, obviously reassured he hasn't forgotten the tools of his trade, he knocks on the senator's door.
Just a second. Yes?
Is Senator Blake in?
Oh, I'm afraid he's busy at the moment. Can I help you? I'm Marion Crane, his secretary.
Oh, nice. Where is he, in there?
Just a moment, Mr.
Darling.
I don't remember making an appointment for you.
Don't let it worry you, Miss Crane. I make my own.
Marion, would you be good enough to... Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. I didn't realize we had a visitor.
Hello, Senator.
How do you do, sir?
I hate to break in on you like this, but it can't be helped. My name is Dowling.
Dowling? Are you?
No, I'm not one of your constituents. I'm with the FBI.
The FBI?
That's right, honey.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Dowling?
You can get your things and come along with me.
I'm afraid I don't understand, sir.
You don't, Senator? Did you ever hear of an outfit called Premium Oil?
Premium Oil? No, I don't believe I have.
How about a party named Jean Colbert?
No.
That's very strange, Senator, because our investigation shows you helped Colbert sell over $8 million worth of petroleum products to the Navy during the war.
Well, my good man is selling oil to the Navy a violation of the law?
It is when Colbert and his phony company never delivered even a jar of Vaseline for all that dough.
Well, there must be some mistake.
Could be. Suppose you take that up with my chief.
I'll be glad to, Mr. Dowling. If you'll excuse me for a moment.
Wait a minute, Senator. Where are you going?
Just to get my briefcase. I left it in the bedroom. I assure you I have no intention of escaping.
Okay.
Mr. Dowling.
Yeah?
Are you from the Washington Bureau or the local office?
Well, what difference does... Did you hear something then?
Yes, came from the bedroom.
Is there a fire escape in there?
No. Senator!
Get away from that window, Blake. Stay where you are, Mr. Dowling. If you take one more step...
Now listen, Blake, quit bluffing and climb down off that window ledge.
So you think I'm bluffing?
No, Senator, don't!
Well, hello, Lindsay. You know you're not supposed to come to my apartment unless I have something for you.
Well, I got something for you, Lindsay. Senator Blake just committed suicide.
What are you talking about?
Haven't you seen the afternoon papers?
No.
Well, take a look.
Senator Arthur Blake commits suicide. Head of Contract Negotiation Committee dies in 12-story leap. So what?
Well, don't you get it, Lindsay? This is all tied up with premium oil.
Is that what it says?
Oh, no, but that's the way it figures. Senator Blake was my contact.
Senator Blake?
Yeah. I relayed all the instructions I got from you to him.
Well, you're out of your mind, Horrell. There's nothing wrong with premium oil.
Oh, sure there is. I've been convinced of that for a year.
Well, then why didn't you talk up before?
I don't know. Maybe the money was too good. Or maybe I was afraid.
Oh, you're wrong, Horrell.
Now, don't be a chump. If premium oil was on the up and up, why would they go for all this hocus pocus?
What hocus pocus?
Well, nobody in this setup knows anyone else but the party he gets his instructions from.
Well, I guess that just prevents leaks.
You don't believe that any more than I do. Now, listen, Lindsay, we got to compare notes. Who's the guy you get your instructions from?
I can't tell you.
Now, don't be a sap, friend. We're playing with dynamite. Who's your contact?
Jean Colbert.
You got to get in touch with him.
I can't.
You got to.
But you don't understand, Horrell. I've never seen this Colbert. Whenever he's got any message for me, he writes.
Well, then he must be the head man in this racket.
Now, don't call it that.
Why? You got a better name? We got to face it, Lindsay. They just been using us for tools.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it.
Yes, there is, too. I'm going to get a private detective.
I think you're making a mistake, Horrell.
No, I should have done it a long time ago. Are you with me?
No, I'm going to sit quiet for a while.
You better change your mind, Lindsay. There's plenty of time for that when you're dead.
Yeah?
I'd like to talk to Michael Warren, please.
You are now.
Oh, Mr. Warren, my name is Edward Horrell.
Harrell?
Yeah. I hate to bother you on Sunday, but I need help fast.
Well, I suggest you try someone else.
Someone else?
Sure, in a city as big as New York, there must be at least 2 private detectives.
Well, you don't understand, Warren. Did you read about Senator Blake's suicide?
What about it?
I'm the boy who paid him off.
What are you yapping about?
Another fellow named Kenneth Lindsay and myself were employed by Premium Oil, you see. But we didn't know what kind of a racket it was. As a matter of fact, Lindsay still isn't convinced.
And how come you are?
Well, I've been doing a little checking on my own.
Well, if you've got any information, Harrell, you should turn it over to the proper authorities. Where do you live?
I'm at the Kimberly, apartment 4A.
You there now?
Yeah.
Well, don't do any more talking on the phone. Your wire may be tapped. I'll be there in half an hour.
That you, Warren?
Yeah.
Okay. Come in.
Thanks.
I didn't expect you for another 20 minutes. Let me take you.
What's the matter, Harrell?
You're not Warren.
Ain't I?
No. I've seen pictures of him, and he's at least 6 inches taller than you are.
Maybe it just seems like that.
Yeah? And how do you account for his hair being black while yours is blonde?
Well, don't you think it goes better with my complexion?
Listen, mister, what's your game?
You don't have to worry, Harrell. I'm from the FBI.
Yeah?
You don't seem convinced.
I'm not. What's your name?
Dowling.
Did Warren send you here?
Yep.
Which Warren?
Well, aren't you the suspicious one?
You're darn right I am, especially since I've been listening to the radio.
What do you mean?
Well, according to what I just heard, before Senator Blake committed suicide, an FBI agent dropped around to see him.
So?
So after Blake jumped, this character told Blake's secretary to stay where she was and he'd go get the police. P.S. He never come back. The cops think he was a phony.
And you think that was me, hmm?
Well, he meets your description. Heavy-set boy in a khaki trench coat.
Well, I guess there's only one way I can prove it to you. You want to see my credentials?
That might be a good idea.
Okay, Harrell. Now, what does this look like?
Hey, what's the idea of the gun?
You asked to see it.
Then I was right.
Yeah. But I don't think it'll do you much good.
You killed Senator Blake.
No, he was obliging enough to save me the trouble. You see, my department...
Your department?
Yeah. The Department of Dead Ends. I'm what you might call the cleanup man for premium oil.
You're not fooling me. You're Jean Colbert.
Who?
Jean Colbert.
I don't seem to recall that name.
How about Kenneth Lindsay?
Glad you reminded me. I got to see him next. So suppose we get this over with.
Listen, Dowling. Can't we talk this over?
I don't think so.
Well, for Pete's sake, what can you lose?
You wouldn't be trying to stall me, would you, Harrell?
Why should I?
Seems to me you mentioned something about a fellow named Waring being due here.
Oh, well, I was wrong.
You said it, Harrell. You were wrong. Dead wrong.
Now, Dowling, look, I'll give you...
Give me what? Too bad. Guess I'll never know.
Yes?
Mr. Kenneth Lindsay?
That's right.
Edward Harrell gave me your name.
Oh, well, come in.
I guess there is such a thing as luck.
I beg your pardon?
There are 8 Kenneth Lindsays in the phone book, and the first time out I get the right one.
Now, look, Mr...
Oh, well, yes. I'm sorry. My name is Mike Waring. I'm working for Harrell.
Oh, then he did hire a detective.
Yep.
Oh. Sit down.
Thanks.
Drink?
Yes, I could stand one after seeing Harrell.
Why didn't you, bring him along?
Cops thought he'd be much more comfortable at the morgue. I think you dropped something, Lindsay.
Is this your idea of a joke, Waring?
About Harrell? Hardly. He was murdered an hour ago.
Who did it?
Don't you know?
If Harrell told you I knew anything about Jean Colbert...
Jean Colbert? Who's he?
Well, didn't Harrell mention him?
No, he only gave me your name. That's why I said I was lucky to find you.
Suppose I've said now you've got the wrong one.
Well, it'd be a little late now. I spotted you for the right one the second I looked into this room.
How?
Well, you've got 5 afternoon papers here, and they're all turned to the account of Senator Blake's death.
You're pretty smart, aren't you?
No, not nearly enough. That's why I need your help.
Well, I can't tell you a thing, and even if I could, I wouldn't pick you for a confidant.
No, don't be a fool, Lindsay.
I told Harrell to keep his mouth shut.
That didn't make any difference. Use your head. Blake is dead, and so is Harrell. How long do you think you've got?
Well, there may be something in what you say.
Well, of course there is. Now, Harrell got his orders from you, didn't he?
Yes.
And you got them from this Jean Colbert?
That's right.
Who is he?
I don't know. I never saw the man. I only heard from him through the mail.
Have you got any of his letters here?
Well, yes, but I don't think they'll do you any good. They're all typewritten.
May I have them?
Yeah, sure.
All right, now I want to get one thing straight. After you gave Harrell his instructions, he forwarded them to Senator Blake, right?
That's what Harrell told me. None of us knew any link in the chain except the one next to him.
Well, the senator must have kept some sort of records.
Well, I wouldn't know.
Well, didn't the paper say something about his having a secretary?
Yes, her name is Marion Crane, but you don't think she can shed any light on the subject?
Well, you never can tell, Lindsay. For all we know, she may be the original lady with the lamp. Let's hope she can show us the way.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Lindsay gave Mike Waring the lead to Marion Crane, Senator Blake's secretary. And now, as we find that little lady, she's obviously got her hands full.
Right, 23 left, 82 right. What do you know? Works.
That's not nice, Angel.
Who are you?
Name is Waring, Miss Crane.
Don't you believe in knocking?
Well, I didn't want to disturb you. I thought you might be busy. Looks like I showed good judgment there, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
Well, I'll leave it to you, Angel. Now, what secretary would want to be heckled while she's opening her boss's safe?
I was just getting some of my things.
Well, it's awfully nice of the senator to let you keep all those bonds in there.
Look, Mr. Waring, what business is this of yours?
I'm a private detective, Miss Crane. I'm working for the late Edward Harrell.
The late? You mean Harrell's dead?
Then you did know him, huh?
Well, of course, he was a personal friend of the senator's.
Well, perhaps you wouldn't mind answering one of my questions.
Such as?
Who is Jean Colbert?
What do you know about Colbert?
I thought I was going to ask the question.
What do you know about Colbert?
Not a thing. If I did, I wouldn't have to ask you who he was.
Then why do you want to find him?
Because I've got evidence he's responsible for Harrell's death.
Look, Waring, I'm going to give you a piece of advice.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I'm being so nice to you.
Well, maybe it's because I appeal to your maternal instinct.
Yes, maybe. But I wouldn't mess in things that don't concern me.
Well, that's very good coming from you. Especially after I find you messing in Senator Blake's safe.
Get out.
Okay, Miss Crane. Don't think it hasn't been nice.
I know, because it hasn't.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, Angel. In fact, I was so delighted, I'm going to tell all my friends about you. Especially those in the police force.
Yeah, you do that. 3, 8, 2, 4, 3, 1.
Yeah?
Hello, is that you, Woolsey?
Who's this?
Marion Crane.
What's up, Marion?
You better get a wire out to number 1. Private detective named Mike Waring just looked in on me.
The Falcon? That sounds interesting.
He said he had evidence against Jean Colbert. I think he's asking for trouble.
Okay, Marion, if that's what Mr. Waring wants, it should be easy enough to oblige him. I'll be glad to do my part.
Hiya, Pappy.
Huh? Well, I'm glad to see you made yourself at home.
I didn't think you'd mind, Waring. Shut the door.
Now, listen, mister.
Shut it. And your mouth, too, while you're at it. Now, be a good boy and sit right down on that sofa where I can watch you. Right there. That's close enough.
Is that the gun that killed Harrell?
How would you like to find out firsthand?
Now, don't bother. What's your name, friend?
I've got several, Waring. You can call me anything you like.
You know, you're leaving yourself wide open.
Look who's talking. Listen, Waring, you... Who's that?
Got no idea.
Get rid of him.
Okay.
And remember, if you crack out a turn, I'm right behind you.
Hello, Waring. Can I come in?
Well, I'm awfully busy.
Oh, I just wanted to hear how you made out with Blake's secretary.
Well, I'll call you in the morning, Lindsay.
Wait a minute. Your name Lindsay?
What? Yes.
Come on in.
That's what Waring said.
Mr. Waring just changed his mind.
Hey, he's got a gun.
That's what changed it. I've been meaning to look in on you, friend. I'm glad you spared me the trip.
Say, what's going on here?
Don't you get it, Lindsay?
If he don't now, he never will.
Why, you know...
No, look out, Lindsay!
Oh.
Lindsay.
Let him lay, Waring. I want to finish that little talk we started.
What do you want?
You've been asking an awful lot of questions about a party named Jean Colbert.
So?
So I don't like it.
Well, that's tough. Give me 24 hours and I'll know who he is.
Maybe you've got some sort of evidence?
Maybe.
Letters?
Perhaps.
I want him, Waring.
Well, I can't blame you for that.
Look, do you turn him over like a nice boy, or do you have to be coaxed?
Oh! Look, you...
What about those letters, Waring?
I haven't got them.
I hope you got plenty of endurance, because, brother, you're going to need it.
Are you going to lay there all night, Mike, or are you going to tell me what happened?
Oh, look, I told you all I could, Sergeant. Next thing I knew, you and Harris were pouring scotch down my... Hey, where is Harris?
I sent him on an errand.
Is Lindsay all right?
Yeah, the doc had to take a couple of stitches in his scalp, but after that he was able to leave. Any idea who Tough Boy was?
No, I don't think he's local.
You might be surprised. Was he short, stocky, about 5'7", blonde hair, and very white skin?
Yeah, that's the boy.
I thought so.
You know him, Corbett?
Fairly well. His name is Joe Dowling.
Dowling?
Alias Joe Denton, alias Jerry Davis. Shall I continue?
Oh, never mind. I get the idea. What gets me is why Dowling didn't stick around to finish the job.
What job?
Well, I got the impression he was going to kill Lindsay.
Oh, then Mr. Lindsay can thank me for saving his life. I was on my way up to see you, and I had him ring you from downstairs. When Dowling heard me coming, he must have beat it out the back way. Now, let's get back to those letters from Colbert. Dowling got them, huh?
Yeah, they were in my pocket all along. I was a sucker not to give them to him when he first asked.
Why?
Well, there was nothing in those letters that was the least bit incriminating. Didn't tell us a thing about Jean Colbert.
You must be wrong, Mike. Dowling didn't do that job on you for nothing.
Say, wait a minute, Sergeant. I've got a hunch.
That may be for me. Hello. Yes, this is Sergeant Corbett. When, Harris? You sure? Okay, you know what to do. Now, what were you saying, Mike?
I think I know who Jean Colbert is.
Who?
Dowling.
You're nuts.
Now, listen, Sergeant, it makes sense. I tell you this. Joe Dowling and Jean Colbert are one and the same.
There's only one thing wrong with that theory, Mike.
And you'll have to show it to me.
Okay, come down to the morgue.
What for?
That was Harris who just phoned in. He found Dowling's body 20 minutes ago. Now, you satisfied?
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 10 minutes have passed since Mike advanced his theory that Joe Dowling and Jean Colbert were one and the same and had it promptly explode in his face. And so great is the Falcon's disappointment that even hard-hearted Sergeant Corbett is touched.
Come on, snap out of it, Mike. We all make mistakes. You just abuse the privilege.
Well, I don't suppose there's any doubt that the body Harris found is really Dowling, huh?
None whatsoever. Dowling was just taking orders from Colbert like Lindsay, Harrell, and Blake.
Did they find Colbert's letters on Dowling's body?
No.
Then I was wrong, Corbett.
Nice of you to admit it.
No, I mean when I said that the letters were unimportant. Colbert had to have them back. Now, why?
Don't ask me. I never saw them.
Well, they certainly looked innocent enough to me.
How about secret writing?
Oh, there was no need for that. If you knew what Colbert was getting at, the meaning was obvious. There were 3 of them. They were all identical. All they said was, Dear Lindsay, enclosed, please find $25,000 for Harrell's account. Will you see that he gets it? And they were signed John Colbert. Wait a minute. Hold everything.
Now, don't tell me you've got another brainstorm.
Yeah, look. Suppose I told you that Jean Colbert was a woman.
You better lay down, Mike.
Now, listen to me, Sergeant. Nobody's ever seen Colbert. The only trace we have is those letters.
So?
So that's why Colbert had to have them back. Because sooner or later, somebody was bound to realize the fallacy. Now, look. How do you spell the French name, Jean?
Jean.
And how do you pronounce that in English?
Jean.
There you are. You see what I mean? It can be a girl's name, too.
But where is there a woman in this case?
How about Senator Blake's secretary?
Marion Crane?
Yes. Though I've never been known to pass up a pretty gal, this one you can take.
Let me understand you, gentlemen. You think that I am Jean Colbert?
No, not Jean Colbert, Miss Crane. Jean Colbert.
No, that's very funny, Mr. Waring.
I'm glad you find it amusing.
Oh, I do, Sergeant. You're basing your entire case on that?
No. There were several other things that gave you away.
Such as?
Well, finding you at the senator's safe.
Anything else?
Well, once I realized that Jean was a woman's name, it all added up. You went to work for Senator Blake just to keep tabs on him.
Why did I hire Lindsay and Harrell?
Because you didn't want any trail leading back to you. Then when you heard there was an investigation afoot to look into premium oil, you thought it time to dissolve your organization.
So I hired Dowling, and then when he did his job, I got rid of him.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm. You know, Mr. Waring, this only goes to prove that there is something in woman's intuition.
Huh?
I had a feeling you were going to be an awful nuisance.
Well, I'm glad to say you were right. Okay, Marion, whenever you're ready.
Ready?
Yes, I think Sergeant Corbett is willing to call it tonight, so suppose we start for headquarters.
No. I'm staying right here.
I've got $5 to say you're wrong.
Well, put it up and we'll leave it to the sergeant.
Watch it. Corbett, don't let it get to that purse.
I only want to get my wallet and show him this.
Holy cow.
Well, what is it?
You and your theories. Give her the $5.
What are you talking about?
Haven't you ever seen a card like this before?
No, what?
Well, I have, and it says that the bearer, Miss Marion Crane, is an agent of the Department of Justice.
It doesn't make sense, Waring. You say Senator Blake's secretary was a federal agent?
Yes, she was a plant, Lindsay.
Well, couldn't she have forged those credentials?
No, Sergeant Corbett has already checked Washington. She's been with him since 45.
Well, where do we go from here?
Well, the sergeant and I have been talking it over, and we've come to one conclusion.
What?
We're never going to find Colbert.
Well, you can't give up now.
Well, what else can we do? Colbert will never be found for one simple reason.
Why?
He doesn't exist.
What are you talking about?
He's the little man who wasn't there.
I don't follow you, Mike.
He's just a figment of the imagination.
Whose?
Yours, Lindsay.
What?
Yes, you were the boy who dreamed him up. You gave him life, breath, and dimension. And what a pity you can't arrange to have him take those 10,000 votes instead of you.
I'm sorry if I was rough on you, Mike.
Oh, that's all right, Marion. But must we talk about that now?
Yes, we must. You know, our office was working on this case for months, and you could have ruined everything.
Well, you don't have to rub it in.
How did you realize Lindsay was our boy?
Well, when I found out you were a government agent, it suddenly occurred to me what a beautiful swindle Lindsay was in a position to work. All we had was his word and several letters that there was actually such a person as Colbert. Lindsay pretended to be just another cog in the wheel.
Sure, by pretending to follow orders like the rest, he could mask as an innocent tool like Harrell.
Mm-hmm.
You think Dowling knew who he was?
Yes, he was the only one. That's why Lindsay had to kill him.
But why did Dowling slug him in your apartment?
Well, that was a cheap enough price for Lindsay to pay to convince me he was on the up and up. But you'd be surprised what put me on the right track.
What?
I mentioned to you that I had evidence pointing to Colbert.
Huh?
Well, if you didn't send Dowling around to pick it up, the only other party who could have done it was Lindsay. He was the only other one who knew about the letters.
Then actually they were valueless.
Oh, sure. Lindsay wrote them just to cover himself.
Well, guess that takes care of everything.
Well, not quite. There's still one thing about this case that bothers me.
What?
You.
Do I really bother you that much, Mike?
Oh, you have no idea, Angel.
What's there about me that disturbs you so?
Well, there's your face, your figure, and most of all...
Yes?
That $5 you won from me on that bet. That I'll never get over. Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Nina. I'm glad you called. Well, you'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. I just landed a new client. Mm-hmm. Of course, I wanted to turn down his business, but no matter how I talked, this boy insisted on giving it to me.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Big Talker.
Now, the case of the Big Talker. It's Sunday evening in New York, and a trio huddles in the rear booth of the Pelican Club. Reading from left to right, they are Joe Greco, Danny Bell, and William Palmer. And from the deference accorded Mr. Palmer, it's obvious who leads this band, which is no more than Mr. Palmer deserves. All you have to do is listen, and you'll hear some of the slickest arrangements.
Well, of course, the big thing in our favor is the element of surprise. Weber's had everything his own way so long, he won't be expecting any opposition.
Yeah, that's smart operating, Palmer. We pulled the same deal in St. Louis.
Oh, did you, Danny?
Oh, sure. I just walked into this guy's place and gave him 24 hours to leave town.
Uh-huh, and what happened?
Well, he was gone in 4.
They play awfully rough in St. Louis, don't they?
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Maybe this league won't be fast enough for him, boss, huh?
There's always that possibility, Greco.
Well, I remember one time...
much as I'd love to hear you reminisce, Danny, I'm afraid it's getting late.
Oh, well, that's okay. Just remind me to tell you sometime about Lefty Wilson.
I'll make a note of it. But getting back to Weber...
You don't have to draw me a diagram, Palmer. I got the picture already. This Weber gets the big gambling play from the society crowd, and you want it.
Very much so.
Okay, I'll have a little talk with the man.
Oh, I don't doubt that you're a brilliant conversationalist, Danny, but Mr. Weber is also gifted. And let's assume that nothing you say moves him. What's your next step?
Well, we take over.
You see, Greco, nothing baffles him. We take over.
Sure. It's as simple as...
As falling off a log?
Yeah.
Wonderful. When can we expect this eviction to take place?
Hey, now, wait a minute, Palmer.
Don't tell me that you haven't an answer for that.
Well, don't forget, I'm a newcomer in town.
Oh, I've got news for you, Danny. The people in New York are exactly like those in St. Louis. They eat, they sleep, they breathe. And a little .38 caliber slug can stop all those vital functions.
You mean you expect me?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're crazy.
You hear that, Greco? I'm crazy. Here I voiced a simple suggestion.
Look, if you want someone to kill Weber, you better get yourself another boy.
Well, what's wrong with the one I just hired?
Well, first of all...
Look, Palmer, never mind his phony. I'll do it.
Greco, this is not the Army. If I wanted to volunteer...
I only thought that
I don't. Oh. Danny's going to come through for us, aren't you, Danny?
Well...
You see, Greco, you misjudged him. Why, the minute I spied Danny, I bet he was a man of action. And you know me. I only put my money on sure things.
You and your big mouth. No matter how many times I warn you, Dad.
Oh, cut it out, Martha.
I'll cut it out when you learn to keep your trap shut. We had to leave St. Louis because someone called your bluff. But Mr. Loudmouth doesn't remember that.
Now, look, honey, that's water under the bridge. What are we going to do now?
What are we going to do?
Well, you're my wife.
You don't have to remind me. The only thing that keeps me going is the hope that someday I may be your widow.
Now, look, Martha, suppose I talk to Palmer.
Did you say talk? That's how you got into this mess.
Oh, Martha.
Now, about this man Weber.
Yeah, well, he's nobody to mess with. Maybe we just better pack and go, huh?
Oh, no. I'm not doing any more running. You can go if you want to, but I'm sticking right here. I like New York fine.
Oh, but baby...
Will you stop wagging your tongue and let me think?
Yeah, sure.
Wait a minute. I got an idea.
Oh, I knew I could count on you, baby.
Yeah. This Weber guy is loaded, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, huh? Well, suppose he was informed what Mr. Palmer was planning for him. Don't you think he'd be grateful?
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be worth all kinds of money to him to get the drop on Palmer. I bet he'd go 10,000, easy.
Well, what are you waiting for?
You mean?
Yeah.
But what'll I tell him?
What'll you tell him? You ask me that?
Oh, now listen,
What
Martha.
for? Weber is the man who should listen. And if you can't talk him out of 10 grand, don't bother coming back.
Yes? Mr. Weber?
That's right, sir.
My name is Danny Bell. That's a nice gambling layout you got out there.
Oh, yeah, very kind.
Well, of course, it's not as big as a couple of places I've got back home.
Home?
Yeah, St. Louis. Greatest little town in the world.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I hated to leave, but I I got a proposition I couldn't turn down.
If you'll excuse me, Mr.
Bell. Danny Bell.
Well, I'm very busy.
Take it easy, Weber. You see, this proposition concerns you.
I can't imagine how.
Oh, you think I'm running off at the mouth, huh?
That's rather an inelegant but accurate way to describe it.
Well, suppose I was to tell you that someone was planning to knock you off.
Now you have aroused my curiosity.
Well, is it worth $10,000 for the complete details?
Definitely.
Well, the name of your party is William Palmer.
Oh, Mr. Palmer, eh?
Yeah, he figures on taking over this place.
It just occurred to me, Mr.
Bell.
How do I know this isn't a hoax?
You don't know who you're talking to.
No.
Well, Palmer and me are just like this, see? He wanted me to knock you off. It's a lucky thing for you got friends.
Oh, have I?
Oh, sure. They told me you were a swell guy.
They were exaggerating.
Yeah, that's the only reason I came here.
Well, I appreciate it, Mr.
Bell.
Forgive me, I have a horrible memory for details.
What about that $10,000? I'm running a big risk, you know.
Then you'd better start running.
Look, Weber.
But perhaps you need something to send you on your way. Well?
All right, I'm going.
Thank you.
But don't you worry, Weber. I'll be seeing you.
I doubt that, sir. I don't ever expect to hear from you again. Is that understood?
Come on.
Hello?
That you, Martha?
No, Mrs. Bell ain't in.
Well, who's this?
Blanche West.
Oh, well, this is Danny Blanche. Where's my wife?
I don't know, Danny. She went out about an hour ago. She asked me to mind the house.
Anybody call?
Only a Joe Greco.
Joe Greco?
Yeah, he said you should ring Mr. Palmer when you got in. You want the number?
No, I'll call when I get home. When Martha comes in, you just...
What was that, Danny? There it goes again. It sounded like... Danny!
Second, Louise. Right with you. Hiya, Ain't.
Why, Mr. Waring.
I'm sorry. I was expecting someone else.
Little girl named Louise Mason?
How do you know?
Oh, I'm a guy who knows everything. Greco's the name. Joe Greco.
What do you know about Louise?
I know she had a date with you and she ain't gonna make it.
Why not?
Let's just say she was indisposed. If you're gonna call her, Waring, you'll be wasting your time. I don't think she'll answer. Believe me, friend, I know wherever I speak.
All right, Greco, where is she?
What are you getting so excited about?
What happened to her?
This is New York in broad daylight. What could happen to her?
Look, Greco.
Hey, holding on to my coat ain't gonna bring her back. If you really want her, all you gotta do is say the word.
What's the word?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, you work for Bill Palmer.
What are you talking about?
Did you read about this jerk Danny Bell getting himself knocked off last night?
Well?
Well, the cops think the boss did it.
Why?
Did you ever try to reason with a cop?
Yes.
You've been pretty successful. That's why Palmer wants you to work for him.
Was it his idea to grab Louise?
Who says anybody grab her? You jump to conclusions.
All right. When will she be released?
The minute I get your word, you go to work.
How do you know I won't break it?
That's where guys like us got the advantage over guys like you. We trust you.
I suppose I turn up evidence to prove that your boss did kill Danny Bell.
And he deserves to fry.
Okay, let's go see Palmer.
That's just what I was going to suggest. Lucky I got a cab waiting.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Joe Greco dropped Mike Waring off at police headquarters. And surprisingly enough, Sergeant Corbett doesn't seem too pleased to see our hero.
Well, if it isn't that high-flying bird, the Falcon. What brings you to this nest?
Where's Bill Palmer?
You know, for a second there, I thought you said Bill Palmer.
I did. Isn't he boarding here?
What do you want with him?
I'm working for him.
You're kidding.
Now, look, Sergeant.
You wouldn't actually take that bum for a client.
Oh, wouldn't I?
Why, I've known you for almost 10 years.
Well, I guess it only proves you don't know the real me.
Maybe I don't. They say everybody's got his price.
Now, who's the they that's always doing all the saying?
Elliot! Tell Palmer Mike Waring's here.
Look, Sarge, suppose I
Why
told...
bother, Mike? You don't owe me any explanation.
Oh, all right, as long as you're going to be pig-headed.
Hello, Waring.
Oh, come in, Palmer.
Well, I see Joe Greco got to you.
He certainly did.
Now, listen to me.
I wouldn't want to waste your valuable time.
What's he sore about?
Oh, he feels I let him down.
I hope I never know that feeling.
Listen to me, Palmer. If anything happens to that girl,
Don't go hammy on me, Waring. Nothing's going to happen to her. She's probably back home now.
Now, if I find out you killed Danny Bell...
I know. You're going to let me fry.
I'll pull the switch personally.
Well, I hope you got a union card. How long will it be before they let me go?
Well, that depends on how much help I get from you.
You'll get everything you need.
All right. You didn't kill Bell. Who did?
Mike, I'm going to surprise you.
You have no idea?
No, I've got a wonderful one. What do you think of Weber?
Who?
Hans Weber. I understand Danny had some trouble with him.
Over what?
I couldn't say, but I know Danny threatened to kill him.
Well, maybe I ought to have a few words with Weber.
I don't care how many words you have. Just make sure they're the right ones.
You know what makes me feel badly, Waring?
No, what, Weber?
It's only on occasions like this you come up to the club.
No, I can't afford it.
Even with Bill Palmer for your client?
Now we're right back where we started. He thinks you should be in his place.
Such ugly suspicions, Mike. Believe me, I hardly even knew this,
Danny Bell.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, by any chance, would you happen to recall if you killed him?
Well, I might remember that if I had a motive.
You did. Danny threatened you.
Then I could plead self-defense.
You could.
Well, thanks for the advice, Mike. If I decide to take it, I'll mail you a check.
Come.
Hello, Sergeant.
What are you doing here?
I brought a lady around to see you.
I'm not interested in any of your friends.
Oh, you will be in this one.
Now, look, Waring.
Mrs. Bell.
You want me?
Yeah. This is Sergeant Corbett.
We've met.
What's going on here?
Well, if you'll listen for a minute, you'll find out. Mrs. Bell, tell him the story you told me earlier today.
Where do you want me to begin?
Right at the top of the page. Remember the time of your husband's murder?
Yeah. It was 9:45.
And where were you at that time?
She doesn't need an alibi.
Well, why don't you give that mouth a rest? Do you happen to recall where you were, Mrs. Bell?
Yeah. I was at the Pelican Club.
Did anyone see you there?
Bill Palmer.
What?
That's right. I was with him from 9 to 10:30.
And if Palmer was with you, he couldn't possibly have killed your husband.
No.
Why didn't you tell me that before?
You didn't ask, honey.
You satisfied now, Sergeant?
No.
Well, maybe I can find someone who won't be so difficult. Come along, Mrs. Bell. We'll go see the DA.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett.
Corbett, this is Wilson of the DA's office. A friend of yours was just around to see my boss.
Oh.
Mike Waring.
He's no friend of mine.
Well, he must be a good friend of the chief's. The DA wants Bill Palmer released.
Sergeant! Hey, Corbett!
Huh?
It's me. Can I give you a lift?
No, thanks. I'm discriminating about the kind of people I'm seen with.
Meaning I'm not.
Uh-huh.
Oh, listen, you idiot.
You ought to feel pretty proud of yourself.
Well, all right, as long as you ask, I do.
Sure. I don't know many private detectives who could do what you did for Palmer.
You're darn right.
But then the detectives I know don't go in for perjury.
Hey, listen, who are you...
On your way, Waring. You're blocking traffic.
Hello, Mr. Palmer.
Well, as I live and breathe.
And you can thank me for both.
All right, Martha, thanks. Satisfied now?
Not quite. I like people to show their gratitude in a more tangible way.
I don't think I understand you, Martha.
I was supposed to get $5,000 for lying to the cops.
Oh, well, I've come to the conclusion I made a mistake. I could have had Joe Greco do it for nothing.
Then you know where you would have wound up. I saved your life, Palmer, and don't ever forget it.
If I do, I'm sure you'll remind me.
Yes, indeed.
Suppose I told you I didn't kill your husband.
Don't make me laugh.
Oh, they let me go.
And we both know why. So you better dig up that money, otherwise...
You...
Don't ever try that again.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that, Martha. I'm a gambler, and that's the kind of challenge that I can't resist.
Get it out.
There's no pleasing you. First you complain because I don't give you anything, then when I do, you yell twice as loud. I don't know what I'm going to do with you. Yes?
Is Mr. Palmer in?
Oh, who wants to know?
Hans Weber.
Oh. What's on your mind, Weber?
Oh, Palmer, I just thought I'd offer my congratulations on your release.
Thank you.
Frankly, I never thought you'd make it.
Well, I had a good man working for me, Mike Waring.
But he needed help.
Oh, you mean Danny Bell's widow?
Yes. And then to repay her kindness the way you did.
What do you mean?
Oh, she told me the whole sordid story. She probably thought I would be a little more appreciative.
Mm-hmm. And were you?
Well, I'm ashamed to say this, Palmer.
You weren't?
Well, offhand, I couldn't see how that information was going to help me. So now I'm afraid Martha thinks as badly of me as she does of you.
And I didn't believe we had anything in common.
Oh, we have, Palmer. A great deal. Let's get together real soon and compare notes.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Several hours have passed since the extremely friendly conversation between Palmer and Weber. And now at the Falcon's apartment.
Hello, Mike.
Oh, what are you doing here, Sergeant?
I just dropped by to apologize.
You what?
Yeah, Louise Mason called me at home and told me why you agreed to work for Palmer.
Oh.
Why didn't you say something? I would have understood.
I tried to.
I know you did. Am I forgiven?
Yeah, sure, Corbett. Come on in.
Thanks.
Care to join me in a drink?
Yeah, I'm off duty. Start pouring, boy. You know, I never thought you were going to get Palmer out.
Well, strictly between us, Sergeant, I was a little surprised myself.
Of course, Danny's wife's perjury didn't hurt any.
What are you talking about?
Oh, didn't you know, Mike? She was reached.
You're crazy.
She admits it herself.
When was this?
About a half hour ago.
She's out of her mind. I don't know why she came to you with that story.
She saw her. She claims you wouldn't pay her off.
I wouldn't pay her off?
Uh-huh. She says you made the deal for Palmer.
But she's lying. If she was bribed, Palmer did it himself.
Without your knowledge or consent, like they say.
Yes.
Still, it's kind of embarrassing for you.
Is it?
You get Palmer released, and according to the law, we can't pick him up again.
I know that. Just wait till I get my hands on him.
A couple of the boys downtown think you already did.
Now what are you babbling about?
Somebody put a slug through his brain. You'll die when you hear who that somebody is. Want to get a coat, Mike? Will you go like that?
Now, look. I don't know anything about Palmer's murder, and I know less about Martha's perjury.
You don't have to yell. I believe you.
Huh?
Of course, the opinions expressed here are my own and in no way reflect the opinions of my sponsor, the New York Police Department.
Now, listen, Corbett. You got to give me a break.
What do you want?
A chance at Martha Bell.
That can be arranged.
And I want to see Joe Greco.
You don't think...
Why not?
He worked for Palmer.
Yeah, so did Danny Bell, remember? And while you're at it, pick up Hans Weber.
Hey, you don't want much, do you?
I don't think so.
Well, maybe you're right. There are 7 million people in New York, and you could have involved them all. All right, I'll get a call out to pick them up.
beg your pardon. Is Sergeant Corbett...
Right here, Mr. Weber.
I was told you wanted to see me.
You were told right. This is Martha Bell. Or have you two already met?
No.
Well, have you, Weber?
I never contradict a lady.
Well, this is Joe Greco.
Yeah. Likewise, I'm sure.
Listen, Sergeant, what's the big idea?
Yeah, what are we waiting for anyway?
The star of our show.
Thank you, Sergeant Corbett.
You just made it, Mike. They were ready to walk out.
I don't know what they would have missed.
Yeah, you're funnier than Groucho Marx.
And I don't even wear glasses. You tired, Weber?
No, just bored.
Oh. Well, we'll see if we can make it interesting for you. Gentlemen, and Mrs. Bell, we are gathered here together to determine the murderer of one William Palmer.
Here, here.
Now, would anyone care to hazard a guess?
Oh, is this an audience participation program?
Yes. So suppose I pass among our contestants. First, I have a question for you, Martha.
How nice.
Why did you tell Sergeant Corbett I was the one who got you to lie for Palmer?
You did.
And where did all this take place?
At your apartment the day before we went up to see him.
Now, that's a nice try, Angel. But it isn't the right answer, because I spent that entire day in Jersey on another case.
Listen, Waring.
Sorry, we're a little pressed for time, but don't feel badly. You win at least a 5 to 10 year stretch for perjury. Now, Greco, you're next.
Am I?
Yes, what were you doing at the time of Palmer's murder?
I was down at the Falcon Club.
And how long were you there?
From 6 to 11:30.
And Mr. Palmer died...
At 8:15.
Now, who told you that?
I did.
Okay, Sergeant. Now, let's get on to Mr. Weber.
Must you?
Well, I'll start you off with something easy. You remember Danny Bell?
This lady's husband?
Yes. May I ask if you have an alibi for the time of his murder?
So far back. Can you give me a little hint?
Yes, it happened at 9:45 on...
Oh, yes. Well, if memory serves me right, at that time I was at my club greeting my guests.
And their names?
Perhaps Senator Burns might remember that evening.
Why should he?
Well, there was a little unpleasantness at 9:40 about one of his checks. It was made of rubber.
Well, that completes the first round. And we have a winner.
Have we?
Yes, Mrs. Martha Bell. Will the lady please stand?
Listen, you comic, what are you babbling about?
Well, by killing your husband and Bill Palmer, you have hit the jackpot.
No.
Yes, you win that famous trip up the Hudson to Sing Sing with all expenses on the house. Oh, yes, I forgot to mention, Angel. That trip is only one way.
Hey, Mike.
Oh, look, Sergeant, I'm tired. I need a rest.
Don't be ridiculous. We couldn't get along without you. Why did Martha kill Danny?
Well, simple. She was fed up with him. He never did anything right in his life. And when he tried to shake down Weber and didn't get a dime, that was the final straw.
What kind of a motive is that?
Well, the newspapers are full of stories about wives who have murdered their husbands for less.
And what about Palmer?
Well, she killed him because he wouldn't pay off after she bailed him out with her alibi.
Did she dream up that alibi deal?
Well, sure.
That was a smart piece of work.
Smarter than you think. But Palmer didn't need the alibi. He was with Joe Greco at the time.
Why didn't he say so?
Who would have believed it? No, she was shrewd. You see, she sold Palmer the idea that she could help him. And at the same time, she helped herself.
I don't see how.
Well, if Palmer was with her, naturally it follows that she must have been with him. And if he didn't kill her husband, neither did she.
Well, the thing that gets me is why you took this case in the first place.
Well, I told you, Sergeant. One of Palmer's boys abducted my girlfriend.
I know, but that's no reason.
What?
If you ask me, she's a lucky girl.
Oh, are you out of your mind?
Well, the way I look at it, being kidnapped is bad enough. But she'd have been in a lot more trouble if she'd kept that date with you. Good night, Mike.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Linda. Now, thanks for calling, Angel, but I can't make it tonight. The fellow was caught playing with matches, and it made him so mad I have to get to him before he gets all burned up.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, transcribed today, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves
The Case of the Flaming Club. And now, the Case of the Flaming Club.
It's late Sunday night in New York when Eric Dean walks slowly to the door of his apartment. He looks through the keys on his key ring for the one which fits the lock. He tries one. After a couple of tries, gets it in the lock, but finds it won't turn. He's fumbling for another key when he hears someone on the other side of the door.
Eric,
Huh?
is that you?
Yeah, it's me, Georgia. Who are you expecting?
Just a minute. Come on in.
Yes, ma'am.
No. You've been drinking.
Is that a fact? Well, who wouldn't be? Went over the books with Larrabee tonight. We keep getting further in the red. In fact, we're broke.
Now, isn't there any way to cut expenses?
Cut expenses. Cut expenses? What are we going to do? We fired the band. Got to keep a bartender and a piano player.
Oh, there must be something.
We can stop eating. Cut expenses at home. Cancel my life insurance. Sure, we can cut expenses.
Well, there's no use talking about it now. I can see that. But tomorrow...
I don't want to talk about it tomorrow. Just want to sing and dance. Come on, Georgia.
Oh.
Let's dance.
Stop it.
Hey, what's the matter? Don't you want to dance? Nobody wants to dance. Nobody wants to have fun. I want to have fun. Lots of fun. Laughs. I want to blow my brains out. $10:30, and we got 6 couples.
Well, Dean, it was your idea to chuck the band.
My idea. They wanted to be paid.
There's only one out.
You mean there still is an out, Larrabee?
One.
What?
Come on in the office.
Okay. Don't tell me you found a sucker we can unload on.
No, nothing like that.
Well, Larrabee?
We could have a fire.
What?
You heard me. A fire. We have insurance.
Are you crazy?
It's been done.
Yeah, people are going to jail for it, too.
Their only chance to get out from under. Can't you see that, Dean?
I don't like it. Where's the bottle?
Now, wait a minute, pal. Nothing to drink until we get this settled.
It is settled. No fire.
Why not? A can of gasoline, a match, and we collect.
I said no, Larrabee. You talk too much. You'd be sure to shoot your mouth off.
You think I'm crazy?
I think if we got away with it, which we probably wouldn't, but if we did, you'd have to start bragging about how sharp we were.
Dean, I give you my word.
I know you, Larrabee. I know you'd start...
What's the matter?
Just a minute. I thought so. All right, Morgan, what's the idea?
Let go, Mr. D.
You were listening at the door.
No, honest.
Then what were you doing here? You're supposed to be at the bar.
I just wanted to ask you something.
There's a phone at the bar. There's a phone here.
Dean's right, Morgan. What are you doing here?
Well, Mr. Larrabee, believe me, I
You've been snooping.
No, Mr.
A
D.
snooper and a liar, too. Well, that's all for you, mister. You're through, as of now.
Not so fast, Dean.
What about my back pay? You owe me 3 weeks.
So it.
Now, you can't do this.
Don't tell me what I can do. You're fired.
Don't be a fool, Dean. Get back to the bar, Morgan. I'll straighten this out with Dean.
I'm not sure I want that.
Now, be reasonable. Dean's upset, that's all. He doesn't realize what he's saying.
Oh, don't I?
No. Well, Morgan?
All right, Mr. Larrabee. If you say so.
That's it, Morgan. I'm sorry about Dean, but we've been having a lot of trouble. And...
I'm not surprised with him asking for it. And believe me, if he keeps on like that, you haven't seen anything yet. What'll it be, mister?
I'd like to see Mr. Dean.
No, you wouldn't.
Oh, why do you say that?
Nobody likes to see him.
Okay, then let's say he'd like to see me. He phoned me.
Oh. Well, try that door back there. I think he's in the office.
Thanks.
Who is it?
Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Waring. Come in. Well, Oh, good of you to come, Waring. Sit down.
Thanks. Oh, what do you want with the detectives?
Tell me, how good are you at shadowing?
Good enough that I don't waste my time at it. If that's all you want, why pay my fee?
This is something special. I got a partner, Mark Larrabee. I want a record of all his movements.
Why?
Does it matter? I want him followed. I'm willing to pay.
You're willing to pay too much.
I want to be sure nothing goes wrong. That's why I want the Falcon.
Funny thing about me, Dean. When I'm on a case, I like to know what I'm doing.
You'll be following Larrabee.
Yeah, that's what I call a lot of information.
I didn't know you were going to be so curious.
It's my business.
Well, I'm going away for a few days. Perhaps I want to be sure Larrabee stays away from my wife.
Yes, perhaps you do. Well, there are a lot of other detectives in town who'll keep tab for you. I'm not interested in that kind of business.
Why not?
I never cared for gossip.
You wouldn't have to gossip, just report.
See what I mean?
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm not afraid of Larrabee calling on Georgia.
Well, then we're right back where we started.
All right, Waring, if you must know, here it is. Larrabee's been drawing a lot of money out of the business. I can't find out what he does with it. I think he's been gambling. I have to know so I can straighten him out if he is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, will you take the case?
Well, you know something, Dean? I still think you're lying. But if you're so anxious to dump cash in my lap, I don't see why I should deprive you of the pleasure. Yeah, all right. It's a deal.
Here I am, mister, in this doorway. You looking for me?
No.
And how come you've been following me ever since I left the club?
Have I?
Oh, that's brilliant conversation.
Well, I'm not an old coward.
I never would have known. Who are you?
Does it matter?
It matters that you're following me. What's the idea?
Who told you I'd be following you?
I got eyes.
But I haven't been beating tom-toms. How come you spotted me?
You just aren't as sharp as you think.
Or somebody tipped you. Now, who?
Look, just because you're clumsy.
Not that clumsy.
We won't discuss it. You've been following me, and you're going to stop.
Well, what's stopping me?
This, if it has to.
Is it loaded?
Hang around. You'll find out.
No, I'll take your word. I don't like to set up anyway. Good night, Larrabee.
Hey, mister, I just noticed the time. You're out of luck.
No, not necessarily, driver.
Yeah, but it's after 2. The club will be closed.
Well, I'm not going for entertainment. Just want to talk to the bartender. He may still be around.
Okay, just thought you might want to know.
Oh, thanks.
Some guys raise holy Ned if you don't... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Fire engines. Hey, look, they're stopping in the next block.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I see the smoke coming out of that building. Hey.
Well, what?
Look up there. Isn't that the club where you wanted me to take you?
Is it? Yeah, you're right, it is.
It's on fire.
Yeah, so I see.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's a few minutes since Mike Waring discovered that his client's club could briefly boast of the hottest show in town. Now the Falcon is pushed through the crowd and into the burning building. He makes his way through the smoke and flames to the basement steps, hurries down until he's stopped by a fireman at the bottom.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
I wanted to see what started this.
Well, get out of here. You want to get killed?
Fake like I'm a fireman, too, huh?
I got no time for games.
Look, it's just that I've got a hunch there's something phony about this fire. I want... Hey, there's a lot of smoke.
What do you expect?
Well, if I could just see a little... Hey, look over there.
Where?
You're in that pile of boxes. Are those a man's legs sticking out from behind there?
I don't see any. Oh, yeah, you're right. Come on. Yeah, here he is.
That's Dean.
Who?
One of the owners of this place.
Well, help me get him out of here. We can get him to the respirator.
I'm afraid artificial respiration won't do him any good.
Well, you never can tell.
In this case, you can't. Look at his chest. He's been stabbed to death. Well, Corbett, looks like we've got the fire under control.
Yeah, Waring. Now come on over to the car. I want to get a few things straight.
All right. But isn't it a waste of time, Corbett? You know you'll never keep them straight.
That's right, Waring. Make with the gags. Us police don't know from nothing. Takes a bright private op like you to bungle a routine tale so bad your man pulls a gun on you.
I didn't bungle. He must have been tipped.
By who?
Well, that's one thing I'm going to find out.
Really hurts, don't it?
Oh.
And now, Waring, tell me something about this fellow Dean.
I told you. He was going out of town. He wanted me to keep an eye on his partner, Mark Larrabee. I did, with the results that please you so much.
What did Dean expect you to catch Larrabee doing?
Well, he said he was afraid Larrabee was tossing his bankroll down a roulette rat hole. And he wanted me to check.
Is Dean his partner's keeper?
He claimed he was working at it.
Did you swallow Dean's yarn?
Would you?
You kidding? But I'm not smart like you, Waring.
Well, Dean's story smelled, but I played along to see how things lined up. And the fire coming right at this time seemed too much of a coincidence.
You think Larrabee started it after he shook you?
Well, that's something to check. Along with, how come Dean winds up in the basement of his club when he claimed he'd be out of town?
He planned to leave. He hadn't gotten around to it.
No, how do you know?
You're not the only one who can make brilliant deductions, Waring. I found an airplane ticket in his pocket to Pittsburgh on the 4 a.m. plane out of LaGuardia, from which I deduced he was planning to fly to Pittsburgh this morning.
Corbett, you're a genius. Now, if you're through with me, I'll be running along. There's some angles I still want to look into.
Why bother, Waring? Your client's dead.
Look, I'm going to prove somebody tipped Larrabee about me tailing him.
You don't have to prove it, Waring. Somebody did tip him.
Yeah?
Sure, Waring. You did.
Wait a minute, will you? I'm coming. It's you, Waring. Don't you know it's the middle of the night?
No, I didn't. My watch stopped.
I'm laughing.
Well, I wanted to get to you before anyone else did.
Why?
If you work for Dean and Larrabee, I thought you might be able to tell me something about them.
Like what, for instance?
Like why you tipped Larrabee that I was hired to tail him.
What are you talking about? How would I know?
You could have listened to my conversation with Dean.
Listened in? Me?
You know my name. You called me by it just now.
Well, you told me at the club.
Yeah, think again, chum. I just went into the club and stopped at the bar to ask for Dean. I never mentioned my name to you.
Well, what's the difference if I do know your name?
Because maybe that's not all you know. Maybe you know Dean hired me.
And if I do?
Then maybe you tipped Larrabee.
And if I did?
Now, that'll break Corbett's heart.
Who's Corbett?
Sergeant Corbett, Homicide Squad.
What's he got to do with this?
He likes to rib me.
And you wake me up in the middle of the night on any kind of a rib?
No, not entirely. There's been a fire. Do you know anything about that?
Fire?
Yes, the club burned down.
What?
Kind of a coincidence, wouldn't you say?
Why?
Coming right when one of the owners is suspicious enough of the other to hire a detective to tail him?
You think Larrabee or Dean, the fire?
Yeah, Larrabee or Dean, the fire. It didn't start itself.
But they couldn't have done it?
Why not?
Well, you were following Larrabee, you say, and Dean was on a train to Chicago.
Train to Chicago? Where'd you get that idea?
Well, he told me.
Dean, when?
When he left the club last night around 6.
Dean said he was taking a train to Chicago?
I told you.
I know, so you did. But that's not what the plane ticket says.
What plane ticket?
The one that's not for a train to Chicago.
That don't make sense.
Oh, pal, you're catching on. But why should it make sense? Nothing else in this case does.
Oh, no. Now what? All right. Oh, Mr. Larrabee.
Hello, Morgan. I'm coming in.
Sure. After all, why should you be an exception?
Has someone been here already this morning?
Hey, let go.
Answer me.
Waring was here.
Waring, did you talk?
No.
You didn't say anything about what you heard the other day, me and Dean talking about a fire.
No, I didn't tell you.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Hey, what's the idea?
I asked you a question.
I answered.
I want to be sure you're telling the truth.
I am.
You better be, because that was just a warning, Morgan. If I find out you've been shooting your mouth off, maybe that's not all that'll get shot. Think it over.
Hello, Mr. Waring. You mind if I join you?
Why, what a question, Angel. Sit down.
Thank you.
You wonder how I know your name.
Do I?
Sergeant Corbett told me about you. He told me you eat in this restaurant quite often.
Oh, bless his little heart.
I'm Mrs. Dean.
Oh.
The sergeant tells me you're suspicious about last night's fire.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand there's going to be trouble getting the insurance company to pay off.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised.
You were following Larrabee, so you know he didn't start the fire.
How do you know about that? Corbett?
No. I talked to Morgan, the bartender.
Ah, you're a busy little chicken for someone who's just lost a husband.
Well, I'm on my own now. I have to look out for myself.
Mm-hmm. But didn't your husband have life insurance?
Yes.
Then you looked after him. The fire won't affect that.
I know. But I have a right to collect on the fire insurance, too.
Mm-hmm.
My husband wouldn't have started the fire. He wanted to prevent it. That's why he hired you.
Yes, that's what I figured. But how do you know about it?
He told me. He and Larrabee had an argument about it. Larrabee wanted to burn their place, and Eric was against it.
You realize you're admitting that Larrabee had arson on his mind.
Yes. But you were following him, so you know that he didn't do it.
How do you know I didn't see him start the fire?
Because then there wouldn't be speculation. You'd have had him arrested.
All right, I didn't see him. But here's something Morgan didn't tell you. Larrabee shook me before the fire, so he could have done it after he left me.
I don't believe it.
I don't believe. It's the truth.
Oh, dear. I didn't know that changes things.
Yes, it certainly does. So I'm afraid I can't help you. But maybe you can help me.
How?
Your husband told me he was going out of town. Do you know where he was going?
Well, of course.
And do you know how he was going? Train or plane?
Well, train. He doesn't like planes. He gets sick.
I see.
So I guess he missed the train.
Yes, so it would seem.
He had plenty of time. He left the apartment at 8 and said the train didn't leave until 9.
And he did intend to take the 9 o'clock train to Chicago, huh?
Chicago?
Well, yes. What's the matter?
Well, he wasn't going to Chicago. He was going to Palm Beach.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Half an hour has passed since Mike Waring learned that his client apparently had tried to dash off in all directions only to wind up where he started, with a knife in his chest. Now the Falcon is at headquarters and has tossed the confusion to Sergeant Corbett.
Wait a minute, Waring. Wait a minute.
Sure, Corbett. I'm not going anywhere.
Let's get this straight. Dean tells the bartender he's taking the train to Chicago. Then he tells the wife he's taking the train to Palm Beach.
If they're telling the truth.
And when we find him in New York, he has a plane ticket to Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I've finally figured it out, Corbett.
Yeah, I know. He really intended to go to Kennebunkport, Maine.
No, I'm not kidding, Corbett. You see, I checked with the Weather Bureau.
Weather Bureau? Where do they fit?
They told me there was a bad storm in Virginia.
Very interesting. There was also an earthquake in Peru. So what?
So I checked with the railroad. Dean got on the train to Chicago last night.
Then I suppose he got on a train to Palm Beach.
Well, I wouldn't know.
Gets clearer all the time.
Well, if we can get that bartender to talk, it will.
Yeah?
Yeah. He had a fight with Dean a few days ago, and Dean tried to fire him.
Oh, so you think this makes the bartender so sore he murders Dean and burns down the club?
No. He'd hardly go that far just over the loss of a job.
Check.
But he knows something.
And he's one up on me.
Well, in that case, let's go catch up with him, shall we?
Now, what do you fellas want?
Have you caught up on your sleep, Morgan?
Don't make me laugh.
Let's go in, Waring.
Yeah.
Hey.
You can close the door, Morgan.
What do you want?
You said Dean left the club at 6 last night.
Yeah.
Did he go back?
No.
He was killed in the club.
Well, I didn't see him.
And he wasn't hanging around the club.
No.
What are you trying to prove, Waring?
I'm just trying to account for Dean's time. He left his home around 8. Turns out to be killed in the club at 2:30. Now, what was he doing in the meantime?
You got any ideas?
Yes, Corbett, I have. I think he went to Philadelphia.
Oh, great. Now he goes to Philly. Why?
People keep coming here. I'm going to Philly or someplace. Oh, Larrabee.
Hello, Morgan. I wanted to... Oh, company. I'll come back.
No, don't mind us, Larrabee. Come in.
I can come back later.
Why are you so anxious to get away? Is it because you're afraid we found out about you?
What about me?
That you and Dean had a row about the fire? You wanted a fire. He was against it?
Morgan, I warn you.
Cut it out. Cut it out.
Larrabee, stop it. And you're a smart boy, Larrabee. That outburst proves Morgan knows about you.
What do you mean?
Morgan didn't tell us. Mrs. Dean did. But now that you've shown that Morgan knows, too, he's going to have to talk.
What else do you want to know if you know about the fire?
Just this, Morgan. Why did Dean object to Larrabee's idea? Now, come on, don't look at Larrabee. He can't hurt you. Well?
Waring asked you a question, Morgan. Answer him.
Now, look, Morgan, we know Larrabee wanted to start a fire. We know Dean objected. Now, why did he object? Would mean money in his pocket, too.
He was afraid Larrabee might talk. He said Larrabee can never keep his mouth shut.
I see. Well, that does it.
Does what? What are we trying to prove?
Dean's motives.
Motive for what?
For starting the fire.
What? You mean Dean started the fire?
Yes. You see, Dean was afraid to let Larrabee know that's what he intended to do.
Yeah. So he nixed Larrabee's plan.
Mm-hmm. But then he hired me to tail Larrabee so that I'd be a witness when the fire started that Larrabee had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
And Dean hops a Chicago train, stays on it just long enough to establish his presence, then slips off the train, probably somewhere around Philly, and flies back to New York.
Ah, I get it. He figures to start the fire, then hop a plane to Pittsburgh and slip back on the train there.
That's right. That way both partners have an alibi for the fire.
But Larrabee catches Dean at the fire and kills him.
That's a lie. Why would I kill him if he's doing what I wanted?
Well,
he's got a point, Corbett.
Maybe he wanted all the insurance for himself. I don't know.
Well, if you really want to know, don't ask Larrabee. Ask Morgan.
Me? Why me?
Because, Morgan, you're the one who killed Dean, aren't you?
Yeah, you were right, Waring.
Well, wipe your eyes, Corbett. Maybe I'll pull a boner next week.
Morgan confessed. He caught Dean starting the fire, and Dean threatened to frame him. He was going to use that row they had when he tried to fire Morgan as a motive and claim Morgan started the fire for revenge.
Mm-hmm. Larrabee and Dean would have alibis, and that would leave Morgan holding the match.
Right. It panicked Morgan, and he killed Dean. Oh, there it is, Waring. I'll just run along.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Corbett. What kind of a straight man are you?
Huh?
You haven't asked me how I knew Morgan was the murderer.
All right, go ahead.
Well, Dean told his wife he was going to Palm Beach.
Say, that's right. I forgot about Palm Beach.
And well, so did Dean when he heard about the storm in Virginia. His original plan, apparently, was to work his alibi on a Palm Beach train. But bad weather made it risky, counting on a plane to get him back to the train.
So he switches to a Chicago train.
That's right. And Morgan said Dean told him he was going to Chicago. Dean left the club at 6, and Morgan claimed he hadn't seen him again. Still, when Dean left home at 8, he told his wife he was going to Palm Beach. So he hadn't switched plans by 8, which means Morgan was lying. He must have seen Dean again after 8.
All right, Waring. You feel better now that you got that off your chest?
Oh, yes, much better, Corbett. Thanks.
Well, that's good, Waring. You need something to cheer you up.
Do I?
You will when I tell you. Morgan has confessed to the murder, but he still denies tipping off Larrabee about you tailing him. So it looks like it was just your own bungling. Good night, Waring.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Betty. Well, I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to give me a rain check tonight, Angel. Some girl just dropped by with an interesting proposition, and I can't afford to pass it by. Yet I'll be hanged if I touch it. This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Dutch doll. Before we join the Falcon in a new and exciting adventure, here is something else that's new and exciting. Kraft's Salad Oil, the wonderful new salad oil just put on the market for your home use by the makers of all those other wonderful Kraft products. Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new salad oil. It's a new kind of salad oil. A lighter-bodied oil designed to mix smoothly and perfectly with all the other ingredients you use in your homemade salad dressings, your delicious chiffon cakes, in fact, in every recipe you have that calls for liquid shortening. The reason Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil is that it's made by a special process created by Kraft called superfining. The first time you try this wonderful new lighter-bodied superfine salad oil, you'll know you've discovered something really new, really wonderful. So don't wait. Get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label. And now, the case of the Dutch doll. It is late Sunday evening in New York. The kind of night where only Noah would feel at home. But Harry Roberts, the stocky gentleman in a wet overcoat, is no biblical character. Harry is Dutch Stevens' chief lieutenant, and right now he's on a mission for his boss. He tries the door of a nearby telegraph office. And finding it locked, begins banging on the glass.
Hey, you. Open up. Come on, open up. What's the matter, you deaf?
Just a second.
Well, about time. Guy could float away out there. Boy. I want to send a couple of wires.
Oh, sorry, mister. We're closed for the night.
Well, open up again. Now, one telegram...
you don't understand. It's the company rule.
Well, change it.
Hey, who do you think you are?
Just a guy with a gun.
Oh.
Now, do we send those telegrams?
Oh, sure. Sure.
That's a good boy. Now, the same wire goes to 3 guys. Write down their names. George Hendricks, Hotel Fortunata, Chicago. Bill Rhinebeck, Daffodil Club, Reno, Nevada. And Christopher Londos, that's Londos. Hemsley Building, Los Angeles. Got that?
Yeah.
Must see you June 29th at my place.
Must see you June 29th at my place.
New York.
New York. Anything else?
No, that's all. Just sign it, Dutch Stevens.
Dutch Stevens.
Now, can you add a P.S. to the one going to Londos?
You mean you want to continue the message to him?
Yeah, bright. Make it read, "This is it," and sign it Harry.
Just those 3 words.
Don't worry, Buster. Mr. Londos is a smart boy. He'll catch on. Now, start pounding that out.
Mr. Christopher Londos. Hemsley Building.
Well, now, if you gentlemen will give me your attention for a moment, I'd like to explain the purpose of this meeting. You're probably wondering why I called it.
Now that you mention it, we are.
Well, I've been doing a little thinking lately, Londos, and I've come to the conclusion it's pretty ridiculous for you, Hendricks, Rhinebeck, and myself to be constantly at each other's throats.
Well,
So what I propose is a combine.
what's wrong with the agreement we've got now, Dutch?
Nothing, except nobody's abided by it. You, Londos, have been running joints in my territory.
Now, look here, Stevens.
Don't bother denying it, Chris. I caught 4 of your hoods in New York last week. And don't tell me they came to see the Empire State Building.
What's the matter? Didn't you try to open a club in Los Angeles?
Sure I did. And what did it cost you to close it?
Enough.
That's exactly my point. Why spend time and money fighting each other? With one organization, we could cut down on overhead. I'm willing to bet now you'll increase your take at least 50%.
And who is going to be head of this organization?
I am.
That's what I figure. And what's going to prevent you from, say, someday deciding you don't need Londos and freeze him out?
I don't talk like a kid, Londos.
No, I think I've got a very important point there.
You don't know what you're saying. No, I think the rest of these boys are willing to go along. Am I right, gentlemen? Well, make up your mind, Londos.
I think maybe I'd try it alone for a while.
You're making a serious mistake.
Could be. But you've got to prove it to me first.
All right, Londos. And I don't imagine that'll be quite as difficult as you think.
There he comes now, Jerry. Open the door. Hello, Harry. Hi, Alanis. get away from here fast.
All right, Jerry. Suppose you drive around the park.
No. Tell him to head out toward Brooklyn.
Relax, Harry. Everything's going to be okay.
Not too sure, Landis. Dutch is plenty sore.
My. He make any plans for me?
Yeah. Sending 8 men out to the coast tomorrow.
You know their names?
Yeah, I got them all written down. Here.
Steve Donahue, Albert Saber. Now, this is fine stuff, Harry. How they go?
They fly. Taking the 5 o'clock plane.
I see they get nice reception.
Tell him to watch out for Donahue. He's one of Dutch's best.
Jerry, when we get back to the hotel, remind me to make a couple of calls.
Listen, Landis, before you start the rough stuff, I still think you can make a deal with Dutch.
No use, Harry. We already tried.
Well, let me try once more. If I can work on him the right way...
Okay, Harry. You work on him. But just the same, I think I'm going to make those calls. Is that you, Harry?
Yeah, you busy, Dutch?
No. Come on in. What's on your mind?
Well, look, Dutch, I don't know how to say this.
You don't know how to say what?
Well, I've been with you for a long time.
15 years, isn't it?
Yeah. Never once did I open my yap and give advice when it wasn't asked for.
But obviously now you'd like to break a precedent, huh?
I think you're making a big mistake in the way you're handling Landis.
Well, what would you suggest I do?
Give him a separate deal.
Well, why is he entitled to more than the others?
Because he's a lot smarter. You're going to have trouble with him, Dutch.
I doubt it.
Look, boss, I happen to know he'd take 10% extra.
Well, how do you happen to know that?
Well, one of his boys approached me.
I thought I told you to stay away from them.
I couldn't help myself, Dutch. They dropped in at the Hawk Club last night.
Well, make sure it doesn't happen again. Yeah. See who that is.
Okay. All right, hold your horses. I'm coming.
Hello, Harry.
Kinsella.
Yeah, it's me, pal.
Well, when did you get out?
This morning. Where's Dutch?
Who is it, Harry?
It's only me, Dutch.
Well, what are you doing here, Kinsella?
I want to thank you.
For what?
Didn't you spring me?
No.
Oh, quit kidding, Dutch. Who else would go to bat for me with the parole board?
I wish I knew.
That's funny. I thought for sure you... Well, what difference does it make? It's good to see you, Dutch. It's been a long time.
Not long enough. I don't know what ideas you had.
Well, when I went to stir, you were supposed to look after things.
And I did, Kinsella. Very capably, too, if I say so myself. And if you think you're coming back to get on my gravy train, you got another guess coming.
So that's the way the wind blows.
That's the way it blows.
You got anything to say, Harry?
He's the boss, Kinsella.
I can see that. Mr. Big Shot in person. And I think we two are probably the only ones left to remember how he got his nickname.
Never mind the reminiscing.
Yeah, I guess it's a sign of old age. Okay, Dutch, take care of yourself. So long, Harry.
So long.
What's the matter, Harry? You look worried.
I am. You don't think it's an accident that Kinsella showed up at this time?
Don't you?
No. I tell you, Dutch, I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
What you like, Harry, isn't too important.
You could avoid all the trouble if you only made a deal with Landis.
I told you I didn't want to discuss it further.
Now, for Pete's sake, don't be so pig-headed. You know it's possible for you to be wrong watching them. Okay.
Sorry I lost my temper, Harry.
That's all right, boss. Forget it. After all, a big man like you is entitled to lose his head once in a while.
Hello?
Western Union calling. Is this the home of Mr. Dutch Stevens?
Yes.
I have a cable for Mr. Stevens. Is he there?
This is Mr. Stevens speaking.
Oh, it's from London, Mr. Stevens. The message reads, Dear Father, can't wait to see you. Taking Clipper tomorrow morning. Arriving New York Friday. Love, Beatrice.
Did you say Friday?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Harry. Harry.
Yeah? You want me?
Yes. Beatrice is coming home.
What?
She'll be here day after tomorrow.
You can't let her do that.
What's the matter with you, Harry? You don't seem to realize I haven't seen my daughter in 10 years.
Well, then it won't hurt to wait another one. All we need now is a dame around here to complicate things. If you ask me...
Well, go on.
Wait a minute. You see what I did?
Where?
Window.
Well, you're imagining things, Harry.
No. Get down, boy. Dutch.
Dutch.
Yes?
They told me I could find Michael Waring here.
I don't know who the they are, but they told you right.
Are you the one they call the Falcon?
When they can't think of anything worse. What's your name?
Beatrice Stevens.
Well, come in.
Thank you.
Sit down.
If you don't mind, I'd rather stand.
All right, suit yourself. Now, what can I do for you, Miss Stevens?
Well, I don't know if you can do anything.
Well, I certainly can't if I don't know the problem.
Well, to begin with, Dutch Stevens was my father. And what is that supposed to mean?
Just?
So you believe those stories, too?
What do you mean by those stories?
That he was a common gangster.
Well, wasn't he?
No, it's a lie.
You mean there was nothing common about him?
My father was a great man, Mr. Waring. Those stories were spread by his enemies. But Daddy never harmed a soul in his life.
Oh, it's too bad Capone isn't around to hear that. He would have enjoyed it.
I won't have you talk that way about my father.
Look, Miss Stevens, I know the Bible says honor thy parents, but believe me, they never had a guy like Dutch Stevens in mind.
You're lying.
Well, why do you think he was killed?
I don't know. But it must be part of some gigantic conspiracy.
Hey, wait a minute. You actually believe that, don't you?
Of course.
You never read about Dutch Stevens' exploits?
No.
Where have you been all these years?
In England, at Bedford School.
Oh, pretty fancy.
You know it?
Only by reputation. When was the last time you saw your father?
10 years ago.
You know anybody in town?
No.
Then how did you get my name?
I asked a police officer to recommend a good private detective.
Oh. And just what do you expect this detective to do for you?
Find my father's murderer.
Well, that's a job for the police.
You've got to help me, Mr. Waring. I don't know how I'm going to reimburse you, but I'll manage somehow.
Are you kidding?
I'll get a job.
The daughter of Dutch Stevens working? What happened to all his money?
What money?
Look, your old man was loaded, Beatrice. Rumor has it that in the last 2 years alone he managed to put away a couple of million. Now, where is it?
I have no idea.
Well, as his only child, you're entitled to it. Aren't you interested?
No.
Well, it interests me.
Then you'll find out who killed my father.
Let's put it this way, Angel. I'll try and find out what happened to his money. And if, incidentally, I can turn up his murderer, that's so much velvet.
It's lighter bodied. It's super fine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of those wonderful Kraft salad dressing products. The first time you use Kraft Salad Oil in one of your own homemade salad dressings, or in one of those big, beautiful chiffon cakes you make, or in any recipe that calls for liquid shortening, you'll know you've found a treasure. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new salad oil. It's a new kind of salad oil. A lighter-bodied salad oil that blends perfectly with other ingredients. That's because Kraft Salad Oil is superfined salad oil. Yes, superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Because it's superfined, it's lighter-bodied. Because it's lighter-bodied, it blends new magic into your salad dressing, baking, and cooking masterpieces. So don't wait to try this new Kraft Salad Oil. Remember,
It's lighter bodied. It's super fine.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 24 hours have passed since Mike Waring was hired by Dutch Stevens' daughter, Beatrice, to discover her father's killer. And now we find the Falcon making the grand tour. And his first port of call is a small bar on 86th Street.
Well, well, if it isn't Jack Kinsella. Waring. When did you get out?
A couple of days ago. You know, by rights, I ought to talk to you, Waring. Why did you refuse to help me when they framed me on that smuggling rap?
Well, in the first place, I wasn't asked.
Didn't Dutch Stevens try to hire you?
Was he supposed to?
Why, that dirty, rotten liar. That no good...
Well, don't stop on my account, Kinsella. I'm over 21. So friend Dutch gave you a double cross, huh?
What do you think?
I think if he did, he paid for it.
Meaning you believe
I gunned him, huh?
Well, the cops will decide that.
You're barking up the wrong tree, man.
Well, look, Kinsella, you don't have to explain to me. I'm just interested in one thing. Would you know where I could locate Harry Roberts?
Why?
Because I'm working for Dutch Stevens' daughter.
Beatrice?
Yeah, you know her?
I heard Dutch mention her once or twice.
Well, she's a young lady of property, Kinsella, only we can't seem to locate the property.
What's that got to do with Harry?
Oh, I thought that being Dutch's closest friend, he might be the custodian.
I wouldn't know. Any more questions?
Yeah, just one. How did you get out?
What do you mean?
Well, as I recall it, your sentence was 10 to 20. You didn't serve anywhere near that.
I got friends.
Well, lucky you. Who was it, Harry Roberts?
What makes you think it was Harry?
Just a hunch. Suppose Harry planned on having Dutch knocked off for his dough. He might want you on the scene to take the rap.
They're crazy as they come, Mike.
Mm-hmm. Well, who got you parole?
I told you. I got friends.
Okay, Kinsella. A boy like you couldn't possibly have more than one, so it shouldn't be any great problem to run him down.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett.
Hello, Corbett. This is Mike Waring.
Hi, Mike. I understand you're on the Stevens case.
Yeah, that's right. And look, Corbett, I'm trying to find out if it was Harry Roberts who put up the bail for Jack Kinsella.
Well, why don't you ask me?
Okay, I'm asking.
Kinsella apparently didn't know anything about it. From what I understand, it was put up by a fellow who's here from the coast, a guy named Christopher Londas.
Yeah?
Mr. Londos?
That's right.
My name is Mike Waring.
Waring?
I'm a private detective.
Oh, the Falcon. Come in.
I've appointed myself a committee of one to welcome you to New York and to thank you for all you've done for us here by giving us back Jack Kinsella.
You're a very funny boy, Waring.
Well, I don't think Bob Hope has anything to worry about.
What's on your mind?
There's had a little trouble with Dutch Stevens.
Who didn't?
Well, after I learned you secured the parole for Kinsella, I got to wondering what your motive might be.
And you decided?
That you knew Dutch Stevens double-crossed him, and you hoped he'd make Dutch regret it.
You talk very interesting, Mr. Waring. Let me hear more. You said I figure Kinsella is going to take care of Dutch Stevens for me.
Did I say that?
Yeah. And he's only one trouble. How do I know that Dutch double-crossed Kinsella?
Well, that's the simplest thing in the world. Harry Roberts told you.
What did you say?
Oh, careful, friend. It's a new suit.
Listen, Waring. What are you looking for?
Harry Roberts.
Why?
I think you may know what happened to Dutch Stevens' money. I'm working for Dutch's daughter.
That's not a good enough reason, Waring. Take my advice. Stop looking.
You've made absolutely no progress at all, Mr. Waring.
What do you call progress, Beatrice?
Well, you haven't discovered who killed my father.
Well, I told you, Angel, I wasn't looking for his murderer. That's a job for the police.
But what have they accomplished?
I'll give them time. They do all right. All I want to do is look after your interests. That means getting you a bundle of cash.
I told you I wasn't interested in money.
Well, you'll find it's a mighty comforting thing to have around in your old age. Now, as I see it, your old man was the kind who always tied up his dough in cash. And he must have socked it away someplace.
That should be comparatively simple to check, shouldn't it?
No, just the opposite. The only party who probably knows the complete details is Harry Roberts.
Uncle Harry.
Oh, you remember him?
Oh, very well. As a matter of fact, I heard from him about an hour ago.
What?
Yes.
Well, in heaven's name, why didn't you mention that before?
You didn't ask me.
Oh, well, I guess that's a good enough reason. Where did he say he was?
Is there such a place as the Kendrake?
There's a Mandrake Hotel on Madison Avenue.
Yes, that's the one.
All right, what are we waiting for? Come on, I'll call a cab.
Don't bother, Waring. I got a car.
Mr. Waring.
All right. Nothing to be frightened of, Beatrice. This is Jack Kinsella. He's a former fraternity brother of your father's.
You're a very comical fella.
Didn't your new boss warn you?
My new boss?
Yeah, Chris Londos.
What makes you think I'm working for him?
Well, aren't you?
No, and oh, sister, where do you think you're going?
Well, I thought I'd...
Sure, but wait till Mr. Waring and I leave.
Oh, I'm not leaving, Kinsella. I like it here.
I don't blame you, but just the same, you and I are going to catch a little air.
I guess you want me to catch it right through the middle, huh?
That's the general idea.
Well, in that case...
Why, you know...
Look out, Mr. Waring!
No. So you want to play rough, huh? No.
Take it easy, Mike.
Who are you?
Sergeant Corbett.
Oh, naturally. Oh, What am I doing in a hospital? Never mind. I remember now.
You're a lucky boy.
Well, if your head felt like mine does, you wouldn't think so.
At that, you shouldn't complain. If it hadn't been for Miss Stevens screaming, Kinsella might have killed you.
Did you pick him up?
Yeah, it was no trouble at all.
Look, you want to hold on to him, Sergeant. I think you've got Dutch Stevens' killer there.
Why?
But what other reason would he have for coming after me?
He claims he thought you were trying to pin it on him.
I'm not trying to pin it on anybody. All I want is to find Harry Roberts.
Oh, I can tell you that.
You can? Well, where is Harry?
In the morgue.
What?
In the morgue, Mike. And with 3 slugs in his brain, I don't think he's in the mood to do much talking.
Don't tell me.
Yeah, I'm back again, Londos. Only this time I brought along my gang. This is Sergeant Corbett.
Glad to know you, Corbett.
I'll bet.
You've been listening to Waring. You can't believe everything he tells you.
I don't know. He's a pretty convincing talker.
Yeah, he would make a good salesman.
Wait till you hear the idea I've sold him.
I'm waiting.
Mike thinks you killed Harry Roberts.
Why should I?
To cover up the murder of Dutch Stevens.
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
Sure. You were working with Harry all along. Then when you felt we were getting warm, you decided to get rid of him.
I'm afraid you're going to have to start all over again, because I got A1 alibi.
What do you call A1?
At 1:45, I was having a little interview with the district attorney.
How did you know when Harry died?
Been on the radio. Right, Sergeant?
Yeah.
Corbett, there's some sort of a swindle going on here. I'll bet if you check with the DA...
That won't take a minute.
Your call, please.
Get me the district attorney's office.
Suppose you make that call downstairs.
What are you worried about, Landis? I'll give you time.
Listen, Sergeant.
How can I if you keep talking?
DA's office, Clayton speaking.
Hello, Clayton. Sergeant Corbett.
Oh, what's on your mind, Sergeant?
Did the DA have Chris Landis on the carpet today at 1:45?
No, the DA hasn't been in all day.
You're sure about that, Clayton?
Positive. So if Landis claims he spoke to him at 1:45, he's lying. He was here talking to me.
Tomorrow at your grocer's, remember to pick up a pint or quart bottle of wonderful new Kraft salad oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those other wonderful Kraft salad dressing products. Try this new salad oil in your homemade salad dressings, your baking, your cooking. It's lighter bodied because it's super fine. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Get Kraft salad oil. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike discovered that Chris Londos had a perfect alibi for the time of Harry Roberts' murder. And now as we find Mike, he's about to break the unhappy news to his client.
Just a second.
Hello, Beatrice.
Oh, Mr. Waring. I thought you were in the hospital.
Well, I didn't like the service. Did you hear about Harry Roberts?
Yes. Who did it?
I voted for Londos.
Well?
Well, they tossed out my ballot. He's got what the pulp writers call an ironclad alibi.
Couldn't one of his men have done it?
Well, I never thought of that. Still, I didn't see anyone in their suite in the hotel.
They might be staying somewhere else.
Yes, you're right, Angel. But there's a more immediate problem.
What?
Oh, I think that's for me. Hello? Yes, this is Waring. What? Okay, thanks.
What were you saying, Mr. Waring?
I was wondering what I was going to do about you. I've let you down pretty badly.
Not at all.
Yes, I have. First of all, with Harry dead, we're never going to find out what happened to Dutch's bankroll.
That's not your fault.
Well, I should have known Harry was living on borrowed time.
How could you possibly?
Because the same party who killed Dutch had to kill Harry, too.
You mean for his own protection?
No, I mean for her own protection.
I think that calls for an explanation, don't you?
I don't see why, Beatrice. I was under the impression the statement was perfectly clear. Since there's only one woman in this case, naturally, it could only mean you.
Where do you want me to drop you, Mike?
Oh, anywhere along here will be all right.
I don't have to tell you how surprised I was when I got your call to pick up Dutch's daughter.
Well, I got another surprise for you. She wasn't his real daughter.
What?
Sure. That's what put me on the right track. I don't get it. Well, I had two prime suspects in this case. One, Harry Roberts. And when Harry was murdered, obviously that ruled him out.
Oh, that must have made him feel good.
Number two was Chris Londos.
And he had a perfect alibi.
That's right, so I had to start looking again. Then all of a sudden it occurred to me there was one wrong note in this opera.
Beatrice?
Yes, she came to me with a story that she didn't know how she was going to pay me for my services because she thought her father was broke. Didn't make sense.
Why not?
Well, according to her own story, she spent the last 10 years in a fancy boarding school in England. The money for her tuition had to come from somewhere. She overplayed her hand. Well, once I hit on that, the rest was easy. So, I checked Scotland Yard.
Uh-huh. And there you learned the real Beatrice Stevens was still in London.
Yeah, this gal was just trying to pick up a fast million by posing as Dutch Stevens' daughter.
Hey, how about that?
How about what?
All that filthy lucre being buried somewhere. Think it'll ever turn up?
I doubt it.
You know, a man could do a lot with that kind of money. Why don't you try to find it, Mike?
Oh, I'm the practical type, Corbett. If I'm going to spend my time looking, I'd sooner hunt for something more interesting.
What's more interesting than money?
Women. So let me off at the next block, and I'll start my search there.
Ever find yourself at a loss when you need a hot main dish in a hurry? Well, don't let that happen to you. Always keep a package or two of Kraft Dinner on your pantry shelf. Because with Kraft Dinner, you can make delicious macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. Tender, fluffy macaroni with perfect cheese flavor all through it. You see, every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated to sprinkle in for wonderful cheese flavor. And Kraft Dinner can be your answer to today's high prices because every package makes 4 servings at a cost of just a few pennies each. Tomorrow, get a package or two of handy, delicious Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Curious Cop. The Case of the Curious Cop. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that for some special problems, a policeman has a Colt special answer. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbin. Be sure to hear the Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with a hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Rosalind Russell and Melvin Douglas both star on Theater Guild tonight on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Norma. I'm glad you called. Well, you'll have to include me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. There's a party around who's been shown how to parlay a 2-bit pocket knife into a killing. So naturally, he's going to make a stab at it.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Curious Cop. In just a moment, another thrilling adventure of the Falcon. But first, a word about an adventure you can have any day in the week, right in your own kitchen. For several weeks now, we've been telling you on this program about Kraft Salad Oil, the wonderful new salad oil created by Kraft that's lighter-bodied because it's superfine. Now, here's a suggestion. Tomorrow, go to your grocer's and get a pint or quart bottle of Kraft Salad Oil. Look up your favorite recipe for homemade salad dressing, chiffon cake, or anything else that requires liquid shortening. Then, that night, tomorrow night at dinner, surprise your family with an old favorite made this lighter-bodied, superfine salad oil way. You'll know the difference, and so will the family. Get Kraft Salad Oil. And now, the case of the curious cop. It's late Sunday evening in New York, and Hunter's famed gambling club on East 84th is closed for the night. But that doesn't seem to deter plainclothesman Jack Craven or his partner Frank Walsh from their decision to look in on Mr. Hunter.
You ask me, Craven, we're wasting our time.
You think so, Frank?
Sure. Hunter's probably gone.
What about that light we saw from the outside?
Must have forgotten to turn it off.
No, not Mr. Hunter. He watches his pennies. If I will get you 10, he's still here counting the tick. Where was the light coming from?
This room here, I'd say. Yeah.
Then this must be the office.
Want me to go in with you?
No. You wait out here. If you hear any commotion, get back to the car. Understand?
Right.
Come on in, Brock. Did you get to... Just a second, you're not Brock.
No, my name is Craven, Mr. Hunter.
What are you doing here?
Ever see one of these before?
It's a badge, isn't it?
Also known as a buzzer or a potsy.
So?
So I don't like people running gambling houses on my beat.
I see.
Especially without consulting me.
And suppose I did consult you?
Well, that might be different. Now, if you were to consult me, say, once a week with $500...
You'd have no objections at all?
No. Live and let live is my motto.
Well, $500 is a lot of money, Mr. Craven.
Well, I can be a lot of trouble, Mr. Hunter.
Suppose I had you reported to the commissioner.
You'd be wasting your time. They've been trying to get rid of me for years, but they never could get anybody to testify against me.
Maybe I'd be willing to.
Are you kidding? You don't like publicity any more in your racket than I do in mine. You better give in, Hunter. I can make an awful nuisance of myself.
I can see that. All right, Craven, don't move.
Now, what do you think you're going to do with that gun?
Something the police commissioner couldn't do. I'm going to get rid of you, Craven.
Now, listen, Hunter. If you don't put away that rod, I'll break you in two.
Hey, where you are, Craven. I mean that.
You super...
Give me another bottle, Hazel. This one's gone.
But Frank,
oh, for Pete's sake. Can a man get anything in his own home without a million arguments? Now get it.
Oh, all right.
Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Answer that first. If it's Sergeant Corbett, tell him I'm still sick and the doctor says I can't see anybody.
Hello?
Mrs. Walsh?
That's right.
This is Sergeant Corbett again.
Oh, how are you, Sergeant?
Can't complain. How's Frank?
Just the same.
Can I talk to him?
I'm afraid not. He's asleep.
Okay. Tell him I called, will you?
I certainly will, Sergeant.
Well?
I think he's suspicious.
So what? He can't prove anything.
What's all this about, Frank?
What's what all about?
Why are you avoiding Corbett? Ever since the night Craven disappeared...
I told you I didn't want to talk about that.
But you were with him.
I was not. Craven got out of a car to see somebody. He left me on Lexington and 84th. I never saw him after that.
Then why did they suspend you from the force?
Because they're a bunch of thick-headed jerks.
Frank, you're not telling the truth.
What are you calling me, a liar? All right, Hazel, so you want to know what happened to Craven, do you? Well, I'll tell you. He was murdered.
No.
Yes, now do you feel better?
Who did it?
I have no idea.
Then how do you know he was murdered?
I'm psychic.
Frank, you've got to tell Sergeant Corbett.
You're nuts.
If you don't, they'll drop you from the force.
Who cares?
I do. What'll we live on?
Don't you worry about that, Hazel. From now on, it's easy street.
Then you do know who killed Craven.
Yeah, that's right. I bet this party will appreciate me keeping my mouth shut.
We're not thinking of blackmail.
Well, what am I thinking of, baby? Where's my coat?
No, I won't let you go.
Get your hands off me, Hazel.
No, Frank.
I said get your hands off.
Stop it, Frank. You're choking me. Frank.
Yes.
I hate to break in on you like this, Mr. Hunter, but there's a party outside waiting to see you.
I'm busy, Brock.
Yes, I know, but I suggest you clear a little time for this boy. I would if I were in your position.
But then you're not in my position, Brock.
Oh, it's true. Just the same, you ought to see him. His name is Frank Walsh. He's a cop.
So?
So he was Jack Craven's sidekick.
Craven?
The dick who disappeared so mysteriously.
Oh, of course.
Will you see him?
What have I got to lose?
Hey, Walsh.
Yeah.
Come in here.
Sit down, Mr. Walsh. My name is Hunter.
Never mind the introduction, Hunter. I know all about you.
Not all, I trust.
All. When can I talk to you?
What do you call what you're doing now?
I mean, alone.
Would you be a good fellow, Brock?
Why not? Nice knowing you, Walsh.
Yeah, likewise.
Now, what was it you had on your mind, Mr. Walsh?
Last Saturday after you closed, you had a visitor up here.
Did I?
Yeah, a dick named Jack Craven.
And you think I know something about his disappearance?
I think you know everything about it. You see, I was outside when Craven went in to shake you down. A few minutes afterward, I heard a shot, so I beat it to the car. But 20 minutes later, I saw you coming out of here alone.
So you put two and two together.
And got 4. You killed him, Hunter. I don't know what you did with his body.
Then you might as well stop there, Mr. Walsh. Didn't you ever learn that to substantiate a charge of murder, there must be what the pulp writers call a corpus delicti?
Now, look, Hunter, you're not brushing me off like this. We can settle this easily enough. I'm no pig like some guys. Give me 20 grand, and you'll never hear from me again.
I think it would be only fair to warn you, Mr. Walsh, that I have a distinct aversion to being blackmailed.
Well, you better kick through, because if it's the last thing I do, I'll find Craven's body.
I wish you luck. And if you experience too much difficulty, perhaps I can arrange to have you join him. Good day, sir.
What's the matter, Sergeant? You look worried.
I am, Mike.
Still thinking about that Craven mess?
Yeah, a cheap, rotten grafter.
Well, if you ask me, you've heard the last of that cookie.
I wouldn't be surprised if you were right.
You think he's dead?
I don't know. Maybe he skipped. Who knows?
It's funny about Frank Walsh having a nervous breakdown so soon afterwards.
Very funny. Turn right at the next corner.
Where do you want to go?
Over to see Frank Walsh. He lives a couple of blocks down.
Didn't his wife tell you he's sick?
Well, doctor's orders or not, I'm going to have a talk with that guy. Hey, hold it, Mike. Stop the car.
What's the matter?
Thought I saw something in the gutter. Back up. I guess I was...
Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah, turn on your spotlight.
Oh, it's a drunk.
Wouldn't you know it? Okay, let's get him. Can't leave him laying there. All right, mister, what do you think you're doing? Come on your feet, Buster. Give me a hand with him, Mike.
Yeah, right. Let me go.
Walsh. You're stewed to the eyeballs. I got a good mind to leave you.
Wait a minute,
here.
Sergeant. He isn't drunk. Look at your hand.
Holy...
Yeah, he's been shot.
Shot.
Listen, Walsh, who did it?
20 grand.
Frank.
Hazel.
We better get a doctor.
Oh, you'd be wasting your time, Sergeant. He's dead. Yes?
I'm looking for Michael Waring, the Falcon.
Well, you made it.
What?
But I bet it was pretty difficult.
What do you mean?
Well, you couldn't do much looking through that veil. Come on in.
Thanks.
Just make yourself...
What's the trouble?
Well, I was going to ask you to make yourself comfortable, but somehow I've got a feeling you don't quite trust me.
I don't trust you?
Well, why else would you carry a gun in your purse?
What are you talking about?
Well, don't tell me it's a compact, Angel. Because nothing Elizabeth Arden ever turned out was shaped like that. Is that the gun that killed Frank Walsh?
Killed Walsh?
Yeah, your husband.
You're crazy.
Aren't you Hazel Walsh?
No.
Well, lift your veil. Well?
Who told you who I was?
Well, it doesn't take an Einstein to figure that out. The police are looking for Hazel Walsh in connection with her husband's murder. So when a heavily veiled woman carrying a heater walks in on a private detective 12 hours later, the chances are she didn't come to consult him for pleasure.
I didn't kill Frank, Mr. Waring.
I was with Sergeant Corbett when we found him. He named you as his killer.
I didn't do it.
You had a motive.
If you mean his insurance policy,
No,
I
I'm not
wouldn't...
talking about money. According to Corbett, Frank's favorite indoor sport was bouncing you around.
That's not true.
It'll be easy enough to prove.
Look, Mr. Waring, I swear I didn't kill Frank.
Then you've got nothing to hide.
Who are you calling?
Sergeant Corbett. We're going over and have a talk with him.
Put down that phone.
Now, look, Mrs. Walsh.
Put it down.
If you want me to work for you...
No, thanks. I've just changed my mind.
Now, look, you're acting like a 6-year-old. Now, I'm going to call the police.
And I say you're going to do nothing of the kind. Oh. See what I mean? Pleasant dreams, Mr. Waring.
It's lighter bodied. It's superfine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft salad dressing products. When the Kraft Foods Company puts a new product on the market, you can be sure that it's not just another product of its kind, but that there's something really new and different about it. And that's exactly what you'll discover in Kraft Salad Oil. Not just a new salad oil, but a new kind of salad oil. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil. Lighter-bodied to blend smoothly and perfectly with the other ingredients. And the reason Kraft Salad Oil is lighter-bodied is that it's superfined. Yes, superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Don't wait to try this wonderful new salad oil in those distinctive homemade salad dressings you make, those wonderful chiffon cakes you bake, in every recipe you have that requires liquid shortening. Remember,
It's lighter bodied. It's superfine.
and it's at your grocer's now. Get Kraft Salad Oil in either the pint or quart size tomorrow. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 3 hours have passed since Mike was lulled to sleep by Hazel Walsh. And now, as we find Mike, he's recuperating in Ed's luncheonette under the tender ministrations of Sergeant Corbett.
Hey, how about some service here?
What'll it be, Sergeant?
A cup of Java for me and a couple of aspirin for my friend here.
What's the matter, Mike? Got a headache?
Yes.
Temper.
I get my hands on that Hazel Walsh.
And you're not going to work for her?
Of course I am. I just want to teach her you don't go around slugging people who are trying to help.
You're making a mistake.
Oh, now, look, Sergeant, I tell you, she didn't kill her husband.
Then why did she bop you when you were going to call me?
Well, because she was panicky.
That still doesn't explain why Frank named her as his killer.
But he didn't, really. He said something about 20 grand. Maybe he wanted to leave a message for her.
About 20 grand?
Well, why not? Suppose he was trying to tell her something.
You're crazy.
Now, look, Sergeant, Walsh was a grafter.
I don't like that kind of talk.
Well, I don't blame you, but you've got to face the facts. There are always a couple of rotten apples in every barrel. How many times have you had Frank Walsh and Jack Craven on the carpet? You just couldn't make it stick, that's all.
Go on.
Well, my guess is that Walsh tried to shake down Hunter, and Hunter let him have it.
But why would Walsh expect that kind of payoff from Hunter just to let him keep running his joint?
He wouldn't. But he might to keep a murder quiet.
What are you talking about?
Walsh must have known who murdered Jack Craven. Well, he went there last night for a payoff. And he got it.
Well, assuming you're right, now all we have to do is find the one party in New York he tried it on.
Well, that shouldn't be so hard, Corbett. Where was Walsh's and Craven's beat?
The east side, from 76th to 85th.
9 blocks. All right, who's operating a new joint in that district?
What makes you think this is a new operator?
Human nature. Once a man allows himself to be shaken down, the odds are he'll go on that way without squawking. So my guess would be that Craven got his when he tried his graft on a new customer.
Hey, you know, Mike, sometimes I think you've got the makings of a pretty good detective.
No, thank you. And when did Craven disappear?
4 days ago.
Okay, then we can narrow it down even finer. Craven would probably give this boy a chance to operate a week or two, so he'd have some idea what to charge. Now, who do you know that opened a joint around the middle of March?
Well, I heard rumors that a guy named Hunter opened a club around the 14th. But every time a raiding party gets near the place, they fold up their tables and run.
Okay, let's see if we can run faster.
Come on, Mike. Get away from that wheel.
Ever tell you about my assistant, Sergeant?
Some other time. See any sign of Hunter around?
No. What time have you got?
11:15.
Suppose we try his office.
Where is it?
I think you go through this door. Yeah. That room down the hall.
Want me to flash my badge?
No, let's keep this unofficial for the moment. We can close up the joint tomorrow. We've got a murder to worry about.
Come in.
Hello, Brock.
Well, the Falcon, isn't it?
Are we interrupting anything?
Nothing that can't wait. Oh, who's your friend, Mike?
Well, sorry, Mr. Brock, Mr. Corbett.
Hi.
Glad to know you.
Well, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
We'd like to see Hunter.
What for?
Well, I just want to congratulate him on the establishment he's got here.
Well, I'll tell him when I see him.
Could you arrange for us to do that?
I'm afraid not. Hunter's out of town.
Any idea where?
No, I think he said he might take a little run down to Mexico.
When was this?
Oh, about a week ago.
Funny, I would have sworn I saw him in the street Friday night.
Well, you're imagining things.
Must be. Of course, if he's been gone a week, he wouldn't know anything about Walsh and Craven, huh?
Walsh and Craven?
Those two cops who ran into bad luck.
Oh, seems to me I read something about that.
Of course, that's all you'd know about, isn't it?
Of course.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, Brock. I'll be seeing you.
Yes, do that.
Coming, Corbett?
Huh? Oh, sure.
So long, Brock.
Boy, you really handled that brilliantly.
Shut up.
Listen, Mike.
Shut up and cover me in case anyone comes.
You know, it's not polite to peek at keyholes.
I know, but it can be awfully informative.
What's he doing?
Making a phone call.
Who's he calling?
Well, if you keep quiet, I'll find out.
Hello, is that you, Mr. Hunter? This is Brock. No, business is all right, but some of the customers could be better. You know who was just asking for you? Waring. Yes, that's right. Mike Waring, the Falcon, and there was a cop with him. Oh, of course I'm not making a mistake. You asked me. Right. Wait a minute. Someone just walked in.
Oh, it's all right, Brock. It's only us. Told you we'd be back. Oh, now you went and hung up on Mr. Hunter. That's not nice, Brock. He's going to be awfully hurt.
What do you want, Waring?
Well, I think you owe Mr. Hunter an apology. And what would be nicer than if we all went over together while you paid it? All right, Brock. What floor does Hunter live on?
4. But you won't find him there.
That's right, Mike. We forgot. Hunter's down in Mexico.
Okay, be smart. But I tell you, I wasn't speaking to him.
Cut it out, Brock. We heard you as plain as could be.
You're wrong. I was talking to a girlfriend of mine.
That's whose name, by an odd coincidence, was Mr. Hunter. Okay, where do we go now?
It's apartment 4C.
Oh, then that should be it. Sure enough. Walter Hunter. All right, Sergeant, where are your keys?
Suppose he's inside?
No, not a chance. Must have skipped after Brock here warned him. But I don't think he could get too far in those 10 minutes.
He got far enough, Mike.
Hey, what's the matter with him?
Well, if you don't know Brock, take a good look at his face. That bullet hole ought to be a dead giveaway.
Holy smoke.
All right, Mike, out of the way.
What's the matter?
I want to see where Hunter was standing when he got it. Judging by the course of the bullet, he must... Well, what do you know?
Hey, there's a gun under that chair.
Where?
The one you're sitting on, Brock.
What?
Leave it alone. There may be prints.
Okay.
Isn't that a police special?
Yeah, and I'll take even money that it's Frank Walsh's service revolver. His wife was awfully careless, Mike.
Oh, now, don't tell me you think...
Well, what do you think?
I don't know, but at least I'm not going around making wild guesses. How do you know it wasn't suicide?
Are you kidding?
Well, it could be.
Don't talk like a chump. We had nothing on Hunter. Why should he blow his brains out?
Well, why should Hazel Walsh do it for him?
Maybe she figured that he knocked off her husband.
Oh, then you admit she wasn't guilty of that.
I admit nothing
Excuse me, gentlemen, but can I get a word in?
What do you want, Brock?
There's a hunk of paper under Hunter's leg.
Oh? Never mind, Mike. I'll take care of that.
What is it?
Give me a chance, will you? To whom it may concern, I killed Jack Craven and Frank Walsh.
Huh?
I should like my remains to be cremated. Walter Hunter.
What do you say now, Sergeant?
I say, don't me.
There's someone at the door.
Turn off the lights. Stay where you are, Brock. Okay, pal, what do you want?
Let go of me.
Behave. Let
go.
I said behave. Turn on the lights, Mike.
Fine. Crummy-looking bum.
Hey.
You know him?
Yeah, and I wish I didn't. This is Detective Jack Craven.
Jack Craven?
Yeah, my long-lost buddy.
Tomorrow when you shop, don't forget about that wonderful new Kraft salad oil that's waiting for you at your grocer's right now. It's Kraft Salad Oil. The salad oil that's lighter-bodied to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Lighter-bodied because it's superfine. Try this wonderful new aid to kitchen artistry in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. Remember, it's lighter-bodied because it's superfine. Get Kraft Salad Oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Just 5 minutes have passed since Jack Craven made his dramatic entrance. And strangely enough, Sergeant Corbett doesn't seem any too pleased by his reappearance.
Come on, Craven, start spilling. I want to hear you make like Niagara.
I don't know what you're talking about, Sergeant.
Why, you cheap little...
Watch it, Corbett.
You keep out of this, Mike. This is strictly departmental. How do you think all the other boys on the force feel? We work like dogs to make the public trust us. And along comes a rotten grafter like Craven and gives every honest cop a black eye.
All right, but there are strangers present.
Oh, don't mind me, folks. I'm broad-minded.
You keep your mouth shut, Brock, if you know what's good for you.
I'll be as quiet as a mouse.
All right, Craven, I asked you a question.
Let go.
Answer me. Why did you kill Hunter?
I didn't.
No? Then why did you come back to his apartment?
I didn't come back. That was the first time I was there.
Don't give me that.
Can I put my 2 cents in, Sergeant?
Go ahead.
You've been gone for almost a week, Craven. Where have you been?
Los Angeles.
Why'd you go there?
None of your business.
Listen, Craven, you answer Waring's questions just as if I was asking them. Why did you go there?
I wanted to see my relatives.
Well, you certainly didn't travel in the Super Chief. From the look of it, I'd say you did most of your riding in a cattle car. What's the matter? Couldn't Hunter afford any better transportation?
Hunter had nothing to do with it.
Your pal Frank Walsh doesn't support your story.
Walsh? Did he stool on me?
What do you think? You had a fight with Hunter, didn't you?
Yeah, he plugged me.
Over what?
That doesn't matter. He dumped me in a cattle car. When I came to, I was in L.A.
Why didn't you wire us?
I had no dough.
You could have done it collect.
I didn't want to involve the department.
Well, that's understandable. Especially if you wanted to come back to kill Hunter.
I tell you, I didn't kill him. I just got into town tonight.
That doesn't prove a thing. Where were you at 10:15?
Why?
Because according to the coroner's report I just got, that's when Hunter was killed.
Now, listen, Sergeant.
Don't start that suicide routine again, Mike. If Hunter wrote that note, he would have known darn well he hadn't killed Craven here. Where were you at 10:15, Craven?
Being chased all over the freight yards by some railroad dicks.
What?
If you don't believe me, you can call the yards and check.
And don't think I won't.
Just a minute, Sergeant. Does this mean you're writing off Hazel Walsh as a suspect?
No.
Well, then I'd like you to double the force looking for her.
Let me understand you, Mike. You think Craven here is telling the truth?
I do.
Then Mrs. Walsh is our party.
Oh, I didn't say that.
I ask you, Brock, ain't it enough to drive a guy back?
Oh, don't ask him, Sergeant. If this thing is driving you crazy, who do you think is responsible?
Just what is that supposed to mean, Waring?
Just what it sounded like, Brock. You killed Walsh and Hunter.
I don't know how I can ever repay you, Mike.
Now, forget it, Hazel. I'm only glad it ended the way it did.
So it was Brock who killed my husband.
Yeah, but he didn't mean to frame you. He thought it would take care of Hunter. But when Frank blurted your name to Sergeant Corbett and myself, that upset his plans.
But why did Brock want to frame his boss?
Well, Hunter had a very nice thing in the club. And Brock figured he was capable enough to handle it with Hunter out of the way.
I still don't see why he murdered Frank. According to that note, Brock thought that Hunter had killed Craven.
Yes, but that didn't do him any good because there was no trace of Craven's body. And a corpus delicti is essential in any frame. That is why it was necessary for him to supply a body that would lead directly to Hunter.
But Frank never even mentioned the man's name to him.
Well, Brock had no way of knowing that. Then when it looked like all his plans were going for naught, he wrote that suicide note and killed Hunter, thinking that would tie up all the loose ends.
Well, where did Brock give himself away?
When Sergeant Corbett and I were at the club. Before we went into the office to see Brock, I asked Corbett the time. He said it was 11:15. A few minutes after that, we eavesdropped on Brock talking to Hunter on the phone.
What's wrong with that?
Well, it was a conversation that never could have taken place. According to the autopsy report, Hunter was killed at 10:15, a half hour earlier.
And that business on the phone was...
staged by Brock to give himself an alibi.
Hmm.
He felt pretty sure that Corbett and I were listening in. So, did that answer all your questions?
Mm-hmm.
I'll suppose you answer one of mine.
Hmm?
Where did you bury yourself so that the entire New York police force couldn't find you?
I stayed with my sister, Lenore.
Your sister Lenore, huh?
Yes.
She look like you?
She's much prettier.
Well, if there's one thing I've learned from this case, never to believe any testimony based on hearsay evidence.
Well, I don't know what I can do to convince you.
Oh, that's very easy, Angel. Just give me her address and let me see for myself.
Folks, let's talk about enjoyment. That's a pleasant subject, isn't it? Specifically, I'd like to say a few words about candy enjoyment. The kind you find in Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels. Kraft caramels are tops in delicious good eating. Here's the reason why. The Kraft folks spent years developing fine caramels, making them chewy soft and flavorful, making them good so you'd enjoy them. And Kraft caramels have plenty of nourishing milk and other pure ingredients in them, so they're good for you, too. Next time you're at the grocery store, pick up a big pound bag of Kraft caramels. And at your candy counter, get the 6-piece bar for a nickel. Kraft caramels come in regular caramel flavor and in chocolate flavor. Both flavors are delightful. The important thing to remember is this. Whenever you want real candy enjoyment, be sure you get Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels. The Case of the Unwelcome Wife. The Case of the Unwelcome Wife. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that when a girl pretends to be married to an already married man, the results can be murder. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Food Company.
Raymond Massey and Shirley Booth star on Theater Guild tonight on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Constance. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I've got to prevent a murder. Yes, and since I don't know who's behind it all, I may have to try a shot in the dark. This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Food Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. Now, join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the unwelcome wife. It's early Sunday evening in New York, and in the Swank Club 19, a young man named Richie Wayne gazes around the bar with a proprietary interest.
You fellas getting everything you want? Yeah, you bet, Richie. How's things by you? Couldn't be better. Oh, boy. Oh, Joe, take care, my friend. Right.
Excuse me, Mr. Wayne.
What is it, Monty?
Mr. Castell wants to see you.
I can't right now. I'm busy.
The boss said it was important.
Okay, look after things. I'll be right back. Hi, Jack. Tommy?
Yes?
Hello, Vince.
Oh, come in, Richie.
Thanks. Marty said you wanted to see me.
Mm-hmm. I've got bad news for you, kid.
Why, what's the matter?
What would you say if I told you that one of my most trusted men had let me down? Man I treated like my own son.
Who?
You, Richie.
What are you talking about?
I dropped in at the bank today.
Oh, you should have let me go.
That was my mistake. I've been letting you go too often. They tell me I'm $90,000 overdrawn. Now, how do you suppose that happened?
Listen, Vince, I can explain.
I'm not interested, Richie. All I want is my money.
Look, you don't understand.
I understand. I trusted you, and you let me down. That hurts, Richie. And if you don't get that money back in 48 hours, it's going to hurt you a lot more.
Richie.
Hello, Joan. How are you?
Fine. Let me take your coat.
No, I can't stay long. June, I've got to talk to you.
But, darling, I've got company.
Who?
I guess she means me.
What are you doing here, Bruce?
Now, Richie.
I'm afraid your friend doesn't like me, June.
No, I don't. Get out.
I thought this was her apartment.
Maybe you better go, Bruce. I'll call you later.
Okay. So long, Richie. No hard feelings.
Go on, beat it.
You're the boss. Good night, June.
Good night, Bruce.
What was he doing here?
Now, look, darling, let's get one thing straight. This is my place.
You promised me you'd never see him again.
Did I?
Yes.
Then I guess I just can't be trusted.
June, let's not fight. I'm in enough trouble as it is.
What do you mean?
Vince discovered that I've been forging checks.
What?
Well, how do you think I was able to give you the ring and the bracelet and all the other junk?
Yes, I often wondered about that.
Of course. Couldn't buy that on my salary.
So you've been dipping in the till.
Listen, June, I hate to ask you this.
But you want me to turn back everything you gave me?
Yeah. I probably could raise $70,000 on this stuff.
No, darling, 50.
How do you know?
I've already sold it.
What?
Mm-hmm. The jewels you saw me wearing were copies.
Where's the money?
Oh, I found a better investment.
June, you gotta let me have it.
Don't be ridiculous, Richie.
But you don't understand. Vince will kill me if I don't get it back.
You really think so?
Of course.
Well, in that case, all I can say...
You'll let me have the money?
No, it was nice knowing you, dear. Too bad it had to end like this.
Second. Take it easy, would you?
Hi, Mike.
If it isn't Discount Charlie.
Yeah, that's what it is. Can I come in?
What's the password?
I can get it for you wholesale.
Advance, friend.
Thanks.
Now, sit down, Charlie.
Yeah, don't mind if I do. I got a proposition for you, Mike.
What do you mean?
Well, I got a case for you. There ought to be a very nice fee in it. Less, of course, my usual small cut for steering the business, though, yeah. What's the matter?
I don't split fees.
Well, that raises a very delicate point, Mike.
Oh?
Yeah. You see, the guy was coming to you anyway.
You little chisel. Hey, where you going?
Well, he's waiting in the hall. Hey, Richie.
Want me, Charlie?
Yeah, you might as well come in now. Hey, Mike, I want you to meet a very swell fella, Richie Wayne.
How do you do?
Well, now that we're one happy family, Richie, I want you to tell Mike your problem.
It's not very involved, Waring. I work for Vince Castell.
So I know you manage the Club 19 for him.
That's right. Well, a little while ago, I needed some money, and
you helped yourself to some of Vince's?
Yeah.
What did you do, forge checks?
$90,000 worth.
Now I suppose Vince threatens to blow a whistle.
Not exactly. He gave me 48 hours to get the dough up. If I can't by that time, I don't think he'll bother going to the TA.
Mm-hmm. What happened to the money?
Bought some jewelry for my fiancée.
Only this doll does not happen to be his fiancée. She's a grifter named June Dennison.
June Dennison?
Yeah. She's working a con game with a character named Bruce Cheney.
What do you say, Warren?
You think you can get the moolah back for Richie?
I can try. Where does this June Dennison live?
She's got an apartment at the Stratford Arms.
Okay, I'll look her up.
Yeah, be careful, Mike.
Why, Charlie, I didn't dream you cared.
No, I'm not kidding. I know this doll. She's as sharp as a razor and just as dangerous. Watch it when she starts working on your neck.
Yes?
Now, how do you do? My name is Mike Waring.
Come in.
Thanks. I'm looking for June Dennison.
Now, isn't that a coincidence? That just happens to be my name.
Well, looks like I hit the jackpot.
Just think, it only cost you a dime. Or did you come by cab?
You know, this is all very funny. You invite a strange man into your apartment, and you never once ask what he wants.
Maybe I can guess. You're no stranger to me, Mr. Waring. I understand you're one of the best private detectives in New York.
Tell me more.
Well, I imagine you've come up here to see about Richie Wayne.
That's right. How about it?
How about what?
That 90 grand. Why not give it back? You know you're going to have to anyway.
Oh, I'd love to, darling, for your sake, but unfortunately I have got a little partner.
Mm-hmm. Bruce Cheney?
And I don't think Bruce would approve of my turning back the money, not after we worked so hard for it.
Well, let me worry about Bruce.
It's all right, Mike. Anything you say.
You mean you'll refund the money?
With the great Falcon on my trail, what else can I do?
I don't get it.
Oh, darling, you're so suspicious. You see, I've got nothing up my sleeve.
Nothing but a lovely arm.
Well, shall we drink to our bargain?
Why not?
I'll be back in just a moment.
It'll seem like a year.
Am I as good as my word?
Oh, much better.
Here's your drink.
Just a moment, June.
Yes?
Would you mind very much if we traded glasses?
Oh, you insist?
I insist. Oh, let's see you pour it down.
Your health, darling.
Drink hearty.
Well, I'm still alive.
Yeah, I guess I owe you an apology.
Then why not drink to me?
No sooner said than done. Here's to a beautiful friendship, June. Hey, that's pretty potent stuff. I'll bet it packs.
Why, Mike, what's the trouble?
All of a sudden, I feel dizzy.
It's your imagination, darling.
Why, you little...
Hello?
Hello, Bruce.
Yes?
June.
Waring show up?
As predicted.
What happened?
He came, he saw, and I conquered.
Good for you, baby.
Oh, it was nothing, Bruce. I guess I'm what they call a femme fatale.
How long has he been out now?
About 10 minutes.
Well, he's good for 3 hours. That ought to give us enough time. You know what to do?
Mm-hmm. Just follow your instructions.
That's right. Think you can handle it?
Leave it to me, Bruce. As far as Mike Waring is concerned, I'm a knockout.
All right, June, you can turn off the water now.
Don't you think you ought to soak your head a little longer, Mike?
No.
Oh, but darling, you'll feel better.
Oh, I feel dandy now. Oh.
I just can't understand what happened. Where have you been eating lately?
Obviously in the wrong places. Where'd you get that Mickey?
Mickey?
The one you slipped in my drink.
Oh, darling, how can you say such a thing? We were celebrating and you overindulged.
Well, I might buy that, June, only I had nothing to celebrate.
Now, Mike, how can you speak that way about our marriage?
Of what?
Our marriage. Oh, darling, you were so masterful.
You're kidding.
Why, Mike, you couldn't possibly have forgotten so soon. Would you like to see the wedding license?
I'd like nothing better.
Here you are.
Well, I'll be a dirty name.
That makes me Mrs. Dirty Name.
All right, June, the comedy's over. What's this all about?
Sweetheart, I told you. It was love at first sight.
And plus the fact that with me married to you, I couldn't very well accuse you of taking Richie Wayne to the tune of 90 grand.
You see my point, Mike? You wouldn't want your wife known as a common criminal.
Whose idea was this? Bruce Cheney's?
Mm-hmm. He was here with the justice of the peace while you were, shall we say, out.
Didn't the justice comment on my condition?
Oh, no. He was a friend of Bruce's.
Oh, that was very smart of Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to congratulate him.
Don't bother, dear. Just send him a wire.
No, that's too cold. I'd rather take this up with him personally.
Oh, but darling, what about our honeymoon?
Well, that will have to keep, Angel, until Bruce and I get together and decide who's the best man.
I guess he's not home.
Are you sure this is Bruce's apartment?
Of course, darling. Would I fool you?
No, perish forbid. I suppose we go in and wait.
The door's locked.
Well, I'm surprised at you, June. That's no insurmountable obstacle.
You going to pick the lock?
No. I'm going to pick your purse.
Let's go.
No, Angel, you can't begrudge your husband a little privilege like this. That's part of the marriage contract. The groom is entitled to life, liberty, and pursuit of his wife's handbag. Here we are. Apartment.
Now, listen, Mike.
Uh-oh.
Bruce.
Yeah.
What's the matter with him?
He's dead.
Oh, no, I don't believe it.
You're a pretty hard girl to convince.
But who could have killed him?
That's just what I was going to ask you.
What do you mean?
Well, thanks to those knockout drops, I was out for about 4 hours. Now, what did you do to amuse yourself during that time?
Aren't you overlooking something?
I don't know, am I?
Yes. Where's my motive?
What about that 90 grand you got from Richie Wayne? Now you won't have to do any long division. You can keep it all for yourself.
That.
Came from that closet. All right, friend, come on out. Okay, why not? Get those hands up, Waring.
Richie.
I'm sorry I startled you, June, but I had no choice. Mr. Waring was so insistent. What are you doing here, Richie? Slumming, and you? What's the matter with you, kid? Don't you remember? I'm working for you. You mean you're working on me? You must have gotten quite a laugh when I told you about my troubles. I give you my word, Richie. You got it all wrong. I'll bet I have. So you were in on it all along. No. No wonder Discount Charlie gave you such a build-up. I can't wait to thank him for bringing me to you. Richie, you've got to listen to reason. Just stay where you are, Waring. I'm not clowning. Come on, June.
What?
You heard me. I'm taking you with me.
Oh, now, Richie, you wouldn't want to do that. Mike and I were just married.
That's too bad. But unless you and your husband want to spend your honeymoon in the morgue, you'll go quietly.
Come in. Oh, Mike.
Hiya, Charlie.
Hey, what's the score?
Well, doesn't look too good for the home team.
You mean you didn't get Richie's dough back?
Not a dime.
Yeah, that's not so good, Mike. The kid ain't got much time left. You know what Vince Costello do to him if he don't dig it up.
I've got an idea.
Well, what'll I say to Richie when I see him?
But whatever it is, Charlie, you better make it convincing. He thinks you and I were working with June in this swindle.
Well, that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard.
Well, wait till you hear the topper. Bruce Cheney has been murdered.
You're kidding.
Hardly.
Hey, who knocked him off, June?
I don't know. Before I had a chance to ask, Richie kidnapped him.
Hey, that's not good.
No, we were on our honeymoon.
What are you talking about?
Sure, congratulations are in order, Charlie. We're Mr. and Mrs.
Is this a gag?
Well, if it is, it's on me.
Well, why did Richie want to snatch your wife for?
I don't know. Maybe he thought she could help him find you.
What?
Yeah, that's right. I had so much other news I forgot to tell you. When last I talked to Richie, he mentioned he was going to look you up.
Hey, the kid's gone off his trolley, Mike. We got to find him.
Well, why not let him find us?
What do you mean?
Well, if he's going to try to kill you, obviously he's got to locate you first.
That's a cheery thought.
Yeah, I was sure you'd like it. But after he shoots you, call me at my apartment, huh?
Yeah, supposing he kills me dead.
Well, now, Charlie, you don't want to be selfish. I'm supplying all the ideas. The least you can do is supply the corpse. I'll be seeing you, fella. I hope.
Just a second.
Mr. Vince Costello?
Yes?
My name is Mike Waring. I tried you at your club, but they told me you left.
Come in.
Thank you.
What's on your mind, Mr. Waring?
I'd like to talk to you about Richie Wayne.
What about Richie?
Well, I'm working for him. You gave him 48 hours to dig up the money to cover those checks?
I know what I gave him.
Yeah, well, how about an extension?
Not a chance.
Now, what do you want to be so vindictive about? Richie made a mistake. Anybody might have it with this girl.
I can't be that tolerant.
Well, you never saw her. She's the type who uses voodoo. One whiff and you're knocked out.
Has she got my money now?
I think so.
Well, then I'll see her very shortly.
You know her name?
I'll find out.
Well, I can save you the trouble. They tell me it's Mrs. Michael Waring.
What?
Oh, I think your phone's ringing.
Well, let it ring.
But it may be for me. I left a message at my place. I was coming over here. Do you mind?
Not at all. Go right ahead.
Hello?
Hello, is that you, Mike?
Yeah.
This is Discount Charlie.
How'd you make out?
Well, not so hot I couldn't find Richie anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, Charlie, here's what I want you to do.
Well, wait a minute, Mike. Someone just came in.
Who?
Hey, listen, kid, what's the idea? Hey, put away the rod. Richie, I'm your friend. You don't know what... Oh.
Charlie. Charlie!
What's the trouble, Waring?
Something's just gone dead, Castell. And I don't think it's the line.
Where is it?
This apartment here. 4D. Try the door.
Oh, it's locked.
Yeah, sure, wouldn't you know it?
What about the keyhole?
So this is how you become a columnist.
You see anything?
Nope, he's still in there.
Well, there must be some other way to get into the apartment.
Well, forget it. There isn't. Come on, Vince. Give me a hand.
What are you going to do?
Break it open. You with me?
All right.
One. They don't make the doors the way they used to. In the old days...
Waring.
Huh? Where is he?
In the corner.
Charlie. Charlie.
Is he dead?
No, his heart is still beating. Get some water.
Oh. No, don't, Richie. You got us wrong.
Now, take it easy, Charlie. You're going to be all right.
Oh, Mike.
Hiya, fella. How you doing?
Great.
That's the spirit.
Here you are. Here's the
Thanks.
water.
Hey, come on, boy. Drink this down.
I can't hurt.
Where?
All over.
That's just a shock. As far as I can see, it's nothing but a flesh wound.
Charlie, what happened?
I don't know. Somebody plugged me.
Now, don't give me that. You know who it was.
Honest, I don't, Mike. He got me from behind.
Then how come the bullet entered your shoulder from the front? What's more, I heard you calling Richie over the phone.
Now, listen, Mike, the kid didn't know what he was doing.
I hope the cops will agree with you. Was June with him?
No, he was alone.
You feel well enough to travel?
Yeah, where we going?
Over to Richie's apartment.
Isn't this a job for the police?
Now, you forget, Vince. Richie beat it with my wife, and I wouldn't want the cops to interfere in a purely family affair. Shall we go? Yeah? Is Richie Wayne in?
Sure. Come in.
Thanks. Where is he?
Under the blanket.
What?
You want to look at him?
Yes.
Holy smoke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr.
McDonald. Only it's Lieutenant.
That's what I thought.
I don't believe I caught your name.
It's Waring.
The Falcon?
That's right.
Who are your friends? My name is Vince Castell. I've heard of you.
Charlie Beck's my name. Glad to know you, Lieutenant.
Yeah.
Well, what happened to Richie?
Can't you see? You mean that gun in his hand? Yeah.
Yeah, but why should he want to commit suicide for?
You friends of his?
I work for him.
Okay. Then you can read this.
To whom it may concern, there's nothing else for me to do. I killed Bruce Cheney and Charlie Beck.
Oh, that poor nutty thought he knocked me off.
No one else is to blame except the woman who got me into this, June Dennison. Well, that's all there is.
Ain't that enough?
I don't know, Charlie. There are several things it doesn't explain. One, what happened to my wife.
Hello, Mike.
Speak of the devil.
Darling, you're not very flattering.
Who's she?
My wife, Lieutenant.
Really?
Really? Were you worried about me, Mike?
Why, naturally. You forget, Angel, we haven't even had our honeymoon.
Well, leave it to me, darling. I'll make up for it.
You'll make up for a lot of things, June. You caused that kid to take us off. Hey, hold it. Hey, you know something, Mike? I don't think Richie did commit suicide.
What do you mean, Charlie?
Well, I got an idea. He was knocked off. Well, why couldn't that letter have been tricked up by June?
Oh, isn't he sweet?
No, you're wrong, Charlie. June couldn't have done it. How would she know that Richie tried to kill you?
Oh, yeah, she wouldn't.
But you were right about one thing. The note is a phony. It was written long before the attempt on your life.
That doesn't make sense.
It does to Charlie, though, doesn't it, pal?
Hey, Mike, you realize what you're saying?
Sure, you killed Richie Wayne and Bruce Cheney.
Now, what's the idea, Mike?
Well, you steered me to a good thing, friend, so I don't mind steering you to one. A little item known as the chair. And, Charlie, for you, I'll even forget my discount.
You know, I've just come to a conclusion, Mike.
What's that, June?
I've really got a brilliant husband. What gets me is how you knew that the note Richie left was a phony.
Had to be, Angel. It was obviously written before the attempt on Charlie's life.
Hmm?
Charlie killed Richie, wrote the note, then went back to his own place and shot himself.
Is that a guess?
No, it's the only way it comes out even. When Vince Castell and I got to Charlie's apartment, we found the door locked. Before we broke it down, I tried to peek through the keyhole. Couldn't.
Why not?
The key was still in the lock. And since that was the only door to the apartment, you tell me how Richie could shoot Charlie, make his exit, then lock the door from the outside, yet leave the key on the inside. That calls for Houdini, baby, and he's been dead for years.
But what was Charlie's motive?
You know that as well as I. Didn't he steer Richie to you and Bruce in the first place?
Yes, but why did he steer Richie to you?
He had no choice in the matter. Richie had made up his mind to come to me anyway, and by going along, Charlie could keep tabs on the situation. Isn't that how you knew I was coming over to your place?
Well, yes, but why did he kill Bruce?
Well, if he could knock him off and frame you for the kill, that left him in the clear with Vince's dough and no one to split with.
But why did he kill Richie?
Well, Charlie couldn't afford to let him live. Richie had him pegged as the party responsible for all his troubles. That was why he released you to go after Charlie.
Well, that'll learn me.
I hope so, Angel.
What are we stopping here for?
This is where we get off.
But that's police headquarters.
Well, that's right, it is.
What's the idea, Mike?
Well, the idea is that I'm working for Vince Castell now, and you've got a nice hunk of change that belongs to him.
But I'm your wife.
Ah, look, June, let's not kid each other. You don't think for a minute I'd leave that routine? Didn't you know that you can't get a license in New York without a blood test?
Why, you know good...
Now, Angel. If you're so set on getting married, I'll be waiting. And with time off for good behavior, who knows? We may even be able to make it by 1961.
Adventures of the Falcon are based on a famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Joan Alexander as June.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Dinah. I'm glad you called. I'll have to have a rain check, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some boy I know just figured out a way to make a fortune, and I've got to prove to him that sometimes $1 million isn't worth shooting for.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to join the Falcon in tonight's thrilling adventure as he solves the case of the Proud Papa. And now, the case of the Proud Papa. It's Wednesday evening in New York, and in a small hotel room on Manhattan's west side, a brunette named Rita Jordan quenches her thirst. And when Rita hears a knock on the door, she hurriedly hides the bottle, proving conclusively it doesn't contain soda pop.
Who is it?
Me.
Just a second, Leo. Hello, darling.
What were you doing that took you...
Aren't you going to kiss me?
Cut it out, Rita. You smell like a saloon.
Well, that's a nice thing to say.
I told you to lay off the stuff.
Honestly, Leo, I haven't had a drink
Who
in
are you kidding? Where's the bottle?
I told you I
Where
haven't
is it, Rita?
Ow! Ow!
Well?
In the bureau drawer.
That one?
Please, sweetheart. You've got to understand I'm sick. If I don't have a drink, what are you doing?
Well, you don't have a garbage disposal unit in this
No,
joint.
Leo, don't. Why did you do that?
Because I can't trust you.
You smug hypocrite. I hate you.
Ah, you know you don't really mean that.
Ow!
You're crazy about me, aren't you? Everything's going to work out real fine.
I just can't go on like this, Leo. I can't.
Well, you don't have to. You think I enjoy seeing my wife live in a crummy dive like this? Don't you think I got a heart? That's why I lined up Ernie Moore.
Ernie?
Yeah. How you doing in that department?
Says he's in love with me.
Well, that's wonderful.
You think it's wonderful he wants to divorce his wife and marry me?
Sure. That shows you're doing a fine job. But that's only half of it.
Well, I can't do the rest.
Now, look, Rita. You're going to go through with it, or I'm through with you. Now, make up your mind. Well?
I'll get the money from Ernie.
You got a date with him tonight?
In an hour.
Good.
Listen, Leo, couldn't I have just one small drink?
No.
Just to give me a little...
I said no, Rita. But you do the job right, and I'll buy you a case. Now, go wash your face, baby. We want you to look real pretty for the boy. Oui, monsieur?
Well, I'm looking for... Oh, there she is.
Hello, Ernie.
How are you, Rita? You been waiting long?
Seemed like years. Hope you don't mind my ordering.
Of course not.
Look, that's stupid of me. I went and finished your drink, too. Waiter.
Oui, madame.
I think we'd better go round again.
Very good, madame.
What's the matter, Ernie? You look unhappy.
Look, I don't want to heckle Rita, but don't you think you're drinking too much?
Are you going to start lecturing me, too?
Well, I only...
Why can't a girl take a drink without a sermon?
It's all right, darling.
No, it isn't all right, darling. Just because I like to feel good, somebody think I was committing a murder.
I'm sorry, Rita.
No. It's my fault, Ernie. I'm sick. But you're responsible.
I am?
Darling, can't you see I'm crazy about you?
Well, you know how I feel about you.
Yes, you say it, but you mean it.
Well, let me prove it to you.
You mean by getting a divorce?
Yes, I'll speak to Janet tonight.
No.
Why not?
Because no solution to the problem. You work for a father, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, how long do you think your job would last if you and Janet busted
Well,
up?
I don't care.
Well, I do care. You No, we've got to use our heads, sweetheart. If you just had a little money put away...
Well, it's no use talking. I haven't.
Well, why don't you get it from Janet's father?
Are you crazy?
Listen, I heard someplace Paul Victor's one of the biggest loan sharks in
Well,
New York.
what's that got to do...
Well, it stands to reason a man like him would keep a lot of cash in the office.
Rita, are you suggesting...
Yes.
Well, you're crazy. He'd kill me.
Oh, don't talk like a child. Janice is pride and joy. You told me so yourself.
Well, sure, but...
There are no buts about it. Victor would never do anything to hurt her, and she's in love with you.
But if I left...
Look, Ernie, I know women. A girl like Janet will do anything to protect her man. How much cash does Victor generally have around the office?
Well, it varies.
Yeah, but generally.
It runs around $75,000.
Well, just think how far we could run with that. Now, what do you say, darling? Am I worth the gamble?
Well, sure, but...
There we go with the buts again. Well, when you make up your mind, give me a call. I can't promise I'll wait too long.
Yes?
Mr. Waring?
That's right.
The Falcon?
Right again. Do I know you?
You should. My name is Paul Victor. I spoke to you on the phone yesterday.
Oh, yes. Come in. Won't you sit down?
What's the trouble? Don't you think I can take it standing?
I don't know what gave you the idea I had anything unpleasant to report.
But you have.
Yeah, generally I don't handle this kind of matter.
Well, I'm glad you made an exception in my case.
Well, I only did because you seemed so concerned about your daughter. And as you suspected, your son-in-law has been running around with a girl named Rita Jordan. She's married to a petty larceny thief named Leo.
I don't believe you.
You don't believe what? That he's a petty larceny thief or that Ernie's been playing around?
Neither.
I don't understand you, Victor. You asked me to do some research on your son-in-law. Obviously, you were suspicious.
I was nothing of the kind. I was merely interested in seeing how you private detectives operate.
Mm-hmm.
And you were supposed to be the best. Now, I'm not so sure. What do I owe you?
Oh, I'll settle for an explanation.
I'm afraid you won't get it. You better take my check, Mr. Waring. You'll find it much more satisfactory. $41 right, 23 left, 17 right, and 93 left. Now, where did I put that briefcase? It's on top of the safe. Oh, Victor. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you, Ernie, but I had no idea.
Now, listen, Victor, I know what you think.
Well, what could I possibly think? After all, what could be more natural than to find my son-in-law at my safe? Of course, someone with an evil mind would say, what is he doing there after office hours and with a gun, no less? But that would never occur to me. So, suppose you put the money back.
No.
Put it back, Ernie, and I won't say a word to Janet.
I don't care what you say to her. Now, just get out of my way.
Now, don't be a fool, Ernie. Are you going to...
Let go. I told you to let go. No. Victor, I didn't mean it. Honest, I didn't. Victor!
It's all right, Ernie.
What?
You can turn on the light. I'm not asleep.
I'm sorry, Janet, but you see...
Don't bother lying. I got a call from Papa.
Got a call from your father?
Yes.
When?
10 minutes ago.
Then he isn't...
Dead? No. You hit him in the shoulder. Why did you do it, Ernie?
Look, Janet, don't ask me any questions.
I don't have to. I know it's her fault.
Her fault?
That Rita Jordan.
What?
Don't you see what she's doing to you? She's no good, Ernie.
Who told you about her?
Papa had her investigated by Mike Waring. She and her husband are just using her.
You're lying. She's not married.
Jordan's her husband's name. Leo Jordan. He's a petty larceny thief.
You're crazy.
I swear it's the truth. Oh, darling, I don't care what you've done, but don't let this woman make a fool of you. Papa promised he wouldn't say a word to the police. You'll return the money.
No.
Oh, Ernie, listen to me. If this woman was any good, I'd let you go, but she's rotten.
Shut up. You're jealous, that's all. You have to make up lies. Well, that won't help you one bit. You and your father can do what you want. Because I'm going to do what I want, beginning right now.
clock right, Rita?
No, it's 15 minutes past.
Well, I better beat it just the
No,
same.
don't go, Leo. Don't leave me alone.
What, are you crazy? You better douse yourself with some of that taboo. Your boyfriend will be here any minute.
My boyfriend. How can you say that?
Now, look, girl, don't go temperamental on me now. I'll be waiting downstairs in the lobby. When I see the schmo come in, I'll call you on the house phone. As soon as he forks over the dough, send him out for a couple of minutes.
What'll I tell him?
What'll you tell him? Tell him you got a headache. Tell him you need aspirin.
That's a good excuse.
Ernie!
Who is he, Rita?
Leo.
I'm,
He's,
her cousin.
Yes, Leo, this is Ernie Moore.
Well, I've heard a lot about you, fella. Rita's done nothing but talk about you all night. Well, I guess you lovebirds
Just a minute, Jordan. You must think I'm pretty stupid.
How's that?
You're a husband.
No, Ernie, honest.
Don't make me laugh. I heard you two talking.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that, Ernie. Don't you know eavesdroppers never hear anything good about themselves?
Played me for a sucker, huh?
That's right. What are you going to do about it?
Honey, you just wait and see.
Oh, he's a mean one, isn't he?
Don't, Leo! Darling, please! Leo, please, no more!
Keep out of this, Rita. We're just having fun. Ernie's getting a kick out of this, too, aren't you, fella?
Hello?
Is this Miss Rita Jordan?
Yes?
Well, this is a desk clerk. I've been trying to reach you for the past half hour.
Why, what is it?
I hate to bother you, Miss Jordan, but the party in 209 has been complaining of a disturbance.
I haven't made any noise.
Well, he claims he heard someone yelling.
Well, he's mistaken. There's been absolutely nobody here. But...
Miss Jordan! Miss Jordan!
Am I interrupting?
Oh, well, if it isn't Mr. Victor.
I'll leave you two alone now.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. Well, I understand you've been looking for me, Mr. Victor.
Yes, I have.
Sit down.
Thank you.
What happened to your arm?
My arm?
Well, you weren't wearing it in a sling the last time we met.
Well, it's a long, dull story.
Well, I'll take your word for it. What's on your mind?
Have you seen this?
Inspector Burnett's slain in hotel room. Rita Jordan, age 29. Rita Jordan?
Yes, they're holding my daughter for the murder.
Your daughter?
Mrs. Janet Moore. You know, you checked her husband for me.
Yes, so I did.
Well, now I'd like you to work for her.
And, of course, she's innocent.
Well, of course. How could Janet have killed Rita when I did?
What'd you say?
I seem to have surprised you, Mr. Waring. Perhaps you can do as much for the police. Shall we go?
If it isn't the one and only Mike Waring, the Falcon.
Well, that's $5 I owe myself. I knew you were going to say that, Corbett. Yeah, far be it for me to disappoint you. You know, Mr. Victor, Sergeant Corbett, homicide.
Oh, sure. My brother-in-law is one of his best customers. Says he'd rather borrow money from Victor than a bank.
Well, please thank him for me.
I'll be glad to. Well, what's the matter with your arm?
That's another story.
Well, why not tell it now? I haven't heard a good one in years.
You must be hanging around with a dull crowd.
Now, Mike, that's no way to talk about yourself.
Whatever happened to the typical dumb cop we used to hear about?
They've all gone into television. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm working for Janet Moore.
Janet Moore?
The girl you're holding for the Rita Jordan kill.
Her husband hired you?
No, Mr. Victor here did. He's her father.
Well, if you're working for it, stands to reason she's innocent.
But of course.
You won't think me bold if I ask who did kill Rita Jordan.
I did.
What?
And I don't regret it. She was destroying my daughter's happiness.
Well, that's very noble of you, Victor.
I tell you, I killed her, Sergeant.
What'd you do with the knife?
The knife?
You certainly didn't slit her throat with one of Mike's sharp jokes.
I disposed of it in the customary fashion.
And what is the customary fashion?
I threw it down a sewer.
Oh, what do you say, Sergeant? I say you better get yourself another confession.
Why?
Well, there are a couple of things wrong with Victor's. First of all, we have a signed confession from his daughter.
Yes, she made it to protect me.
Let me see that.
I can assure you it's in perfect order.
I tell you, I killed this Jordan woman.
Well, not with a knife, you didn't. According to this, Rita was shot to death.
Yeah. Well, it's been nice seeing you, Mike. Drop in again when you get another confession. I just love hearing them.
Yes?
I'm looking for Ernie Moore.
Oh, I'm sorry, mister. I'm very busy.
Oh, this won't take long.
You got to get out of here.
Now, relax, Ernie. My name is Mike Waring.
Look, I don't care if... Did you say Waring?
I must have.
Well, you're working for my wife.
That's right.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, Waring. I was just on my way to your place.
I don't think you would have found me there.
My wife didn't kill Rita, Mr. Waring.
She signed a confession.
She did it to shield me.
You need it?
Yes, I killed her.
Come again, please.
I killed her, Waring. I was out of my mind about her. You know, she wasn't particularly beautiful or smart, and she drank like a fish. But when I got near her, I just couldn't think straight. And all the while, she was just using me.
How?
She got me to steal from my father-in-law. He caught me.
Is that how Victor was shot?
Yes. I must have been crazy. Then when I went over to see Rita, her husband was there.
And?
Well, can't you see what happened? Look at my face.
Yes, I've been admiring it since I walked in. Go on.
Well, there's nothing more to tell. When I came to, Jordan was gone. Apparently he hadn't searched me because I still had the gun I used on my father-in-law.
And you used it on Rita?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it funny how you can love somebody 1 minute and hate him the next?
Yeah, it's the funniest thing in the world.
Janet is worth $1 million of her. And I was so stupid I was ready to give her up. Look what she's trying to do for me now.
Yeah, sure. You still got the gun?
Yes. Here.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think this ought to do it. All right, Ernie, let's go.
Oh, no, don't tell me you're back again.
All right, Sergeant, I won't tell you. You know him?
Yeah, sure. How are you, Mr. Moore?
Fine.
Well, what's on your collective minds?
Break it to him gently, Ernie.
My wife didn't kill Rita, Sergeant.
I know, it was her father. We've been all through that.
No, you're wrong. I killed her.
You what? Look, Mike, is this another one of your gags?
Oh, don't talk like a chump. Show him the gun, Ernie.
Here.
Oh, what do you know? So this is the murder weapon.
Hey, potted Victor with it, too.
Funny, it doesn't seem to have been fired lately.
Well, he explained that to me. He cleaned it before he put it away.
Well, there's one thing I'd like Mr. Moore to explain. This is a .32 Colt automatic.
So?
So, Rita was killed with a German Luger.
She what?
You heard me. But just so it shouldn't be a total waste, here's the gun back. Maybe you'd like to use it on yourself.
All right, take it easy. I'm coming. Well, will you look who's here?
I guess you remember me, Jordan.
Sure, it's Moore, isn't it? Ernie Moore.
Yeah.
Well, what's on your mind?
Your wife's murder.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it, too. I don't know how I'm going to get along with that, Rita. The old homestead won't seem the same without all those empty bottles.
Police claim my wife killed her.
Yeah, I heard it on the radio. I understand she made a confession.
She didn't do it, Jordan. She confessed to protect me.
Oh, that was real nice of her, wasn't it? But that's a woman for you. Now, you even take Rita. Huh. Yeah, you tried that, didn't you? Well, you'd be surprised how she'd knock herself out for me. Now, some people might think I was just a big, overgrown slob, but to Rita, I was the greatest thing since the martini.
You killed her.
Now, you don't know what you're saying, Ernie.
Yes, I do. You're going with me to see Mike Waring.
Why would I want to see him?
Tell him the whole story.
Obviously, you're a boy who doesn't learn from experience.
You think so?
Well, you forgot the lesson I taught you. It's lucky for you that I'm a patient man. So I don't mind teaching you again. Come here, Ernie. Time to call the class to order.
Hey, taxi. Taxi!
I give you a lift, fella?
Oh, I wouldn't want to trouble you.
No trouble at all, Mr. Waring.
Well, you seem to know me.
Well, the Falcon's a famous New York landmark, like the public library.
That's pretty good. I wish I...
Come back here.
Wouldn't be a gun in your pocket.
Wouldn't it?
Well, I guess it would.
Get in.
Want me to sit in your friend's lap?
Move over, Al. Any more excuses?
Wish I could think of a couple.
Maybe you do better inside. All right, Al. Find us some nice, quiet spot where we can talk.
My, no high dramatic?
Oh, Al isn't fussy when he steals a car.
Oh, you're Leo Jordan, aren't you?
Who told you that?
Recognize you from your description. Awfully sorry to hear about your wife.
Thanks.
Got any ideas who killed her?
No, but I understand you have.
Where do you understand that from?
Ernie Moore.
Oh.
Ernie says you're fixing to pin the rap on me.
Well, I hadn't considered it before.
But now that you have...
I think it's a great idea.
So you were going to frame me,
I don't think you need one, Leo. I'm sure a little investigation will uncover enough evidence to send you to the chair.
And if you don't turn up anything, you'll manufacture it.
You really know me, don't you?
I know plenty like you. Let me give you a little tip, Waring. Keep out of my hair.
And if I don't?
Then you got to expect me to get into yours.
Oh.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 2 hours have passed since Mike Waring learned that you can increase your height by either wearing elevator shoes or getting a rap on the noggin. Now, as Mike comes to.
Ooh, this is a peachy one, Mike. You ought to get a big rise out of this one.
Oh, where am I?
Near the Bronx Zoo. Somebody must have dropped you off head first. And when I heard about it, naturally, I dashed down.
Oh, sure, thanks.
Oh, don't thank me, Mike. This sort of thing doesn't happen often enough to suit me. Well, who did it this time?
Leo Jordan.
Rita's husband?
Yes.
Why?
He thought I was trying to frame him for a murder.
Were you?
Yeah, sure. That's the way I operate. Look, Janet didn't kill Rita Jordan.
Oh, don't tell me you got another confession. I couldn't stand that.
Well, Mrs. Moore is innocent.
But then who done it?
I don't know. So let's get all our suspects together and we'll play blind man's buff.
And if that doesn't work?
Well, I can always take Jordan's idea and frame somebody. Oh. Hand me my head and let's go.
Ernie.
Hello, Janet.
Oh, Ernie, what have they done to you?
Nothing, honey.
Oh, you poor darling.
Janet, come here. You're to have nothing to do with him.
Oh, Papa, please.
Oh, he's right, baby. I've given you enough trouble already.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
Janet.
Leave her alone, Victor. This is a very touching
Keep
thing.
out of this, Jordan.
I wish I could, but a fellow named Waring insisted on my being here.
Someone mentioned my name?
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Leo. Been here long?
Too long.
Good. All right, Victor. Sorry we had to do this.
Oh, well, that's perfectly all right.
Well, I knew you'd take it like the grand trooper you are. Well, Mrs. Moore and gentlemen, not to keep you in suspense, we are gathered here tonight to determine who killed Rita Jordan. Now, this case was complicated by one thing. We had 3 confessions, which is 2 over par. So obviously someone was lying.
Well, it wasn't me, and if you try framing
we
me...
don't have to do that, Jordan. You're no problem at all. You're the only one in our little cast who didn't confess. So obviously you didn't kill Rita.
Now, look, Waring.
No, I'm sure of it, Ernie. He has no motive. If he wanted to get rid of his wife, all he had to do was walk off.
Well, Janet didn't kill her.
Yes, I did.
I don't believe it.
Well, you shouldn't, especially when you know the truth.
Are you insinuating...
Yes, I am. You killed Rita Jordan.
Now, listen, you...
Now, don't complain, Ernie. I especially staged this little scene down here in jail so you wouldn't have to do any more traveling. Now, try and show a little appreciation.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah?
There's something I wanted to ask you.
Fire away, Sergeant.
Say that sometime when I got my service revolver handy.
Well, what's bothering you, little man?
Well, I can see why Ernie killed Rita.
Can you?
Yeah, like he said, he hated her.
Like he said.
But what gets me is why he confessed.
Well, that was a smart move, Sergeant. Ernie knew sooner or later we'd get around to him, so he beat us to the punch and offered himself as a sacrifice. But you notice he gave himself an out.
Oh, you mean the business of the gun?
Yeah. He disposed of the Luger he used on Rita and got the Colt automatic. He knew the minute you saw it, you'd be positive he was innocent.
Well, I was.
Yeah, sure. And once you gave him a clean bill of health, you would probably never bother him again. You'd think, here was a man who was just trying to protect his wife.
But you saw all through his dark, nefarious plot.
Well, isn't that what you'd expect of me?
Oh, of course, of course. After all, aren't you the one and only Falcon? But here's something you wouldn't expect of me.
What's that, Sergeant?
We've been coming to Ed's Luncheonette every week for years.
Mm-hmm.
And always, you grab the checks.
But tonight?
Tonight's different. Tonight, I'm going to pay my own.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Vivian. I'm glad you called. No, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. There's a boy around who thinks he can play with guns, and I got to prove that when he tries murder, he's in for the shock of his life.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Sweet Swindle. And now, the case of the Sweet Swindle. It's early Sunday afternoon in New York, and a stocky character named Joe Hardy runs up the steps of a small rooming house on New York's west side. And the reason for Mr. Hardy's haste is apparent. Joe has just struck gold, and he's on his way to notify a fellow prospector.
Irene! Irene, open up.
That you, Joe?
Yeah.
Okay, wait a second.
It's good to see you, baby. How are you?
A lot you care.
Oh, you're not sore about my staying you up last night?
Oh, of course not.
Oh, come on, Irene. I got great news.
Don't tell me you got a job, Joe. I couldn't stand that.
Yeah? Well, take a look at this.
Where'd you get that money?
Never you mind. This is just the down payment. There's plenty more where this came from.
Joe, what have you done?
Nothing they can grab you for.
You sure?
I'm positive. You ever hear of a guy named Walter Blake?
No.
How about Larry Nichols?
Nichols, the bookie?
That's the boy. This guy Blake is bankrolling.
Well, wait a minute. Seems to me I remember reading something about him. Isn't Blake the guy whose wife ran off and took his daughter with her about 15 years ago?
It's longer than that, Irene. Almost 20.
The cops never did find them, did they?
No, the cops didn't, but someone else was luckier.
What are you getting at?
I know where Blake's daughter is, Irene.
What?
Uh-huh. And there's a $50,000 reward still out for her.
Well, where is she?
Not very far from here. In fact, I'm looking at her right now.
Are you out of your mind?
What's the matter? Doesn't being Walter Blake's daughter appeal to you?
No. Blake would know in a minute I'm not the right girl.
I doubt it. The kid was only 7 years old when her mother dragged her off, and kids change a lot in 20 years. Incidentally, I forgot to mention, her name was Irene, too. How's that for a coincidence for you, huh?
It stinks. Joe, you can't be serious about this.
Can't I?
No, you'll never get away with it.
What if I told you that someone very close to Blake is furnishing me with all the necessary information about the kid?
Who?
That's none of your business. But this party is in a position to get everything we need. By the time you and Daddy Blake meet, you'll know all the answers.
I'm not going to do it.
Oh, yes, you will.
Oh, no, I won't. Every time I've listened to you, I've wound up beyond the 8 ball.
This is different.
You've said that before.
Now, let's get this straight, Irene. I've got an appointment with Blake tomorrow afternoon at 3. By that time, I expect you to know everything there is about his daughter. Now, here's a list of stuff I want you to memorize. Hey, what's the idea of tearing it?
I'm not going to do it, Joe.
Pick up those scraps.
No.
I said pick them up.
Oh! Oh!
Well? All right, now sit down and put them together. By the time I get through with you, you're going to know those questions and answers so well, you'll be able to do a guess shot on the quiz kids.
Hello?
I'd like to talk to Walter Blake, please.
This is Walter Blake speaking.
Well, hi, Walter. This is Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Mike. How are you?
Fine. Say, I heard you were approached by a character named Joe Hardy who claims he can put you in touch with your daughter.
So?
So my advice to you is to have nothing to do with him.
This wouldn't be professional jealousy, would it, Mike?
What are you talking about?
Just because Joe Hardy's a competitor of yours?
Now, look, Blake, I called you as a friend. This boy Hardy is a private detective, sure, but he's also a faker. He'll clean you out like a Hoover vacuum.
You're a fine one to talk. Just because you could never locate Irene, you don't want anyone else to succeed. You thought she was dead.
Now, listen to me, Walter.
Sorry, I haven't the time, Mike. Larry Nichols and I are supposed to meet Hardy at 3. I'm not going to take a chance on your delaying us.
look at it rain, Blake?
You look at it, Nichols. You sure this fellow Joe Hardy said he'd be here at 3?
That's right.
Well, that clock's almost a half hour slow. What do you suppose is keeping him?
Maybe it's his conscience.
What do you mean, Nichols?
I wouldn't kid you, Blake. We've been partners too long. From the little you've told me, I wouldn't be surprised if this boy Hardy's a phony. Mike Waring claims
I don't care what he claims. Hardy had a piece of the dress Irene was wearing when her mother took her away.
Is that why you gave him $1,000?
Yes.
You're supposed to be a tough mark. Look, Blake, I know how you feel about this, but didn't it occur to you Hardy could have gotten the description of the dress from the papers?
No. We never released it.
Well, I still think you've heard the last of him. Why don't you just forget the...
Come in.
Hello, Uncle Walter.
Oh, it's you, Jerry.
What's the matter? Am I a disease carrier?
Your uncle's a little disappointed, kid.
What did I do now?
No, it's not you. It's that Joe Hardy character.
Hasn't he been here yet?
No.
What, don't worry, Uncle. It's pouring outside. He probably was detained.
Well, let's hope it's permanent.
Why?
I think your uncle's throwing his money away.
Well, I don't agree with you, Mr. Nichols. He's got no family but me. If there's the slightest possibility of this girl turning out to be Irene, why shouldn't he gamble a few dollars?
It's not just a few dollars. It's $50,000.
Well, I still think they're good odds. If you ask me...
That must be Hardy. Come in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Blake. Sorry I'm late. I couldn't get a cab.
Well, the important thing is that you're here now. I don't believe you know these gentlemen.
No, I don't.
This is my partner, Larry Nichols.
A pleasure. Hello.
And this is my nephew, Jerry.
Glad to know you, Mr. Hardy.
It's mutual.
Well, now we can get down to business.
Well, if you don't mind, Mr. Blake, I'd rather be alone. You afraid of witnesses?
Oh, now cut it out, Nichols.
He's a crook, Jerry. You want to be careful with those accusations, mister.
All right, Nichols, that's enough. I'm old enough to look after myself.
Well, if that's the way you want it, Blake.
That's the way I want it.
You coming, Jerry?
Good luck to you, Uncle. Nice knowing you, Mr. Hardy.
Yeah, I'll see you around sometime. Nice boy, your nephew.
Yes, Jerry's all right, but...
You're interested in someone closer home, huh?
That's right.
Well, I promised you more evidence that this girl was your daughter, Irene.
Well?
Would you happen to know offhand what she was carrying the day she disappeared?
Yes. There was a red school bag trimmed with black leather.
Anything else you remember about it?
Her initials, IB, were embossed on the top.
Let me open this package.
That's Irene's bag.
I was sure it was.
Where did you find it?
In Los Angeles. Took a lot of work to dig it up.
Where is she now?
Aren't you forgetting something, Mr. Blake?
Huh? Oh, you mean the reward money?
Uh-huh.
I've got it right here. Here. It's in $100 bills, just as you asked.
That's fine.
Well, where is she?
2126 Chalmers Avenue.
2126 Chalmers.
Yeah, she's living in a furnished room under the name of Irene Kent.
Does she expect me?
Yeah, I told her you'd be around 5.
I can't thank you enough, Hardy.
Oh, don't thank me, Mr. Blake. It was a pleasure to serve you. I'm sure you and your daughter will be very happy together.
Hello, Irene.
You're not...
Yes, I am.
I don't know what to say.
Why don't you start by inviting me in?
You'll have to excuse me.
I know. It's not every day you find a new father, but you'll get used to it.
Did I turn out the way you expected?
I don't know what I expected. You were only 7 when your mother took you away. Incidentally, where is she?
She died 2 years ago.
Well, why didn't you let me know?
Mother never mentioned you. We didn't even use your name.
Didn't you remember anything at all about me?
Very little, I'm afraid.
I've made a million plans, Irene. Now, the first thing we've got to do is to get you out of it. Where did you get that picture?
It's Mother's.
Tear it up.
Oh, now, Dad.
I'm sorry, Irene. I had no right to ask that. Your mother did a terrible thing to me, but she was crazy about you.
Yes, she always worried about me. Remember how she wouldn't let me use the skates you bought?
Yeah. We had quite a fight over that.
And it was the same story when you brought home the bicycle and the pony. She accused you of wanting to kill me.
You remember the pony?
Like it was yesterday. He was a brown Shetland with a white star on his nose.
You remember the saddle I bought?
It wasn't a saddle, it was a cart.
So it was.
Well, what's the matter, Father?
I'm just trying to figure out something.
What?
How you learned about that pony and cart.
Oh, I remembered it.
You couldn't very well, Irene.
Huh?
You see, I ordered a pony for your 8th birthday. And it was delivered the day after my wife ran away.
I don't understand.
Yes, you do. You're not my daughter.
You're making a mistake.
No, the mistake I made was earlier today when I believed Joe Hardy. You're not Irene.
Stay away from me.
You're not my little girl. Where is she?
No.
Where is she?
Hey, Waring, you use this place as an office or something?
Please, Nichols. My friend Ed is a very sensitive fellow. The name of this place is Ed's Luncheonette. See the big red sign? And as for an office, does fine for that, too. Oh, say, here comes our boy now. Hello, Jerry.
Hiya. Sit down.
Hello, Waring. Nichols. Has Nichols talked to you about what we want yet, Mike?
I left it for you, Jerry.
Well, now, you're my uncle's friend, Mike. You've got to do something and do it fast before there's any more trouble.
Well, maybe I'm sick, but I don't see what you two want done.
Now, don't look at me, Waring. This is Jerry's baby. I'm washing my hands of the whole business.
You didn't approve of Blake giving Joe Hardy that money, Nichols,
No, I smelled a rat right from the beginning. I warned Blake this would happen.
Where's your uncle now, Jerry?
Well, that's just the trouble, Mike. We don't know. He called Nichols about a half hour ago.
What did he have to say?
Nothing much, only he got a lead to Joe Hardy, and he made an appointment to meet him at his hotel later tonight.
Well, I don't think there's much chance of Hardy showing up after this.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. Hardy doesn't know what my uncle wants him for.
Well, he must have some idea, Jerry.
Nope. According to Nichols, my uncle told Hardy he was so pleased at the way things turned out, he wanted to give him a bonus.
And you don't think Hardy will fall for that? He probably learned what happened from that girl.
That's what I told Blake, but he said the girl wouldn't talk.
What's to prevent her?
I can think of several things, all of them unpleasant.
What do you suggest, Mike? If my uncle finds Hardy there, he'll kill him. Now, you're the only one who can reason with him. I didn't have much luck when I tried it earlier today.
What's the name of Hardy's hotel?
It's the Parkside. It's off Madison.
What time was the appointment for?
1 o'clock, I think.
Well, it's almost that now. By the time I find a cab...
Well, you can take my car.
Oh, I thought yours was in the shop, Jerry.
I got a new one this morning. Wait a minute. Here are the keys, Mike. It's parked right in front of the place. You can't miss it. It's a convertible.
Okay. Well, how do you like that? After the big build-up Ed gave us about the salad, I have to rush off without touching it. Oh, well, stick around, fellas. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Mister, pull over to the curb.
Listen, officer, I'm in a hurry. You can't stop me now.
Who can't?
Well, I guess you can.
Now, get out.
What for?
Don't ask so many questions.
All right.
Where's your license?
I got it right here in my... That's funny.
You left it in your other suit.
I must have. All right, give me the ticket. Let's get it over with.
Just take it easy, Bud. Where's your ownership card?
I don't have any.
What happened to that?
This car doesn't belong to me.
Didn't your mother tell you it wasn't nice to steal?
Oh, don't talk like a jerk. This isn't hot.
Isn't it?
No, I borrowed it from a man named Jerry Blake.
You should have told him in advance.
What are you talking about?
You'll find out.
Look, officer, all this can be straightened out, but I haven't got time to do it now.
I suppose you're bound on a mission of life and death.
You're not kidding.
No, only it's going to be your life, mister, if you don't start following orders. Now get in your car and follow me. All right, Baker, open them up. You got a visitor, Waring.
Jerry.
Hello, Mike.
Look, will you tell this big
I
skip...
already
Now,
have.
Don't blame me, mister. I'm just a cop. I got a signal to pick up a hot car, and I did.
What hot car?
Well, I showed you the records, didn't I? We got a call at 9:45.
Jerry, did you report that car stolen?
No.
Well, then who else could it... Hey, where's Larry Nichols?
Nichols?
Yes, he was with you when I left Ed's Luncheonette.
Well, he left right after you did.
Is that so?
Yeah, he said he had to get back to work.
Well, maybe I can imagine what that work is.
What do you mean?
Come on, we're an hour late now. I'll draw you a diagram on the way over. What floor did the superintendent say Joe Hardy was on?
8C.
What's the matter with you, Jerry? You look baffled.
I am, Mike. I can't believe there's any connection between Hardy and Larry Nichols.
Well, there's got to be. Nichols was the only one who knew I borrowed your car, so he must have been the one who reported it stolen after he left Ed's place.
But what was the point?
To delay me in getting here in time to keep your uncle from laying hands on Hardy. Here's the elevator. Come on, get in.
Okay. It just doesn't make sense. If Hardy and Nichols were working together, all Nichols would have to do was phone him and warn him that my uncle was on his way over.
Well, maybe he didn't want to warn him.
I don't get it.
Maybe Nichols wanted Joe Hardy to get himself killed.
How do you figure that?
Well, who would take the rap?
Why, my uncle, I guess.
And your uncle and Nichols are business partners. And if Nichols has been playing fast and loose with partnership funds, he might want your uncle tucked away where he couldn't ask any embarrassing questions.
You're crazy, Mike.
Well, we'll soon see. Must be down this way.
Then you think we're going to find Joe Hardy's body?
Don't you?
I don't know what to think anymore.
Here we are.
Yeah, I borrowed the keys from the superintendent.
Good boy.
Hope Hardy won't object.
I don't think he'll be in a position to. The light switch ought to be somewhere around.
Oh, I got it. Mike.
Shut the door.
You were right.
No, I wasn't. I was wrong.
What?
Look again, Jerry. This isn't Joe Hardy. This is your uncle, Walter Blake.
What do you want?
Well, that all depends. Are you Irene Kent?
Who wants to know?
Oh, I beg your pardon. My name is Mike Waring.
That still means nothing in my young life.
Well, we'll have to remedy that in the future. If you have a future.
What kind of a crack is that?
Well, judging from those bruises on your neck, Irene, someone must be awfully peeved at you.
What do you want, mister?
Okay. Where's Joe Hardy?
Why?
Walter Blake was murdered tonight.
Blake? Did Joe kill him?
I can make out a very convincing case, so you better start talking, Irene. You know, an accessory to a murder...
Well, I give you my word, Mr. Waring. I didn't have anything to do with that.
You posed as Blake's daughter.
I didn't want to. Joe made me.
Where's Hardy now?
Well, I have no idea. I haven't heard from him since early this morning.
Did he know that Blake discovered you were a phony?
Well, if he did, he didn't get it from me.
Why not?
Well, I didn't know where to reach him.
Yet you told Blake where Hardy could be found.
I didn't expect Joe to be there.
Mm-hmm. Who put your boyfriend up to this swindle?
I don't know.
Now, come on, Irene. Who supplied all the background material?
I swear I don't know.
Well, I've got an idea. And for your sake, I hope it turns out a little better than my last.
Just a second.
Sorry to disturb you at this hour, Nichols.
Oh, Mike.
Can I come in?
Sure.
Thanks. Hear about Blake?
Yeah.
Tough, huh?
Well, I warned him not to have anything to do with Hardy.
So did I. But I still can't help feeling this is partly my fault.
Why?
Maybe I would have gotten there in time to stop it if I hadn't been grabbed by the police.
Grabbed by the police?
Yeah. Oh, didn't you know? They picked me up while driving Jerry's car. They had a report it was stolen.
Well, who did that?
And I'm glad you asked me, Nichols. Because I had an idea it might be you.
Have you blown your top, Mike?
Thought you were going to stay at Ed's place until I returned.
Oh, I had some business to attend to.
Yeah, and you gave it all to me.
Oh, you're out of your mind. Did it ever occur to you that Jerry might have notified the cops?
Oh, sure, but I like your qualifications better. First of all, you were working with Joe Hardy. You gave him all the information he needed to pass Irene off as Blake's daughter.
And you're forgetting I was the one who told Blake not to pay.
Sure, that was smart of you, Nichols. That way, you gave yourself an out.
I couldn't have been too smart if you got the goods on me.
Well, I had help. Irene told me your name.
You're lying. She didn't...
Yeah, go on, Nichols. Finish it. She didn't know that you were in the operation. No, you told me that yourself. Jerry might have dug up that picture of Mrs. Blake and a few other bits of information, but he never would have known about the dress and the pony. He was only a kid himself at the time.
Got it all figured out, haven't you?
I like to think so.
Well, tell me something. Did you figure on this?
Now put away the gun, Nichols. That isn't going to get you anything.
That's where you're wrong. For one thing, it's going to get me a head start. And yours is just the head to supply it. Oh.
Who's there?
Nothing to get frightened about, Irene. It's only me.
Joe.
What's the matter, baby? You act like you're seeing a ghost.
Well, I thought that...
What, I'd skip out on you? Now, you know, Irene, that's not my type.
What are you doing here?
I got a date to meet a friend of mine, a fellow named Larry Nichols.
Nichols?
Yeah.
I don't think he'll be here, Joe.
Why not?
Well, a man named Mike Waring was here about an hour ago,
And?
That's all there is to it.
No, there must be a little more. What'd you tell Waring?
Nothing, Joe.
Except?
Well, when he said Walter Blake was murdered,
You gave him every little bit of help you could.
I didn't tell him much, Joe.
Well, that's not your fault, honey. After all, how much did you know? What bothers me is what you might say if Waring got back to you again.
No,
We can't take a chance on that, baby.
Listen, Joe.
Now, Irene, you can see that for yourself. The first opportunity, you'll crack wide open. Now, what are we going to do about that?
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Several hours have passed since Mike tangled with Larry Nichols and came off second best. And now our hero staggers to his feet and heads for the phone. Then, with none too certain fingers, he dials the police.
Second Precinct, Sergeant Lewis.
Hello, Sergeant. This is Mike Waring.
Where the devil you been, Mike? We've been looking for you for the past hour.
Well, I was out.
Where?
Just plain out. Look, have you picked up Joe Hardy yet for the Blake murder?
No.
Well, while you're at it, you might as well get out an alarm for Larry Nichols. And you're probably too late for a girl named Irene Kent.
How'd you know that?
Well, it figured. Hardy must have taken her away with him.
Well, that's where you're wrong, Mike. She was left behind.
I can't imagine why.
You would if you saw her now. She's got two big bullet holes right where her heart used to be.
Yes?
Hello, Jerry.
Mike. Hey, what happened to your head?
Oh, just trying to prove what goes on when an irresistible force meets an immovable object.
Come on in, sit down.
Thanks.
Anything new?
Yeah. Irene Kent was murdered.
What?
Shot, to be exact. Apparently an hour or two after I first spoke with her.
Was she able to tell you anything?
Enough to convince me I was right about Nichols. He was working with Joe Hardy.
I can't believe it.
Well, you can take it from me. It's true. Where do you think I picked up this knot on my head?
Nichols?
Who else?
Did he get away?
Yes, but I don't think he'll get very far.
I still say you're wrong. Why, he told my uncle in front of me that it was a mistake to deal with Hardy.
Yeah, well, I explained the reason for that before. You're even using it to clear him. But the fellow I'd like to lay my hands on is Joe Hardy.
You think he's the one who did the actual killing?
We'll know as soon as we get a look at the gun.
I suppose if the slug they took out of my uncle matches those they took out of Irene, that'll be it.
Just about.
Yeah, but suppose Hardy gets rid of the can.
I don't see how he could. If anyone was to do that, it would have to be you.
What are you babbling about?
Well, I'm sorry to give away your little secret, Jerry. But you killed your uncle and Irene Kent.
Hey, Ed. Ed, yeah. More coffee, please.
Yeah, me too, Ed.
Right with you, fellas. Go on, Mike. I'm sorry I interrupted.
Well, that's all right, Sergeant. You practically got it all anyway.
Am I to understand that Jerry was the one who notified us to pick you up in that car?
Yeah, sure. That gave him enough time to go over and kill his uncle.
Oh, I can see his reason for that. With his uncle dead and with no other family around, Jerry would come into all of Blake's dough.
Uh-huh.
But what was his motive in killing that dame, Irene Kent?
The fact that he had no motive.
Wait a minute.
Here you are, man. No, thanks, Ed. Now, you see, Sergeant, when you found Irene dead, that made you believe her killer was either Nichols or Hardy, since she was tied up with him.
Go on.
All right, now consider what would have happened if Walter Blake was the only victim. Sooner or later, you would have realized that Jerry was a suspect with the best motive of all. And by killing Irene, he made it appear that her death was tied up with the plot to clip his uncle. And we knew definitely he had nothing to do with that.
Well, what put you on the right track?
Well, you'll grant me that the one who tipped off the police to nab me in a stolen car wrap was the murderer?
Yeah, but how can you prove it was Jerry?
Easy. It's too bad I didn't think of it in time. See, Jerry's car was a brand new convertible. He'd only gotten it yesterday. Nichols never saw it. He was surprised when Jerry volunteered the keys to the car. So, how could Nichols report it stolen? He didn't know the make, the color, or the license number.
Hey, that's right.
Yeah, I only wish I thought of it before I knocked myself out. You don't know what a problem this raises.
Why?
Well, Blake was my client, and he's dead. And Jerry won't even talk to me now. So you tell me, to whom do I send my bills?
The
Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Myra. Oh, thanks for calling, but I can't make it tonight, Angel. Now, I have a client who's getting a lot of help from her boyfriend, and if I'm not careful, he's going to help her right into the electric chair. This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the broken fingerprint. Before the Falcon solves tonight's case, let's listen to this.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the broken fingerprint. It's Wednesday night in New York, and the apartment of Barry Barrow in the East 60s is in darkness. Ethel Barrow sits in the darkened apartment, drumming on the arm of her chair with her fingernails. Now she reaches out to the table beside her and fumbles about on it for a cigarette lighter. She finds the lighter, lights it, and uses its light to show her the time on her wristwatch. But when she hears voices outside the apartment, she flicks out the light quickly and stands up facing the door. A key turns in the lock. Front door opens. The light is turned on, and a man and woman enter.
Ethel.
Hello, Barry.
Oh, well, when did you...
I decided not to go away after all. I thought things might be more interesting around here. Well, aren't you going to introduce me to your friend? Yes, Barry. How about it? Who is this?
No, she...
Perhaps I'd better since he's having so much trouble. I'm his wife, Ethel Barrow. And you're Norma Wallace. You live at 321 Pierce Place. You work at Corby's department store, and you've known Barry for 3 months. I know all about you, Miss Wallace. Though I can't say I'm pleased to meet you. Barry, you never told me.
I was going to.
When? When you got tired of me? Or me?
What can I say?
If we give you a couple of minutes to get over the shock, darling, I'm sure you'll think of plenty to say. But it's what you do that interests me.
What do you expect me to do?
I expect you to act like a heel. You always have.
You want a divorce, Ethel?
I'm not so sure I want to make things that easy. Do you want a divorce, Barry?
I don't know what I want.
I know what you want. You want an easy out. This is one of those times when 3 is a crowd. Somebody has to be eliminated. The only question is, who is it to be?
Yes, what can I do? Oh, Ted, what are you doing here?
I'm just shopping. I'd like a 5-pound box of chocolates. Send it to Norma Wallace, 321 Pierce Place, with all my love.
Ted, please.
I'm taking you to lunch.
You won't believe it's all over between you and me.
Just because of Barrow? Oh, he's got money, but I've got charm. Besides, I'm serious.
So's he.
Want to bet?
He asked me to marry him.
You're not going to.
As soon as he gets his divorce.
Divorce? I didn't know he was married.
Neither did I.
Nice guy.
He was going to tell me.
Was going to? Does that mean that you found out for yourself?
I met his wife.
Well, it gets better all the time. You picked a Lulu. Now, look, Norma, no matter how things are between us, you can't go on with a guy like that.
No lectures, Ted. I'm not a child.
Then don't act like one. You've got to break this off
We're
now.
settling it tonight. He's coming up to my place. We're going to make our plans.
Does his wife know?
No.
Norma, you
Let's
can't...
not discuss it here.
All right, at lunch.
If you insist. But I'm warning you, you'll be wasting your time.
I'll risk it. If there's any chance I can keep you from wasting your life. Hello?
Ted, can you come here right away?
Where are you?
At home.
What happened?
It's awful. I should have listened to you.
What is it?
I told you Barry was coming up here.
Yes?
When I got home, he was already here.
Well?
I found him on the floor. He's dead.
Ted, come in.
Yeah.
There he is.
Did you touch anything?
No, that's just the way I found him.
How'd he get in? Did he have a key?
No. I don't know how he got in. Maybe the door was open.
Oh, that's no good.
Well, he doesn't have a key.
Norma, I'm trying to help
If you don't believe me, search him.
All right, he doesn't have a key. And how are we going to explain his being here?
I don't know.
We'll have to think of something. Can't afford any holes in your story.
But what can we say?
We'll have to make up some explanation that'll hold water.
Maybe I'd better just call the police and tell the whole truth as far as I know it.
You asked me to help you, didn't you?
Yes.
Then do it my way.
But he was here. That's the truth. Why can't I just say
They'll never believe it. I don't believe it.
It's the truth.
There's no use repeating that. It's just no good. Now, let's see. He was killed here. There's no avoiding that. But the door being unlocked will never stand up. I know.
What?
You can say you were here when it happened. You let him in.
Oh, no, Ted.
Don't worry.
But then I'd have seen...
Not necessarily. I'll drag him over here to the door. Then I'll tell you what to say, and then you'll call Michael Waring.
Michael Waring?
Yeah, the Falcon. He's a private detective.
But what do I want with him? He might find out something the police overlooked. If it's something we're trying to hide...
That's the chance we'll have to take, and that's just the point. If you were guilty, you wouldn't want to take that chance. By hiring Waring, you convince the police of your innocence.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing.
Don't worry, darling. You can stake your life on it.
I'd better be able to, Ted. Because that's exactly what I'm doing. When I found out he was married, I didn't want to have anything to do with it. But you know how it is, Mr. Waring. He wouldn't take no for an answer. He found out where I lived and came up to see me.
And you gave him the final brush,
Yes.
And then?
He went to the door, opened it, and then he saw someone in the hall. They had a few words, and then there was a shot.
What words?
I don't remember exactly. He said something like, "Oh, it's you." And she said, "Yes, surprise, isn't it?" I think that's what it was.
You say she said.
Yes, it was a woman's voice.
But you didn't see her?
No, he was in the way.
No? Where were you?
Right over here.
Well, that's funny.
What is?
That he blocked your view of the doorway. You say he dropped immediately when he was shot and you haven't touched anything, huh?
That's right.
And to block your view, he would have had to be standing in the doorway. And he fell forward because he's lying on his face, so he should have fallen into the hall. Instead, he's in the room and to the side of the door so that we can swing it open and closed without hitting him.
Well, maybe he staggered back.
Did he?
I don't remember. I was too startled. He must have.
Uh-huh.
What are you doing?
What you should have done when it happened instead of calling me and calling the police.
But you are going to help me.
Well, I'll try to find out who the murderer is if you still want me to. But I'm not so sure that comes under the heading of help. Are you?
Hello, Mike.
Well, hi, Ed. How's business?
Oh, hectic. And for you, too.
Huh?
Yeah, Sergeant Corbett has phoned 3 times for you this morning.
Oh, thanks, Ed. I told him I was having lunch here. What did he want?
Oh, I don't know, but he sounded sore.
Well, now what can be troubling him? I called him in on the case as soon as things broke yesterday.
Well, all I know is he keeps calling here and he sounds like he has more than hamburger and coleslaw on his mind.
Well, maybe he has. But you know, right at this moment, I don't. I'm hungry.
All right, what'll it be, Mike?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. Well, as far as I'm concerned, Ed's Luncheonette serves the best hamburger in town.
That's right.
All right, make it a nice big one. Some French fries.
And some of my special coleslaw.
Yeah. Trying to sneak a salad in on me again, huh?
Now, Mike, you know you've got to eat salad. They got lots of vitamins and minerals, the stuff you should have.
Yeah, sure.
Honestly, you think they didn't taste good the way you talk.
Well, I didn't say that.
Well, I should hope not. My salads taste mighty good. And you know why?
Yes, because you make them with your own lily white hands from recipes handed down from your great-great-grandmother on your father's side.
Yes. No, Mike. Not at all. It's the salad dressing I use. It's Miracle Whip.
Not so loud. Somebody might be listening.
Oh, it's no secret, Mike. Folks everywhere know about Miracle Whip. Why, the craft salesman told me just yesterday that more Miracle Whip is sold than the next 20 leading brands of salad dressing combined. So it's America's favorite salad dressing. Imagine that.
Yeah, well, I'll try. Does it come in a solid gold jar or something?
No, Mike. It's just mighty good tasting. And folks know a good thing when they taste it. Miracle Whip has a swell, peppy flavor. A flavor that isn't too sharp either. My customers call it just right.
I see.
And you know, Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Because it really is a different kind of salad dressing. That's why they call it the one and only.
Ed.
Yes, Mike?
Now that I've succeeded in getting you all excited about what seems to be your favorite subject, I better tell you.
Well, tell me what?
I've been enjoying Miracle Whip on salads for years.
No kidding.
Yeah, sure. After all, I should know my salad dressing.
How come?
Well, I've had dates with lots of peaches. But I'll settle for an order of coleslaw right now.
Well, that'll be a pleasure, Mike. I know you'll like it. Uh-oh. That's more than I can say for your interview with Sergeant Corbett. Oh, here he comes. And if you think I was kidding about his being sore, catch that look in his eye.
All right, Waring, where is she?
Where's who?
Of course, you don't know who I'm talking about.
Oh, I'm glad we agree on something.
The girl, Norma Wallace. You're working for her.
And you found it out all by yourself. All right, what do you want? A pat on the head or a recommendation to the chief?
I want to know what's become of the girl.
Well, I assume she's done a vanishing act.
You assume. I questioned her last night. Went to talk to her again today.
And she stood you up. Well, you better start reading the ads, chum.
You know where she is.
Your confidence is touching. But as a matter of fact, Corbett, I haven't the slightest idea.
Oh, you're working for her.
Yes, so you said. So I ought to be the one who's excited, not you. Seems I've lost a client.
Oh, stop being funny.
Oh, thanks for the compliment.
Are you going to talk?
Yeah, gladly. What about?
All right, Waring, all right. But I'm going to prove you've been holding out, and when I do...
Oh, I shudder to think of it. Come on, sit down, Corbett. I see they have brains on the menu today. Why don't you try some?
Yes?
Hello, are you Mrs. Barrow?
Yes?
My name's Michael Waring. I'm investigating your husband's murder.
Are you a detective?
Yes.
That girl sent you.
What girl?
Norma Wallace.
What do you know about her?
Enough.
Enough to be jealous.
That's what she'd like you to think, Mr. Waring. She wants you to believe that I killed Barry.
You had motive?
So did she. It takes three to make a triangle. And then there's Donahue.
Who?
Ted Donahue. He fits another triangle, and I'm not in that one.
Oh, how so?
He was the Wallace girl's boyfriend. He could have resented Barry's cutting him out.
Yes, so he could. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Barrow. I knew you'd help me.
You're easy to satisfy.
Well, I'm not striking you off my suspect list yet. But right now, I'm not looking for the murderer. I'm looking for my client.
Yes? What do you want?
You Ted Donahue?
Yeah? Who are you?
Mike Waring. May I come in?
Why?
I want to talk to you.
What about?
Norma Wallace.
We can talk here.
Yes, but it would be more comfortable inside.
What do you want to know?
Where she is.
What makes you think I'd know?
Well, you're trying to keep me out, for one thing.
You think she's here?
I'm beginning to.
All right. Come on in. Look yourself.
Thanks, that's better.
I haven't seen Norma in weeks.
Why not? You get the air?
No, it's just that, I never knew Norma very well.
That's not what she says.
What do you mean? She didn't tell you anything about me.
How do you know if you haven't seen her?
There's nothing to say.
Okay, if Norma isn't your girl, who is?
I don't have a girl.
Then who's the girl who was up here a little while ago?
What girl?
The one who left the lipstick on that glass.
Well, just a friend?
No. Well, do you mind if I take this glass?
What do you want with it?
I'm looking for Norma. I think you're a lead, but in case Corbett needs convincing, it may be the prints on this glass that will change his mind for him.
Put that down.
Look, I'll buy a dozen like it.
I said put it down. Hey, watch out. Give me that glass.
Hey, I shouldn't have knocked it out of my hand. Now it's broken.
Isn't that a shame? There go your fingerprints.
No, not mine, Norma's.
You can't prove that.
Looks like you've already done it for me. Now, you going to tell me where I can find her?
I don't know where she is. Now get out of here.
Okay. But when you see Norma, tell her...
I'm not going to see her.
Yes, I know, but when you do, tell her that if she wants me to help her, she'd better call me,
Hello?
Norma, listen quick. Right after you left, Mike Waring was here.
He was. How did he know about you?
Oh, I suppose he's not a detective for nothing.
Oh, Ted, I'm afraid my running away was a mistake.
There was no use taking chances. But I've got to talk to you.
All right, where shall I meet you?
Well, you can't come here, and I've got to be careful I'm not followed. Waring may think I'll lead him to you.
Well, what are we going to do?
Go to Penn Station. You can keep yourself lost in the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
At 3:30 by the station clock, go upstairs on the 7th Avenue side. You know where the big columns are.
Yes.
At exactly 3:30, walk out to the curb. I'll drive by and pick you up.
All right.
I'll make sure I'm not being followed. But if anything goes wrong, you just wait 2 minutes. If I haven't come in that time, get away from there fast. Then call me from a phone booth.
All right, Ted, but I wonder if it wouldn't be better if I...
It'll be better if you do just like I tell you. I'll see you at 3:30.
All right, Norma, quick.
Yes, Ted.
3:30 on the nose.
I don't like this hide and seek, Ted. It's going to mean trouble.
Will you leave things to me?
But how will I explain it?
You won't have to. You and I know that Mrs. Barrow killed her husband. And the police are bound to find it out. Once they do, it won't matter what you've done.
Then why is it necessary for me to run away?
I told you, they can't prove anything against you, but until they have a case against Mrs. Barrow, they may suspect you. They could lock you up and make things pretty unpleasant.
Well, this isn't exactly my idea of pleasant. Only there was some way to speed things up.
Maybe there is. That's why I wanted to see you.
You think there's something we can do?
Yeah, but first you'll have to get rid of Waring.
But you wanted me to hire him.
I know, but he's getting in the way. And for what I have in mind... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Police car. I think it's following us.
I thought you said no one...
I did. I was positive nobody followed me. I can't understand it.
Maybe they're just cruising this way.
I'll turn this corner and see.
All right. If they are following, what do we do?
Try to shake them.
I hate to get you involved.
I'm glad I have a chance to help.
Here they come.
And here I go.
I'm afraid this isn't such a good idea.
What else can we do?
I don't know, but try and outrun a police car...
Hang on, corner coming.
All right. If they catch us, it's going to mean trouble for you, too.
I know.
They're gaining.
And look at that. Traffic's against us. We'll never get through. Well, this is it. Sorry, man.
You couldn't help it.
All right, buddy, what's the hurry?
What?
Did you see that red light back there?
Red light?
Yeah, when I tried to call you on it, you stopped playing tag.
You want me for going through a red light?
You're hitting 60 in city traffic. Your girlfriend thinks it's funny.
Officer, she has a screwy sense of humor. Don't pay any attention to her. Here's my license.
Hello?
Hello, is that Mr. Waring?
Yes. This sounds like my disappearing client.
Ex-client, Mr. Waring. That's why I'm calling.
You picked a great time to fire me.
I don't think I need you anymore.
If Sergeant Corbett catches up with you, you'll think differently.
Does he really think I killed Barry?
Yeah, you lied. You ran out. What do you expect him to think?
But I hired you.
Yeah, so now you're firing me. Your hands look about as clean as some of the Kefauver witnesses.
But it was Mrs. Barrow who killed Barry. You know that.
Corbett doesn't. He's satisfied with her alibi.
Oh, she has an alibi?
Yeah, she has. So you better come clean, Angel.
I have. I didn't do it.
Well, then why this weird routine?
I have my reasons.
Well, they better be good ones. You're on the spot, baby.
Yes, I'm afraid I am.
Well, I'm still willing to listen if you want to forget about firing me. Provided, of course, that you have something to say.
I have.
All right, go ahead.
Well, it's just that Ted and I thought...
Who's Ted?
A friend of mine. I called him when I discovered the body.
Oh? Before you called me?
Before I did anything, I decided I had to have help, and luckily he was home.
Wonder if it was so lucky.
Why do you say that?
His help didn't turn out so good.
Well, it was his idea that I hire you.
Was it also his idea that you fire me?
Yes.
He seems to have a lot of ideas. Look, where are you? I think we better get together.
At the Burroughs Hotel on 43rd, room 405.
Okay, sit tight. I'll be right over.
All right, goodbye.
Is that the way you fire him, Norma?
Ted, I didn't know you were still here.
Looks like it's a good thing I am.
Yes, Ted. The only question is, good for whom?
Well, I can answer Norma's question, good for whom? They're good for everyone. I mean, salads are good for everyone. And they're mighty good eating, too, when you make them with Miracle Whip.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of boiled dressing and old-fashioned mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 10 minutes have passed since Mike Waring talked himself off the unemployment line. Ted had objections, but he seems to have been overruled. Because when Norma opens the door for the Falcon, Ted is nowhere in sight.
Hello, Mr. Waring. Come in.
Thanks. What's the matter with you? You look frightened.
Frightened? No, just bewildered.
About what?
You said Mrs. Barrow has an alibi.
According to Corbett.
I don't understand it.
Why not?
I told you Barry went to the door, and I heard him talking to someone just before he was shot.
Yeah.
I said it was a woman's voice. I'm almost certain it was Mrs. Barrow.
Well, why didn't you say that before?
I didn't like to accuse her without being sure.
What made you change your mind?
I haven't. I just want you to check. Couldn't there be something wrong with her alibi?
Yes, there could be, but not as wrong as with your story.
What do you mean?
You're lying again.
I'm not.
You didn't hear Barrow talking to anybody.
What makes you say that?
When you spoke to me on the phone, you used the phrase, when I found the body.
But...
If Barrow had been killed in front of you, you wouldn't have talked about finding the body. You wouldn't have had to find it. Would have been right there.
I meant when I found he was dead.
Well, that's not what you said.
You misunderstood me.
Yes, and apparently I still do. I suppose we go see Sergeant Corbett and get this straightened out.
No.
Look, you can't keep running.
I can try. And in case you have any idea of trying to stop me, this gun should change your mind.
Well, it's changed. But not as often as you change yours. Goodbye, Norma. Well, Angel, have you changed your mind again?
Let me in.
Yeah, sure. Now, look, before we go any further, I'm taking the gun, just in case you decide to make another switch.
Here it is. It's not loaded.
Now she tells me.
I'm sorry about what happened. I couldn't help myself.
Oh, well, I can't help yourself either unless you start telling the truth for a change.
I will.
Okay, at least that'll be a novelty. Go ahead.
I didn't see the shooting. I didn't hear any voices, Mrs. Barrow's or anyone else's. I just said I did because Ted told me it would sound better that way.
Mm-hmm.
Ted told me what to say. He told me to run away.
Look, did you have to take orders from him?
I thought he was trying to help me.
Some help.
I was frightened. I had to turn to someone. I trusted Ted. Then he told me to fire you. I tried, but you talked me out of it.
Yes, but somebody talked you out of that.
Yes. Ted overheard my conversation with you. He was furious. He made me say what I did to you when you got up there. He was hiding in the next room.
And if you had disobeyed?
He had a gun, and his was loaded.
Does he know you came here?
Of course not, if he finds out.
Well, he won't find out. Where is he now?
He went home. Thinks I went home.
How come he trusted you?
He said if I didn't do exactly what he told me, he'd prove that I killed Barry. But I know he can't, so if you'll help me,
All right, I will. Now call him. Tell him you've got to talk to him. Ask him to come right over. It'll take him 20 minutes to get to your place. By that time, we can be there, too.
But what are we going to do?
Well, first, I'll have to have all the facts, so for change, let's have exactly what did happen today from the beginning.
All right. I let myself into the apartment, and there was Barry on the floor. Blood still running out of that hole in his head. It was awful. Who's that?
I don't know.
What if it's Ted? What if he didn't go home, if he followed me?
All right, I'll handle it.
Can I get out the back?
Now, just sit tight. If it is Ted, now's the chance to wrap this up, and I can't do it without you. Yeah, I'm coming. You'll be all right. Just leave it to me.
If you say so.
I do. Oh, Sergeant Corbett, this is a surprise.
Oh, I see. You didn't know where the girl was, did you, Waring? You couldn't help me find her. Oh, no.
That's right, Corbett.
Sure. Well, Miss Wallace, has Waring finished coaching you on what to say?
No, I didn't have to, Corbett. She had lessons from an expert.
Huh?
Yeah, she called him in as soon as she found the body. He told her what to say and do.
That's right.
Who's this we're talking about?
Ted Donahue.
And he told her to run out on me?
Yep.
I'd like to talk to this Donahue.
Well, that can be arranged. But first, I'd like to hear the medical examiner's report.
Well, what's to hear? Bullet in the brain, died instantly. 32 caliber.
Okay, that's enough.
All right, Waring. Do we see Donahue?
If you like.
I like. But don't get the idea that because I'm willing to listen, you're steering me off your girlfriend here.
But, Sergeant...
And as for you, Waring, I'm going to prove you knew where she was.
Well, think whatever you want about me, Corbett. But you can't think that Norma did the shooting.
Oh, can I?
Of course not.
Why not?
Because she did.
What's that?
Sure, Norma, you killed Barry. So with Corbett's habit of always being wrong, he can't possibly think it was you. Coffee and Danish head, please. I missed dessert before.
Well, Mike, we've got the motive. When it came to a showdown, Barrow decided to stick with his wife. So Norma plugged him.
Keep it up, Corbett. You're doing fine.
Well, what's to keep up? That's it?
Well, not entirely. How about the clue that gave her away?
She must have said something to you.
Well, don't you want to know what it was?
All right, Waring. If you've got to strut your stuff, go ahead. How did you happen to stumble onto this one?
Stumble, he says.
Well, what do you want me to do? Beat my head on the floor in appreciation?
That's an idea.
Well, if you want to tell me how bright you are, go ahead. I'm listening. But get it over with.
Well, Norma played along with Ted Donahue in order to have a fall guy in reserve. And he was crazy enough about it to try to keep her out of trouble. Anyway, when it turned out that Mrs. Barrow had an alibi that satisfied the police, Norma decided to make use of Ted. Only she went a little too far.
How so?
Well, if she just left it at the things he actually did, she might have been all right. But she tried to tell me he pulled a gun on her and threatened her. Well, he only would have done that if he were actually the killer.
Well, that's what she was trying to prove.
Yes, but since he couldn't be the killer, it gave her away.
Couldn't? Why not?
Well, you said Barrow was killed instantly. And Norma admits that when she found him, he was still bleeding. Now, bleeding stops a few minutes after a person dies.
Well, so why couldn't she have found him in the first few minutes?
Because she told me that as soon as she found the body, she called Donahue at his home. Well, Donahue lives at least 20 minutes away from Norma. If he was home, he just couldn't have been at Norma's.
Oh, huh? Well, Waring, nice try.
Try? Solve the case?
Yeah, but you were trying to show me how bright you are. Can't say that I'm impressed. After all, you pulled quite a boner.
What?
You pinned the murder on the girl, and she happens to be a dainty dish.
Mm-hmm.
But who wants to go dating at Sing Sing?
Well, you got a point there, Corbett. But you're overlooking one thing.
What's that?
Mrs. Barrow. Now, she's going to be lonely. A few months from now, she's going to want someone to cheer her up. To wine her, dine her, do the town. And speaking of dishes, Corbett, that's mine. Did you know that you could...
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Alicia. I'm glad you phoned. No, I'll have to pass, Angel. I'm all tied up on business. Some boy I know has a sure thing going, and he feels that together we ought to make a killing.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the nervous shakedown. And now, the case of the nervous shakedown. It's Wednesday evening in New York, and a seedy-looking character named Ozzie Miller walks into Blake's, a small bar and grill off 3rd Avenue. Then, spying a familiar face at the bar, he strolls over with an assurance he hardly feels.
Hiya, Mr. Quinn.
Huh?
Cold out tonight, ain't it? But it must be...
What do you want, Miller?
What's the matter? Can I buy you a drink?
You buy me a drink?
Yeah.
That's a switch. What do you intend to use for money?
Don't worry about that, Steve.
Steve?
Hey,
huh?
Blake, how about a little service down here? What you drinking, Steve?
Look, you crumb. Who do you think you're kidding?
But you think I ain't got no money. Take a look at this.
That's quite a roll.
There's a lot more where that came from.
Where'd you get it, Miller?
That happens to be little Ozzie's business. Hey, Blake, we're gonna get some service here, but me and my friend have to go elsewhere.
For my part, you can go jump
Lay off
right...
him, Blake.
Yeah, sure, Steve.
Hurry it up. You know what I was thinking, Steve?
Nope.
You ain't seen that blonde anymore, are you?
Oh, you mean Francine Walker?
Yeah. I was wondering if you'd be sore if I,
Tried to date her?
If you mind, Steve, just say the word.
Of course not, Ozzie.
You think she'd go out with me?
I should be crazy not to. How'd you like me to fix it up for you?
Would you?
For a pal? Anytime. I tell you what. Let's go in the back and I'll phone her right now. Blake.
Yeah.
Mr. Miller and I are going in the back, and we don't want to be disturbed for anything.
Yeah, well, what if...
I said for anything. Sit down, Ozzie.
You want a dime?
What?
For the phone.
Oh, yeah. You want me to call Francine?
What are you going to tell her?
Well, that all depends, Ozzie, on how much you tell me first. How much was in that roll you just flashed?
What do you want to know for?
Just curious. I bet you had $500 there.
Look, Quinn, if you don't want to call Francine for me, just say so
Where'd
and
you
I'll...
get that money?
That's for me to know and for you... Hey! Keep your hands to yourself.
Where'd you get that dough?
I found it.
Don't lie to me, you punk.
Hey, let me go!
I'm gonna get the truth if I have to break every bone in your body. Personally, that's the way I'd rather do it.
Yes?
Say, this is going to be more fun than I thought.
I beg your pardon.
Are you Laura Sherman?
That's right.
Well, I'm very glad to know you, Miss Sherman. My name is Steve Quinn.
Steve Quinn?
Oh, don't look so puzzled, honey. There's no reason why you should know me. I don't move in your circle like Ozzie Miller.
What?
Well, you know Ozzie, of course. He's a swell guy. Hey, why don't I come in?
I can think of 100 reasons, Mr. Quinn.
Oh, you don't really mean that.
Now, look, if you're not out of here in 2 seconds...
What'll you do, call the police? Oh, I take it then you don't mind if I stay.
What do you want?
Just a chance to get acquainted. Hey, that's an original Picasso up over the fireplace, isn't it?
How would you know?
Oh, you'd be surprised at the things I know, Laura. Now, I'd say you were strictly the 20-carat type. That's what I just finished telling Ozzie.
Now, look, if you think you're going to get any money out of me...
That's what I had in mind.
Did you ever consider working for it?
Well, it's too obvious. Anybody can do that.
Well, you're wasting your time, Quinn.
You know, I had a feeling you were going to say that.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. So it's lucky that I'm prepared with an answer. Now, Ozzie said if you got difficult to mention Brooklyn and the date December 31st.
What's that supposed to mean?
You're in the best position to know.
How much do you want?
A check for $1,000.
I can't afford it. Not if I have
Take care of Miller? Oh, don't you worry your pretty little head about him. He won't bother you anymore. Hey, you want a pen? Now, be honest. Isn't it nicer to deal with me than Ozzie?
I think I'd rather be blackmailed by him.
You'll get used to me, Laura. If you don't, it'll be my own fault, because I'll certainly give you every opportunity. Oh, make that payable to cash, if you don't mind.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, Mr. Gaynor?
Have you seen Miss Sherman around?
No, sir.
Well, if she should come in, would you tell...
Bill!
Oh, there you are, Laura. I was beginning to get worried.
Well, I was tied up on a little business matter.
You sure it was business?
Just what do you mean by that, Crack?
Suppose we sit down.
I want to know what you meant.
You were due here at 2:30.
So?
So when you didn't show at 3, I went over to your place. And just as I got out of the elevator, I saw a stocky boy going in.
You don't mean Steve Quinn.
Who?
Oh, never mind. You thought he was my new romantic interest?
What else was I to think? You know how I feel about you, Laura.
No, I don't.
I'm crazy about you.
But you don't trust me.
No, it isn't that, dear.
Then what is it?
I was just curious. Of course, it's none of my business.
You're so right. But you couldn't resist trying to make it yours, and I happen to object. If I were you, Bill, I'd get myself a girl who won't mind.
S L 3 1 1 5 2.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mike Waring, please.
This is Waring.
Oh, well, my name is Bill Gaynor.
Who?
Bill Gaynor. I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Waring. They tell me the Falcon is the finest private detective in these parts.
Who told you that?
Well, what difference does it make?
None, except that I've been running into that line so often, I'd like to reward the boy who's spreading the propaganda.
I wonder if you could handle an assignment for me. I don't know your fee.
I can tell you. $50 a day plus expenses.
Well, fair enough. I'm interested in a man named Steve Quinn. I'd like to find out everything I can about him.
Why?
But what do you mean, why?
Well, I assume your interest in Mr. Quinn is more than academic.
Well, it is. He's been bothering my fiancée.
Well, then she should complain to the police. Quinn's got a record as long as your arm. He's tried everything in his day, from arson to robbery.
Has he ever attempted blackmail?
Wouldn't be surprised.
Well, thanks a lot, Waring. You confirmed a hunch. If you'll send me a bill at the Kempton, I'll be more than glad to take care of it.
That you, Randy? All right, you don't have to break down the door. Next time you might let him... Who the devil are you?
I'm looking for a Mr. Quinn.
Well, I don't know if I can accommodate you. There are a couple of us. Which one do you want?
Steve Quinn.
Then I'm your party. What's on your mind, mister?
You'd be surprised. My name is Bill Gaynor.
That's interesting.
A couple of hours ago, you were up to see Laura Sherman.
Was I?
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Gaynor, but you're no cop, are you?
Nope.
That's what I figured. Somehow you didn't look official to me.
I'm engaged to Miss Sherman.
Wow, bully for you. It's a wonderful girl you got there.
And I intend to keep her.
Well, you think that I... Hey, that's very funny.
No, I don't think anything of the sort, Quinn. I know why you went to see Laura. You're blackmailing her.
Look, if you don't mind, friend, try to keep your voice down, will you? This is a public hallway. These neighbors of mine are awfully nosy.
You are going to tear up that check that she gave you.
Am I?
Yep, and you're never going to bother her again.
Well, under the circumstances, I guess there's only one thing for me to do. I'm sorry we don't have an elevator in this house.
Huh?
You'd be surprised how easy it is going down these stairs. Happy landings, kid.
Can I get your towel, Mr. Gaynor?
What?
I asked if I could get your towel. Hey, what happened to you? Hey, you ought to have a doctor.
How'd you get in here?
The door was open.
Well, you got your nerve.
Yeah, that's a civil service for you.
Civil service?
Oh, didn't I mention it? I'm a cop.
A cop?
Uh-huh, Sergeant Corbin. Heard you had a little trouble at 5 o'clock tonight with a boy named Steve Quinn. Did he do all that to you?
No.
You sure?
Look, it doesn't matter, Sergeant. I don't wish to prosecute.
Well, now, that's very tolerant of you, but unfortunately, the state of New York isn't that broad-minded.
What are you talking about?
Steve Quinn was murdered 20 minutes ago.
He what?
Uh-huh. I hope you got either a good alibi or a good private eye handy. 'Cause confidentially, Mr. Gaynor, I think you can use both. I live and breathe if it isn't the one and only Falcon. I've been looking for you.
On business?
Yeah. Ever hear of a boy named Bill Gaynor? Why? I'm asking the questions now.
Well, he was up to see me yesterday. He wanted some information about Steve Quinn.
What'd you tell him?
Only what I knew.
Obviously, it was more than enough.
Well, what are you talking about?
Quinn was bumped 2 hours ago.
I don't believe it.
Well, if you'd like to step down to the morgue, I'll be glad to show you the body.
You think Gaynor did it?
I know he did.
You're out of your mind. He couldn't have killed Quinn.
Why couldn't he?
Well, he's not the type. If you knew human nature...
But you do.
Yes. Now, listen, Sergeant, how's chances of me talking to Gaynor?
You think you can get him out?
I know I can.
Well, that's the kind of a challenge I can't resist. Okay, Mike, but you might as well finish your sandwich first. You'll be eating crow later. Gaynor.
What do you want?
Mike Waring's here.
Mike Waring?
Hello, Gaynor.
Gee, it's good to see you again, Mike.
Well, I don't think there's any reason to detain you any longer, Sergeant.
Does that mean you'd rather I go?
You mind?
Why should I? Anything you want, just yell.
Thank you. All right, Gaynor, sit down.
I didn't kill Steve Quinn.
Then who did? According to the police, you had a fight with him this afternoon.
Yeah, but I didn't kill him.
What was the hassle about?
Absolutely nothing.
You mean he pitched you down a flight of stairs just out of sheer caprice? Look, Gaynor, if I'm going to help you, I'll have to know the whole story.
Well, Quinn and I had trouble over some girl.
What's her name?
What, does it matter?
Yes, very much so. Who is she?
Ethel Barry.
Where does she live?
Well, as a matter of fact, she's no longer in town.
No?
No, I think she had a Continental Trailways ticket for, I believe it was El Paso.
When was this?
Oh, quite a while back.
Uh-huh. Tell me something, Gaynor. Do I really look that stupid?
What do you mean?
That story's got more holes in it than my head.
Listen, Waring.
Only if you're going to make sense. Now, how long have you been engaged to Laura Sherman?
What do you know about Laura?
Just what I read in the papers. Is she the woman in the case?
No.
Now, look, friend, you're in no position to be noble.
I'm not trying to be, but she had absolutely nothing to do with this. If you knew Laura...
Yeah, well, I don't, Gaynor. And with you in here, this looks like the best time to get acquainted. All right, Sergeant, open them up.
Very sweet of Bill Gaynor to give you my name, Mr. Waring. I can't tell you how I appreciate it.
Well, in all fairness to him, he tried to keep you out of this, Laura.
Laura?
Well, I feel as though I know you so well. After all, I've read so much about you in the papers.
You can't believe everything you read.
You mean it's not true about those 3 divorces and 2 annulments?
It was only 1 annulment.
Well, you know how these tabloids exaggerate.
I do. That's why I intend to keep my name out of them now.
I don't see how you're going to manage that.
I'll bet you could do it for me.
Well, sure. But where's my incentive?
Would money tempt you?
You might try.
$5,000.
No, I guess it wouldn't. But they say money isn't everything.
Oh. Would you like a drink?
Yes, now that I'd love.
I don't want you to get the wrong idea, Mr. Waring.
Oh, good gracious, no.
Actually, there's no reason for me to be involved in this mess. I never even knew this man, Finn.
Quinn. Steve Quinn.
Well, whatever his name was. If I didn't know him...
It follows you certainly wouldn't have killed him.
Naturally.
Mm-hmm.
Soda?
Just a squirt. Whoop, that's fine.
Now, honestly, Mike, do you see any reason why I should be involved? Don't misunderstand. If I thought I could possibly help Bill, I'd be tickled to... Excuse me.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Is that you, Miss Sherman?
Who is this?
Don't tell me you've forgotten so soon. This is Ozzie Miller.
I think you have the wrong number.
I said this is Ozzie Miller.
Well, there's no one here named Parker.
What's the matter? Can't you talk?
That's right.
Oh. Okay, call me back later. I'm at the New Bedford.
I don't know what's the matter with the phone company these days.
Yeah, Congress ought to look into it. Well, much as I hate to do this, Laura, I'm afraid I'll have to tear myself away.
Oh, but you didn't even finish your drink.
Well, suppose you keep it warm for me, Angel. I may be back sooner than you expect. Hello, Ozzie.
Who are you?
Cut it out, Ozzie. You mean to tell me Laura Sherman didn't call you back?
I don't know what you're talking about.
She must have known I was on my way over. Next time you use a phone...
Look, mister.
Waring is the name.
You better get out of here.
Well, that's a pretty fancy girl you got yourself mixed up with, Miller. If you don't watch out, you'll be toasting your pants on the Sing Sing grill.
You're crazy.
Are you and Steve Quinn working together?
Who's Steve Quinn?
How much did you take Laura for?
How much did we take her for?
Well, obviously you must have been blackmailing her.
Why, because I called her? Maybe we're in love.
Well, I'd forget it, Ozzie. I don't think you're her type. That's why I can't understand where you picked up whatever it was you were holding over her. Is that where Quinn came in?
Told you to get out of here.
I assume you have a permit for that gun.
No, but it can blow just as big a hole in you. You want to say?
No, that won't be necessary, Ozzie. I know when I'm not wanted.
Four, 1, 3.
Hello?
That you, Randy?
Who wants to know?
Ozzie Miller.
Oh, listen, you
I just
pest.
called you to do you a little favor. You know who's working for Bill Gaynor?
I don't care
It's
who.
Mike Waring.
Who?
Waring. I bet Bill Gaynor don't go to the chair for knocking off Steve.
You think so?
Well, you know the rep that Waring's got. He's not wrong very often. I thought you might want to do something about boosting his average.
Say, Jack.
Oh, me?
Yeah, I wonder if you could give us some help. Where's the Hayden Planetarium?
Go down 3 blocks, then turn right. Then right again at the next light.
Look, Jack, I hate to put you to any trouble, but you suppose you could take us over there?
What?
Come on, Waring. Get in.
Well, if you insist.
I do indeed. All right, Harold.
You know, nobody's going to believe this.
Won't they?
This kind of stuff went out with Little Caesar.
Maybe this is the right time for a revival. It all depends on how you feel about that client of yours.
You mean Bill Gaynor?
Yeah. He's got a fry for that Steve Quinn killing.
I don't know, friends. Beginning to look better for him all the time.
I hate to hear that, Waring. Maybe you better just drop the case.
Well, I don't want to seem stubborn, but I'll have to have some pretty good reasons.
Well, wait till Harold finds a nice, quiet spot, and I'll give you some. And I bet they'll all hit you in the right place.
Mike, come on, Mike. Wake up.
Huh?
Quit faking. You're in the hospital now.
Oh, what happened, Sergeant?
What happened? You're the luckiest guy in the world, that's all. You were hit over the head at least a dozen times.
Oh.
Sure, if they picked any other spot, you would have been a dead pigeon.
Why, you no good.
Now, do you want to tell me about it?
Now, why should I? Now, where's my client?
He's still sitting.
You mean you didn't let Gaynor go after this?
What's one thing got to do with the other?
Oh, you idiot. Why do you think I was beaten up? They were afraid I'd get Gaynor off.
I see.
You don't see a thing.
Well, then maybe you better explain it to me.
Gaynor was engaged to Laura Sherman.
That I told you.
Well, Steve Quinn was shaking her down.
Oh, really?
Yes, and there were several others in the deal.
Who, for instance?
For instance, a punk named Ozzie Miller. The party you want is the man behind Miller, and I know who he is. Now, if you want a description...
Now, let me do it this time, huh? He's 5'11", black hair, weighs about 190.
How did you know that?
My mother was frightened by Mr. D.A.
Oh.
Shall I go on impressing you?
You can try.
Your assailant's first name's Randy. When last seen, he was driving a green Nash. License number 438712.
Then you got him, huh?
No, but we will have in about 20 minutes.
Well, I tell you, this Randy is the boy who killed Quinn.
I don't see how you get that.
He practically admitted it to me. He was afraid I'd get Gaynor off.
Well, you can hardly blame him. You see, Randy's last name is Quinn.
What?
Yeah, he's Steve's brother. He's afraid you'd help his brother's killer get off.
Well, I figured...
Yeah, you figured. You know, that's some head you got on your shoulders, Mike. I can't blame Randy for trying to knock it off.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike Waring fell flat on his face. As we find him now, he's huddling with his client, trying to discover where he tripped.
I'm sorry, Mike, but I can't think of a thing.
You've got to, Gaynor. You only had an alibi.
I haven't. I was home all alone when Quinn was killed.
Well, that's not good enough.
What, can the police prove I wasn't?
No, they can't. That's the big item in your favor. But we can get you out of here if you just admit one thing.
Fine.
Your fight with Quinn concerned Laura Sherman. Now, come on, Gaynor. You might as well tell me the truth. I know most of it already. Quinn was blackmailing her.
That's right.
Well, what did he have on her?
Laura wouldn't tell me.
Where did Ozzie Miller fit in?
Who?
Ozzie Miller.
Laura didn't mention him.
Well, is it possible that Miller was working on his own?
I wouldn't know.
Well, suppose he was. Yeah, and suppose Quinn muscled in.
Well, then you think that...
I think it's high time we assembled our complete cast. We've got enough now to make it curtains for someone.
Friends, we are gathered here on this solemn occasion.
No. That's the wrong speech, Sergeant.
Well, what difference does it make, Mike? Mr. Miller wasn't paying attention anyway.
What's the matter, Ozzie? You bored?
You guys think you're smart.
Well...
I don't want to heckle, but when you two Rover boys are through playing games, I'd like to go.
Oh, what's your hurry, Laura? Don't you want to help us solve our little problem?
Yeah, who do you think killed Quinn?
I thought Mr. Gaynor was responsible.
I decline the nomination, Laura.
I still think you should be drafted, darling.
Well, that's not very charitable of you, Angel. Bill went to see Quinn because of you.
I didn't ask him to. It wasn't my fault if he wanted to play Sir Galahad.
Wasn't it?
No. We had a dinner date, and when I phoned him at 6 o'clock to call it off, he asked me to forgive him. We'd had a quarrel earlier that day.
About Quinn?
Yes. Somehow he guessed that Quinn was blackmailing me.
Well, I guess that does it, Sergeant.
You mean she...
I mean she'll make a first-class witness against Gaynor.
What are you babbling about?
Well, don't breathe it to a soul, Gaynor. But I was wrong about you all along. Now, ain't that enough to kill you?
You know, Mike, there's only one thing that bothers me.
Is there?
Yeah. When I think of the way you fouled up this case.
Well, now that's gratitude for you. I give the man a killer.
You what?
But just because you had Gaynor in the brig doesn't mean a thing. You never would have gotten a conviction. You didn't have a shred of proof.
You've got your nerve. I said all along that Gaynor killed Quinn because he was crazy about that girl.
Yeah, well, that just proves how flimsy your case was. That wasn't his motive at all.
No?
No, he killed Quinn because Steve muscled in on his personal gravy train.
Come again?
Look, if anybody was going to blackmail Laura, it was going to be Gaynor. Who do you think was working with Ozzie Miller?
Gaynor?
Certainly. And who else was in a position to know what Laura would pay off on? Oh, incidentally, what was that business anyway?
Well, according to Miller, New Year's Eve, while Laura was under the influence, she killed a pedestrian in Brooklyn.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, she's a grand girl.
but we'll get her for it. And I still insist Gaynor could have gone over to see Quinn because she sent him.
No, never. What time did Gaynor have that tussle with Quinn?
5 o'clock in the afternoon.
And it wasn't until 6 o'clock that night that Laura told him of her troubles. Obviously, then, the information had to come from his partner, Ozzie Miller.
Well, it could have come from you.
No, never. All I told him was that Quinn had a record. So now, will you behave?
Oh, you have the nerve to sit there so smugly after lousing up this whole case.
Well, you're a great one to talk, and after all I've done for you...
All you've done for me?
Oh, sure. I've always been ready to share everything 50-50 with you. And when I make a mistake,
yes.
I'm perfectly willing for you to take the rap. Now, what could be fairer than that?
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Laura. Well, thanks for the call, Angel, but tonight is out. Unless you'll settle for hot dogs and pop. I had a client, but he got killed before he paid me. You know, a thing like that's not only murder, it's a crime.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of everybody's gun. Before the Falcon solves tonight's case, let's listen to this. Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, the case of everybody's gun. It's Wednesday night in New York, and tall, sleepy-eyed Spencer Hollister has just admitted Jack Landis to his expensive penthouse apartment. Landis, a stocky, good-looking young fellow, sits on the arm of a chair, lighting a cigarette, while Hollister walks to his desk, opens it, and reaches in. He has just promised Landis a $5,000 check. But when he pulls his hand from the drawer, instead of a checkbook, he has a gun in it.
All right, Landis, don't move.
I'm not moving.
You don't seem surprised.
I've learned to expect anything.
Well, will it surprise you to learn that I know all about you?
Not terribly.
You don't believe me. Well, I happen to know your credentials are forged. I happen to know you've converted almost all the checks to cash already, and you expect to cash those you collected this weekend first thing in the morning and clear out.
All right, you go to the head of the class. Now what?
You have over $100,000 cash that you've swindled people out of by trading on their generosity. Rather nasty business, wouldn't you say? There's really nothing lower than a charity fake.
I'll go sit in a corner.
People will be furious to hear about it.
If?
You laid your plans carefully, but there are a few things you've overlooked. For instance, you have me on your sucker list as someone with a lot of cash and no brains, right?
Next time I'll give my prospective donors an IQ test.
Underestimating my intelligence wasn't your biggest mistake. Overestimating my bank account was.
Don't tell me you're a pauper, Hollister.
Worse. A debtor. Don't let this penthouse fool you, or the name Hollister either. The family fortune is a thing of the past. I'm in hock.
You're breaking my heart.
Don't feel too bad about it. You can help me out.
Can I?
You're giving me $75,000 in cash tonight.
I didn't know I was so generous.
I'm not fooling. Otherwise, I'll call the police.
I thought you disapproved of the way I made the money.
That's why I want to relieve you of it.
Well, what do you know? Brother Rhett.
Well, since we so thoroughly disapprove of each other, don't you think we ought to cut this conversation short?
I think.
Good. Then let's go get the cash. I've been told money talks, and that's a conversation I'd much rather listen to.
Homicide Squad, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Oh, good morning, Dimple.
Oh, now don't tell me. Let me guess.
Anything your little heart desires.
Animal, vegetable, or mineral?
Vegetable.
Is it a private detective?
How did you know?
They call him the Falcon?
On the nose.
His name is Mike Waring?
Bullseye.
I give up. Who is it?
2 other guys.
All right, Waring, what's up?
Well, I just lost a client.
And I thought you were such a good detective.
Yeah, so did my client. That's why he hired me.
What changed his mind for him?
A bullet?
You mean I got to go to work?
Well, that's up to you. I'm just reporting the murder like a good little citizen.
When did it happen?
Sometime last night.
Name of the stiff?
Spencer Hollister. 2 L's.
Where'll I find him?
Garraway Apartments, penthouse.
You there now?
Yep.
Well, stay there. I'll be right over.
All right, but as long as you're taking down the vital statistics, wouldn't you like to know the name of the murderer?
You got it?
Got a pretty good idea.
Yeah, I'm listening, Waring.
Hollister hired me to check up on a character named Jack Landis. Landis was soliciting funds on a charity deal, big funds. Hollister suspected he was a phony. He hired me to check up. Well, I found out Hollister was right. Landis was a phony. Yesterday, I gave Hollister the dope. Today, I dropped ground to pick up the check he promised me and found him with a bullet in his inside.
And you figure Landis put it there?
What do you think?
Well, I think it's worth checking on. I'll have him picked up.
Good boy. Landis probably killed Hollister because he knew too much. And since I'm the guy who told Hollister what he knew, Landis might decide to do the same for me.
Why aren't we laying low, Landis? You heard the radio. They've got the net out for you.
Yeah, for me. So what are you worrying about, Whitey?
But I'm with you.
If it bothers you, you can drop me at Thelma's.
Selva, you're not going up there.
Why not?
The first place the cops will look.
In that case, they should be through by the time I get there. So take me there and you can run over to your place in Jersey.
Okay, Landis, but believe me, you're asking for trouble.
Well, I don't always get what I ask for, Whitey. So stop worrying.
Jack.
Is it such a shock?
I know, but the papers say the police are looking for you.
Yeah, so I'd better get out of the hall. Close the door.
All right. I thought you'd try to get out of town.
And leave you?
This is pretty risky.
Nah, I don't think so. The police will think the same as you. They won't be looking for me in New York.
They might.
I don't think you're very happy to see me.
I'm worried for you.
Is that why you forgot to give me a kiss?
I'm sorry. Here.
Hey, baby, it's cold inside.
I guess I'm worried. Did you really kill that man?
Oh, so that's what's bothering you.
Did you?
I never pretended I was an angel, sweetheart.
But to kill a man...
You're doing all right, baby, aren't you?
Yes,
then
but
just remember this. Never look a gift mink in the mouth.
I can't help worry.
Forget it. We've got work to do.
Work?
You're going to help me dye my hair.
Oh. Does that mean you'll be staying around a while?
You don't sound pleased.
I just don't think it's safe.
I'm beginning to think it wouldn't be safe for me to leave.
What do you mean by that?
Well, this way I can keep an eye on you.
What's on your mind? You've been hinting at something ever since
I got frostbitten.
You won't believe it. It's just that I'm worried about you.
Sure I will. Only I can't help wondering whether what's worrying you is that I'll get caught. Or you will.
Who's there?
Hey, Ellie.
Oh, dear. Just a minute. Come in quick.
Yeah.
I told you on the phone to stay away from here, Elliot. Jack's been hanging around.
You also told me you went over to see Whitey Acosta today.
But he'll be back.
At least he'll give us a chance to talk. We've got to decide what to do.
There's nothing we can do.
We can turn Landis into the police.
I wouldn't dare. He'd kill me.
From jail?
I have no guarantee they'd hold him.
Well, he wouldn't have to know. The police are after him already.
Yeah, that's right.
We just have to be sure that there's no way of his finding out you had anything to do with the tip-off.
He'd be sure to suspect us.
He doesn't know about me. Maybe I could do something.
He suspects there's somebody else, though.
He can't be very suspicious if he wouldn't have left you alone.
Well, we all make mistakes, fella.
Jack.
Oh, she's always so happy to see me. Whitey got kind of boring. I thought things would be more interesting around here. That's why I'm back so soon. Seems I was right.
Please, Jack, don't do anything.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend? Well, looks like I'll have to do it myself. I'm Jack Landis. You're,
Elliot Crane.
Pleased to know you, Mr. Crane. Oh, by the way, Thelma, I want to apologize for this sudden appearance. I had to make it the back way because anyone as popular as I am with the law can't very well be seen riding in elevators.
What are you going to do?
That worries you, doesn't it? Or is it this gun that frightens you? Or the fact that you plan to double-cross me? Or maybe the combination, Or why doesn't somebody say something? I don't like to hog the conversation.
Elliot, do something. I know the look on his face.
What?
Yes, indeed. What can
He's going to kill us.
Oh, now, sweetheart. You know that I... Oh,
What's the matter?
I don't know. I'm dizzy.
Elliot, quick.
Yeah. All right, mister, I'll take that gun.
Just let me sit down.
Sure, sit right there, but I've got the gun.
Yeah, so I see. Now, tell me, you disappoint me. Do you really think I was going to kill you?
You had a gun.
What would killing you accomplish? Revenge? No, that's true, but it's petty. You should know, sweetheart, that I'm never petty.
He wants to talk his way out of it. Don't let him tell her. Call the police while I keep an eye on him.
You'll need more than an eye.
I also have a gun.
Which doesn't happen to be loaded, whereas this one does.
Elliot,
don't reach for that.
I told you it wasn't loaded. That's why I brought along this other one.
I don't understand.
I'll explain it to you in a minute, but first put that gun down on the desk. Go ahead, or do you want me to prove that this one's loaded?
All right. I'm putting it down. There.
That's better. I hate to disappoint you, but you won't be getting this one from me. I don't make a habit of the dizzies. Now, don't look so worried. I told you I wasn't going to kid you.
What are you going to do?
I also told you it'd be nothing petty. There's a little narcotics scheme I have in mind that ought to net $250,000. But there's a certain amount of risk involved. And it occurred to me that young Mr. Crane here is just the man to take that risk.
You want me to...
To help get it past customs.
Oh, I couldn't.
Well, that's up to you. If you don't, Thelma's going to be found with a bullet in her head. And the bullet is going to come from that gun you had, which has got your fingerprints on it.
No, please.
You got your choice. Take orders or face a murder rap.
What can I say?
Yes or no? But I hope it'll be yes. Because I promised Thelma that I wouldn't kill her. And I hate to be a liar. But, under the circumstances, I don't think I'll have to be. Do you?
Hello, Waring. Thought I'd find you dead lunching that.
Corbett, sit down. Want to pick a rib with me or pick my brain?
I'm looking for a lead.
Well, if it's a lead you want, Sergeant, I'll give you one.
Oh, hello, Ed.
Hi, Sarge. Believe me, in this warm weather, the best lead anyone can give you is a nice, cool salad.
Made with Miracle Whip, no doubt.
Naturally, because there's nothing like Miracle Whip to give you a really delicious flavor to your salad.
Now, look, Ed, I know that your salads are good. I know that Miracle Whip makes them the best doggone salads I ever ate. But, well, right now I've got something else on my mind.
Something else?
Oh, good grief, Corbett, don't scare him so. Ed doesn't know that there isn't room for more than one thing in your mind.
Oh, no, Sergeant. That wasn't what I meant. Not at all. I meant there couldn't be something else like Miracle Whip. Honestly, there's nothing like Miracle Whip. It's the only one of its kind.
Now, Ed, don't get excited. I'd just love to have something to eat. And on a day like this, I'd love nothing more than a good, cool salad made of, well, lots of fresh vegetables and plenty of Miracle Whip. But, I couldn't eat it here.
Couldn't eat it here? Why not?
Because when Waring's here, it takes my appetite.
Well, then why don't you take your appetite right over to that table in the corner and start eating?
You know, if I didn't know you fellas so well, I'd think you really meant those things you say to each other.
Okay, Ed. Now bring me a cheese sandwich and one of those salads made with that salad dressing of yours.
Oh, well, now, it's not my salad dressing, Sergeant. Miracle Whip is made by Kraft, and by golly, they make it so good that I understand it's America's favorite salad dressing.
Say, tell me something. If you made America's favorite salad and forgot to put Miracle Whip on it, what would you have?
Oh, that's easy. America's favorite salad, undressed.
Oh, my. Well, wrap them up, Ed.
All right, you will, Mike. Right away.
Now, you, Waring, what can you tell me about Jack Landis?
Nothing more than I have.
Well, then, what about Whitey Acosta?
Never heard of him.
Oh, I can see you're not going to be so much help.
Well, I like to leave a few odds and ends for you. It's good for your morale. Who is this Whitey Acosta, anyway?
Well, according to our information, he's Landis's partner.
Must have been a silent partner.
I thought Landis worked the job alone.
Well, maybe the girl can tell me something.
What girl?
Thelma Patterson. Landis used to go with her.
Have you talked to her yet?
No, didn't want to tip her off. We have a man stacked out in front of her building in case Landis comes by, but he hasn't shown, so I guess we'll have to try the girl.
Well, what does she look like?
Cute, they told me.
Well, Corbett, seeing as how you're over your head again, perhaps I can be persuaded to lend assistance.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll question the girl.
Oh, thanks just the same, Waring, but one of my men can handle it.
Well, how will he handle it? Now, me?
I wouldn't think of troubling you.
It's no trouble.
It's a matter of routine.
You'd be amazed how interesting routine can be sometimes. And I have a free evening, so, Corbett, where does she live?
Hello?
Hello, Corbett.
Oh, Waring, did the girl succumb to your charms?
Haven't seen her yet.
Well, then why this call?
When I got to her apartment house, there was a crowd in the alley. Been another shooting.
Huh?
Yeah, the night squad is there now. But I thought you'd like to run over, even though you're through for the day. This looks like part of your case.
How?
Well, you're looking for Landis.
Is he there?
Yep.
Well, what happened? Did he shoot the girl?
Not exactly, Corbett. Somebody shot him.
Elliot, I've got to talk to you.
What is it?
Jack's been murdered.
What? Where? When?
Right downstairs, just after you left.
Are the police there?
Not up here, but there's a big crowd down below. I can see them from the back window.
Well, just sit tight.
But the gun with the fingerprints, he had it.
Well, that's right, but we've got to do something.
There's somebody at my door.
Police?
Maybe.
Don't tell them a thing.
We'll have to tell them.
Not now. I'll try to get word to you.
All right. Goodbye. I'm coming. Yes?
Thelma Patterson?
That's right.
I'm Sergeant Corbett of the New York Police Department.
Police? Why? What's wrong?
You used to go with Jack Landis, didn't you?
Yes, but
When's the last time you saw him?
Not for weeks.
You're sure? Sure you didn't see him today?
Of course not. Why?
Would it surprise you if I were to tell you Landis was killed today?
No, not any day.
Well, you don't seem very upset.
I told you, Jack and I have been finished for weeks.
Well, we're going to have to ask you some questions. Do we come in?
But I don't know anything.
Well, who cares? We'd still like to come in.
Who is this, Sergeant?
Mike Waring.
Falcon?
Yeah, you were right, Corbett. Real cute.
What?
I was hoping we could get acquainted.
Now, see here, Mr. Waring.
Oh, you don't have to worry. Corbett's your chaperone.
Oh, don't mind me.
Are you kidding? Well, Thelma, do we come in?
All right. But I don't know what I can tell you.
Well, we'll worry about that when we ask. Come in, Corbett.
Yeah. Now, Miss Patterson, what can you tell us about Whitey Acosta?
I don't know any such person.
Well, he used to go with Landis.
Yes.
Whitey was a friend of Landis.
I wouldn't know.
Well, you must have met him sometime.
Now, hold it, Corbett. Don't mind the sergeant, Thelma. He has to bring in a suspect, so he's a little irritable. You better humor him, or he might decide the suspect is you.
But I don't know
Well,
him.
do you know anyone who would know?
I don't think... Well, wait a minute.
What is it?
You might try Happy's bar. Jack used to hang around there. Perhaps he met this Whitey there. Perhaps someone there may know.
Thanks, Angel. I'll try it. So long.
Hey, where are you going, Waring?
Happy's bar. And Corbett, did you learn anything about routine?
What's yours, mister?
I'm not drinking today.
How come you're hanging over a bar?
I'm looking for someone.
Expect to find him in the bottles?
Could be. Are you happy?
I'm dancing with joy, can't you see?
The guy they call Happy, owner of this fire trap.
They call me Happy. What they call you?
Mike.
And when you go formal?
Mike Waring.
Mike Waring. I heard of a Falcon by that name once.
Well, now that we know each other, do I get some help?
Who you looking for?
Whitey Acosta.
Whitey, eh?
By the way, did you drop this 20?
20. Thanks, Waring. Maybe you'd better come with me.
Delighted.
Right through back. This way. All right. You friend of Whitey's?
The
National Broadcasting Company interrupts this program to bring you a special bulletin. General Matthew Ridgway has accepted the enemy's proposal to meet next Sunday to discuss preliminary plans for a ceasefire in Korea. He asked that a 3-man UN liaison team be given safe conduct to Kaesong. Keep tuned to your NBC station for the later news.
Door right here. I'll turn on the light.
There's nobody in here.
There is. Hey! Get out of here. I'd like your wearing. I'm the obliging guy. And by the way, do you like beer?
Yes.
Fine. You just sit there like a good little boy and keep your mouth shut or you'll get a bottle right between the eyes.
Hello, Whaley. See, guns are being worn in the hand these days.
Just a precaution, like locking you in here.
Would you be Whitey Acosta?
It's possible. What do you want with him?
Rectify an error.
Hmm?
Somebody hired me to check on Jack Landis. I did, but I stopped short of you. Assuming you are Whitey.
What have I got to do with Landis?
You worked with him. If you're Whitey.
Where'd you hear that?
From that famous character. Very reliable source.
Source must have a name.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Was it the girl?
What girl?
Thelma Patterson. I warned Landis about her.
And you admit knowing Landis.
Lots of people knew him. But you worked for him. I didn't say that.
He was a studious type, liked to travel on wits and charm. Shooting someone down like Hollister seemed a little out of character. Not much, but a little. You could have been his muscles.
You're trying to tie the Hollister job to me?
It's worth thinking about.
It'll take more than thinking.
Then there's the Landis job. You could have done that.
What Landis job?
Oh, haven't you heard? He's been killed, too.
What? What kind of a gag is that?
Oh, believe me, when I try for laughs, I do better than that.
It's her. Who? Thelma Patterson. Landis told me he was going to put a heel on Crane and her.
Oh, when did he tell you this?
Today.
And you saw him today.
So I saw him today. Make something out of it. It was early.
And he was going to turn on the heat.
Yeah. They must have had enough heat already. So it works backward, and they stick you onto me so I can take the rap. Yeah, it adds up.
Yeah, you're pretty good at figures, Whitey. But let's not get ahead of ourselves.
All I got to get ahead of is that girl.
Well, maybe I can help you. If you'll help me.
What can you do?
If you're telling the truth, plenty. It's the house of putting away that heater and letting me at it, huh?
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Hello, Corbett. I found Whitey Acosta.
Good. Now you can lose him.
What?
The case is all wrapped up without Whitey.
Well, bully for you. What happened?
Well, we found the gun, and it has fingerprints on it.
Whose are they?
Who do you think?
Well, offhand, I'd guess the girl.
Well, what do you know? He wins the gold-plated uppers. Yeah, you're right, Waring. The murder gun shows a nice, clear set of Thelma Patterson's prints.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I am no detective, but I do know that things look bad for Thelma right now. After all, no two fingerprints are the same. Each one is distinctive, different. All of which reminds me to tell you about distinctive, delicious Miracle Whip. There's no other salad dressing like it. Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A few hours have passed since Corbett told Mike the case was as clear as Thelma's fingerprints on the murder gun. However, Thelma insists on her innocence. And now at headquarters, he's trying to prove it to the Falcon and Corbett.
But, Sergeant, I cooperated with you before, didn't I? Why won't you believe me now?
Well, I'd like to, but I believe fingerprints even more.
But I can explain about them.
Well, go ahead.
Jack came and threatened me if I wouldn't hide him out. I pulled a gun to protect myself and chased him out of the apartment. And somebody must have stolen the gun and killed him.
Well, that makes real sense.
Well, it's Mike Corbett at that.
Yeah, Waring? Well, who'd know about the gun? Who'd have opportunity to steal it?
I can think of one person.
Yeah, who?
Her boyfriend.
I don't have a boyfriend. Not since Jack.
Oh. Well, Corbett, looks like we're ready for Whitey.
Yeah. Levine.
Yes, Sergeant.
Bring us Whitey Acosta.
Yes.
You found White? But he doesn't know.
We'll see what he knows.
You want me, Sergeant?
Yeah, Whitey. Waring tells me you saw Landis today.
That's right.
Did he say anything to you about the girl?
Yeah. He suspects she found herself a new playmate. Said he was going to find out if she had. He was going to make things hot for them.
So that's your evidence. Jack suspected. A lot that proves.
Well, don't be impatient, sweetheart. We have more.
Yeah. Levine.
Yes, Sergeant.
Let's have Crane.
Yes, sir.
Crane?
Elliot Crane. You know, he's going to be disappointed about you telling us you got no boyfriend. He had an idea he was it.
Thelma, are you all right?
Elliot, how much... What have you told him?
Everything. The whole truth. I had to.
Well, that's more than we can say for your girlfriend.
I wanted to keep Elliot out of this. But as long as you found out about him anyway, I might as well tell the truth now.
Well, that'll be nice for a change.
Well, Elliot and I were together. And Jack came in with a gun.
Yeah, I told him about me getting the gun, so that's why my prints would be on it.
Let her tell it, Elliot.
But it was like Elliot said.
All right, that explains his prints, except the murder gun had yours, not his.
I know.
What's that? You didn't tell me about it.
Jack ordered us to obey him. And then he left with the gun that had Elliot's fingerprints on it. He picked it up with a handkerchief in his hand so the fingerprints wouldn't be destroyed. And then Elliot and I talked for a little while, and then he left.
What did you decide?
I was going to do what Landis wanted, because I didn't want anything to happen to Thelma.
I said let her tell it.
Sorry.
That's the way it was. Anyway, a little later I went out, and I went through the alley. It's a shortcut to the next street. And there was Jack, dead, and the gun nearby.
The one with Crane's prints?
I was afraid it was the same gun, so I picked it up and wiped off the prints. And then I heard someone coming, so I ducked into a doorway. And I held the gun in case I'd have to use it to get away. That's how I got my prints.
Oh, you admit you were going to use a gun in a getaway.
But I couldn't be found there with the gun. I knew how it would look.
Wouldn't look any worse than it does now.
I was frightened. I wasn't thinking too clearly. Anyway, whoever came hurried away. I guess to call the police. I was in such a panic by that time I just dropped the gun and ran.
And you expect us to believe that?
Oh, why not, Corbett? People do screwy things when they're scared.
Oh, tell me you believe her, Waring.
Well, since she didn't kill Landis, I don't see why not.
Who says she didn't kill Landis?
Whitey says so, because he did it.
What? Whitey?
That's right, Corbett. Whitey's the murderer. So go ahead, make your arrest.
All right, Waring. Whitey killed Landis because they had the $100,000 from the charity swindle stashed away, and Whitey decided to keep the whole pile for himself.
That's right, Corbett. And he felt sure we'd pin the killing on Elliot Crane or the girl Thelma. That's why he was willing to cooperate with us.
But where'd he slip up?
Well, he said when Landis visited him that Landis suspected Thelma had another boyfriend. But Landis didn't confirm it till later.
Yeah, so?
When I first saw Whitey, he specifically named Crane. In fact, that's how I was able to locate Crane.
Oh, yeah. So that meant Whitey had seen Landis again after the visit to the girl.
Mm-hmm. Which puts him at the murder scene. Landis took Whitey along for protection and left him waiting outside to be ready if anything went wrong, just like he did at Hollister's.
And Whitey killed him. Some protection.
Well, he shouldn't have been surprised. If the man puts his life in the hands of a gunman, he's playing with gunfire.
The Kraft Food Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Alice. I'm glad you called. Well, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm busy on a case. Some boy I know is coming over from Sing Sing, and I wish he wouldn't. To me, it sounds like a bad break.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon calls. The Case of the Vanishing Varmint.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, the case of the vanishing varmint. It's Wednesday evening in Manhattan. And upstate, a gentleman named Paul Mackenzie is taking life easy. Not that Mr. Mackenzie is lazy. He's not working because he had an argument with the state of New York, and unfortunately, he came out second best.
All right, Mackenzie, inside.
Oh, hiya, Mac.
Drop dead with it.
I don't know what's the matter with you.
Is that the New York paper?
Yeah.
Let's see it, Wayne.
I'm doing a crossword puzzle. You know a 5-letter word for burglar?
You trying to be funny?
No, see? 17 across.
Ah, give me.
What'd you do that for? You broke the point on my pencil.
Well, that's just two. Hey, what are you doing now?
I'm sharpening the point on the windowsill.
Let's see that.
Ah, cut it out, Mac. I ain't hurting nothing.
Let me see that point. Hey, that's not bad.
You can get it real sharp like that. I always say concrete is as good as sandpaper.
Is that what you always say?
Yeah. When I was a kid...
Shut up. When do you draw kitchen duty again?
Tomorrow.
Swell. Why don't you rob me a spoon?
A spoon?
That's right.
Why should I?
Now, look, Wayne, we're friends, aren't we?
No.
What's the matter? Can't you take a joke? All I want's a crummy spoon. Who's going to miss it?
I'm not going to do it, man.
It's not like I was asking for a knife.
I said I'm not...
I said you would. Well...
Why do you want it for?
You got to have a reason for everything. Just give me a spoon. That's all I ask. Hey, Wayne. Wayne, wake up.
Well, let me alone, Mac.
Come on, dopey. Wake up. Keep your voice down. You understand?
Where'd you get that knife?
Remember the spoon you got me last week?
Yeah?
Just shows what a little homework will do. I filed it down.
How?
The same way you sharpen your pencil. Turned out real keen. Don't you think?
Cut it out.
Well, pay attention.
You gonna bust out?
What do you think?
You're crazy.
Like a fox. And you're coming with me.
Oh, no.
Don't get me wrong, Wayne. I'm not that fond of your company, but I need another guy to work this. Now get back in your cut and keep on. Don't you open your yap for anything.
What are you gonna do?
The less you know, the less you'll have to worry about. Hey, Daniels! Daniels!
All right, what's the trouble, Mackenzie?
There's something the matter with Wayne.
Huh? Wayne! Wayne!
I don't think he's breathing.
What happened?
I don't know. I saw him swallow a pill.
What?
Yeah, about 20 minutes ago.
All right, stand back. I'm coming in.
You think maybe it was poison?
What's the matter with you, Wayne? Can I help you turn him over, Mac?
Don't bother, Daniels. He'll be okay.
Huh?
Too bad I can't say the same for you.
No, you killed him.
Well, what are you waiting for? Applause? Let's go.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mike Waring, please.
Isn't this Sergeant Corbett?
Mike?
Who else? How are you, Bright Eyes?
Busy. But I thought you might be interested in this flash that just came over the teletype. Here, I'll read it to you. Paul Mackenzie and Wayne Thompson broke out of jail tonight at 9:30, may be headed for New York. These men are dangerous. Use caution in apprehending.
So?
Well, doesn't it mean anything to you?
Should it?
I think so. Remember the Weber hold-up a few years back? You represented the insurance company.
Oh, yeah. Mackenzie was the boy we grabbed.
As I recall, he was kind of peeved at you. Didn't he make a couple of threats?
I was just blowing off steam.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. Frankly, I don't. Well, it's been nice talking to you, Mike. Hope I get to do it again sometime. Just a second. Just a second. Yes?
Hello, Harris.
Mackenzie.
Shut the door.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
What's the matter, Harris? You act like you're seeing a ghost. It's your old boss, remember?
Yeah, but I heard on the radio that...
What?
That a car with you and what's his name?
Wayne?
Yeah, went off a drawbridge near Sing Sing.
Well, I wasn't in it. We separated as soon as we got over the walls. Was there anything else?
No.
What about the guard I knifed?
They say he's going to pull through.
I guess this is my lucky day.
How did you get to town?
What do you think?
Well, you certainly didn't come by the super chief.
I rode the rods. Give me some soap. I want to wash up.
Yeah, sure.
What do you hear from Ruth?
Ruth?
Ruth Nelson, stupid.
I haven't seen her in months, Mac.
I told you to keep an eye on her. Hand me that towel.
Yeah.
Well?
Well, what?
What do you got to say for yourself?
Oh, be reasonable, Mac. I couldn't follow Ruth around.
Why not?
Well, let's skip that for now. There's lots more important things to do.
Such as?
Such as getting you out of the country.
Now, don't be a chump, Harris. I'm staying right here.
What? You're out of your mind.
That's the trouble with people who don't spend any time in jail. You don't appreciate your own hometown. You forget the attractions. Now, I got a beautiful girl in New York and about $250,000 in bonds.
Yes, I know, Mac, but...
Good, because I want them both here by 5 o'clock tonight. Let me look at you, Ruth.
Have I changed much, honey?
Nah. You look better than ever. Okay, Harris, beat it.
But I thought you wanted...
What's the matter? Don't you understand English? Go on, blow. Find yourself somewhere else to flop tonight.
All right, Mike. But be careful, will you?
Stop being such a worrywart. I'll be okay. Come here, baby.
Gosh, man. Wonderful to have you back.
You miss Papa, huh?
Yes.
Why don't you keep in touch with Harris?
You know how I always felt about him?
Oh, he's okay. Oh, hey, that reminds me. I was so tickled to see him, I forgot to ask, where are the bonds?
Bonds?
Yeah, before I went up.
Oh, those. Well, I didn't bring them along.
Why not?
Well, when Harris first told me you were here, I thought he was kidding.
Well, you can see he wasn't. I want you to pick him up the second thing in the morning.
What do you mean, second thing?
Mike Waring still around?
Who?
The private deck they call a Falcon.
No, I don't know.
Well, first thing tomorrow, Ruth, you find out and make an appointment for me.
What for?
You'll find out when I talk to Waring. You know how I hate to repeat myself. It's funny he doesn't answer.
Maybe he's gone out for a while.
Yeah.
What are you going to do, Mac?
Make myself comfortable while I wait. I think this one ought to do the trick. Oh, what do you know? Guess the old man hasn't lost his touch, eh, Ruthie?
Oh, Mac. Now, listen to me.
Inside.
But, honey.
I said inside. Now, what were you going to say?
Mike Waring's not going to like this.
That'll teach him not to break dates with yours truly.
No, I guess you're right.
What do you mean, you guess? Aren't you sure?
I only meant...
Wait a minute. Did you make an appointment with Waring for me?
Well, of course I did.
Then how come he isn't here?
I don't know.
You're lying.
All right, so I am. I never called Waring.
No?
Honest, Mac, I was only thinking of your welfare.
I'll bet you would. Next time I tell you to do something, you do it. I don't need any masterminding.
So that's the thanks I get.
You kidding? I got news for you, sweetheart. Even at Sing Sing, I heard a couple of stories about you.
They're about me and Arnold Lucas. They were lies.
What was her name again, Lucas? Come on, answer me.
Let me alone.
Talk up, Ruthie. I'm going to know the score if I have to break every bone in your lovely body.
I'm warning you, Mac. Stay away from me.
You're warning me.
Go on, laugh, you big ape. But you put a finger on me and I'll put a finger on you, and we'll see who yells louder.
Mr. Waring?
Yes, that's right.
I've been waiting for you out here since 10:30.
Well, that's a switch. They generally wait inside.
Pardon?
Skip it. You're,
Susan Andrews.
Well, what's on your mind, Miss Andrews?
It's Mrs. Andrews. I'm staying at the Renard apartment.
Well, you've still got something on your mind.
Well, couldn't we talk inside?
Oh, sure. Come right in, Mrs. Andrews. Oh, on second thought, stay right where you are.
What?
Now, stop it.
Is he dead?
Well, if he isn't, he's as reasonable a facsimile as you can get with 2 slugs in the brain.
That's Paul Mackenzie, isn't it?
Who?
Paul Mackenzie, one of the men who broke out of jail yesterday.
How would you know?
I recognized him from his picture.
Funny. I never would have.
Who are you calling?
The police, do you mind?
What's the matter?
The line has been cut. All right, Mrs. Andrews, you stay right here till I get back.
Yes, but what about Mackenzie?
I wouldn't worry. In his condition, I think we can prevail upon him to hang around, too.
Oh, you're out of your mind, Mike. Mackenzie was in the car with Wayne when it went off that drawbridge near Sing Sing.
Mm-hmm. Well, have they discovered the bodies yet, Sergeant?
Well, no.
I tell you, they never will. At least not Mackenzie's, because he's right here in my place.
Oh.
Mrs. Andrews? Mrs. Andrews?
Looks like nobody's home.
I don't get it, Corbett. I left her standing right, but... Holy smoke, what happened to the body?
What body?
I told you, Mackenzie's. It was lying right there near the sofa.
Look, Mike, if you got nothing better to do...
You've got to believe me, Corbett. Why would I make up a yarn like that?
That's what I'm wondering. But whatever your reason is, it better be funny.
I tell you, the line was cut.
Seems to be all right now.
Well, they must have patched it.
Oh, sure. Where was this Mrs. Andrews living?
At the Reynard Apartments.
That's Fleming 1222, isn't it?
Now, go ahead. But you're wasting your time, Sergeant. Whoever removed Mackenzie must have taken her along for the ride. He won't be in.
I know. There's only one question in my mind. Whether she ever was.
Look, are you calling me...
Now, keep quiet. Reynard Apartments? You got a Mrs. Susan Andrews registered there?
Hello?
Mrs. Susan Andrews?
Yes, that's right.
Hey, there is such a person.
She's there now.
Hello?
Let me talk to her.
Wait your turn.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Andrews. This is Sergeant Corbett of the police. Did you ever hear of a private detective named Mike Waring?
Waring? No, I don't believe I have.
Oh, then you weren't at his place this morning?
Well, I don't see how I could be. Your call just woke me.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Andrews. You know any more funny stories, Mike? I'm just dying to hear them. Well, I'm still waiting, Mike. What was the idea of the gag?
I tell you, it was no gag, Sergeant.
Well, then how do you explain it?
I can't. I just don't get it, that's all.
Oh, if you're referring to your sandwich, Mike's coming right up.
Oh, and...
And just wait till you see what else Ed's Luncheonette has for you. Can you guess what it is?
Oh, please, Eddie, I'm in no mood to play guessing games. I'm not able to think on an empty stomach.
Well, what puzzles me is how you're able to think on an empty head.
But, Mike, look, just try to guess. Think of cool, shimmering beauty. A real attractive dish.
A beautiful tomato? Where is she?
No, Mike, not a girl. It's a real tomato
filled
with cream cheese. A nice, cool salad for summer.
All right, fine. Bring it on. I'm hungry.
But guess what else I'd do with this salad? To pep it up.
You probably use a salad dressing.
Mike, you're psychic.
Yeah, he can figure out everything but the case he's working on.
Oh, but he's right, Sergeant. This salad needs a dressing to pep it up. So I add a swell, peppy flavor by using... Guess what?
Look, if I say the right thing, will you make me queen for a day?
Well, I can't do that, but you know the answer. It's Miracle Whip, Mike. Boy, that stuff is wonderful. It's just right. You know, not too sharp or too mild. Just right.
Mm-hmm.
What more could you ask for?
Yes.
Huh?
Guess what more I could ask for.
Oh, gosh, I don't know. Here's a delicious tomato salad filled with cream cheese and topped with America's favorite salad dressing, Miracle Whip. A salad dressing that tastes so different, folks call it the one and only. Now, what more could you possibly ask for?
Just one thing, Eddie. Can't you guess?
No, Mike, I give up. What is it?
Will you please bring the salad and the sandwich? What are you waiting for? Get on the ball.
Oh, sure, Mike. Why didn't you say so?
Hey, you better get on the ball yourself, Mike. You claim Mackenzie was in your place this morning?
I tell you he was.
Yeah, that's what you've been telling me all day. Don't you think it's time now that you furnished a little proof?
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Andrews. Remember me?
Mr. Waring.
Yes, Angel. Mr. Waring.
Won't you come in?
Try and keep me out. All right. Now, what's this all about?
What's what all about?
Listen, Susie, I'm in no mood for evasions. You saw me find Mackenzie's body this morning.
I?
Yes, you. I want to know why you lied about it on the phone.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, I don't often strike a woman, but in your case...
No, wait a minute. Wait.
It's coming back to you now.
Mr. Waring, why don't you forget about it? Make believe it never happened.
Have the cops think I'm crazy for the rest of my life? Oh, no. Now, what went on in that apartment after I left?
Please.
Look, I'll make it easy for you. You had a visitor, didn't you?
Yes.
Who was he?
He didn't tell me his name.
Well, what did he tell you?
Just to keep my mouth shut. Otherwise...
Well, never mind. I can imagine what that otherwise was. Then what happened?
He picked up Mackenzie's body and disappeared.
No, it wasn't as simple as that, Susie. You don't walk around the streets of New York with a dead body on your hands. It might cause talk. So how did he get rid of it?
He had a car waiting near the service entrance.
And you followed him?
Well,
Now, don't lie, Susie. You must have. What was the license number?
I didn't think to copy it down.
But I'm warning you,
No,
Angel.
wait a minute. Let me get my purse. It was 8L463.
All right. Thank you, Susie. You've been a great help. I think I can take it from here. Well, I'm looking for a gentleman named Larry Harris.
What do you want?
My name is Mike Waring.
That still leaves me in the dark.
I don't see why, Harris. You were up to my place this morning, weren't you?
Where'd you get that screwy idea?
You own a 51 Nash, license number 8L463, don't you?
No.
Well, you better inform the License Bureau. According to their records, the car belongs to you.
What if it does?
It was parked near the service entrance to my building today.
Oh.
What did you do with Mackenzie's body?
Well, strictly between us, Waring, I don't see how that's any of your business.
Well, that's where you're wrong, Harris. When someone uses my place for a slaughterhouse, it concerns me vitally.
Yeah, I suppose when you look at it that way, you've got a beef. Would, $500 take care of it?
Only if I can take it out in information.
Now, look, fella, let me give you a little tip. Nobody's been hurt.
Except Mackenzie.
It's no skin off your nose, forget it.
And if I don't?
Someone's liable to get sore at you.
Who might that be?
I don't like to mention names, but it might be me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, my arm.
What's the matter, Harris? Can't you stand a little pressure?
Cut it. I'm wearing you. You're breaking.
Well, that ought to convince you that I mean business. Now, what was your tie-up with Mackenzie?
You can go. Oh.
Come on, spill it.
We were friends. He was holed up here last night.
Why did he want to see me?
I don't know.
You sure?
I tell you, I don't know.
Well, would you know what happened to all that money he had stashed away?
What money?
Mackenzie was serving time for payroll robbery. I was the one who sent him up, but we never recovered the loot.
I never saw a penny of it.
Then who did?
He spent it all on his girlfriend before they caught him.
That sounds like a physical impossibility. It was close to $250,000.
You don't know this girl.
No, but I'd like to. What's her name?
Ruth Nelson.
All right, just one more thing. Did you kill Mackenzie?
And then go back to your place and remove his body? What do you think?
I don't know. Maybe Ruth Nelson can help me arrive at some satisfactory answer.
Waiter.
May I help you, madam?
Yeah, I'd like a... wait a minute. You're no waiter.
I still wouldn't mind serving you. Can I buy you a drink?
Aren't you afraid I might have a jealous boyfriend?
If you have, you probably know the best way to handle him.
Sit down.
Thanks. Oh, waiter, 2 scotch and sodas here.
Right away, Mr. Waring. What did he call you?
Why, did it sound insulting?
Is your name Waring?
Well, I was keeping you for surprise, Ruth.
Beat it.
Now, what kind of hospitality do you call that? I didn't turn you out when you dropped in at my place.
What do you mean?
Weren't you there this morning with Mackenzie?
No.
You'll have to do better than that, Ruth. I couldn't forget that perfume. Voodoo, isn't it?
Mac sends you over to apologize.
Why should he?
Didn't he tell you he slapped me around?
Well, what did you do, walk out?
Wouldn't you?
Well, I wasn't going steady with him, so it's hard to say.
Well, where does he get off accusing me of two-timing him with Arnold Lucas?
Weren't you?
No. Mac doesn't believe me. Can check it with Arnold. You'll find him at the Granger Hotel.
I kind of doubt that. Incidentally, Ruth, you wouldn't happen to know why Mackenzie wanted to see me in the first place.
Didn't he tell you?
He couldn't very well, Angel. When I first saw him, he was dead.
Dead?
Murdered, to be exact.
Is this a gag?
Hardly.
Listen, Waring, Arnold had nothing to do with this.
Who said he did?
Well, I thought...
If you did, Ruth, that's good enough for me. I'll be seeing you, Angel.
Who is it?
Telegram for Arnold Lucas.
Would you be kind enough to slip it under the door?
Sorry, mister. You got to sign for it.
Just a moment.
Hello?
You are not from the Western Union?
Well, I tried to enlist, but they wouldn't have me.
Who are you?
Waring is the name, Mike Waring.
What can I do for you, Mr. Waring?
Well, it's a long story, Lucas. You mind if I make myself comfortable while I tell it?
Please do.
Thanks.
May I offer you something?
Just a couple of answers. You see, I'm a private detective.
How interesting.
Yes, you get to meet a lot of dull people that way. I'll never guess how I got in touch with you.
Perhaps not.
Ever hear of a man named Paul Mackenzie?
Once or twice?
No, he's dead.
How sad.
Yes, very. But you can dry those tears, fella. I think I know where to locate his murderer.
How did you accomplish that?
Well, I had several fine leads. An automobile license plate led me to Larry Harris.
Harris? I don't believe I had the pleasure.
No, but you do have a mutual friend, Ruth Nelson.
Oh?
Yes, she's a wonderful gal, Lucas.
Glad you appreciate her fine qualities.
I'd be an ingrate if I didn't. After all, she gave me you.
But not for keeps.
Oh, hello, Ruth. What are you doing here?
You're the boy who knows all the answers.
Judging from that gun in your hand, there could only be one.
Never let it be said that you can't put two and two together. Hello, Arnold.
It was so nice of you.
It was a pleasure.
Well, if I'm in your way, folks.
Come back, we're wearing.
I just thought you two might like to be alone.
We have plenty of opportunity for that later.
Well, I don't know, Lucas. You better act fast before the police grab you.
I don't think there's any danger of that.
You're wrong, Ruth. I've got your boyfriend dead to rights.
And that's where you're wrong, Waring, because in a couple of minutes he'll have you dead. Period.
Well, Ruth pointing a gun at him really poses a question as to Mike's future. Let's hope he has the right answer. But I don't need anybody to point a gun at me to give you the one right answer to the question of what to use as a dressing for salad. The answer? Miracle Whip.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Only a minute has passed since Ruth Nelson made her dramatic entrance into Arnold Lucas's apartment with a gun and promptly aimed it at Mike Waring's head. And now, as we find the gay trio, Ruth seems determined to get down to business.
All right, Waring. If you've got any final requests, now's the time to make them.
Now, Ruth, you know you're not serious about this.
Well, you bet.
Well, I've got nothing against you.
No, but you got plenty against Arnold. Who told you he was wanted in Los Angeles?
No one.
So you figured it out all by yourself, Mr. Waring.
Oh, he's a smart one, Arnold. Wouldn't take him long to guess. Mac went to his office. It could only be for one reason. He wanted Waring to make a deal for him with the police.
He was wasting his time, Ruth. I never would have accepted it.
Why not?
Mackenzie owed the police plenty for the payroll robbery and a little extra something for that jailbreak. Lucas would really have to be wanted pretty badly for the cops to forgive and forget.
No, you never can tell.
Oh, no, that's true enough.
Well, now that you know it all, what do you intend to do about it?
Well, it's up to you.
How right you are. And since it's my move...
I'd better move faster. Come on, drop it.
Let's go. Arnold. Arnold.
Get out of the way.
I didn't mean it.
Let me take a look at him.
What's going on here?
Oh, come in, Harris. You're just in time.
I heard a shot. What happened?
Can't you see?
I didn't mean to kill him.
Well, cheer up, Ruth. You didn't.
What?
Oh, it's just a flesh wound. But you're a very careless girl.
Well, anyone would have done the same in my place. I had to protect him.
Yes, I guess you can't blame her, Waring. When a gal goes for a guy, there's nothing she won't do. Even try to cover him when she's seen him commit murder.
Well, who should know that better than you, Harris?
Meaning what?
Meaning you're the guy she's in love with. You're the one she's shielding.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry if I let the cat out of the bag, Ruth, but when it comes to murder, I'm just a great big blabbermouth. Hello, Susie. You remember me?
Mike.
I hope it's not too late, but I came over to regale you with the saga of my triumph.
Oh, I heard all about it on the radio, but come in anyway.
Oh, thanks.
I heard on the radio Harris killed Mackenzie.
You heard right.
But why? I thought they were friends.
To the end. Only Harris saw to it that Mackenzie's end came a lot sooner than it normally would.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when Mackenzie went to jail, he left $250,000 worth of loot with his girlfriend, Ruth Nelson.
Oh, and she and Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where did this Arnold Lucas fit in?
Oh, he was a patsy in this little affair. Ruth led Mackenzie to believe it was Lucas who was his rival.
When all along it was his boy Harris.
That's it.
Well, what put you on the right track?
Ruth. She was the one who sicked me onto Lucas originally, and then she volunteered the information that he was wanted in Los Angeles. And on top of that,
She tried to kill Lucas in front of me.
I thought that was an accident.
Don't be silly. That gal knew what she was doing. Why do you think I had such an easy time disarming her? Does that answer all your questions?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. Now we can start on mine. I didn't have time to ask you before, but what were you doing in front of my apartment so early in the morning?
Well, as I told you, I wanted to see you.
What about?
Getting the evidence for a divorce.
Oh, well, I don't generally handle that kind of work, Susie, but for you, I might make an exception. What would you tell me about your husband? Oh,
handsome, charming, and cultured. Everything a woman could want.
Well, now, wait a minute. You sound like you're still in love with the guy.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
After I saw you this afternoon, I thought it over and called him. He should be here any minute.
Well, that's nice.
Oh, Mike, it was all my fault. I made a mistake. I was just counting on him to call me first.
Well, don't feel too badly, Susie. We all make mistakes. I was counting on something, too.
Mike, where are you going?
Home. Good night, Mrs. Andrews.
The Adventures of the Falcon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Millie. Thanks for calling, Angel. We'll have to make it some other night. Tonight I'm tied up with a family that's anxious to cash in on a rich uncle's inheritance. And from the way things are going, looks like it's going to be relatively dangerous.
You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the cautious cousin. And now, the case of the cautious cousin. It's early Wednesday evening in New York, and sallow-faced Brian Sherman, who has just entered his apartment, shows a bottle containing a clear liquid to his wife, Claire.
Well, Claire, there it is. Looks harmless, doesn't it? Hard to believe there's enough in there to kill a dozen men.
And you're sure nothing can go wrong?
Not a chance. I've read everything published on it. I know exactly how it acts. 5 drops will kill a normal man in 2 to 4 hours. That gives us plenty of time leeway. And that amount would never be tasted in the cocktail.
Well, then, I guess we're ready to call Ernest.
I already did. He'll be here tomorrow at 4 for cocktails.
Good. Do you want me to be here?
No, it'll look better if I'm alone when Waring comes.
Who's Waring?
Michael Waring. He's a private detective.
Is he the one they call the Falcon?
I see you've heard of him.
Well, naturally. He has quite a reputation. Isn't it a little dangerous getting him involved? Suppose he finds out.
Oh, he won't. I have everything planned too well. And calling him is part of the plan. The necessary clincher.
Well, if you're sure you know what you're doing.
I'm sure. Nothing will go wrong. This plan of mine is worth $1 million. And I mean that literally.
Hope you're making that dry, Brian. You know I like my martinis very dry.
Yes, Ernest. I think you'll find these are the way you like them. There. Now I'll just put an olive... Oh, I would do that. Well, I'm glad it's the empty one. Ernest, will you go in the dining room and get me another glass while I brush this up?
All right. Where will I find it?
You'll see the glasses. They're on the sideboard. Find them?
Yes, here they are.
Good.
You know, that little accident wasn't necessary. Ought to take something for your nerves, Brian. Not looking well, not well at all.
I've been working too hard, I guess. Now that Uncle George isn't well...
Yes, I know. It's a strain on all of us. But got to keep up our health, fresh air, exercise. That's the secret. Look at me, 45, fit as a fiddle. Long walk every day before breakfast, that does it. You ought to try it. Here's your glass.
Oh, thanks. Just a second till I throw this in the wastebasket. There we are. Now...
And, incidentally, Brian, you might go a little easier on that stuff. An occasional cocktail now and then won't hurt, but moderation, there's the word. In large doses, that stuff's poison.
What?
When it's taken to excess.
Oh.
I understand you and Claire have been hitting it a little heavy lately. Not wise.
I'll try to watch it. And now, Ernest, here's your poison.
Thanks.
Well, dry enough?
Yes, seems to be.
Well, I don't see how you can tell by that little sip.
I like to nurse a drink along. Lasts longer that way. Keeps you from drinking too much.
Another one of your hints?
It's a thought. Now, Just what did you want to see me about?
Uncle George. What are we going to do about him?
Don't see there's anything we can do.
Do you think we can trust his judgment? His health's failing.
We'll just have to watch him and keep him from doing anything foolish. But his house is in order. Will's made out, leaving everything to you and me. We're already running the business.
I know, but look, you're not touching your drink. Is anything the matter with it?
I'll get around to it.
Well, I wish you would. I've tried a new vermouth. I want to see how you like it.
More likely you want to encourage me to be a toper than I can't lecture. That it?
No, really. I just wanted to... Excuse me, I'll be right back. Hello?
I'd like to speak to Brian Sherman, please.
Speaking.
Hello, Sherman. This is Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Mr. Waring. What is it?
Something's come up. I may have to be a little late.
But I was counting on you to be here at 6:45. I've made all arrangements.
What arrangements?
Oh, well, I mean, I have plans for this evening. And I kind of want to have time to talk to you.
I see. All right, I'll make it.
You're sure?
If it's so important.
Believe me, Mr. Waring, it is.
Right. Be seeing you.
Yes, goodbye.
Waring, do I know him?
No, I don't think so, Ernest.
Well, what's it all about?
Nothing that concerns you. You wouldn't be interested.
Now, what were you saying about Uncle?
Just a minute. Where did I put my drink?
Here it is, on the table next to mine.
Oh, yes. You still haven't touched yours.
Good heavens, man, you make such a mountain.
Well, it's just that I want...
I know. New vermouth. Very well. If it'll make you happy, here's to a long and prosperous life.
Mr. Waring?
That's right.
Come in.
Thanks.
I'm Brian Sherman. Sorry I had to be so insistent about your being on time, but I have a dinner engagement in a little while, and I don't want to keep the folks waiting.
Well, it's your dime, so you call the plays.
Well, from what I've heard of you, Mr. Waring, you don't work for dimes.
Well, from the look of this place, you can afford more than dimes. Now, why am I here?
I wanted to see you about my cousin Ernest. He and I, as far as I know, are the only heirs to our uncle's estate.
Would that be George Sherman, the industrialist?
Well, yes, that's right.
Definitely not dimes.
No, it's millions. That's why I...
What's the matter?
I don't know. It's just I feel a little funny all of a sudden. But I'll be all right now. What was I saying?
You were telling me about your cousin Ernest.
Yes. He was here a little while ago, and he had a... I wonder why I'm getting so sleepy.
I better get you a shot of brandy.
No,
Where do you...
No, that's how I... It must be...
Sherman. Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Hello, Corbett. This is Mike Waring.
So it's not my lucky day. What do you want, Waring?
Not a thing. But there's been a murder attempt, and the people of the state of New York expect you to do your duty.
How come it's just an attempt? Bum aim?
Bum timing. It was a poison job. I barged in while the victim was still kicking, took him to a hospital. That's where I'm calling from now.
Well, can he talk?
Well, not right now. They're still manning the stomach pump. But it won't be long.
I'll be right over. Well, stay put, Waring. I want to talk to you, too.
Sorry, Corbett. I can't wait.
Now, was that any way to talk? You want to give the idea you don't like me?
Like you? Why, you're my favorite cop. You know that, Corbett. If I ever commit a murder, I can't imagine anyone I'd rather have assigned to the case.
You can go...
I can go follow up a lead. That's why I have to rush away. I'll meet you at Ed's Luncheonette, okay?
What can I say?
You can say okay. So long, Corbett.
Yes?
I'd like to see Ernest Sherman, please.
I'm sorry, he can't see anyone just now.
It's important.
He's too upset. He's just received some terrible news about his cousin.
Well, that's what I want to see him about.
What do you know about it?
Not enough. I was hoping your husband could tell me more.
Who is it, Ruth?
Someone about Brian.
Can't see him.
I told him.
Wait a minute. What? Tell him not to go away.
He said he didn't want to see anybody. That's what I love, a man of firm determination. Come in.
Thank you.
How do you do, sir? I'm Ernest Sherman. I understand you want to see me about Brian.
That's right.
Well, I just got a call from the hospital. They tell me he tried to kill himself.
Did he?
What do you mean? Are you trying to suggest...
I'm trying to find out.
Well, just what made you come here?
I thought you might help. When's the last time you saw your cousin?
A couple of days ago. Why?
Well, don't look now, but there's a liar in the Sherman family.
Don't be impertinent.
Now, don't blow your lid. Maybe Brian's the liar.
Eh?
He said you saw him today.
When did he tell you that?
Just before he passed out.
Oh, that means you were there.
That's right.
Well then, Mr. I don't believe you told me your name.
I don't believe I did. It's Mike Waring.
Waring? You're the one who phoned Brian.
Thought you didn't see Brian today.
Well,
Today's the only time I phoned him.
Well, anyway, you know I left. I wasn't there when you got there.
That's right.
So I couldn't have...
Given the poison? Why not? Some poisons act slowly.
Do they?
Didn't you know?
You still haven't told me why you came here.
Brian wanted to hire me to check up on you. He was afraid of you.
That's ridiculous.
He's in the hospital.
I had nothing to do with it, and I resent your implications.
I'm just doing a job.
I don't like the way you're doing it.
Don't argue with him, Ernest. It's no use. Can't you see he came here with his mind already made up?
Did I?
Well, that's obvious. But if you knew Ernest, you know he wouldn't harm a fly.
It's not a fly that's been harmed.
Tell me something, Waring. You took Brian to the hospital?
That's right.
Do they think he'll live?
Oh, you needn't worry. They said he'll be all right. Or is that what worries you? Hello, Corbett. Well, see, you've already ordered. Oh, yeah, Waring. Sit down. What, did you check your lead? Yep. Cousin Ernest? Oh, I see Brian's been able to talk. Yeah, he figures Cousin Ernest wants him out of the way. And that would leave Ernest as the only one in line for their uncle's inheritance. Mm-hmm. And it runs into millions. Yeah, I know. It's an awful lot of lettuce. Did you get Ernest to talk? Through his hat, yeah. Well, I'm thinking of booking him for attempted murder. You think it'll hold? Well, it's a family with influence, Corbett. Depends upon which cousin Uncle George decides to string along with. Yeah, but if we can make him see Ernest is getting itchy for the dough... Well, maybe what happened will convince him. Anyway, there's one way to find out. What do you say we try him as soon as we finish here?
Yes?
Hello, I'd like to speak to Mr. George Sherman.
You are. If you're a reporter, you might as well know
No,
right...
I'm not a reporter. My name's Mike Waring. I'm a private detective.
I'm not interested in the services of a detective.
Well, I'm not looking for a client. I already have one.
Then what do you want?
Well, if you'll give me 3 seconds, I'll tell you.
Very well. I'm waiting.
Your nephew, Brian, hired me. He was afraid of his cousin.
Nonsense. Why should Ernest...
Sherman!
Who's that?
It's only me, Ernest.
Ruth, I thought I had the door bolted. I locked all the windows.
What's the matter with you?
Didn't you hear what happened to Uncle George? It's on the radio.
Yes, but why are you so worried?
See it all now. Brian wasn't supposed to get that poison. I was.
What?
Yes. Brian tried to kill me. He did kill Uncle George.
How could Brian kill Uncle George when he's in the hospital?
He's been released. That was on the radio, too. And he'll be coming for me to try again. I know he will.
Well, then go to the police. Get them to arrest Brian. Then he can't hurt you.
No, they'll arrest me. After all, Ruth, Brian is the one who was poisoned. First, I've got to be able to prove it was a mistake.
Can you?
I think so, with the help of that fellow Waring.
Then let's call him.
I can't wait here. Brian may come. Or the police. I've got to get away.
What are you going to do?
Hide out, then maybe... What's that?
What?
I heard something.
I thought you were the man with the iron nerves. A walk every day before breakfast.
There was something. The door. I told you.
Shall I see who it is?
No. Let's be quiet. Maybe you'll go away.
He must have heard us. And it may be nothing. Let me find out.
Well, don't open the door. Call.
All right. Who is it?
Mike Waring.
Well, there you are. Just who you wanted.
Wait a minute. I've got to be sure he's on my side.
Well, how are you going to?
With this.
What? I didn't know you owned a gun.
Now you do. He's getting impatient. Let him in.
I don't like trouble.
There won't be any. I got the jump on him. Open the door.
All right, but be careful. Come in, Mr. Waring.
Thank you. I just wanted to... Well, this is what I call a warm reception.
Sorry, Waring. I can't take any chances. I got to be sure you know the facts, remember them correctly, and are willing to stand by them.
You sure you want facts?
Yes, facts.
Which facts?
First, you phoned Brian today.
That's right.
At 5:45.
Right again.
I was there when you called. You made a point of that before.
Still no argument.
You'll swear to those statements?
I've already told them to the police. Why?
We're all right then. Just had to be sure.
About what?
Facts. So I can prove Brian tried to kill me instead of the other way around.
But what's the phone call got to do with that?
Brian prepared 2 drinks. One for him, one for me. He just served them when the phone call interrupted. We put down our drinks on the same tray.
And you think they got mixed up?
Must have. I got his, he got mine. You buy Waring?
It's possible.
It's facts. As long as you've given them to the police, I'm ready to talk to them now.
Good boy. And I'm ready to talk to my client again.
Oh, hello, Mr. Waring.
Hello, Brian. How you feeling?
Well, still a little shaky. That stomach pump's no fun.
Uh-huh.
Come on in.
Thanks. You heard about your uncle?
Yes, that's shaking me, too.
Police are going to want to talk to you about it.
Why me? It would seem obvious after what Ernest did.
Ernest has an angle that involves you. That's why I'm here.
I don't understand.
He claims the poison was meant for him. You got it by mistake.
What?
He claims while you were talking to me on the phone, he picked up the wrong glass.
Well, that's a lie.
Yeah, well, somebody's lying. I think I can find out who.
How?
I wanted to be a little late for my appointment with you. You said it couldn't be arranged because you had a dinner date right after.
That's right.
Who was the date with?
What difference does that make?
You passed out while I was here, and I took you to the hospital. Obviously, you weren't able to keep your date.
That's right.
Well, whoever the date was with must have wondered why you didn't show up. But I checked with the desk downstairs, and nobody phoned this apartment during the evening.
I don't see that proves anything.
No, it doesn't prove. But it indicates you could have been lying.
I tell you I wasn't.
Well, there's a simple way to prove it. Just tell me who your date was with. If he or she or they confirm it.
All right, Waring. You took this case for money, didn't you?
Yeah, somehow I like to eat.
Champagne and caviar?
Don't mind.
How much would it cost for you to forget that I mentioned a dinner date?
You can forget your caviar. I'll stick to hamburgers.
I'm serious. I'm ready to do business.
I'm not.
Well, then I'll have to figure some other method of persuasion.
Well, don't try reaching for a gun. I'm watching you.
What makes you think I'd pull a gun?
Thought it might run in the family.
So it does, Mr. Waring. Also by marriage.
Good girl, Claire.
Well, Brian, we've got him. Now what do we do with him?
First of all, I think we do this.
Pleasant dreams, Mike?
Uh-huh. Oh, is that you, Corbett?
Yeah, come on. Get up.
Oh.
Oh, did you forget your line, Mike?
What?
This is where you're supposed to say, what hit me?
All right, what hit me?
A lamp. We found it on the floor.
Now, if I didn't feel the way I do, I'd make a crack about shooting
Good. He's himself again.
What brought you here?
Well, the same thing that brought you. Wanted to talk to Brian Sherman, but him and the missus are gone. I find you instead.
How about Ernest? Did he tell you the story?
Yeah. It could have happened like he said, but I'm not taking any chances. I'm holding him on suspicion anyway.
You might as well let him go after what happened up here.
What did happen up here?
Looks like Brian and his wife made a play for time. I guess they wanted me out of the running until they had time to whip up a dinner date for Brian.
Dinner date? Well, it's the middle of the night.
I know. This was for earlier this evening.
You better be careful, Waring. If you keep on getting cracked on the skull, one of these days you're going to start talking sense. Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking. Oh, you did, huh? Good. Bring them in right away. Right, so long. Well, Waring, a couple of the boys just picked up Brian and his wife, Claire.
Good.
Yeah. Now that I've let Ernest go, I got to hold somebody.
Well, how are you going to book them? None of their shenanigans prove they killed Uncle George.
Well, I can hold them on attempted murder.
Hey, wait, they clouded me with a lamp. You might hold them on assault and battery, but it was hardly attempted murder.
No, I'm talking about Cousin Ernest.
Well, what about it?
We're agreed he didn't try to give Brian the poison.
That's right.
Well, then it stands to reason Brian must have tried to give it to Ernest. And in my book, that's attempted murder. And it's just a step from there to knocking off Uncle George.
Well, I hate to spoil the fun, Corbett, but Brian didn't try to kill Ernest.
What?
I said...
You said Ernest didn't try to kill Brian, and now you say Brian didn't try to kill Ernest.
That's right.
Well, then where in the blazes did the poison come from?
From Brian.
But you just said...
I said he didn't mean it for Ernest.
Well, then who did he mean it for?
For the person who got it, himself.
What? You mean suicide attempt?
No, Corbett, it wasn't suicide either.
Oh, great. I got to admit, Waring, now I'm completely confused.
Well, I've got news for you, Corbett. On you, it looks natural. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since the Falcon set Corbett's head spinning with a tangled turn of events. And Corbett is still spinning as he and Mike race in a squad car toward Cousin Ernest.
Waring.
Yes, Corbett?
Brian Sherman was poisoned.
That's right.
But it wasn't a mistake.
No.
And it wasn't attempted suicide.
No.
And Cousin Ernest didn't do it.
Uh-huh.
Well, then how could... Oh, never mind. Why should I give you the satisfaction of playing straight?
Well, you fit the role so beautifully, Corbett.
Only if Brian did it, I don't see why we're going to Ernest's. Especially since you just had me release Ernest.
Well, these new developments...
New developments. You can take the new developments
and solve the case with them. Now, look, you see, it's like this, Corbett. Brian wanted to get his grubby little paws on all of Uncle George's money.
Uh-huh.
So he rigged up this poison act, knowing the poison would act slowly, and I'd butt in on him in time to get him to a hospital.
Oh, that's why he was so determined that you had to be on time.
Right, you are, Corbett. How'd you figure it?
Oh, simple. I listened to a program called The Falcon.
Flatterer.
Oh, I don't like it. I just listen.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, Waring, now I begin to understand Brian's monkey shine.
Well, sure, he counted on me to save him in time, but it would still look like Ernest had tried to kill him, and that might lead Uncle George to disinherit Ernest.
All right, Waring, that takes care of the poison attempt, but we still got to find a murderer by George.
Corbett, we still got to find a murderer by Uncle George. It's right down at the end of the corridor, Corbett.
I know. Hey.
Yeah, come on.
We'll have to break in the door.
Yeah, you ready? Come on. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, it's a heavy one. We'll have to try it again.
No, wait. I think someone's coming. Yeah.
Who's there?
Sergeant Corbett.
All right, Sergeant. Just a minute. Way you pounded on that door. I thought you were trying to knock it down.
I heard your wife screaming.
Ruth? Not.
Is it? Where is she?
Ruth, come here a minute, will you? Come in, gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
What is it, Ernest? Oh, hello, Sergeant Corbett. And Mr. Waring.
Ruth, these gentlemen have the idea that you were screaming just now.
I? Well, why would I?
Well, that's what we want to find out.
They're both trying to do a nice cover-up, but it won't work. Look, Corbett, there's a swelling under her eye, and it's coming up fast. $10 says it's a first-class shiner in 10 minutes.
Well, I bucked it.
Yeah, sure. Ernest, next time you slug your wife, do it where it won't show.
But I didn't. Won't you believe that?
No.
But what reason would
Maybe you guessed the truth and were trying to force a confession out of her.
Truth? What truth?
That she killed Uncle George.
What did you say, Waring?
Ruth Sherman killed Uncle George.
That's absurd.
I don't think so, Ruth. In a family of heels, you're the champion by a long shot.
All right, Waring, how did you know Ruth was the killer?
Well, Corbett, I knew no one of the family would want to commit the murder at this time. Right when the apparent attempt on Brian had the police's attention turned on the family.
Well, still it was done at this time.
Which meant the murderer couldn't help himself. Or herself. There was no choice. And as soon as I knew the murderer was forced, I knew it had to be either Ernest or Ruth.
Why?
Well, Brian wanted it to look as if he'd been poisoned by Ernest. If his bluff worked, Uncle George might change his will, disinheriting Ernest.
So Ruth or Ernest have to get rid of him quick before he can change the will. Okay.
Mm-hmm. But Ernest couldn't do it. He was afraid of being accused of attempted murder against Brian.
Yeah.
Well, if he couldn't clear himself of that charge, killing Uncle George would only put him in a worse spot. He'd be the most likely suspect. Now, his only out was to try to prove he didn't poison Brian.
Which leaves Ruth as the only one to gain by killing Uncle George.
Mm-hmm. Or so she thought.
Yeah. Well, that does it, Waring.
Uh-huh.
You know, Waring, I can't help wondering just what you'd do without me.
Oh, I solved the case, and he said...
No, I mean it. What would you do if I didn't ask you, how did you know? So you can pop your vest button showing how smart you are.
Oh, I suppose I'd be popping off to a cute little redhead instead of a bald flatfoot. In fact, that sounds like a pretty good idea, so good night, Corbett.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Lola. Now, thanks for the call, but tonight is no good, Angel. Now, I have to look into the case of a fellow who was so good at his work, he didn't think anyone could beat him. But somebody came along and beat the life out of him.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the 2020. Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Wednesday night in New York. And in an old loft, two men bend over a press, eagerly intent on the engraving that is emerging from it. Now there's a long, silent examination of the engraving. Light is brought closer. Magnifying glasses are brought into use. Still no word. But now hands begin to shake with excitement. Finally, the taller man, with a little mustache, Louis Beretti, steps back and smiles at his companion.
Well, Guns, it's perfect. The U.S. Mint couldn't do better itself.
Anyway, they'll get by, and that's what counts.
Oh, what gets me, Beretti, with a talent like that, you've been wasting time on little forgeries.
Got to work up to a thing like this.
Well, let's call it the celebration. Let's go get a jug.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Kearns. We've got the plates. Now we've got to unload.
Huh?
Earnshaw might give us a good price.
You're going to sell the plate?
What else?
Well, that's like killing a golden goose.
Wait a minute.
Hello?
Is it Earnshaw there?
This is Earnshaw.
Good. This is Louis Beretti speaking. I have something that might interest you. Would you care to see some samples?
I'm not easily interested, Beretti.
You will be in what I have.
Well, doesn't cost a look. I'll be here all night.
Good. I'll be over. So long.
Yeah, but why sell the plates, Beretti? This way we want cash. All we got to do is print it. What more can anybody ask?
How long do you think those 2 sheets of paper are going to last us? No, Con, there's a lot more to this deal than just the plate.
We can get more paper?
In big quantities, it ain't easy. Besides, no matter how good those plates are, the only perfect ones are Uncle Sam's. Every time we pass the bill, we'd be sticking an X out. To do this right, you have to have an organization. Have to know where to pass them and when.
Well, maybe you're right.
Sure, I'm right.
Hey, who you calling now?
Winner. Want to see if he's interested.
But you just called Earnshaw.
That's right.
Well, if Earnshaw wants to buy,
you have to meet my price. The best way to get the price to get these jokers bidding against each other.
Yeah, and you can get caught in the middle.
Don't worry, Cons. As long as I have the plates, I call the shots.
You may call them, chum, but the big question is, who fires them?
Yes?
Mr. Ritter, this is Louis Beretti. I was just wondering if you might be interested.
Good morning, honey. What time is it?
Almost noon. You're still in bed. Louis Beretti, big shot.
I got home late.
You're telling me. You might have phoned.
I was busy.
Would have taken all of 5 minutes.
Now, don't start riding me. Wait till I tell you the news.
I'm waiting.
How would you like a new car?
So it was a binge. You're still dreaming.
I'm not kidding. I hit it big. We're in the chips.
What happened?
Landed a big contract with an advertising company.
What company?
What company? A company, that's all. A company.
Advertising what?
Soap.
What soap?
Fine. I tell you can have a new car right away. You turn on the third degree.
What do you mean third degree? I'm your wife. You tell me you've landed a big contract. Naturally, I'm interested.
Always trying to butt in.
All I said.
I know what you said, and I know what you're thinking. You haven't gone hungry, have you?
Oh.
Oh, you've got a roof over your head, haven't you? You don't like the way I do things, you know what you can do about it. Now get out of here. I want to get dressed.
Oh, just a minute, lady. Where do you think you're going?
Inside in my husband's studio? Why, what's it to you?
Your husband, huh? Would you be Mrs. Louis Beretti?
Well, if I am, what's going on around here anyway? I had a crowd. Who are you?
I'm Sergeant Corbett of the New York Police Department.
I knew it.
Knew what?
Louis was mixed up in something?
Well, he's mixed up in something, all right. What do you know about it?
Nothing. It was just a hunch. What'd he do?
As far as we know, he didn't do anything.
You just said.
I said he's mixed up in something. You'd better prepare yourself for a shock.
I'm prepared. If he didn't do anything, that's shock enough. Now, what is it?
It's just, Mrs. Beretti, he's dead.
I'd like to see Mr. Waring, please.
Well, take a good look.
Oh, I hope you're the Mr. Waring I want.
So do I. Which Waring would it be?
The private detective called the Falcon.
I'm your bird. Come in.
Thank you. I had a hard time finding you. Don't you have an office?
In my business, an office means a filing cabinet full of bourbon.
So I've heard.
Well, I prefer martinis, so I operate out of my apartment. Now, who are you and what can I do for you?
I'm Mrs. Louis Beretti. Yesterday, my husband was murdered. The police questioned me a good part of the afternoon. They released me, but I'm still under suspicion.
And you want me to remove that suspicion?
That's right.
Well, can you give me any better suspects?
Not positively.
Tentatively, then.
Well, if you could find out anything about a Mr. Ritter or a Mr. Earnshaw.
Who are they?
Well, that's what I don't know. But from the way Louis behaved yesterday morning, I suspected that something was going on. And then a Mr. Ritter phoned the house.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't make out much of the conversation except that Louis said that Mr. Ritter still wasn't talking loud enough and he couldn't hear him. And he said it was too late anyway because Earnshaw already spoke English.
Oh, that's a great conversation. And you don't know who either of these men are?
No, I never mentioned them before.
Is there anyone who might know them?
Well, the only one I can think of is my husband's assistant, Pete Kearns. But the police asked him about them and he claimed he didn't know them.
Well, maybe I'll have better luck. By the way, Mrs. Beretti, what did your husband and Kearns do?
They had a little art studio. They made silkscreen reproductions and etchings, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I always had an idea they were doing something else, too, only I never could find out what it was.
Well, just goes to show. Man shouldn't keep secrets from his wife. It's dangerous.
Is it?
Well, sure. Look what happened to Louis Beretti. Yes? You Pete Kearns?
That's right. What do you want?
Well, I didn't come to look at your etchings. I thought perhaps you could tell me something about Ritter or Earnshaw.
The police thought the same. They were also wrong.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you mind if I come in and look over the studio?
You have a search warrant?
No.
I mind.
Well, look, it must have occurred to you, Kearns, that you're a suspect in this case. Maybe I can help you.
What makes you think so?
Well, Mrs. Beretti is paying good money for me to help her. You can latch on for a free ride if you like. Provided, of course, you're not the murderer. That's what I'm looking for.
When I need help, I'll pay my own way.
Such extravagance. Who'd think a struggling young artist could afford it?
I won't be able to unless I get to work. Police have kept me out of here until just a little while ago, and whoever killed Beretti made a shambles of the place. So, run along. I've got work to do.
Sure, all right, Kearns. But just tell me one thing, will you?
What's that?
What makes you so sure you don't need help?
I'm not so sure. I'm also not so sure you'd be help.
Well, if you change your mind about me, you can reach me at Ed's Luncheonette over on Lexington Avenue, 53rd. Just ask for Mike Waring.
I'll make a note of it. Now, so long.
Hello?
Hello, Ritter. This is Kearns.
Yeah, Kearns. What is it?
Somebody else has been here looking for you. Sooner or later, they're going to find the Ritter they're looking for. So if you and I are going to get together, we better do it quick.
Waring, I see why you always hang out here at Ed's Luncheonette. They sure turn out a mean salad. Sure, Corbett, but about the case... Oh, I'm sorry, Waring. I've given you every blessed fact I've got on the case so far. Well, there ought to be something we could latch on to, Corbett. Some kind of a lead.
Oh, fellas.
Hey, did you enjoy your luncheon? Oh, hi, Ed. Oh, Waring's mind's so wrapped up with the case he didn't even notice. Didn't notice? Oh, never mind, Ed. Corbett's just joking. He's the funniest fellow I know.
Gee, thanks.
I certainly did notice that salad. Why, those were the most delicious,
vegetables.
Yes, that's what I mean, Ed. Yes, vegetables. They were perfect. And that salad dressing.
That was Miracle Whip, Mike. You know, Miracle Whip
makes salad taste better than ever. Why, sure.
Yes. You see,
Miracle Whip has a swell flavor. It's kind of sharp, yet it's not too sharp either. I think it tastes just exactly right.
Mike, that's why.
I know. That's why it's America's favorite salad dressing. As a matter of fact, more Miracle Whip is sold than the next 20 leading brands of salad dressing combined, right?
Right, Mike.
And, don't forget, Miracle Whip is really a different kind of salad dressing, too. That's why they call it the one and only, isn't it? And it's smooth, creamy textured.
Mike, you took the words right out of my mouth. How do you know all that?
Good little detectives always keep their ears open, Ed. You've been telling me about Miracle Whip for a long time now.
Well, what do you know?
Well, not much else, except that maybe you better give us our check now. We got to be getting along.
Right-o. Here you are, Mike.
All right, Corbett.
What's the joke?
Look at him.
You ever see a fancy or fumbling act? Never mind, Corbett. You win. I'll take care of it. No, Waring. No, it's just all right. Forget it. I've got it. Here, Ed. Take both checks out of this 20. Yeah, all right, Mike. Hey. Huh? Wait a minute. Is this a gag? What do you mean? It's a beautiful job, I'll admit that. It's probably past most places, but I've been in this game too long to let one of these get by me. What in places are you talking about? This 20. Counterfeit. What? Well, ask the sergeant if you don't believe me. Here, Sarge, take a look. Yeah. Oh, he's right, Waring. Where did you get this? From Mrs. Beretti. Well, what do you know? The Falcon lets himself get paid off in funny money. Oh, all right, Corbett, you can stop grinning. It's not that funny. Wait till the boys at headquarters hear about this one. Look, pal, you can just...
Oh, hello.
Well, my charming client. All right, Mrs. Beretti, what was the idea?
What?
Paying me in counterfeit.
Counterfeit?
As if you didn't know.
I didn't.
Your husband printed it, didn't he?
I don't know. I told you I suspected something, but I didn't know what.
Where did you get the bills you gave me?
I don't know it.
You have any more lying around? Now, look, Mrs. Beretti, if you don't answer, we can get a search warrant. Holding counterfeit is a federal offense. Now, don't yell at the lady, Waring. You'll have to forgive him, Mrs. Beretti. He's kind of touchy just now.
Come in. I don't want any trouble. I'll show you where the money is.
All right.
Right down this hallway. Louis came home late a couple of nights ago. In the morning, he talked about having a lot of money. He said it had something to do with a contract. And when I asked him about it, he lost his temper. I was afraid something was wrong, but I didn't know what. And then he was killed. And then I found this briefcase. Just a minute. Here we are. In this closet. It's under all these things. But believe me, I didn't know it was counterfeit. There it is.
Hey, a briefcase full of the stuff. Look, you hired me to help you. Why didn't you show me this?
I didn't think it was necessary.
You were afraid it would be taken away from you.
It was my husband's money. I didn't see why I shouldn't keep it.
But you told me you suspected your husband was involved in something. You hinted strongly that something was illegal. But you knew there was something wrong with the money.
I didn't know it was counterfeit. I suspected. There's a big difference.
All right. You can fight that out later. Right now, we've got to get this stuff into the hands of the Treasury boys. Mrs. Beretti, where's your telephone? Yeah?
We have Earnshaw, Sergeant.
Oh, good. Bring him in.
Right.
Well, Waring, now that we know we're dealing with counterfeiting, we're beginning to get somewhere. This guy, Ed Earnshaw, has been involved in a couple of counterfeiting deals already.
Right in there, Earnshaw. Okay.
Mr. Earnshaw, come in.
Thank you.
Sit down. Well, do you know Mike Waring?
Falcon? I've heard of him. It's a pleasure.
Likewise. And we're both liars.
I understand you boys found a batch of phony scratch and you want to tie me to it.
No, I'll leave that to the Treasury Department. I'm homicide. All I'm interested in is a little matter of murder.
Well, that's a nice subject, but it's a little out of my line.
Yeah? You know Louis Beretti?
Beretti? Was he a big fat guy?
He was a little skinny guy.
Red hair?
No.
Looks like I didn't know him, doesn't it?
Well, he knew you.
Well, lots of people know Ed Earnshaw.
He had dealings with you.
Must have been a different Earnshaw.
Are there many Earnshaws in your racket?
Racket, Sergeant? You know better than that. I'm a solid citizen.
Earnshaw, what did you do with the plates you swiped from Beretti?
I didn't swipe them. They were...
Yes, they were what?
Nothing. I don't know anything about the plates.
You started to say something about them. Obviously, you know there were plates, so you did know Beretti.
I'm not talking.
You already have.
You can't prove anything by it.
At least now we know we're on the right track. Beretti had plates for turning out counterfeit 20s. Apparently somebody killed him and swiped the plates. You knew about the plates. It all fits.
You've got no proof?
No, we can get... Just a second, Waring. Hello, Sergeant Corbett speaking. I see. Okay. Yeah, right. So long. Well, Waring, there's our other lead.
Ritter?
Yeah. There's a Frank Ritter on East 12th who did time 10 years ago in Kansas for counterfeiting.
Uh-huh.
Well, Corbett, what do you say if I run over and drop in on this Ritter while you continue our chat with Earnshaw? Yeah, all right, Waring. But how come you're still so hopped up on the case after the way your client treated you? Well, that's all right. Beretti had insurance. May take a little time, but I'll get mine.
You just said a mouthful, Waring.
What's that, Earnshaw?
You're going to get yours all right. Only it won't take time.
Yes, Frank Ritter?
That's right.
I'd like to talk to you. What about? I suppose I could put you in line for a stack of beautiful bills at the rate of 2 to 1.
Huh?
You think I'm crazy, mister? No. Even saying I might go for a deal like that, what makes you think I'd even discuss it with a total stranger? Well, that's just the point. No reason why we should be strangers. I was hoping you'd invite me in and we could get acquainted.
Sorry, I'm busy.
Won't take long.
No, thanks. Now beat it.
You sure are nervous. Why do you keep looking at the elevator?
I told you I'm busy. Now get out of here.
All right. But... Oh, there's the elevator. Is that who you've been expecting? Well, what do you know? It's Beretti's assistant, P.D. Kearns. Hello, Kearns. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, got any way to act, Kearns? You don't seem happy to see me.
I did, Howard. Let go.
Yeah, sure, in a minute. What have we got here?
Give me that.
You mind if I open it?
I'll kill you.
Yeah, I'll bet you would if I gave you the chance. My, how do you like that? He's delivering some artwork. A steel engraving. Wouldn't just happen to be of a $20 bill, would it?
All right, fella, I'll take that plate.
Oh, yes, you would. I thought this was my dance with Kearns. Why must you cut in?
The gun cuts me in.
Oh, yeah, I suppose it does.
So hand over the plate and hand it over easy.
All right, here you are.
Right. Now let go of Kearns.
Yeah, sure.
And now both of you come. Hey, Kearns, come back here. Come back here, Art.
You nothing. You know, Ritter, it was impolite of Kearns to run out on you, but I can't complain, seeing as how I wind up with the gun and the plate. Now let's go down and see Sergeant Corbett, huh? Hello, Corbett. Brought your presents. In fact, a couple of presents.
Oh, hello, Larry.
Is that Ritter? This is Ritter. Ritter, meet Sergeant Corbett.
Seems he don't want to meet me.
Well, he's the bashful type.
Until I see my lawyer, I am.
Okay. Now, Corbett, look what else I have. Hey, one of the plates.
Yep.
It'll make a beautiful print of the back of a $20 bill.
And Ritter had it?
Well, then, according to your theory... no, Corbett, Ritter didn't have it. I got it from P.D. Kearns.
Kearns?
Well, then he's our boy. Looks like.
Where is he?
Got away. I swapped him for Ritter. Looks like a bad trade, but I didn't have any choice.
Well, I'll put out a call to have him picked up. Then I'd better call the Treasury boys and tell them this plate's here.
Yeah, you better.
And as for you, Ritter...
Oh, no. Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking. What's that? Yeah, I see. Okay, so long. With the Treasury boys. You didn't tell them about the plate.
Waring, you know that briefcase we found at Beretti's?
With the counterfeits? Yeah.
Well, I've got news for you, Waring. It's not counterfeit.
What?
They've just gone through the whole case, bill by bill. $30,000. And every one is genuine, 100% United States currency.
Well, I don't have to tell you folks that there's only one genuine kind of United States currency. But just in case you didn't know, I'd like to tell you that there's also only one Miracle Whip. That's why we call it the one and only Miracle Whip.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise. So it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A couple of hours had passed since the Falcon and Sergeant Corbett discovered that the money they found at Beretti's, which they thought wasn't worth the paper it was printed on, turned out to be worth an even $30,000. Now Mike is in his apartment when the door buzzer sounds. Oh, Kearns.
Get back inside, Waring. I'm coming in, too.
Yeah, so I see. Well, as long as you've got the gun, I might as well be hospitable.
Yeah.
Well, now, what am I indebted for this visit?
Waring, I can't...
Hey, what's the matter? You hurt?
It's all right. Stay back.
Well, I'm back, but you're...
I'm all right. Growl car caught up with me. I ran. They fired. It's just a scratch. It's not serious.
And the color of your face is plenty serious. You look as weak as a mixed drink in a clip joint.
Shut up. I'm all right, I tell you.
All right. It's your funeral. If you think I'm kidding...
Keep it up, Waring. You'll get what I got. Triple. I'm not carrying a gun for exercise.
All right, Kearns. What do you want?
Well, let's sit down. No. All right.
Yeah?
You said before you wanted to help me.
It was supposed to be a two-way deal. You tossed in your hand.
Still a two-way deal. I can help you. I know who killed Beretti.
Well, what do you want with me?
Get proof. Wrap it up so I get off the spot.
All right. Where do I begin?
By believing I didn't do the killing.
You had the plates?
You probably still have one.
Yeah, I still have it. I wasn't taking them both up to Ritter's at once. Wanted to see if he was on the level first.
You know you can do a long stretch just for what you're admitting.
I know it, Waring. I'm stuck with that. Got the goods on me, nothing I can do, but the chair gives me the willies. I'm not a killer. You've got to prove it.
Well, then who is?
Sure, I had the plates. Why not? I worked with Beretti.
Yeah, I see your point.
Good.
Just tell me one thing.
What's that?
How much was Ritter going to pay you for the plates?
$25,000. Why?
Just want to see if it all ties in. It does.
What do you mean?
You wanted proof? We've got proof. We don't need any more.
What proof?
Your story.
They won't believe it.
Maybe not all by itself. And I don't suppose Earnshaw or Ritter will talk. But if you stick to your story and Mrs. Beretti sticks to hers, and I stick to mine, that should wrap it up.
And you think...
I know. Now, come on, let's go down and see Sergeant Corbett.
No police, not yet.
Kearns, we just agree...
We won't discuss it. As long as I have the gun, we do things my way.
I suppose we do. What's your way?
You call Marion.
Who?
Mrs. Beretti. I want to see if Louis told her anything.
I know what she knows.
Will you do what I tell you?
Yeah, sure, pal, sure.
You call Marion, you ask Hutchins. All right.
All right, Kearns, as long as you had the gun, we do things your way. Now, if you don't have it, I'm taking you to Sergeant Corbett. First, I'm taking you to a doctor. Well, Waring, they're all here except Kearns. The doctor will bring him in as soon as he finishes patching him up. Well, I don't think we need to wait, Corbett. I'm pretty sure I know Kearns' angle, so let's see what we can get out of these others.
All right, quiet. Quiet, please. Quiet.
You want to talk when we ask questions. All right, you, Earnshaw. You still deny you had dealings with Beretti? Check. It's a bum check, Earnshaw. When Kearns gets here, he'll swear Beretti offered to sell you the plates.
And this Kearns is a character who cannot tell a lie.
All right, Earnshaw. You don't admit anything. But you, Ritter, it's not so easy. Waring cut Kearns calling on you with a plate.
I can't help who calls on me. That doesn't say I invited him.
You were expecting him. You kept looking at the elevator.
Maybe I was just wishing you'd get on it, Waring.
And you were ready to take the plate with a gun as soon as I got it from Kearns.
You guys were fighting. I wanted to see what it was all about.
Oh, sure. You didn't know about the plate.
Not till then.
Kearns says you offered him $25,000 for the plates.
You boys sure put a lot of stock in this Kearns, don't you?
He worked for Beretti. He was in a position to know the facts.
That doesn't say he wouldn't lie about them.
Well, it's not only Kearns. There's Mrs. Beretti. She heard her husband mention you and Earnshaw, right, Mrs. Beretti?
Yes.
So you see, Ritter, it all fits. There's only one thing that doesn't fit.
What's that?
Mrs. Beretti, you said you got those bills you paid me with from your husband's briefcase.
I did.
But the bills in the case were good. The ones you paid me were counterfeit.
The bills in the briefcase were in little packets, but there were a few loose ones lying on top. I took those off. They're the ones I gave you.
Oh, could be. Those could have been the samples your husband showed Earnshaw.
Look, Waring, I told you...
And I'm telling you, Earnshaw, you did have dealings with Beretti before you killed him.
What? I killed him.
Yes, and I'm glad you admit it.
Who's admitting
Well,
it?
it doesn't matter if you do or not. The facts speak for themselves, Earnshaw. And what they say about you is murder. You know, Mrs. Beretti, I learned your name is Marion.
Oh, my, you are the detective, aren't you?
Yes, I like Marion better than Mrs. Beretti.
All right, Frank.
Thanks, Marion.
And now that we're so chummy, how about letting me in on the trade secret?
Which secret?
How you solved the case.
Oh. Well, that money you showed us did it.
How?
It was real.
And what did that prove?
Proved your husband had sold the plates. That money could only have been payment for them.
But Kearns had the plates if Louis had sold them.
Kearns worked with your husband. He was in a position to swipe the plates, and that's exactly what he did. He swiped the real ones and substituted some old trial plates.
I see.
Your husband made the sale on the basis of the samples he'd made from the real plates. But the ones he delivered were Kearns' substitutes.
Oh, and when the person who bought the plates tried to run off some more bills, he found he'd been cheated.
That's right. So he went back to your husband, demanded the real plates, so his money back. But your husband, thinking he delivered the real ones, refused. There was a fight about it, and your husband was killed.
I see. So all you had to know was who bought the plates and you'd know the murder. But how did you know it was Earnshaw?
Well, remember the conversation you overheard? Your husband said Ritter still wasn't talking loud enough, but it didn't matter because Earnshaw had already spoken English.
Yes.
Well, that had to mean that Ritter still wasn't offering enough, but it didn't matter because Earnshaw had already met your husband's price.
Oh, of course.
Before you get out, I want to tell you something.
What's that?
Well, it's obvious you didn't get along with your husband, but you'll still probably want a little time to get over what's happened. So when the time's up, perhaps you and I can get together?
Oh, then I'm forgiven for paying you in counterfeit.
No, I wasn't sore at you about that. I was sore at Corbett.
You were sore at yourself.
Well, maybe. Anyway, if you get to feeling lonely sometime, let me know.
Oh, no, Mac, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Well, I have a friend who knows you. That's how I heard about you. And she says every time she calls you, you say, thanks for the call, but you can't make it tonight, Angel.
You think I'd do a thing like that to you?
No, of course not, Mike. You won't get the chance.
Oh?
Because if there's any calling to be done, you call me. Good night, Mike.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Carol. I'm glad you called. You'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. A hypochondriac I know is having trouble sleeping. And someone prescribed a little lead pill. Unless I stop him, he may take it right between the eyes.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, transcribed today. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the hypocritical hypo.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the hypocritical hypo. It's Wednesday evening in New York, and the rain is coming down in the proverbial buckets. From a window in a little Brooklyn hideout, a gentleman named Fred DeSantis watches anxiously. Then finally a car draws up to the curb. And a few minutes later, there's a knock at the door. And Mr. DeSantis almost knocks over a lamp in his eagerness to answer.
Hello, Fred. You alone, Danny? What else? Where's Margie? She wouldn't come. What do you mean she wouldn't come? Give a fella a chance to take his coat off, wouldn't you? I asked you something, Danny.
Honest, DeSantis, have a little consideration. I could catch pneumonia this way. Any doctor will tell you...
Where's Margie?
I told you she didn't come with me.
Why not?
She said, how did she know it wasn't a trap? There was no way of checking. You ain't got a phone here.
Told her you were working for me.
Sure, but you wouldn't believe me.
What does she want me to do? Call for the money myself?
That's what she said.
Well, you go right back to
It
her.
won't do any good, Fred. I practically got on my knees to the girl. All she said was, if DeSantis wants his dough, let him come and get it.
And how far does she think I'd get with Larry Sloan looking for me?
I told her that, too, but she wouldn't listen. Look, I got an idea. How would it be if you gave me a note?
If I gave you a note?
Yeah, to Margie. You can tell her if she don't want to come over here herself, she can turn the money over to me.
She can what?
I mean to bring to you.
Hey, you nuts.
Well, what's the matter?
You think I'd trust you with 65 grand?
Oh, now that hurts, Fred. All I'm trying to do is be helpful. You can't say I haven't proved it.
What are you trying to give me?
Who else would go out on a night like this? I'm liable to catch my death of cold.
Don't make me laugh.
Yeah, well, I'm very susceptible. Well, if that's the way you feel about it.
Oh, wait a minute, Danny.
Yeah?
Swear on your kid's life?
I swear by my kid. Now you satisfied?
No, but I can't help myself. Get me a pen and some paper.
Say, buddy.
Me?
Yeah. I wonder if you could help me out.
Now, look, mister, I'm in a hurry. If you don't mind.
Relax, kid. Someone would think I was going to brace you for a touch. You live in that house?
Why?
Because if you do, you must be Danny Graham.
Well, what if I am?
Well, my name is Cy Nichols.
Yeah, well, look, Mr. Nichols, I'm not a well man.
You'd never guess it to look at you.
Well, appearances can be deceiving, you know. So if you'll excuse me.
Ah, take it easy, Danny. A friend of mine wants to talk to you.
Your friend's name wouldn't be Larry Sloan, would it?
And what made you say that?
I wasn't born yesterday. And if Mr. Sloan wants me...
That he does, Danny. When Larry Sloan wants something bad enough, you're gonna get it.
Yes?
I wonder if I have the right place.
Well, that all depends. What place are you looking for?
Are you Mike Waring?
Mm-hmm.
I mean the private detective they call the Falcon?
That's right.
Oh. Well, my name is Pearl Graham.
Won't you come in?
Thanks.
Let me take your coat.
No, I can't stay long. I left my baby with a neighbor.
Well, what can I do for you, Mrs. Graham?
I don't know if you can do anything. My husband's disappeared.
Your husband?
His name is Danny. He hasn't been home since last night.
Did you report it to the police?
Yeah, but they told me not to worry.
Well, you don't seem to have much luck following their prescription.
Going out of my mind, Mr. Waring. Danny never did anything like this before.
What does your husband do?
Well, that's hard to say. Right now, he's working for Mr. DeSantis.
What DeSantis would that be?
I don't know his first name.
Well, what kind of work does Danny do for him?
I don't know exactly.
When you come right down to it, you don't seem to know very much about anything.
Well, Danny believes that a wife shouldn't interfere in her husband's business. He thinks her place is in the home.
A fellow named Hitler had the same idea.
What?
Nothing. Well, I'll do what I can, Mrs. Graham. Though I've got a hunch if your husband doesn't show up, you'll be way ahead of the game.
You must really enjoy your work, Si. You realize Graham's been out for almost 24 hours? What'd you hit him with, anyway?
Well, you know how it is, Sloan.
No, I don't know. That's why
Now, who dat?
I can't imagine.
Think it'd be Fred?
No, DeSantis wouldn't have missed him yet. Keep an eye on him. I'll get it. All right, hold your horses, will you?
Hello, Larry.
What are you doing here, Hazel?
I surprised you, didn't I?
You certainly did. What's the matter with Los Angeles?
Nothing.
So why didn't you stay there?
I got lonesome for you.
You got lonesome for me. I got a good mind to knock your teeth out.
Will you listen to him? I traveled 3,000 miles to see him, and Hey, what was that?
It's none of your business.
Well, who's that fella on the
Look,
bed?
Hazel, if you don't get out of
Hey,
here...
that's Danny Graham, ain't it?
How did you know that?
What's the matter with you, Larry? You know I used to work here in New York. It was in, let me think.
Do it outside.
You mean you don't want me here?
How'd you ever figure that out?
Well, when a man says to me...
I'll be right with you, Si.
Hey, who's he?
Nobody you should know. Now, beat it.
Well, at least give me a chance to use
I told you something, Hazel, didn't I?
Okay, Larry. You'll see if you won't be sorry.
Go on, get lost.
Not bad. You like him stupid.
You're running off at the mouth, Si.
No offense intended.
Get him up.
All right. Come on, Danny. Come on. Rise and shine.
Let me alone.
Get up, boy. This is reveille.
Huh?
Hello, Graham.
Oh, you're Larry Sloan.
That's right. I'm awfully sorry about
You
this.
should be. You know he could have fractured my skull. Where's the mirror?
Sit down.
Lay off him, Si. Listen, Danny, I want to talk to you.
You're not kidding me, Sloan. I know what you're going to say. You'd like to know where Fred DeSantis is hiding out.
But you're not going to tell me, huh?
I swore on my child's life.
So what?
So on top of that, this...
Careful.
I'll be lucky if I don't have a concussion. Do you know that the skull is the tenderest part of...
shut up.
Well, if you think I'm going to tell you where DeSantis is just like that, you're wrong.
Am I?
Yeah. It's going to cost you $1,000.
What?
It's worth a lot more. I know why you're after him.
Do you?
Well, I can draw my own conclusions. You had a roll on him big enough to choke a horse.
How much was in it?
I didn't stop to count it. But I figured it ought to be worth 1,000.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Danny. I'll give you 100 now and the balance after I see DeSantis.
Well, I really shouldn't, but okay.
20, 40, 50, and 50 makes 100.
He's in Brooklyn.
Where in Brooklyn?
Got a furnished room at 1440 Kelvin.
If you're lying to me, Graham.
I swear by my... It's the truth, Mr. Sloan. Can I go now?
Yeah.
You won't say anything to DeSantis
I won't
about
say anything to him.
Well, lots of luck.
Oh, thanks.
You know, he could be tossing you a curve.
Yes, I thought of that.
And supposing he tips off DeSantis.
Would you believe it, Si? I thought of that, too. Get your coat. I feel like a little ride.
Now, where could she have put that hot water bottle? If I told her once, I told her 1,000
you,
times.
Danny?
What'd you expect, Pearl?
Where have you been? I was going out of my mind.
You didn't have far to travel.
I even hired a private detective to find you.
You what?
Yeah, Mike Waring.
What'd you do that for?
I told you I was worried sick.
Well, you call him and tell him the wandering boy has returned. Is that all the shirts I've got?
No, there's some in the bottom drawer. You going off again?
Yeah, I got to run over to Philly for Mr. DeSantis.
How long will you be gone?
Just overnight.
Well, what do you need all those shirts for?
I'm going to change every 5 minutes. Any more questions?
You're going away with that girl.
What girl?
Hazel.
Hazel?
Hazel Fulton.
What, are you crazy? I don't know anybody, but... She called me?
Yes.
Well, what do you know? I haven't heard from her in years. I thought she was in Los Angeles.
You're not fooling me. You're planning to run away with her.
I wasn't planning on it, Pearl, but it's not a bad idea.
What about me and the baby?
Let your father support you. He's got apartment houses.
I'm not going to let you go, Danny.
Don't be a dope.
I mean it.
Are you going to get out of my way?
I'm warning you. You walk out of that door. Danny? Danny!
How are you, Mike? Long time no see.
Yeah, Ed, feels like a week.
Well, what do you have?
Well, I don't know. What do you suggest?
I wish you'd ask me that sometime.
Oh, hiya, Sergeant.
Dear, what are you doing here?
Well, I had something to tell you, but it kind of slipped my mind.
Well, that's a great help.
Speaking of great helps, Mike, that reminds me. Did you ever try a fresh, crisp, chopped lettuce salad to cool off with?
Oh, yes, indeed. These are my salad days, you know.
Oh, you mean you're green and fresh and all mixed up?
Why, Sergeant, you surprise me. That's tough to top.
Not if you top it with Miracle Whip.
Oh, that's pretty good, Eddie. Can you beat that one, Sergeant?
No. After all, it's Eddie's favorite subject.
That's right, because Miracle Whip's my favorite dressing.
And on you, it looks good.
On salads, it tastes good, Mike. Because it's a doggone delicious salad dressing, that's why. The best you ever tasted. And what makes it so wonderful? Its swell, peppy flavor. Mind you, not too sharp, but just right. And is there any other dressing like Miracle Whip? No. Because Miracle Whip is made differently, so it has a distinctive flavor. And is it mighty good tasting? Believe me, it is. So, Mike, shall I bring on the salad now?
You mean with no questions asked?
Well, just this one. Do you know what folks call Miracle Whip?
Oh, let me see. Miracle Whip?
No, yes. I mean, millions of folks call Miracle Whip their favorite salad dressing. It's the one and only.
Well, gee, Miracle Whip is just like my girl.
How's that?
Well, I call her my one and only.
Yeah?
Yeah, and so do millions of other guys.
Oh.
Hey, now I remember what I had to tell you.
Well, I'll get that salad for you, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Ed.
Yeah, we picked up a client of yours today, Mike.
Client of mine?
Lady named Pearl Graham.
How did you know I was working for her?
Well, didn't she hire you to find her husband?
Yeah, but I don't seem to be having much luck.
Maybe you ought to try the morgue.
What are you talking about?
He's down there with a slug in his brain. Would you like to take a look at him?
Well, I don't imagine I can do him any good. I'd sooner take a look at Mrs. Graham. Now, her, I may be able to help.
I didn't kill Danny, Mr. Waring. You've got to believe me.
And how come you didn't see the murderer?
My back was to the door.
You didn't hear it open?
It was open all along. I just came in.
What time was that?
It was exactly 20 after 3. I remember looking at my watch. Danny bought it for me. He was always buying me presents.
He sounds like the type. How do you explain the gun being found in the room?
I don't know.
You know how your fingerprints got on it?
I don't remember. I was so dazed. I must have picked it up without thinking.
You weren't so dazed that you couldn't take your child and head for LaGuardia Airport.
I didn't realize what I was doing.
Did you realize you had a fight with your husband?
That's a lie.
Well, then why did Sergeant Corbett...
What is this, a third degree? Just what side are you on?
I want to be on yours, Pearl, but you've got to let me.
Danny and I never had any trouble.
Well, I heard...
I don't care what you heard. He was a good husband and a wonderful father.
Yeah, I know, and he was always buying you presents.
He was. He never looked at another woman.
No. And who was this Hazel one of the neighbors heard you yelling about?
I don't know any Hazel.
Didn't you accuse your husband of going away with her?
No. Danny was going away on business for Mr. DeSantis.
Oh, so we're back to DeSantis again. Have you any idea where I can find him?
No. Danny never told me.
No, that's right. Danny never told you anything.
That's because he was considerate. He never wanted me to worry.
He sounds too good to live. No wonder someone knocked him off. All right, Pearl, I'll do what I can.
Hi, Mike.
Well, what'll it be?
Oh, just a cup of coffee, Ed.
I hear you got yourself a new case.
Yeah. Incidentally, did you know Danny Graham?
Yeah, I used to drop by occasionally, till I discouraged it.
You know the man he worked for?
Who's that?
Mr. DeSantis.
DeSantis?
Now, hold on a minute.
No.
Well, pass the word along, will you? If you can give me a lead, I'll be very...
Waring.
Yeah?
A phone call.
Who is it?
They don't say.
All right, thanks. Hello?
You Mike Waring?
That's right.
I hear you're looking for me.
Who's this?
Fred DeSantis.
Oh, this is a great pleasure, Mr. DeSantis. I was beginning to believe you didn't exist.
What's on your mind?
Well, I'm working for Pearl Graham.
Pearl Graham?
Yeah, her husband Danny was employed by you. I was wondering if we couldn't sit down somewhere, have a little talk.
I think you'd find it more profitable if you talk to Larry Sloan.
Larry Sloan?
Yeah, look him up. He's stopping at the Wickersham.
Well, what's he got to do with this mess?
I'm not going to do all your work.
Where can I reach you?
It's kind of hard to say. I'm always on a move. But don't worry, Waring. I'll keep in touch.
Hello, Sloan.
Do I know you?
I don't think so. My name is Mike Waring.
Not the buzzard. I mean, Falcon.
You may have had it right the first time.
Well, what do you want?
My client needs your help.
Your client?
A girl named Pearl Graham.
Oh, is that the widow?
Then you know her husband was murdered. Huh?
Yes, I heard it on the radio. Sad, wasn't it?
Very.
Well, now that we've got that settled, I don't think there's anything else to talk about.
Oh, I don't know. Fred DeSantis thought we ought to get together.
DeSantis?
Mm-hmm.
You spoke to him?
Not more than 10 minutes ago.
Si.
Yeah?
This is Mike Waring.
Glad to know you, son.
Frisk him.
Sure.
Hey, look, fella, if you don't mind.
Shut up.
This is my best suit.
Well, I'm giving it a good pressing. He's clean, Larry.
Well, that's the way my mother brought me up.
Oh, this kid's a ball of fire.
Yes, yeah. Maybe we'll have to put him out. Where is DeSantis Waring?
I have no idea.
You said you spoke to him.
On the phone.
You're lying.
I'd like to see you try that again.
Let me... Oh.
Come on, Waring, get up. I said get up. Where is DeSantis?
I wouldn't tell you if I knew.
If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a guy who's stubborn. All right, Si. Break him down. Well?
He still ain't talking, Larry.
And what'd you come out for? Get back in there.
It's no use. He's out cold. You gotta hand it to the guy. He's got the constitution of an ox.
He knows where we can find DeSantis.
Well, if he does, he ain't telling. Look, Sloan, I've been doing a little thinking.
Have you?
Yeah. Much as I hate to say this, I think we can kiss that dough goodbye.
Oh, you think so?
Well, for all we know, that Danny Graham might have had it.
Uh-huh. When did you think of that?
Well, I don't think I understand you, Larry.
Sure you do, Si. You're no dope.
Thanks.
You know, something just occurred to me. After Danny left here, you went to get the car.
Mm-hmm.
You were gone a long time.
Well, I told you I was low on gas, so I thought I'd better fill up.
Where'd you go for it? Texas?
Oh, no, that's not right, Larry. You don't hear me making accusations. After all, you weren't around when I got back.
I went to look for you.
Where, in Texas?
Don't you be smart.
I'll tell you, Sloan. When people don't trust each other, it's no good.
So?
So, suppose I bow out.
You mean just like that?
Why not?
Well, look what you invested in this thing.
It was only time.
Still, I feel you got something coming to you for all your trouble.
Forget.
No, I wouldn't feel right. Stick around, Si.
I'll see you get yours.
Hello.
Huh?
I hope I didn't disturb you.
How did you get in here?
The door was open. I gotta talk to Larry about that. He's very careless.
Where is he?
I don't know. He and that Cy Nichols fellow must have gone out.
Well, what's your name?
Hazel.
Hazel?
Uh-huh, Hazel Fulton. What's yours?
Waring.
Well, I'm very glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Waring.
Yeah, likewise. You'll pardon my not getting up.
Oh, that's all right. I'm used to it. Every time you come into this room, there's someone stretched out on the bed.
Oh, that's so. Who was the previous occupant?
Danny Graham.
Danny Graham.
Yeah, you know him?
Very well.
Well, it certainly is a small world.
Yeah, certainly is. You phoned Graham's apartment last night.
Who told you that?
My spies.
Well, don't let on to Larry, will you? He's awful jealous.
What did you want with Graham?
Just wanted to find out how he was. I haven't seen him in, I bet it must be at least 5 years.
Had he changed much?
Nah, I would have known him anywhere. I got a wonderful memory for faces. Now, take yours, for example.
Yeah, I wish someone would. It's not doing me any good.
Oh, you shouldn't talk that way, Mr. Waring. You got a lot of character in your face.
Huh?
Just because it's all banged up don't make any difference.
It does to me.
No, I'm serious. Now, on the other hand, you take Larry.
I'd love to. Any idea where I can find him?
Well, he just opened an office in the Parker building, but I don't suppose he'd be there, do you?
No, I don't suppose so. But we're not doing anything, so what have we got to lose?
I think it's down this way, Mr. Waring. Yeah, that's right. See? 419.
Hazel, you're wonderful. How long have you been in town?
I just got in this afternoon. Boy, was that plane jammed.
How'd you know about this office?
Huh?
Well, if you only got in this afternoon, who told you Sloan had an office in this building?
He wrote me. What did you think?
I don't know what to think. You're a very strange girl, Hazel.
You really mean that?
I can't make out it.
You were saying?
It's open.
So what's the matter?
Well, it's easy to see you never listen to mystery shows.
Ooh, I think they're awful.
Yeah, where's the light switch?
I got it.
My, that boyfriend of yours is quite sloppy, isn't he?
Larry? Well, he's as neat as a pin.
Well, this is a heck of a way to leave an office. Yeah, just look behind this door. Now, take it easy, Angel.
Oh, it's Larry's friend.
Yeah. How are you, Si?
What are you doing?
The last time we met, he tried to make me talk, so I thought I'd do as much for him. Well, you can't say I didn't try.
What now, Mike?
Now, Angel, the police.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett.
How you doing, Sergeant?
Oh, Mike?
Yeah.
Well, you've been keeping yourself. Your client's been asking for you.
You tell Mrs. Graham she's got nothing to worry about. I'll be down in 5 minutes with the proof she didn't kill her husband.
What's your idea of proof?
Ever hear of a lad named Cy Nichols?
There was a Cy Nichols who used to run with Capone.
Wouldn't be surprised if that's the boy. I just found his body.
Yeah, where?
In Larry Sloan's office.
I heard Sloan was in town.
Oh, yes, he's definitely moved in, Sergeant. You'd be surprised how quickly he picked up our local customs.
What's all this got to do with your client?
Well, it figures that the same party who killed Danny Graham killed Cy Nichols.
Well,
what's wrong with you, Corbett? Nichols couldn't have been murdered more than an hour ago, and for the last 24 hours, you've had my client under lock and key.
Guess again, Mike. Mrs. Graham raised 10 grand worth of bail at 7:30 tonight.
She didn't.
And if you think that's something, wait till you hear the payoff. The guy who put up the dough was your friend, Larry Sloan.
Well, the sergeant's news has probably surprised Mike. But me, I prefer more pleasant surprises. Like the first time I ever sat down to enjoy a salad topped with delicious Miracle Whip.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind. Because it's a different type of salad dressing, made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise. So it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. the one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Just 20 minutes have passed since Mike Waring learned that Pearl Graham was released on bail supplied by Larry Sloan. Now, as we find the Falcon and Hazel.
Is this your apartment?
What does it say on the door?
Michael Waring, private detective. Hey, you're a detective.
Yeah, but don't breathe it to a soul. I'd hate for it to get out.
Gee, you must be a real lifesaver.
Nah, don't let that hole in my head fool you.
Huh?
You'll see it better when I turn on the lights.
No, let me.
You know, I'm going to have to change the lock on that door. This seems to happen every week.
Well, you got such a wonderful location, you can't blame people for making it their headquarters. Hello, Hazel.
Don't you talk to me, Fred.
Oh, I take it you two know each other.
You don't hear me boast about it.
Well, you might introduce me just the same.
I'm Fred DeSantis.
Yeah, I thought so. You won't believe this, DeSantis, but I've been looking all over for you.
Well, that makes us even because I've been looking all over for you. Where's your client?
My client?
Danny Graham's wife. She's got 65 grand of my dough.
You're a liar, Fred. It ain't your money. Larry's got as much right to it as you have. I'll leave it to him.
Keep your mouth shut, Hazel.
No, let her talk.
I'd like to see someone stop me. Let me ask you, Mr. Waring. Just because Larry made a mistake and trusted Fred to grab the payroll from the Mayfair plant while Larry was busy covering...
I told you to shut up.
It's a free country.
That dough belongs to me, Waring.
Well, what do you expect me to do about it?
Get it from Pearl Graham. She's got it.
How do you figure that?
Because a girlfriend of mine turned it over to her husband. I gave him a note for it.
So?
So if they didn't find it on Danny's body, who else could have grabbed it?
Oh, I never thought of that. Did you, Sergeant?
Frankly, no.
Hey, what's he doing here?
Playing cops and robbers. Did you hear enough, Corbett?
You betcha. He's going to make a great witness against your client.
He'll make a better one against himself.
What are you talking about?
Well, it's getting late, DeSantis. And if you don't get it by now, believe me, you certainly will at Sing Sing. Hey, Eddie, this coffee's awful good.
Oh, thanks, Mike. Yours okay, Sergeant?
Yeah, it's well, Ed. Oh, say, Mike, just between us girls, will you admit that you were lucky?
I was lucky?
Yeah. There was no way on earth you could have pegged DeSantis for the killer.
Oh, why, it's as obvious as the hole in my head. Now, you grant me that the 65 grand he and Larry Sloan stole in that payroll heist was the motive for the killings.
Well,
then Sloan had to be innocent.
Why do you say that?
Because if Larry had the money, he wouldn't have bothered to bail out my client. He put up $10,000, hoping she'd lead him to 65. Would have been a good investment if it worked.
Yeah, that's practically what he told us when we picked him up.
Well, sure, it's the only thing that makes sense.
Well, what about your client?
Well, what about her?
Well, she could have murdered her husband.
Yeah, but not Cy Nichols.
Why not?
Well, first of all, Pearl had no motive. And second of all, she was with Sloan. So by a process of elimination, it had to be DeSantis. See, he killed Graham because Danny double-crossed him. Then he went to work on Cy Nichols, hoping you'd pin it on Sloan and get Larry out of his hair.
Oh, then DeSantis had the dough all along?
That's right. When Pearl Graham grabbed her kid and beat it after Danny's murder, DeSantis just walked in and helped himself to the loot.
Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you overlooking something?
I don't think so.
Well, aren't you forgetting Hazel?
Oh, say, you're right, I am. Thanks for reminding me. So long, Ed. I'll be seeing you, Sergeant.
Imagine this. Rich, delicious chocolate-flavored malted milk made right in your own kitchen. Good idea, isn't it? And it's easy to make, too, with Kraft's wonderful chocolate-flavored malted milk. Here's how you do it. Make a tasty paste of some Kraft malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a tall glass. Fill that glass with chilled milk, stir it again, and you have it. A delicious Kraft malted. Real nourishing as well, because it's full of all the food values in milk. Enjoy a Kraft malted often. Get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk from your grocer tomorrow. The Case of the Bashful Boss. The Case of the Bashful Boss. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that some people operate on the theory that the way to keep a bad man down is to shoot him down. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon, transcribed today, are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, Produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written tonight by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Chuck Webster as Sergeant Corbett. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello. Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Claire. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to give me a rain check, Angel. I've got to teach a boy a lesson. Somebody once told him talk was cheap, but the way he runs off at the mouth, it figures he'll be stopped dead.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, transcribed tonight. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novel. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now, join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the loose lip.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing, because Miracle Whip is made by a secret Kraft recipe. So, tomorrow, when you're shopping, be sure to get a jar of delicious Miracle Whip. Get either the regular size, or if you make a lot of salads, get the thrifty quart-size jar. Remember, no other salad dressing tastes like the one and only Miracle Whip. Now, the case of the loose lip. It's Wednesday evening in New York City, and a shifty little character named Lippy Mayo consults the phone book in the rear of the 68 Club. And as his finger glides down the page, someone taps him gently on the shoulder.
Excuse me, friend. What? What are you doing here, Daniels?
Matter of fact, Lippy, I was looking for you.
Me?
Yeah. Frank Vargas wants to see you.
Well, Vargas will have to wait. I've got an important call to make.
That's what he's afraid of.
Now, look, Daniels, if Frank is worried about me ratting on that Mason stick-up...
Yeah?
Well, he don't have to. I'm not the kind of a guy who shoots off my mouth.
I'm sure Vargas will be glad to hear that, Lippy. Suppose we step outside and tell him.
No.
Now, don't be difficult.
Hey, put away that cannon, Daniels. You're not bluffing me. You wouldn't dare pull any rough stuff here.
You mean because of the crowd?
Yeah.
This goes to show you, Lippy, you don't know your mob psychology. A 5 will get you 10 that if I was to plug you here and now, those folks out there would fall all over themselves running the other way.
Who do you think you're kidding?
Believe me, fella, I know whereof I speak. Now, what do you say we go and see Vargas?
No.
Yes?
Hello, Mike.
Steve Mayo, come in.
Thanks.
Well, haven't seen you since the end of the war. When'd you pull into town?
About 20 minutes ago.
What brings you here?
My brother. You ever hear of a character named Lippy Mayo?
You mean you're related to Lippy?
Only on my father and mother's side.
Oh, I see.
You ever run across him?
Well,
That's all right, Mike. I can understand why no one would be overly fond of Lippy. Matter of fact, I'm not too crazy about him myself. You know he was shot tonight.
Yeah, so I heard. How is he?
Doc says he'll pull through, but he'll be paralyzed for life.
Too bad.
You wouldn't happen to know who was responsible?
No, I wouldn't.
Suppose you could find out for me?
Well, I don't think I'd care to, Steve.
Suppose I put it on a professional basis as a private detective at your usual fee.
I still wouldn't be interested. First of all, it's a job for the police.
And secondly?
Well, secondly, I think I got an idea what you have in mind.
And you don't approve?
Nope, not a bit.
Okay, friend, no hard feelings. Suppose there are other ways of finding out.
Listen to me.
Sorry, Mike, I haven't time. Got a lot of work to do. I better be on my way.
I don't want to heckle, Vargas, but don't you think it's time we headed for home?
No, Daniel, the cops might be waiting.
So what do you intend to do, cruise around for the next 5 years?
We'll go home when I'm good and ready.
Anything you say.
You think you killed Lippy?
I didn't wait for the autopsy.
You shouldn't have shot him.
Why? What were you planning to do? Buy him an annuity?
You didn't have to pick out such a public place. Maybe you were spotted.
I wasn't.
You can't ever tell. Matter of fact, there's a car behind us now.
Yeah, so there is. What makes you think we're playing follow the leader?
He's been behind us for the last 5 blocks ever since we got off Madison.
Turn up 103rd.
Well?
You're right.
What should I do?
You're the boss, remember?
Don't be such a wise guy. You know I don't know this neighborhood.
When you get halfway up near the next block, make a sharp right. There's an alley there.
Where does it lead to?
Nowhere. It's a dead end. Just drive in and cut your motor. Now, easy now. You don't want to pass it.
Here?
Yeah. Turn off your lights.
You see him?
Not yet. Here he comes. There he goes.
It's not a squad car.
I didn't think it was.
You got a cigarette?
Sure.
Thanks.
What's the matter, Frank? You're shaking.
Well, I guess I'm kind of jumpy. I ain't been sleeping so good lately.
Too much coffee, I bet.
Look, Daniel, just because I thought that car was following us.
It was.
What are you talking about?
Didn't you notice the make?
It was a Nash.
A green Nash. Does that ring a bell?
I gave one like that to Eileen Dewey.
And then you gave her the air.
Think Eileen was following me?
I think it's a point well worth investigating.
Okay, Daniels. See what you can find out.
Just a second.
Hello, Eileen.
Why, if it isn't Mr. Daniels.
Surprise?
Not as much as you think. Why didn't he come himself?
Who?
Frank.
Oh, you think Vargas sent me? Hmm?
I know he did.
You're absolutely right. You mind if I sit down?
I certainly do. You can tell Mr. Vargas for me. I don't care what he's got to say. I'm through with him. All right, let's have it.
What?
Whatever he wanted you to tell me. Not that it's going to do him any good. After what Vargas did to me.
Yeah, it was a rotten trick. And after you gave him the best years of your life.
I knew he'd get tired of that Georgia peach he's been running around with.
Not so you'd notice it.
You mean Frank didn't send you here to...
Effect a reunion?
Yeah.
No.
You're lying. Frank's crazy about me.
Well, if he is, he certainly got us both fooled.
Then please don't rip me. I couldn't take it. What did Frank have to say?
I want you to stop chasing him.
Chasing him?
Yeah, it's awfully bad for his nerves. It was quite a scare you gave him tonight. When did you start trailing us?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was you in that car.
I haven't been out all evening.
Not what your doorman told me.
If you think I'd run after a meatball like Frank Vargas, you're crazy. I can't even stand him. All I have to do is whistle and I could have 1,000,000 guys. And with more money, too.
Sure you could, Eileen. Just stay away from Frank.
I tell you, I hate him. I'd like to see him dead. If I could get my hands on him for just... Danny, talk to him for me. Will you tell him I won't be jealous anymore? I'll do anything he
No
wants me
dice, Eileen. He wouldn't have you back on a bet.
Who does he think he is? I'll show him. I know what he's been up to. I saw him tonight in front of...
Yeah? Go on, Eileen. What were you going to say?
Nothing. Just tell Mr. Vargas for me he's going to regret it. For every sleepless night I spent, he's going to spend 100.
Well, that's the story, Frank. I got the impression Eileen was kind of peeved with you.
So it was her in that car.
That would be my guess. What are you going to do about it?
I'll take care of it.
When?
When I'm good and ready.
Now, there's something you don't realize, Frank.
And there's something you don't realize, Daniel. You're working for me. Get smart and you'll be out. Do we understand each other?
Sure.
What time you got?
It's almost 10.
Wonder what's keeping that tomato.
I don't think Betty Lou would like hearing you call her that.
When I need your advice on how to handle women, I'll let you know. Call downstairs.
I imagine that must be the little lady now.
Forget it.
Since you asked so nicely.
You Frank Vargas?
Uh-uh.
That him?
Just a second.
You You, Vargas? Who are you?
Steve Mayo?
Mayo?
Yeah. Maybe you know my brother Leo.
No.
Oh, sure you do, Frank. He's the boy they call Lippy.
You keep out of this, mister.
Throw him out, Daniels.
I asked you something.
Vargas.
You know my brother?
But just to say hello to.
What about goodbye?
Huh?
He was shot a couple of hours ago. Or haven't you heard?
Is he
Dead? No. Might just as well be. Completely paralyzed.
paralyzed?
What do you know about it?
Nothing. Do we, Danny?
Nope.
See?
I got a tip you were looking for Lippy tonight.
Who says so?
Never mind. What'd you want him for?
I didn't want it for anything. Whoever says I did is full of baloney.
If you're lying, Vargas.
Cut it out!
Try to kill my brother?
No!
Who did?
I don't know.
Will you be in around 1 o'clock tonight?
Why?
Because I may want to talk to you again.
If you think I'm staying here...
Yes, I do. You know what's good for you. You won't move till I come back. Just remember that.
You know something, Frank? I think Mr. Mayo meant every word he said.
Get out.
Why? What's the matter?
You were a great help. Why did you stop him?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I did think of it, but I'm glad I stifled the impulse. Because it confirms a suspicion of mine.
Yeah?
Yeah. You're not so tough.
You think so?
I know so. And if a guy like you can get along, I think I'll go in business for myself.
They'll be sorry if they think they can push me. Ooh. What are you doing, Betty?
Oh, it's your own fault, Frank. If you're going to squirm like that, I'm not going to be able to fix that eye.
How does it look?
You just wait till I finish with the powder. Oh, black eye or no, you're still the handsomest thing in New York. Well, that Eileen Dewey was crazy to let you get away.
Who told you about Eileen?
Oh, I heard stories. But you're not going to get away from me.
Come here, baby.
Oh, ain't I shameless? They used to say back home there wasn't a man born who could turn Betty Lou Moss's head.
How is it down there?
Down where?
Where you come from, Georgia.
Oh, it's just wonderful, Frank. You'd really love it.
Okay, we'll leave tonight. But first we go to California. I got some business there. I want you to get 2 tickets on the cheap.
Well, now, sure, I couldn't leave on such short notice.
Why not?
Well, I got my career to think of. Professor Nagel.
Don't make me laugh. As soon as you pick up the tickets, give me a ring. I'll tell you where to meet me. Well, what are you waiting for?
Well, I don't have any money.
Oh. Well, remember that envelope I gave you last Saturday?
You mean the one with all those $100...
How did you know what was in there?
Frank, you hurt my arm.
Where's the dough?
It's in my hotel safe.
Get it.
But Frank...
Go on, get it. You better be back before 12:30, because if I got to come looking for you, you're going to lose more than that accent.
Your order, please.
My order, please. This is Frank Vargas in 219.
Yes, Mr. Vargas.
Yes, Mr. Vargas. What's the matter with you people anyhow? I asked you to send up the barber an hour ago.
Well, I'm sure he must be on his way.
How's he coming? By Pony Express? Listen, you, if that guy isn't up yet... Hold it. Okay, I heard you. You certainly took your...
Oh, hiya, Mike.
Hi, Ed. Say, is Sergeant Corbett around?
No?
That's funny. He told me to meet him here at your luncheonette. It didn't sound like his mind was on food.
Is yours?
Well, Ed, I'll tell you, I don't really know. Corbett was so bothered, he got me all hot, and I don't think I'm very hungry.
Mike, I know just the thing for you.
Huh?
Just the thing to perk up your interest.
You do?
I sure do. The prettiest,
blonde or brunette?
coolest, crispiest, greenest salad you ever ate.
Oh, fine.
That's what I mean, Mike. A salad like that is fine for perking up your appetite. And, Mike, I'll make it with Miracle Whip.
Why, Ed, how exciting. You really mean it?
Mike, I wouldn't joke about that. You know, the salad dressing is one of the important things to consider when you make a salad. And Miracle Whip is the right salad dressing to consider because it makes salads taste better than ever.
Mm-hmm.
The folks at Kraft tell me it's made from a secret recipe. That's why it tastes so different and good. gives salads a peppy flavor, you know. And not too peppy either. I'd say it makes them taste just right. Wouldn't you?
Hmm? Oh, yes, absolutely. Why, I say that all the time. They taste just right with the...
Miracle Whip. Why, millions of folks think so, Mike. That's why Miracle Whip is America's favorite salad dressing. Sure. Did you know that more Miracle Whip is sold than the next 20 leading brands combined? Mike?
Huh? Oh, gee, I'm sorry. I was thinking about that pretty blonde, cool green salad you mentioned before. Fix me one, huh?
Okay.
And how about one of your super deluxe hamburgers, too?
Okay, Mike, you're forgiven. Miracle Whip is such a swell salad dressing, I guess I get carried away sometimes. I say that's a hamburger and a salad.
Hey, that sounds pretty good, Ed. Suppose you fix that for me, too.
Will do, Sarge.
Oh, about time, Corbett. You know how long I've been waiting? Well, I was detained. You know, Steve Mayo. Why? I hear tell he was up to see you yesterday. Yeah, he wanted to know who might have gunned his brother, Lippy. Did you help him out? No. Why not? Because I was afraid of what he might do if he ever caught up with the character. Well, of course, I've got no proof, but I heard it was Frank Vargas. That's what I heard, too.
Apparently everybody was in on the news, so I don't suppose Steve had much trouble finding it out.
What are you talking about?
Vargas was killed an hour ago.
No.
Yes.
And you think Steve Mayo?
Uh-huh.
Is he in the brig?
Yeah.
I got to see him, Corbett.
Well, what about the food?
Well, Ed will have to keep it for us. Right now, there's something more important we've got to do. Hi, Steve.
Mike.
Yeah, I thought I'd look in on you.
I appreciate it.
I, just been talking to Sergeant Corbett. I can imagine what he said. I'd like to help you, Steve.
I certainly could use it.
Did you kill Frank Vargas?
What do you think?
You were looking for him.
No, I wasn't.
Now, look, Steve, you came to me...
But I wasn't looking for Vargas. I just asked if you knew anybody who might have shot Lippy. You didn't know.
Well, you could have learned it somewhere else. According to his boy Daniels, you were up to see him tonight.
I was just taking potluck.
Who tipped you that Vargas might have shot your brother?
I don't exactly remember.
Can you remember approximately?
No.
Well, do you happen to recall whether it was a male or female?
Mm-mm.
Steve, you're not being very helpful.
I'm sorry, Mike, but I'm not going to involve innocent people. If you don't want to go ahead with what you've got...
What I've got? You've given me absolutely nothing to go on.
Well, they told me the Falcon was the guy who could make something out of nothing. Let's see you prove it.
Yes?
How do you do?
What do you want?
Well, it all depends. You Eileen Dewey?
Supposing I am.
Oh, then I'd like a few minutes of your time.
Where are you?
Waring is the name, Mike Waring.
Oh, not the Falcon.
Well, now I know it pays to advertise. Hey, don't tell me you're drinking alone.
You don't approve?
Well, not when you can have company.
Help yourself.
Oh, thank you. Oh, isn't this cozy in?
What's on your mind?
Murder?
Anyone I know?
I think so. Ever hear of a gentleman named Frank Vargas?
What about him?
Well, he's the late unlamented.
Is that supposed to be a hot flash?
No, I was sure you must have seen the papers. Matter of fact, that's where I picked up your name. I think I read something about your carrying a torch.
That's a lie.
Well, I'm sure it is, Eileen. Why, a man would have to be out of his mind to give up a girl like you. But then some men don't know when they're well off.
You can say that again.
Sure, Frank must have been crazy to let that, what's her name again?
Hey, look, what are you up to?
I was just trying to find out if you nursed any grievances.
Me? Oh, don't make me laugh. All I had to do was to pick up that phone and Frank would come running back.
Well, then you wouldn't be the one who killed him, hmm?
I thought the police nabbed the man who did.
You mean Steve Mayo?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's a funny thing, Eileen.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so, because all it said in the papers was that the police were holding an unidentified suspect. They didn't mention names.
So?
So? That forces me to one conclusion. You must have been the one who tipped off Steve Mayo that Vargas did that job on Lippy.
Get out.
Now, Eileen.
Are you going to get out of here?
If I thought for 1 minute that
I'll
you meant...
show you.
You certainly did.
You...
All right, Eileen. I'll give you another chance when your temper and your aim improve.
Well,
Welcome home, Betty Lou.
How'd you get in here, Danny?
I told the room clerk I was your brother from the South.
You what?
Yeah, you should have heard me, honey. Can you all tell me all well...
You got your nerve.
Yeah, but that's all I got, Betty. You got a lot more.
What are you talking about?
That nasty stuff, money.
Money?
Mm-hmm. Last time I spoke to Frank Vargas, he told me you were holding a bundle for him.
Well, I returned it.
When?
Well, I don't see where that's any of your business, Mr. Daniels.
No, I guess that comes under the heading of police business.
What do you mean?
When the cops found his body, there wasn't a dime on him.
You think you're pretty smart, don't you?
Smart enough.
Well, you're not as clever as you believe.
No?
No. Suppose I'd tell the police you had a falling out with Frank.
Oh, now you wouldn't do that, would you, Sugar Plum?
Honey, you're choking me.
Come on, Betty, where's Frank's roll?
I gave it to him.
And I'll give it to you if you don't stop playing games. Now, where's that dough? Who's there?
Mike Waring, Daniels. Open up.
Who?
Mike Waring.
Just a second. Okay, come in.
Hello, Denny.
Well, what brings you down this neck of the woods?
Well, it's a long story.
Well, you better save it, then. I'm catching the 9 o'clock plane to St. Louis.
Well, that's all right. You still got a half hour. I've been wanting to talk to you for some time.
About what?
Frank Vargas' murder.
Don't tell me you're working for that Steve Mayo character.
Yep.
Well, lots of luck.
I'm going to need more than that. You used to know Vargas pretty well.
You might even say we were inseparable.
Well, who do you think killed him?
What about your client?
You naturally can't expect me to go for that.
Then I don't know what you're going to do, Waring.
You can't suggest anyone else?
Nope.
You know, there's a slight flaw in your story, Danny.
Yeah? Wish you'd show me where.
Well, if you and Frank were inseparable...
We were.
Then how come you let Steve Mayo bounce him around?
Oh, we all make mistakes.
Yeah, that was yours. Because the police might think you wanted to see Frank get hurt.
Do you think when Mayo didn't do it for me, I did it myself, hmm?
Well, you claimed there was no one else in the picture.
Go on, get out.
That thing loaded?
It is. And I'd be within my rights if I plugged you. You're trespassing here. How do I know you're not a burglar?
Well, my, you do know your rights. Maybe we can work out a deal.
Cut it out, you jerk. You would try a stunt like that. Operator, get me the police. I just shot a burglar.
Well, right now, I'd venture a guess that Dan Daniels will never win a popularity poll. But talking about popularity, here's something that really is popular. It's the most popular salad dressing ever created. Miracle Whip.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 4 hours have passed since Mike Waring was shot by Danny Daniels. And now, as we find the Falcon, he's much the worse for wear.
Hey, how do you feel, Mike?
Rotten, thanks. I can't move my right arm.
Well, no wonder it's in a sling, huh? Oh, you'll never learn. I'll lay you 2 to 1 you'll be doing the same thing again next week.
What hospital is this, anyway?
Hospital? Don't you recognize a prison infirmary when you see it?
A what?
Well, you know breaking and entering's a penal offense.
Breaking and entering?
That's what the man claimed.
Daniels?
Uh-huh.
Listen, Sergeant, I got this whole thing figured out.
Now, look, why don't you just relax?
Daniels killed Frank Vargas.
Where's your proof?
Well, what else would he plug me for?
Well, he thought you were a thief. Are you?
I might consider it if I thought the rest of the force wasn't smarter than you. I tell you, Danny killed Vargas, and I can prove it.
How?
Well, Vargas gave Eileen Dewey the heave-ho for another girl.
So?
Though Daniels denied that Frank had anyone else on the string. Now, why would he say that? This other girl must have seen Danny kill Frank. That would be the best reason of all to keep her out of this.
Makes sense.
Well, now all you got to do is find her. Oh, that's the easiest thing in the world. Her name's Betty Lou Morse.
How did you know that?
Well, contrary to popular belief, we do work occasionally.
Well, then it's a cinch. All you got to do is get this Betty Lou to talk.
Well, that's the part that's going to be tough. Even you couldn't get anything out of this girl.
Uh-oh, don't tell me.
All right, I won't. But in case the guy in the next bed's curious, she's dead.
Yeah?
Hello, Eileen.
Well. Are you back again?
Yes, indeed. Only this time I brought the sergeant along. How do you do?
Now, look, I don't have to stand... What happened to your arm?
Oh, you weren't the only one who tossed things my way today. Only the other party's aim was better. Now, listen, Eileen.
If you're going to start asking me questions again about Frank's murder,
Yeah?
I still got the same answer. I don't know anything about it.
What about Betty Lou Morse?
Betty Lou Morse?
Yeah, she was killed with the same gun.
I don't even know the girl.
Well, you know she picked up with Vargas where you left off.
I didn't kill her.
No one says you did. All the sergeant and I want you to do is clean up a couple of loose ends.
What makes you think I can?
You tipped off Steve Mayo that Vargas shot his brother Lippy.
I was just guessing.
No, you weren't. It was too close.
All right. I was following Frank around yesterday when I saw him pull up at the 68 Club.
What time was this?
Around 7:45.
What happened?
Danny got out of the car. A few minutes later, I heard some shots.
Well, then Daniels was the one who gunned Lippy, not Vargas.
Yep.
Well, I guess that does it, Mike. After Daniels did that job on Lippy, he must have had a run-in with Frank and gave him the same medicine, only in a stronger dose. Hey, I better get a wanted out on him.
Yeah, you better.
And as for you, young lady,
Mm-hmm.
we're going to have to hold you as a material witness.
No.
Well, must you bother her with that, Sergeant?
What's the matter, Mike? You know the law.
Well, that's the point I'm trying to make. If you want to hold Eileen, why not make it for murder?
What are you talking about?
They've been giving Daniels too much credit. He shot Lippy, but
You killed Vargas and Betty Lou Morse.
Madison and 59th First, driver.
Hey, Mike. You weren't kidding about Eileen killing Frank Vargas?
No, of course not.
Why did she do it?
She was crazy about him.
Great way to show it.
Well, he brushed her off.
What about Betty Lou Morse?
Well, if Eileen murdered Frank, she certainly wasn't going to let her rival get off scot-free.
How do you know?
You told me.
Me?
Yes, you said both Vargas and Betty were killed with the same gun.
So?
So that eliminated Steve Mayo and Daniels.
Oh, I can see Mayo. He was in a brig. But how do you figure Daniels?
Look, what time was Betty Lou killed?
Well, like I said, 8:30.
And you remember when I went up to visit Daniels, he claimed he was going to make a 9 o'clock flight and he had a half hour to kill?
Sure. If Daniels was pumping lead into you at 8:30, he couldn't be doing it to Betty Lou. That leaves only Eileen.
Well, see how simple it is?
Yeah.
Any further questions?
Yeah. How do you account for the fact Daniels didn't kill you?
Luck of the Irish.
Oh, you call that luck? With that right arm in a sling, what good are you for the next week? That's your drinking and romancing arm, isn't it?
Yep.
Then you're better off dead.
Oh, it has its compensation. That's also my check-grabbing arm. Driver.
Yeah?
He'll take care of it. Good night, friend.
If a rich and cool chocolate-flavored malted milk is one of your favorite drinks, you'll be mighty pleased to discover Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk. Because with Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk, you can make a delicious malted right in your own kitchen. Just make a tasty paste of some Kraft malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a big glass. Then fill the glass with chilled milk, stir once again, and there you have one of the most delicious malted you've ever want to taste. Get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk tomorrow and treat your whole family to luscious, cool Kraft malted often. The case of the beautiful bait. The case of the beautiful bait,